Chapter 1. Yihan. In the ancient realm of the Eight Desolations, within the City of Flame, lies the Yi family. Master, why? What have I done wrong? Why have you so ruthlessly sealed me within the alchemical furnace to die? In a secluded, overgrown courtyard, a ragged and filthy youth curled up in a corner, his body trembling in terror like an autumn leaf, beads of sweat cascading down as he muttered. Incoherently, a heavy and coarse chain of dark iron was tightly fastened around his emaciated neck. Suddenly, Yihan gasped, awakening from a nightmare. He abruptly opened his eyes, fragments of memories seemingly from a bygone era flashing and coalescing in his mind. As these memories fused, his expression shifted, oscillating between shock, fury, and bewilderment. So, this is not merely a nightmare. I have indeed been reborn? After a moment, Yihan finally regained his composure, disbelief evident in his voice. Yihan, once the youngest and most celebrated genius alchemist of the Sky Continent. Bearing the chaos alchemical body, he attained the title of the foremost alchemist among the three great alchemical saints of the Sky Continent at the tender age of 18, creating quite a stir. Later, he was taken as a disciple by the renowned alchemical emperor, the preeminent alchemist of the Sky Continent, who imparted to him the secrets of alchemy. His master, the alchemical emperor, stood among the 9 emperors of the Sky Continent, a figure of immense renown. However, Yihan's proficiency in alchemy surpassed even that of his master, the alchemical emperor. With his innate talent, it was only a matter of time before he eclipsed his master. Yet Yihan never anticipated that the master he revered would one day cast him into the burning heaven alchemical furnace to be refined. He was sealed within the furnace, subjected to the ruthless flames of the burning heaven for a full century. Master, why are you so heartless? The mere thought of enduring a century of torment by divine flames sent shivers of suffocating dread through him. He pleaded desperately within the furnace, but the only response he received was the cold indifference of the alchemical emperor. He could not fathom why his one sky master had suddenly turned so cruel as to take his life. At that moment, another wave of memory surged forth. The year 9954 of the immortal martial era. Yihan's pupils constricted sharply. It was revealed that upon his rebirth, 5 centuries had already passed. Chaos alchemical emperor. Yihan's body trembled, his eyes widening in shock as a familiar name flashed through his mind. The alchemical emperor of 5 centuries ago had now become the revered chaos alchemical emperor. Master, so you cruelly sealed me in the furnace to be burned and tormented for 100 years, all to seize my alchemical body and consume my flesh. Yihan's eyes glowed crimson, his voice suddenly cold as steel. His chaos alchemical body was one of the 3 legendary bodies that had long since vanished from the Sky Continent. His flesh and blood were the perfect materials for crafting the legendary divine elixirs. Possessing such a body, he had a significant chance of reaching the unprecedented realm of the alchemy deity. Little did he know, the alchemical emperor had taken him as a disciple with the ulterior motive of coveting his alchemical body. His benevolent visage was but a facade. Danwu, the old dog, from the moment you cast me into the alchemical furnace, you ceased to be my master. Thankfully, the heavens have bestowed upon me the chance to relive a fragment of my soul. In this life, should I rise again, I shall ensure that you experience the torment of being burned in the furnace, your very essence extinguished. Yihan's gaze flickered with a cold glint as he clenched his fists, silently vowing. In his previous life, as a genius alchemist surpassing even the Danwu emperor, Yihan remained confident in regaining his zenith, even if cast back to the beginning. He aspired to surpass the Danwu emperor. Accepting the reality of his rebirth, Yihan exhaled a heavy breath and glanced down at his tattered attire. How did I fall into such destitution? He touched the chain locked around his neck, furrowing his brow. Through the labyrinth of memories, he discerned that this corporeal vessel also bore the name Yihan. Though it paled in comparison to his former self, the previous owner of this body was no ordinary individual. He was once the foremost prodigy of the Yi family in the ancient domain of the 8 Desolations. Born with a superior spiritual vein, he had reached the 6th level of the spiritual spring realm by the tender age of 16, standing proudly among the elites of Flame City. However, a year prior, Yihan had succumbed to a severe illness, rendering his spiritual energy inoperative. Consequently, the Yunhai sect, the premier establishment in the 8 Desolations, rescinded their interest in him. Yihan's standing within the Yi family plummeted, and those who once fawned over him now regarded him with disdain, mocking and ridiculing him. For the past year, he had been confined like a dog in this desolate courtyard, deprived of sustenance and proper clothing. To think he shares my plight, the Yi family truly is oppressive. Yihan inhaled deeply, a surge of fury rising within him. Grasping the iron chain, he endeavored to break free, only to find his limbs feeble and lacking strength. Indeed, his dantian felt parched, unable to channel even a trace of spiritual energy. What is happening? This is not right. Yihan hastily probed his dantian with his consciousness, his expression shifting dramatically. He discovered that his dantian was ensnared by a chilling, malevolent force. This is the Xianin poison. As a former sage of alchemy, Yihan was well versed in such matters. He had fallen victim to an exceedingly sinister toxin known as the Xianin cold poison. The icy darkness had completely sealed his dantian, rendering him incapable of utilizing spiritual energy. What a vile poison to render my dantian useless. Who could possess such malevolence? Yihan's brow furrowed in quiet contemplation, his voice icy as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. With this thought, he delved deeper into the chaotic memories swirling in his mind. Soon, a sinister visage emerged within his consciousness. Yi Tiange, the one who had secretly conspired against him, was none other than the current foremost prodigy of the Yi family. It became clear that Yi Tiange, once the center of attention and even regarded as the heir to the family, had seen his position threatened by Yi Han's burgeoning talents. Driven by ambition, the father and son duo resorted to despicable means to eliminate him. This father and son pair are as vile as the Danwu old dog. As he reminisced about it all, Yi Han's gaze turned icy, infused with an intense aura of lethality. He assessed his body with a cold, disdainful tone, stating, "This arcane cold poison is nearly insurmountable for the humble Yi family. However, to me, it is hardly a challenge." With a slight smirk, he closed his eyes, channeling his energy. A searing warmth surged into his dantian, swiftly expelling the cold poison from his body, which transformed into wisps of white smoke escaping from the crown of his head. In that moment, the cultivation he had long suppressed suddenly surged forth. Boom! 7th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. Boom! 8th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. Boom! 9th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. The vast and formidable spiritual energy flowed back into his limbs, revitalizing his weakened physique. Yihan gripped the iron chains once more and yanked with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of energy from within. With a resounding crash, the stout chains snapped abruptly, clattering to the ground. 9th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. That's quite satisfactory, Yihan remarked, stretching his limbs as his body crackled like popping beans. If this proclamation were spread, countless prodigies within the Flame City would likely be driven to the brink of fury in the path of cultivation. One must first unlock the Spirit Spring, followed by the Spirit Sea Realm, the Spirit Soul Realm, the Purple Mansion Realm, the Nirvana Realm, and, finally, the Tao Palace Realm. Typically, a martial artist awakens their spirit spring around the age of 16 or 17, yet Yihan, at his current age, had already ascended to the 9th level, drawing near to the Spirit Sea Realm. To achieve the 9th level of the Spirit Spring Realm at such a tender age would incite a frenzy among the sects of the entire ancient domain of the 8 Desolates. If memory serves correctly, today is the day of a Yi family's clan meeting. The ambitions of Yi Tiange and his son are notorious. They will undoubtedly attempt to strip me of my position as the young clan leader. However, I am eager to witness whether they possess the capability and qualifications to do so. Yihan inhaled deeply, his gaze profound, as if it could devour everything in its path. Now that he had become the master of this body, those who had once humiliated him in the Yi family would certainly pay a price. Chapter 2. Family Meeting. In the ancient yet flourishing Flame City, great families and sects abound. The Yi family stands as one of the 4 prominent clans, holding a pivotal position. In the northwest of Flame City, an imposing estate, the Yi residence, towers majestically this moment. The skies above royal with dark storm clouds, casting a shadow over the estate. Occasionally, a brilliant flash of lightning cleaves the heavens, accompanied by thunderous roars. Today marks the Yi family's clan meeting. Countless disciples converge towards the expansive and grand Jade Stone Plaza at the heart of the estate. Before long, this vast plaza is filled with thousands of Yi family disciples, creating a magnificent spectacle. Amidst the crowd, Yihan donned a clean, simple green robe that made him stand out remarkably. He was tall and straight, his features carved with precision, exuding an extraordinary presence. Particularly striking were his deep, bright eyes, reminiscent of the starry night sky, possessing a maturity beyond his years. Even knowing that the youth before them had fallen to a state of waste, many young women from the clan still cast glances of admiration towards him. However, this naturally stirred feelings of jealousy and disdain among certain male disciples of the clan. What good is good looks? He is nothing but a useless wretch. After this family meeting, He will surely be dismissed, scoffed a young man with a dismissive gaze. Ah, a year ago, Yi Han was the pride of the entire Yin city, favored by the elders of the Yunhai sect. Now, he is truly a far cry from that, remarked another youth in gray robes. With an ironic tone, his expression mocking. Who told him to be so arrogant before? Now he has fallen from the clouds into the mud. He deserves it. Just a discarded waste from the Yunhai sect, bringing shame to our Yi family. What a pretentious so-called prodigy ba. Surrounding disciples chattered among themselves, their faces displaying a gloating expression as they looked at Yi Han. Yi Han remained indifferent, having long seen through the coldness of human nature. He was no stranger to such derision. Yet, he reminisced about the time when he nearly became a disciple of the Yunhai sect, during which every clan member treated him with utmost respect and flattery. Now, witnessing the irony of it all, he felt a deep sense of mockery. Look, Yi Qingge is coming. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out from an unknown source. Instantly, the crowd's attention shifted from Yi Han to the figure approaching from the opposite direction, but a path opened in the throng, revealing a youth with a face like a jade crown, clad in azure robes, striding forward with an air of grace, drawing the gaze of all as if he were the moon surrounded by stars, inciting a wave of astonishment. It is said that Yi Qingge broke through to the Spirit Sea realm last month in the entirety of Yin City. Few peers can compare. With Yi Tiange's talent, he will surely be accepted as a disciple by the Yunhai sect, destined to become a dragon soaring through the heavens. In contrast, Yi Han can only be likened to a snake crawling in the mud, one in the sky, the other in the depths. Almost all eyes within the Yi clan were filled with admiration and respect, all because Yi Qingge was simply too remarkable. At that moment, Yi Han clenched his fists tightly, a trace of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Everything that rightfully belonged to him had been taken away by Yi Qingge through the most despicable means. What does it matter if he possesses superior spiritual veins? He is still beneath my feet. Yi Qingge, amidst the crowd, spotted Yi Han's figure and regarded him with scorn, as if gazing down at an inconspicuous ant, utterly dismissive. A worthless wretch, how dare he compare himself? Before long, an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by 3 other elders, ascended to the highest stone platform in the square, looking down upon the assembly. At the forefront stood an elderly man with a head of white hair, wielding a scepter, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He was Yi Bailey, the clan's grand elder, a powerful figure who had reached the spirit soul realm. In addition to these elders, a robust, stern-looking middle-aged man stood like an iron tower at one side, emanating a powerful spiritual energy, second only to the grand elder. This man was Yi Tianba, the father of Yi Qingge. Silence. Yi Bailey's imposing gaze swept across the assembly, his voice resonating like thunder, imbued with an aura of authority. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, so quiet that the fall of a pin could be heard. Today's family meeting is convened to announce 2 significant matters, Yi Bailey declared. His murky eyes suddenly fixed upon Yi Han, who stood among the throng. Within his stare lay an abyss of indifference. The first matter, effective immediately, Yi Han's position as the young patriarch is hereby revoked. After deliberation with several elders, it has been resolved that the future young patriarch of the Yi family shall be Yi Qingge. His tone was stern and devoid of compassion. The announcement elicited little reaction from the gathered disciples, as many had already anticipated this outcome. Yi Han, maintaining a stoic expression, exhibited no emotional turmoil at the loss of his title. As a revered alchemist, how could he covet such a trivial position? It was utterly ludicrous. Yet, Yi Bailey's piercing gaze returned to Yi Han, his voice as frigid as ice. Yi Han, you have been reduced to a mere shell of your former self. Your spiritual veins are now of no use. For the future of the Yi family, it has been decided, in conjunction with several elders, that your superior spiritual veins shall be extracted and grafted onto Yi Qingge. What say you? Upon hearing these words, Yi Han could no longer suppress a laugh. He had underestimated the depths of the Yi family's shamelessness, demanding my spiritual veins. On what grounds? Yi Han retorted with a cold smirk, astonished that the Yi family not only sought to strip him of his title, but also aimed to rob him of his very essence. To be deprived of his spiritual veins posed a grave risk to his life. Yet the Yi family, in pursuit of their so-called future, showed utter disregard for his safety. A profound chill enveloped Yi Han's heart. That moment, Yi Tianba glared fiercely and exclaimed, "On what grounds?" "Simply because our Yi family has nurtured you for over a decade, expending countless resources. Yi Han, even a wild dog knows the value of gratitude. This is your sole opportunity to atone. Before Yi Han could respond, the second elder stepped forward, his tone earnest. Yi Han, should you consent to relinquish your spiritual veins, the family will not treat you unjustly. You will be rewarded with a property to ensure a comfortable existence for the rest of your days. However, before the second elder could finish, Yi Han's gaze turned crimson, and he roared like a feral beast. Silence. Second elder, do you not recall when you were trapped in the inferno? It was my father, despite sustaining grave injuries, who rescued you. And now, you conspire with them to seize my spiritual veins. Every word uttered by Yi Han was steeped in anguish. The second elder shook his head, falling into silence. Yet, several elders exchanged furtive glances, their resolve already firm. Even if Yi Han resisted, they were determined to forcibly extract his spiritual veins. For once Yi Tiange possessed those veins, his potential would be boundless, perhaps even leading to his direct acceptance by the Yunhai sect. This was a matter of paramount significance for the entire Yi family. Yi Han, the interests of the family supersede all else. I hope you can comprehend this. The eldest elder maintained his expression of indifference. Ha ha ha. To seize my spiritual veins while disregarding the peril to my life. What a heartless and opportunistic Yi family. Yi Han could not contain his laughter, his gaze icy as he turned towards the distant Yi Tiange, pointing accusingly. Why, Yi Tiange? Come down here. Do you not desire the spiritual veins within me? I shall grant you the opportunity. If you can defeat me, I will willingly sever this spiritual vein and even hand it over to you personally. Hiss. Yi Han dares to challenge Yi Tiange. Is he out of his mind? At that moment, the plaza filled with thousands of disciples widened their eyes in astonishment, igniting a wave of uproar. Chapter 3. Shocking the entire clan. Did I hear that correctly? This waste wishes to challenge Yi Tiange, and he audaciously demands Tiange to come down? What audacity! At this moment, the entire plaza erupted in disbelief, with countless clan members expressing their shock. However, their gazes were predominantly laced with mockery and derision. Yi Tiange is, after all, the true dragon of the Yi family. As for Yi Han, he is but a worthless fool, merely a jester. Even a few elders were taken aback by this statement, perplexed as to whether Yi Han had truly lost his sanity. Does he genuinely believe he remains the prodigy of Ur? One of the clan's younger members couldn't help but taunt. Now, with Yi Tiange having ascended to the Spirit Sea realm, defeating Yi Han would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Yi Han's inability to harness spiritual power was a well-known fact among his kin. Yet, he audaciously dared to challenge Yi Tiange? Was he teetering on the brink of self-destruction? The crowd lifted their gazes toward the youth standing aloft, radiant like the moon in its full glory. They were eager to see if Yi Tiange would accept the challenge. However, the Yi Tiange's face bore no discernible expression at that moment. His eyes glimmered with a mixture of amusement and disdain. He now resembled the brilliant moon high above, while Yi Han was akin to a mere grain of rice on the ground. How could he possibly compete for brilliance? Yi Han, you are truly laughable. How dare you challenge my elder brother? I fear it would sully his hands. Suddenly, a scornful laugh rang out. Boom! A surge of crimson spiritual energy rushed forth, and a youth clad in white landed in the arena. The stone slabs beneath his feet flickered with hints of flame. This slender youth, in his early 20s, towered over Yi Han by half a head, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Tiange. However, a dark scar marred his left cheek, casting an eerie shadow over his countenance. The crowd gasped and recoiled, forming a large circle around the two. Yi Tianwu. The startled whispers echoed around them. This white-clad youth was Yi Tiange's half-brother, Yi Tianwu. Yi Han merely cast a fleeting glance and immediately sensed the aura emanating from Yi Tianwu, the 7th level of the spiritual spring realm. Yi Han, if you are willing to voluntarily relinquish your spiritual vein, I might spare your life. Otherwise, in the arena, where fists and feet are blind, even if I were to inadvertently take your life, the clan would not hold me accountable. Yi Tianwu let out a cold laugh. Yi Han naturally discerned the menacing undertone in the words spoken. However, he responded with an air of indifference, remarking, "What are you, exactly?" Humph. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Boom. Yi Tianwu's entire body trembled as a torrent of scorching spiritual energy surged forth, causing the floor beneath him to crack with a sharp sound. Fire Spirit Fist. He concentrated his spiritual power into his fists, generating 2 spirals of flame that struck outward with tremendous force. Boom. 2 waves of searing wind rushed toward him, yet Yi Han's figure, akin to a specter, effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Whoosh. The flames spiraled into emptiness, as Yi Han's form suddenly darted away, leaving a trail of afterimages on the stone platform. In an instant, he appeared at Yi Tianwu's left side, moving with such swiftness that Yu Tianwu had no time to react. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, as that figure moved so quickly that it seemed to leave behind mere phantoms. Yihan swiftly lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Yi Tianwu's abdomen. The force of the blow resonated with a thunderous impact, echoing in the ears of all present. Yi Tianwu's eyes widened in terror, resembling copper bells, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed forward like a rag doll. With a resounding thud, his head struck the ground, shattering the floor beneath him, scattering crimson teeth in every direction. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What did you just say? Yihan, with an air of cold indifference, strolled over and, without a moment's hesitation, crushed down upon Yiwu's spine with a fierce stomp. Crack. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air, abruptly snapping the onlookers from their stupor, sending a shiver down their spines. Yi Tianwu had been utterly incapacitated. He was, after all, at the 7th level of the spiritual spring realm. Was that youth still the discarded waste that had fallen from grace? Everyone swallowed hard, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld Yi Tianwu, resembling a lifeless dog beneath Yihan's foot. They gazed at Yihan as if he were a dragon lurking in the depths of an abyss, suddenly revealing his might. How dare a mere 7th-level spiritual spring realm practitioner raise a ruckus against me? What audacity fuels your courage? Yihan let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, shattering the floor beneath him. Hiss. Is this the 9th level of the spirit spring realm? The pupils of the Grand Elder Yi Bailey and several other elders constricted in sheer astonishment. At this moment, Yi Tiange's expression also changed dramatically, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. Yi Tiange clenched his fists, his face contorted in a fierce grimace. Yihan was afflicted by the enigmatic and malevolent cold poison, a venom that is virtually insurmountable. Even the Grand Elder and others were rendered powerless against it. Yet, Yihan has not only overcome this affliction, but his cultivation has surged astonishingly. Ascending to the 9th layer of the spiritual spring realm, does this imply that Yihan surpasses Yu Tiange in prodigious talent? In the square, the disciples of the Yi family collectively gasped, utterly astounded. It is noteworthy that Yihan is several years younger than Yi Tiange, at their respective ages. Yi Tiange pales in comparison to Yihan's extraordinary prowess. At just 17, he has attained the 9th layer of the spiritual spring realm. How has his cultivation been restored? Yi Tianba furrowed his brow, his expression shrouded in darkness. Yi Tiange, are you perplexed? You have indeed cast upon me the chilling poison of the Xianyin. Yet why does it seem to have lost its potency? Yihan cast a cold glance at Yi Tiange, deliberately raising his voice. Wow, this statement detonated like a bomb, causing an even greater uproar among the clan. Could it be that Yihan's cultivation was utterly destroyed by the malevolent Xianyin poison unleashed by Yi Tiange? How utterly despicable! The surrounding murmurs were piercingly loud. Yi Tiange clenched his teeth, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and replied solemnly, Yihan, do not slander without evidence. The two faced each other with palpable tension, as if swords were drawn. Enough. This meeting must conclude here. Just as the confrontation intensified, the authoritative voice of the Grand Elder resounded. He regarded Yihan with a hint of admiration and continued, Yihan, your restoration of cultivation is indeed a joyous occasion. However, the accusation that Yi Tiange administered the Xianyin poison cannot be hastily concluded. From now on, you should serve the clan. Let us consider the prior incident regarding the deprivation of your spiritual veins as if it had never occurred. Yihan felt an overwhelming sense of irony. When he lacked cultivation, the Yi family disregarded his safety in their attempts to strip him of his spiritual veins. Now that he was perceived to possess value, they presented an entirely different fade. Such chillingly cold familial interests. The Grand Elder merely regarded him as a pawn. Furthermore, it was evident to him that the Grand Elder was deliberately shielding Yi Tiange. The second Elder stepped forward, casting a condescending gaze upon those below, and proclaimed, All right. There is another matter to announce today. This concerns the imminent opening of the Martial Tower in 3 days. At last, the Martial Tower is set to be unveiled. It is rumored that within its confines lies the entirety of the Yi family's martial arts, an invaluable treasure. Instantly, countless disciples' eyes gleamed with fervor, igniting a heated discussion. Before long, the meeting concluded. At that moment, Yi Tiange approached slowly, brushing past Yihan, a chilling voice echoing in Yihan's ear, in 3 days. Within the Martial Tower, you, Yihan, shall undoubtedly become my stepping stone. Yihan turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, and declared, Who serves as another stepping stone remains to be seen. Chapter 4. The celestial Dan body, the conclusion of the family meeting, did not quell the turmoil. Instead, it ignited fervent discussions throughout the entire Yi clan, creating a cacophony of voices. Han once fell from grace, enduring the scornful gazes and mockery of his entire clan. Yet now, he has returned, not only restoring his cultivation but also ascending to the 9th level of the spiritual spring realm. This revelation struck like a resounding slap across the faces of all members of the Ye family, leaving a stinging sensation. Achieving the 9th level at the tender age of 17 is a talent that can only be described as monstrous. Countless individuals speculate that Han's return will inevitably lead to a fierce rivalry with Ye Tiange. Some clan members assert that with such exceptional talent, Han's rise is unstoppable. However, others contend that Ye Tiange, having received the full support of the clan's resources, has now reached the spiritual sea realm, showcasing extraordinary abilities of his own. To surpass him within a short span of time seems an arduous task for Han. In the meantime, a significant event has shifted the attention of all clan members: the opening of the Martial Tower. This tower embodies the profound legacy of the Ye family, said to conceal numerous texts of spiritual techniques that countless clan members yearn to access. However, the Martial Tower has long been sealed, accessible only to those who have rendered remarkable contributions. This time, however, all clan members will have the opportunity to enter and select spiritual techniques. After the meeting, Han returned to the small, dilapidated courtyard in the backyard. The yard was overgrown with weeds, a testament to neglect, exuding an air of decay and desolation. As a gentle breeze wafted through, the shadows of the parasol trees danced gracefully. Before a modest hut, a black cauldron hovered in midair before Han. With a subtle movement of his fingertips, a strand of searing flame leapt forth like a fiery serpent, enveloping the cauldron in a fiery embrace. In no time, the aromatic scent of herbs wafted from within the cauldron. At that moment, Han was wholly engrossed in refining a pill, possessing the expertise of a master alchemist from his previous life, rendering the process second nature to him. His hands deftly controlled the flames, each motion fluid and seamless. Even the most skilled alchemists in the vast ancient realm would likely find themselves humbled and filled with admiration upon witnessing such craftsmanship. Eventually, the flames gradually extinguished, and with a resounding thud, the cauldron landed on the ground. Han approached, opening the furnace, and a surge of steaming heat enveloped him. With 2 fingers, he extracted a crimson elixir from the cauldron. This pill was known as the Immaculate Pill. Why does it lack the intricate patterns? Han let out a soft exclamation, seemingly unsatisfied. As a master alchemist of the highest caliber, even in his previous life, the mere act of concocting a single elixir would invariably result in the emergence of intricate pill patterns and various extraordinary phenomena. However, this time, the creation of the pure pill astonishingly lacked any such markings. It appears that the issue lies with the flame. This particular fire is merely of the first rank, vastly inferior to the chaotic flame I once commanded. Han sighed in resignation, reminiscing about the chaotic divine fire he once possessed in his previous life. A flame of imperial quality. The classification of medicinal flames begins at 1 and extends to 9 grades, beyond which lie the royal, esteemed, and sacred flames. However, the pinnacle of all is the imperial flame, also known as the Emperor's Fire, across the vast expanse of the Zhongqiong continent. The number of alchemists wielding such an imperial flame is exceedingly scarce. Regrettably, that very chaotic divine fire was stripped away by the Emperor of Danwu. Nevertheless, despite the absence of the Danwen, this pure Dan would suffice, albeit barely. Han shook his head helplessly. His current physique was too frail, and the potent effects of strong medicinal pills would instead yield adverse reactions. This pure Dan, classified as a second-grade medicine, was capable of cleansing the bones and expelling impurities from within, thereby forging a more robust foundation. After a moment of contemplation, he seated himself upon the ground and tossed the pure Dan into his mouth as if it were a mere mung bean. With a soft hiss, the medicinal pill entered his body, instantly transforming into a torrent of searing energy that permeated his limbs and bones. This force washed through his being like a clear spring, purging the filth and residual toxins within, as waves of black sludge expelled from his skin, releasing a foul odor. Half an hour later, Han gradually opened his eyes. Having cleansed himself of the black impurities, he stretched his arms, and to his astonishment, his bones cracked and popped like bursting beans, feeling remarkably unburdened in the process. It was an unparalleled sensation of comfort. At this moment, Yihan felt as though every pore of his being was inhaling the ethereal energy of the universe, even experiencing a significant acceleration in his cultivation speed. At this rate, it would not be long before he surpassed Yu Tiange. However, to surpass the Emperor of Danwu, he still had an insurmountable distance to cover. 5 centuries had passed, and the strength and alchemical skills of that old dog had only become more formidable. To exceed him would undoubtedly prove to be a daunting challenge. Yihan sensed the power within him, lost in contemplation as he murmured to himself. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that within this body resided a superior spiritual vein. The so-called spiritual vein is a miraculous root of energy born within the cultivator, endowing them with extraordinary capabilities. It is said that those who possess a spiritual vein exhibit enhanced talent for cultivation and are granted the unique abilities bestowed by the vein itself. Spiritual veins are categorized from 1 to 9 ranks, with those above 9 being classified as imperial, sacred, or divine. Only spiritual veins of rank 4 and above are considered superior. Throughout the century in Yin City, the number of prodigies possessing a superior spiritual vein can be counted on one's fingers. I wonder what rank of spiritual vein lies within me? Yihan was immediately filled with curiosity. He resolved to meticulously investigate the secrets of this corporeal form. Thus, he gently closed his eyes and allowed his soul's essence to permeate his body. As expected, he discovered a pitch-black vortex near his dantian. This dark whirlpool emanated a mysterious and formidable energy. What could this be? Yihan's pupils suddenly constricted, followed by a look of confusion. This did not seem to be a spiritual vein, did it? Just as he pondered this, a black vortex unexpectedly began to expand, ultimately consuming his entire dantian. Yihan's expression changed dramatically as the black vortex continued to swell, devouring his soul's essence. With a thunderous roar, he felt as though the vortex tore apart, transforming within him into a realm of darkness. An ancient cosmos gradually took shape within his being, resembling the universe itself, with myriad stars twinkling in the vast expanse. Yihan's soul stood amidst the pitch-black expanse of the starry void, resembling a mere grain of sand in an endless ocean, exceedingly insignificant. Despite having been a Dan sage in his previous life and having witnessed myriad realms, he was momentarily taken aback, his countenance shifting dramatically at this sight. Suddenly, a memory surfaced within him. His gaze flickered with intensity as he murmured, "I recall the old dog of Danwu mentioning that there exist 3 supreme Dan bodies in this world. Aside from my chaos Dan body, there is another known as the celestial Dan body. It is said that within this Dan body, a world Dan furnace capable of devouring the dantian is born. Could it be?" Yihan's eyes widened in astonishment, and an inkling of understanding began to dawn upon him. It turned out that what lay concealed within this body was not a superior spiritual vein. Instead, he harbored the celestial Dan body, the pinnacle of the 3 great Dan bodies. It is said that the remarkable strength of the celestial Dan body lies in its ability to transform the dantian into a vast cosmos. However, this is not a genuine universe, but rather a Dan furnace. Given sufficient time, once the Dan body reaches its full potential, it may even forge divine pills that surpass the imperial grade within itself. While ordinary individuals require a Dan furnace to concoct pills, the world within Yihan serves as the furnace itself, capable of producing the legendary divine pills. Haha, is this fate's design? You, the old dog of martial arts, should prepare yourself, for I now possess the true means to contend with you. Rest assured, the day will come when I will bring you down from your pedestal and trample you beneath my feet, leaving you in eternal despair. Yihan's gaze ignited with the flames of vengeance as he clenched his fists tightly. Although he had lost the Chaos Dan body, he had obtained an even more formidable Celestial Dan body. Chapter 5, The Golden Roar of the Heavenly Lion. Yihan was enveloped in ecstasy, for he had not anticipated that, by a twist of fate, he would become the master of the Celestial Dan body. In the vast universe, there exists an array of extraordinary physiques, among which 3 types of Dan bodies have long since vanished from existence: the primordial Dan body, the apothecary god Dan body, and the celestial Dan body. The celestial Dan body stands at the pinnacle of these 3. It is said that an alchemist possessing this physique can not only enhance their alchemical skills with astonishing speed and efficacy, but the quality and potency of the elixirs they concoct far surpass those of ordinary alchemists. The creation of Dan patterns, or even Dan clouds from the elixirs, becomes a mere trifle. Such is the marvel of the Dan body. However, the profound mysteries of the celestial Dan body require Yihan further time for contemplation. In just 2 days, the Yi family will inaugurate the Martial Tower, and undoubtedly, Tiange will devise various schemes to confront him. After a moment, Yihan gradually regained his composure, and his gaze flickered with a subtle, fierce glint. It was not that he feared Tiange, but rather, he could not be certain of the underhanded tactics this fellow might employ. Therefore, he must strive to break through to the spirit sea realm before the opening of the martial tower to enhance his odds. In his previous life, as a dance sage, elevating his own strength was a simple endeavor. To achieve a breakthrough within 2 days, he merely needed to concoct a third-grade elixir, the Spirit Profound Dan. While the Spirit Profound Dan is not an exceptionally rare elixir, it remains uncertain whether he can gather the necessary herbs in the diminutive realm of Flame City. Yihan furrowed his brow, troubled by his predicament. After all, the herbs required for concocting the Spirit Profound pill were rather obscure. Within the entirety of Flame City, the only place to procure these materials was the Tianyin market, under the dominion of the city lord's mansion. However, with nightfall upon him, he could only await the morrow to venture to the market, hoping to gather the necessary ingredients. With this thought, Yihan exhaled a sigh of resignation and resumed his meditation. As the night deepened, a full moon ascended high into the sky. In the dilapidated courtyard, a figure sat with eyes tightly shut, legs crossed in meditation. He breathed rhythmically, drawing an energy as if in a celestial cycle, with spiritual power converging towards his dantian. Upon closer inspection, one could observe his dantian resembling a starry abyss, filled with vibrant celestial lights, akin to a magnificent cosmos. As the spiritual energy flowed into his limbs and bones, Yihan's aura gradually grew more potent. The following day dawned with a blazing sun. The scorching rays cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Flame City in a haze of heat. Within the city, the willows hung low, their branches drooping, appearing lethargic and listless. Yihan prepared a horse-drawn carriage and set off early to the Tianyin Fang market in search of medicinal herbs. Located in the heart of Flame City, Tianyin Fang market stands as the most bustling area of the entire city. It serves as a hub for the trading of various goods, such as herbs, martial arts techniques, and weapons. Thus, the market is perpetually alive with the sounds of bustling carts and a constant flow of people. Clatter, clatter, a carriage rushed forth. "Ah, young master, we have arrived at Tianyin Fang market." A servant slightly bowed, and Yihan generously rewarded him with a pouch of spirit stones before alighting from the carriage. Is this truly Tianyin Fang market? Yihan gazed ahead, slightly taken aback, for the Tianyin market was far more prosperous than he had anticipated. The streets were lined with stalls, stretching endlessly in both directions. A steady stream of pedestrians flowed through, their voices mingling in a cacophony of shouts and haggling. "Here they come. Spirit gathering pills are on sale, just 500 spirit stones each. Second-grade spirit technique, mountain split fist, available for a mere 800 spirit stones. Don't miss out. Second-grade spirit weapon, the heavenly profound spirit sword, capable of slicing through iron like mud, only 700 spirit stones." As Yihan entered the market, he observed vendors bellowing at the top of their lungs, spittle flying. Although the Tianyin market was rather rudimentary, it offered a dazzling array of goods, catering to every conceivable need. Yihan cast a cursory glance over the stalls and could not help but express his delight. Perhaps he could indeed gather all 17 medicinal herbs here. Thus, he meandered from one stall to another, his gaze searching intently. Before long, he stumbled upon the first herb he required. How much for this stew herb? Yihan delicately placed a purple medicinal herb in the palm of his hand, first observing its appearance before gently inhaling its fragrance. The elderly vendor cast a sidelong glance at Yihan, and upon noticing his youth, revealed a wide grin, showcasing his yellowed teeth. This stew herb boasts an impressive medicinal age of 500 years, with a rich aroma and freshness, its medicinal properties impeccably preserved. Priced at 800 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Yihan shook his head and replied, "The quality of your dew herb is indeed commendable, with its medicinal efficacy retained at no less than 80%. However, its age surely does not exceed 300 years. Such keen insight. It seems I have encountered an expert," the old man remarked, his expression tinged with surprise. For he had not anticipated that someone so young could discern the age of the herb at a glance. The ability to evaluate the age of medicinal materials merely by scent is a skill not commonly possessed by ordinary alchemists. "For 100 spirit stones," he finally stated. Yihan promptly extended 4 fingers and spoke in a deep-voiced deal, given that the other party was an expert. The elder had no choice but to agree with a smile. Thus, the first medicinal herb, the condensation grass, was successfully secured. After departing from the stall, Yihan made his way to a designated area specializing in the sale of medicinal materials. This section was a veritable treasure trove of herbs, with each precious specimen exuding a radiant aura and a rich fragrance. As his gaze wandered, he noticed numerous alchemists nearby, diligently selecting spiritual herbs. In this bustling area, Yihan acquired several ingredients necessary for concocting the spirit mysterious pill, including the thick earth mushroom, vitality fruit, and purple orchid leaf grass, among others. However, the last two elusive ingredients, the bone-washing flower and the greenwood turtle vine, remained conspicuously absent. These particular herbs were indeed rare. Just as Yihan was searching for these final precious materials, his attention was suddenly captivated by an item displayed at a nearby stall. There lay a segment of beast bone, radiating a mystical light and as white as jade. A throng of onlookers had gathered, equally intrigued by this remarkable bone. Ladies and gentlemen, to hunt down a late-stage celestial Xian lion in the spirit sea realm, my family has incurred considerable losses in elite personnel. This fragment of beast bone undoubtedly harbors a spiritual technique of the celestial Xian lion, declared a burly man in a deep voice. A gasp echoed through the crowd. A celestial Xian lion of the spirit sea realm. The spiritual technique contained within this beast bone must be of at least the 5th or even 6th rank. An air of excitement swept through the spectators, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Yihan also halted his steps, filled with enthusiasm. In this world, the bones of spirit beasts possess a certain probability of giving rise to spiritual techniques, whose power is by no means inferior to that of the spiritual techniques held by various clans or sections. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the spirit beast, the greater the level of the spiritual techniques it can produce. Yihan discerned at a glance that the beast bone concealed a spiritual beast technique far beyond the ordinary martial arts. I offer 1,000 spirit stones. An elderly man with white hair declared in a voice tinged with age. The Lin family offers 1,200. A young man raised his hand. 1,300. 1,400. In no time, the area around the beast bone became a frenzy of bidding from various factions. 2,000. At this moment, Yihan also raised his hand, instantly drawing the focused attention of all present. However, 2,000 spirit stones constituted a considerable sum. Although the Yi family had nearly severed his cultivation resources during his fall from grace, Yihan had secretly amassed a significant number of spirit stones during his earlier years of prominence, thus he was not lacking in funds. After a brief silence, no one made a higher bid. Ultimately, the beast bone fell into Yihan's possession. What spiritual techniques might it contain? After acquiring the beast bone, Yihan sought a secluded spot, eager to unveil its secrets. With a hum, the spiritual energy from his fingertip pierced through the beast bone, and at once, symbols of light erupted forth, a radiant beam shooting from within. In an instant, that light penetrated Yihan's brow, transforming into countless profound characters in his mind. A roar echoed, heavenly lion shattering gold roar. An ancient lion's roar resonated, and golden characters materialized in his consciousness. Remarkably, this was a 7th grade spiritual technique. Yihan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of elation. Moreover, this particular Tian Shui Jin Ho was an exceptionally rare sound wave-based spiritual technique. Chapter 6, Alchemist Guild. It turned out to be a 7th-tier spiritual technique. Yihan sensed the information concealed within his mind, and an involuntary look of astonishment crossed his face. This particular spiritual technique, known as the Heavenly Lion's Shattering Golden Roar, was not only classified as a 7th grade technique but was also an exceedingly rare sound wave type skill. Therefore, in terms of value, it could very well rival that of an 8th grade technique. In the realm of spiritual arts, techniques are initially categorized from grades 1 to 9, with those above grade 9 being classified as profound arts, celestial arts, Tao palace arts, divine abilities, supreme arts, and so forth. It is noteworthy that even within the Yi family, a 7th grade spiritual technique is considered a rare and superior skill. The worth of this 7th grade technique is estimated to be at least around 8,000 spirit stones. I have truly struck a remarkable fortune. Yihan gently caressed the beast bone in his palm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, although he was a master alchemist of the highest caliber, he had been consumed by an obsession with alchemy for the brief span of 20 years, neglecting the cultivation of martial arts. Consequently, aside from an overwhelming abundance of medicinal formulas and alchemical techniques, his memories contain not even a single substantial spiritual technique. In this lifetime, however, he had come to fully comprehend the paramount significance of possessing formidable strength. He aspired not only to ascend to the rank of the alchemic deity, but also to surpass the formidable emperor of alchemy and martial arts. With this in mind, Yihan cheerfully placed the beast bone into his spatial pouch and continued his quest for the remaining herbal ingredients. Unbeknownst to him, several hours slipped by. The crafting of the third-tier medicinal pill, the Spirit Profound Pill, required a total of 17 distinct herbs, and after this prolonged search, he had successfully located 15 of them. Yet, the elusive bone-washing grass and the greenwood tortoise vine remained conspicuously absent. These two herbs were relatively rare and treasured. However, perseverance bore fruit. After a patient search, Yihan finally discovered the 16th ingredient, the bone-washing grass. Not far away, in a secluded corner, stood a dilapidated stall, and there, surprisingly, lay the precious bone-washing grass. Displayed in such an unassuming spot, the vendor of the herbs was a gaunt old man, dressed in tattered clothing, who appeared to be a second-tier alchemist. Upon a mere glance, Yihan discerned the identity of the disheveled elder. The elder exuded the unmistakable fragrance of medicinal herbs, a scent born from years of alchemical practice, with the most potent aroma being that of the Tianxin pill, a renowned second-tier high-grade elixir. In other words, this unkempt elder was undoubtedly a second-tier high-grade alchemist at the very least. Yihan strode forward with confidence and inquired politely, "What is the price of this bone-washing herb?" The disheveled old man stretched lazily and yawned before responding with a smile. "Young man, one who requires the bone-washing herb must surely be a refined alchemist of considerable stature. You are likely aware of the rarity of this herb. Apart from my establishment, you will find no other for sale at any trading post." His words were clearly intended to convey that the price of this bone-washing herb would be quite substantial. "Well then," Yihan replied, "I am more than capable of affording it." Yihan was quite straightforward and did not wish to squander time haggling. "For 1,000 top-grade spirit stones," declared the disheveled old man, extending 3 fingers. "For 1,000? Upon hearing this, Yihan furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat displeased. This price was evidently a bit excessive. However, the difficulty in locating this particular bone-washing herb was considerable. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "Very well, I shall purchase it." Yet, just as the two were in the midst of their transaction, a fragrant breeze wafted in from behind Yihan. "Found it. The bone-washing herb." A girl clad in red, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, approached. This maiden possessed a radiant beauty, with skin so flawless it seemed delicate to the touch. Her exquisitely shaped face was enchanting, and her figure was slender, with a waist as graceful as a willow, standing tall and alluring. Though she had yet to fully mature, it was evident that she was a budding beauty. "Hey, old man, I want that bone-washing herb. Hurry and quote a price." The girl casually pointed at the herb. Unfortunately for her, this young man had already secured the herb first. The scruffy elder gestured towards Yihan, indicating him. "Him?" The girl in red cast a glance at Yihan, her demeanor reeking of arrogance, akin to a proud peacock. "Isn't the bone-washing herb still on the stall? I'll offer 5 times his price." The old man looked at Yihan apologetically, his hand hesitating between delivering the herb and retracting it. Seeing the red-clad girl's unreasonable behavior, Yihan's expression darkened, and with a cold tone he replied, "First come, first served. Since I have already purchased this bone-washing herb, you should seek another vendor." Unexpectedly, Yihan's words seemed to infuriate the girl in red. She furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, "Who do you think you are to lecture me? Do you not know that my master is Master Zhuge of the Alchemist Guild?" "What? Master Zhuge?" The old man's eyes suddenly lit up as he scrutinized the girl closely, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that you are the most outstanding young alchemist in the entire Flame City, Lucine Anne?" The girl in red appeared quite pleased with this recognition, proudly nodding her head. Lucine Anne, disciple of Master Zhuge, a third-tier high-level alchemist of the Alchemist Guild, had already ascended to the rank of second-tier alchemist at merely 16 years of age. Even ordinary cultivators at the Spirit Sea stage would likely refrain from offending her. Yet, despite being merely a second-tier alchemist, her temperament was notably formidable. Yihan appeared nonchalant, his tone unperturbed. "What audacity!" Lucine Anne, seething with rage, managed a sardonic smile. A 16-year-old second-tier alchemist certainly possessed talent that could be deemed extraordinary. Yet, in Yihan's eyes, this achievement was merely met with an indifferent remark. To him, a 16-year-old second-tier alchemist was utterly unremarkable. After all, at the age of 16, he had already ascended to the rank of Dan Emperor, causing quite a stir in the realm. "Old man, I shall offer 7 times the price. Sell me the bone-washing herb." for a narrow-minded individual. Purchasing such a precious herb is nothing short of wasteful. Lu Qingtan refused to back down, raising the stakes once more. Alas, the scruffy old man appeared somewhat troubled. Very well, I will exchange it for a scroll containing a third-tier formula. Will you accept the trade or not? Yihan retrieved an ancient scroll from his sleeve and handed it over. The elder hastily unfurled the scroll, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. It's settled then, a deal? Are you out of your mind? This third-grade elixir formula must have been stolen. Lu Qing bit down on her silver teeth, furious as she stamped her foot. This is a precious third-grade formula. The value of 100 cleansing bone herbs cannot compare to that of a third-grade formula. What does it have to do with you? Yihan tucked away the bone-cleansing herb, not forgetting to provoke Lu Qing and with a parting remark. In his previous life as the sage of alchemy, he was never in one of formulas. Very well, just you wait. Lu Qingtan, exasperated, turned and left in a huff. Elder, I am in need of a medicinal herb known as the azure wood turtle vine. Do you possess it? Yihan cast his gaze once again towards the stall owner, seizing the opportunity to inquire. Qingmuguating? That is indeed a rare herb of the 4th rank, throughout the entirety of Flame City. It is likely that only the Alchemist Guild possesses it. The scruffy old man, fearing that Yihan might reconsider and retract his offer for the 3rd-grade alchemical formula, hastily gathered his stall and vanished without a trace. The Alchemist Guild. In the memories of this corporeal form, Yihan has come to understand the information regarding the Alchemist Guild. Among all the esteemed organizations in Flame City, it is neither the prominent families nor the city lord's mansion that holds the highest renown, but rather the Alchemist Guild. Only those with exceptional talent as alchemists are deemed worthy of joining this illustrious guild. Previously, Lu Qingyan, who was a disciple of Master Zhuge, held a position of considerable prestige within the Alchemist Guild. Even the city lord of Flame City must show utmost respect towards the alchemists of this esteemed guild. Yihan pondered for a moment. For the sake of the last medicinal herb, he reluctantly decided to make the journey. However, he fervently hoped not to encounter the previously rude and arrogant Lu Qingtan again, for such an encounter would likely lead to unforeseen complications. Chapter 7. Master Zhuge in Yin City, at the Alchemy Square. This Jadestone Plaza served as a dedicated arena for the disciples of the Alchemist Guild to practice their craft. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fiery flames surged and roiled within the alchemical furnaces, unleashing waves of intense heat that radiated outward. In this expansive square, hundreds of alchemists were fervently concocting elixirs, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers who marveled at the spectacle. The entire plaza was soon suffused with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Bang! Occasionally, the sound of exploding alchemical furnaces echoed through the air, as some soot-covered disciples fled from the flames, only to be sternly reprimanded by the elders. Today, besides the disciples of the Alchemist Guild, countless warriors and alchemists from across Yin City had gathered here. At the center of the alchemical arena, a vast throng of thousands formed a massive circle, tightly packed, creating a truly magnificent sight. They appeared to be observing something with great interest, their discussions lively and incessant. In the heart of the circle stood a 3-meter-high black stone platform. Upon it stood a white-haired elder clad in a black robe, his demeanor stern and unsmiling, his face lined with wrinkles. Before him rested a vermilion alchemical furnace adorned with a divine bird motif. This elder was none other than Master Zhuge, an esteemed elder of the Alchemist Guild. Heard it? Master Zhuge is publicly demonstrating alchemy for the first time. We shall be treated to a feast for the eyes. An onlooker exclaimed in admiration. Witnessing Master Zhuge's legendary alchemical skills in such a public display is indeed a rare fortune. It is said that Master Zhuge has been a 3rd-tier alchemist for many years and is but a step away from becoming a 4th-tier alchemist. In the entirety of Yin City, no one can rival him apart from the guild leader. If we could glean even a fraction of his profound alchemical techniques, it would be immensely beneficial. The crowd echoed in agreement. Master Zhuge's renown is unparalleled as a 3rd-tier high-ranking alchemist across Yin City. His alchemical prowess is undoubtedly among the top 3. His disciple, Lu Qingyan, is remarkable as well, having achieved the status of a 2nd-tier alchemist at the tender age of 17. Given time, surpassing the guild leader may not be beyond her reach. Everyone's gaze turned to a woman in red standing beside Master Zhuge, like a proud peacock amidst a constellation of stars. She had become one of the focal points of the gathering. Is that really Master Zhuge? Amidst the crowd, Yihan found himself present, though he could not recall when he had arrived. He fixed his gaze upon the master and disciple standing on the stone platform, a subtle smile gracing his lips. eager to witness the prowess of the foremost alchemist in Yen City. He hoped that Master Zhuge would not disappoint him. As time passed, the throng gathered in the square swelled, with people brimming with enthusiasm, their eyes alight with anticipation to behold Master Zhuge's grandeur. Among them were several alchemists who had come specifically to pay homage and learn, seeking to glean insights from Master Zhuge's alchemical practices. Qingtan, retrieve the herbs. Master Zhuge stated with a stern expression, devoid of levity. Yes, Master. Lu Qingtan nodded, and with a graceful flick of her delicate hand. An array of over 100 herbs, each radiating various ethereal glows and exuding delightful fragrances, cascaded onto the stone platform before her. Third-tier elixir, Yinling pill. Yihan cast a cursory glance over the medicinal herbs on the stone platform and immediately discerned the elixir that Master Zhuge intended to concoct. With a flourish, Master Zhuge summoned flames in his palm, which danced like serpents. The mastery of his fire control was nothing short of extraordinary, eliciting gasps of admiration from the onlookers like a tidal wave. However, Yihan furrowed his brow, seemingly disappointed. The technique exhibited a certain coarseness. With deliberate precision, Master Zhuge enveloped the herbs in spiritual energy and gently lowered them into the cauldron. The cauldron then levitated, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual force that mingled with the flames, extracting the essence of the elixir. At that moment, Master Zhuge appeared utterly absorbed in the alchemical process. Isolated from the outside world, his hands executed a whirlwind of alchemical maneuvers, a spectacle that left the audience in awe. Suddenly, the flames surged dramatically, propelling the cauldron skyward as it absorbed the ambient spiritual energy. The cauldron spun incessantly, while Master Zhuge's spirit intertwined with the elixir. It was nothing short of miraculous. His alchemical prowess had reached an impressive level, befitting a third-tier alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. The crowd erupted in praise, captivated by the brilliance of his craft, which was utterly beyond description. After several hours, the cauldron descended, having successfully produced the flame spirit pill. Yet, the audience remained enthralled by the masterful display of alchemy, still yearning for more. As the lid of the cauldron opened, a wave of intense spiritual energy radiated outward, revealing a perfectly round crimson pill that floated gracefully. This was a third-tier advanced elixir, the flame spirit pill. The crowd erupted in fervor, their astonishment lingering for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Just as calm descended upon the assembly, a sudden voice pierced the air, claiming that the fire control had its shortcomings, the spiritual power was not yet fully mastered, and the alchemical technique was somewhat rudimentary. Otherwise, this flame spirit pill could have been adorned with intricate pill patterns, a lamentable oversight. Who dares to speak so boldly? Startled, the crowd began to search for the source of the voice. This remark had not only reached the ears of the gathered spectators, but was also clearly heard by the formidable Master Zhuge himself. Young one, what did you just say? Master Zhuge's gaze fixed on Yihan, his tone laced with hostility. Yihan entered the circle with a measured pace, instantly drawing the attention of numerous gazes upon him. Is it truly him? Beside him, Lu Qingtan caught sight of Yihan's visage, and was immediately filled with indignation, her silver teeth clenched in frustration. Yihan slightly cupped his hands towards Master Zhuge, speaking candidly. Although Master Zhuge has successfully concocted the third-grade elixir, the flame spirit pill, his fire control technique is lacking, and his alchemical methods are rather rudimentary, with insufficient mastery over spiritual power. Hiss. Who is this young man? How dare he critique Master Zhuge's alchemical skills? Instantly, a wave of uproar swept through the crowd, as the other alchemists expressed their indignation. Master Zhuge's alchemical prowess is so remarkable, yet he is subjected to such evaluations from this youth. To claim his methods are somewhat crude and his control over spiritual power inadequate is utterly intolerable. These remarks were akin to a stone cast into still waters, stirring a tempest of anger among countless alchemists. Is he not Yihan, the once great prodigy of Flame City, now fallen into disgrace? So it is him. Hearing the clamor around him, Master Zhuge's gaze revealed a hint of disdain. It turned out that the one daring to point fingers at him was merely a worthless waste. What audacity for a stray dog to presume to comment on my esteemed master. Lu Qingtan, with her piercing phoenix eyes, glared fiercely, exclaiming, does any Tom, Dick, or Harry now feel entitled to criticize a third-grade senior alchemist? Yihan appeared to speak with deliberate intent, his gaze flashing with a fleeting brilliance as he solemnly proposed. If you doubt my words, shall I engage in a contest with Master Zhuge? He continued, however, should I emerge victorious, I shall require a single item. Gasps of disbelief spread through the crowd below. Did I hear that correctly? He dares to challenge Master Zhuge? The vast square erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The audacity of today's youth was truly remarkable. Master Zhuge was not only esteemed for his virtues but was also among the elite alchemists of the entire Yin city. To presume to engage him in a contest of alchemy was an act of profound arrogance, as noted by an elderly man with a thunderous voice. Who could not suppress his derision? Merely a clown seeking attention. Who does not recognize Master Zhuge's unparalleled skill in alchemy? This lad likely has yet to fully mature and dares to challenge him, sneered a strikingly beautiful woman, curling her lip in disdain. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Who was Master Zhuge? A distinguished third-tier alchemist, revered in Yin City. How could one even think to compare themselves to my esteemed mentor? Even Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback, a look of disdain crossing her face. She had not anticipated Yihan's audacity in wishing to compete with her master in the art of alchemy. It was akin to a firefly vying for brilliance against the full moon, utterly incomparable. Moreover, she regarded Yihan with a scornful glance. Noting that he was of a similar age to herself, endowed with a natural affinity for alchemy, Lu Qin possessed exceptional talent. Yet, even at 17, she was merely an intermediate second-tier alchemist. Despite her extraordinary gifts, she would not dare claim she could ascend to the ranks of a third-tier alchemist within 5 years. There was no way this youth could surpass her, let alone stand against her master in the craft of alchemy. Unperturbed by the murmurs of disbelief around him, Yihan regarded the third-tier alchemist as utterly insignificant. Even in this lifetime, transcending the boundaries of a third-tier alchemist would be an effortless feat for him. You dare to insult me, young man? Master Zhuge's temper flared, his white brows arching in indignation. To be challenged by a junior was, in his eyes, an intolerable affront. Yihan subtly shook his head, realizing why Lu Qin exhibited such arrogance. She was undoubtedly cut from the same cloth as her master. However, at that moment, he felt no anger. Instead, he retrieved a scroll from his spatial pouch and, with a faint smile, proposed, "Very well, I happen to possess a third-grade elixir formula, which I shall wager. Should you emerge victorious, this formula will be yours. Conversely, if fortune favors me and I prevail, I would request a specific herb. The Qingmu turtle vine." How does that sound? In his previous life as a master alchemist, he had accumulated a vast collection of formulas within his soul sea. Thus, a mere third-grade formula was easily at his disposal. While this formula held little value for Yihan, it was a rare treasure for Master Zhuge. As Master Zhuge immersed his spirit in the formula, he initially harbored doubts, yet soon his murky gaze sparked with brilliance, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Very well. I shall indulge you in a friendly contest. However, to give you a fair chance, you may choose the elixir for this competition. Let us go with the Jiao Yuan Dan." Yihan fixed his gaze upon Master Zhuge and inquired about the Jiao Yuan Dan. Master Zhuge immediately furrowed his brow, a wave of perplexity washing over him. The Jiao Yuan Dan was not only a high-tier third-grade elixir, but also a concoction of considerable complexity. Even he possessed merely a 60% assurance of success. Master Zhuge could not fathom why Yihan would opt for such a challenging potion. Nevertheless, he nodded in acquiescence, stating, "Very well, let us compete with the Jiao Yuan Dan." After uttering these words, Master Zhuge instructed Lu Qin to fetch 2 sets of herbs, preparing to commence the alchemical process. At that moment, Yihan turned to the onlookers, casting a sweeping glance before asking, "Is there anyone who could lend me a third-grade alchemical flame?" "What did you just say? Borrow an alchemical flame? Haha, this is utterly hilarious. This lad doesn't even possess a flame, and yet pretends to concoct a third-grade elixir. If being an alchemist were so simple, I would have long since become an alchemical sovereign." Truly a display of folly. The surrounding crowd was initially taken aback, only to be soon engulfed by a tide of scornful laughter. Who had ever heard of an alchemist lacking even a flame? Yihan found himself in quite a predicament, for he possessed only a single first-grade alchemical flame. "Elder Kanglan, might I trouble you to lend him your third-grade flame, the fiery lion?" Master Zhuge remarked with a stern expression, though inwardly he was filled with derision. However, he secretly reveled in the unfolding situation, pondering whether the lad had lost his senses by voluntarily presenting him with a third-grade recipe. Such a treasure presented on a silver platter was not to be dismissed lightly. "Young man, do exercise caution. This fiery lion flame is exceedingly fierce, and you must not allow it to scorch you." Elder Kanglan's tone dripped with sarcasm. A true third-grade alchemist would never lack even a third-grade flame. With that, a brown flame descended into the alchemical furnace. Upon acquiring the flame, the two stood side by side, commencing the crafting of the 9 yuan pill. The mastery of Master Zhuge's alchemical skills was undeniable. with a flick of his sleeve. He sent the medicinal herbs into the furnace while the flame surged, enveloping the cauldron in a fervent blaze, his soul energy pouring in, exuding the aura of a true alchemical master. This refining process was swift and efficient. Before long, he had extracted a batch of herbs and proceeded to the next. The onlookers around them gasped in awe, their eyes wide with anticipation, afraid to miss a moment. Clang. Meanwhile, Yihan casually tossed all the herbs into the furnace in one go. To everyone's astonishment, the raging flames completely engulfed the cauldron, igniting a violent inferno. Look at what that lad is doing. Haha, this is no alchemy. Is he attempting to stew the herbs instead? If he manages to concoct the 9 yuan pill, I shall eat a pound of excrement. Laughter and mockery echoed around, as Yihan's reckless act of indiscriminately stuffing the herbs into the furnace, followed by a frenzied inferno, was nothing short of ridiculous. What a waste, ruining such precious materials. Elder Kanglin could no longer contain his anger, fuming with indignation. What kind of alchemy is this? Crafting the 9 yuan pill requires extracting in 3 batches, with slow and meticulous refinement. A misstep could lead to the cauldron exploding. Yihan's crude methods and the ferocity of the flames would certainly obliterate the medicinal properties. Did he truly believe that an alchemist simply boiled ingredients? Lu Qingtan watched with a sardonic smile, inwardly concluding that this lad was indeed a novice of little merit. Despite the continuous jeers from the crowd, Yihan remained steadfast, maintaining the fierce blaze of the furnace, undistracted by the ridicule surrounding him. For he was employing a unique alchemical technique inherent to the celestial Dan body. This technique was known as the dragon's breath of fire. The flames roared like a dragon, with the cauldron encased within akin to a precious pearl. Only with an exquisite mastery of soul energy could one achieve such a feat within the scorching furnace. The vast spirit was simultaneously extracting 3 batches of medicinal essence. As time passed gradually, for hours slipped away. Suddenly, Master Zhuge waved his sleeve, and with a resounding clang, the flames extinguished, and the lid of the furnace fell upon the stone platform. He was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, for the creation of this Jiyuan Dan had demanded an immense effort. I have succeeded, declared Master Zhuge, his demeanor calm and composed as he lifted the lid of the furnace. With a hum, a surge of spiritual light erupted, releasing a fragrant aroma, as a smooth, brown pill floated upward. Master Zhuge's alchemical skills had truly reached an extraordinary zenith, his fire mastery impeccable. Meanwhile, that young lad was still simmering his medicinal materials. While marveling at Master Zhuge's prowess, all eyes turned to Yihan, filled with derisive laughter. Master Zhuge wore a stern expression, remaining silent. There was no way he could produce the Jiyuan Dan. Undoubtedly, the ingredients in his furnace had long since turned to ashes. Before long, Yihan finally lifted his eyelids and calmly proclaimed, "My Jiyuan Dan is also complete." With a series of resounding thuds, the furnace trembled violently, as if a powerful energy surged forth from within. Roaring, a voice reminiscent of an ancient dragon echoed, and flames coalesced into a fire dragon. Within the dragon's maw, the glowing furnace hovered. This scene resembled a fire dragon spitting pearls. It seemed that a potent wave of medicinal energy emanated from the dragon's mouth. Impossible. Master Zhuge's expression shifted. Employing such a technique to refine pills could never yield a successful outcome. However, with a clang, the lid of the furnace flew open, bursting forth with blinding radiance as a pill slowly emerged from the dragon's mouth. In the next instant, every pair of eyes widened in shock. Heavens, the pill patterns. Chapter 9. Guidance that is a pill pattern. My goodness, I am fortunate enough to witness the birth of a pill adorned with its intricate patterns. This exclamation caused Master Zhuge and the others to fix their gaze intently upon the Jiyuan Dan suspended before Yihan. Instantly, the square fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in awe, not daring to even breathe. Upon the smooth surface of the pill, distinct scarlet patterns emerged, shrouded in a mystical glow. Pill patterns? It was indeed pill patterns. Yihan not only succeeded in concocting the 9 yuan pill, but also astonishingly infused it with a rare alchemical pattern. The existence of such a pattern is utterly inconceivable. Master Zhuge's eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his fists tightly. It is widely acknowledged that a spirit pill adorned with an alchemical pattern is worth 100 times that of an ordinary spirit pill. A pill with such markings is exceedingly rare, and even after crafting 1,000 pills, one might not achieve the creation of a single one possessing an alchemical pattern. Although Master Zhuge has lived for over a century, he has never once successfully forged a pill that bore an alchemical pattern. Yet, here stands a mere youth, effortlessly producing a spirit pill adorned with such an extraordinary feature. Master Kanglin and the esteemed elders of the Alchemist Guild were equally taken aback, rendered speechless by the revelation. As for Lu Qin, her eyes, shaped like phoenixes, brimmed with an indescribable astonishment. A third-grade 9 yuan pill, enriched with the legendary alchemical pattern. She reflected that even if granted another 20 years, she could never hope to replicate such a feat. A 17-year-old third-grade alchemist is not merely remarkable within the city of Yin. He would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the vast expanse of the 8 desolate ancient realm. Ah! How the mockery directed at him in the past now resonates as a resounding slap in the face. A gathering of myopic individuals. The entire square erupted in fervent discussion. A cacophony of voices. While third-grade alchemists are not particularly rare, a 17-year-old possessing such a title is sufficient to ignite a frenzy within the Alchemist Guild. Master Yi. I concede, Master Zhuge finally admitted, his earlier arrogance and disdain now completely vanished, replaced by profound respect. At merely 17, his alchemical prowess has already surpassed that of Master Zhuge. Such humility is commendable. Yi Han, rather than taking advantage of his position, graciously provided him with a way out. This unexpected gesture left Master Zhuge with a newfound respect and deep gratitude. Elder Kanglin, I appreciate your flame. This alchemical fire is indeed quite adept. With that, Yi Han flicked his fingers, and the ferocious blaze lion fire shot forth like a streak of divine light, piercing into Elder Kanglin's brow. You are too modest, Master Yi. Elder Kanglin replied with a respectful clasp of his hands. At that moment, he was profoundly astonished. Such a violent blaze lion fire appeared so light and docile in Yi Han's hands. Truly, a master is indeed a master. The onlookers were equally amazed to witness Elder Kanglin and Master Zhuge referring to a junior as master. It was an astonishing sight. One must remember, even the Lord of Flame City would not command such courtesy from them. Master Zhuge, allow me to present you with this 9 yuan pill. However, the esteemed Greenwood Turtlevine hopes you will fulfill your promise. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Yi Han sent the 9 yuan den into the hands of Master Zhuge. Trembling with reverence, Master Zhuge cradled the elixir as if it were a rare treasure. His lifelong pursuit had been to concoct a spirit pill capable of producing Dan patterns, and now Yi Han had achieved it. Please, do come in, he said, his previously stern demeanor giving way to a broad smile as he gestured for them to enter. Under the guidance of several elders, Yi Han stepped into the Alchemist Guild's Grand Hall. The Alchemist Guild, known as the Dan Tower, stood tall, its structure drawing the attention of numerous disciples who stealthily gathered nearby. Some perched on windowsills, while others climbed the pillars, eager to catch a glimpse inside. Have you heard? Our guild seems to have welcomed a prodigious alchemist, rumored to be even more skilled than Master Zhuge. A young girl whispered. They say the boy is only 17. About the same age as Sister Lu. Yet, her alchemical skills appear to pale in comparison. A chubby youth chimed in. Don't crowd. I see him. Oh my. He's so handsome. Several girls swooned, lost in daydreams. Enough of this ruckus. What a disgrace. A sudden, stern voice echoed from behind. It was Elder Yunlong. Instantly, over 100 disciples straightened up, lowering their heads. Stop peeking and go inside, the silver-haired elder commanded, prompting the eager crowd of young men and women to rush into the great hall, forming an orderly line. Within the Dan Tower, the air was thick with the fragrant scent of sandalwood, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and dignity. Yi Han sat in the esteemed seat, flanked by the elders of the Alchemist Guild. Typically, these elders held themselves in high regard, yet at this moment, they adorned their faces with smiles, displaying utmost respect towards Yi Han. Some disciples were left in a state of astonishment. It was their first encounter witnessing the once formidable elders showing such deference to a junior, a rare occurrence indeed. However, when confronted with a 17-year-old whose alchemical prowess surpassed that of Master Zhuge, it was no wonder that even the president of the Alchemist Guild would exhibit such reverence. Master Yi, please bear with us a moment. Elder Zhuge has gone to procure the necessary herbs for you, Elder Kanglin remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. Yi Han savored the tea slowly, nodding thoughtfully. I wonder if Master Yi could impart some wisdom on alchemy to this old man. I have been stagnating at the second-tier high-level alchemist for many years. At that moment, Elder Yunlong spoke, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. The other elders immediately brightened with anticipation, eager to hear the master's guidance as well. Very well, prepare a furnace of elixirs for us to observe. Yi Han set down his teacup and nodded in agreement. With a series of rhythmic breaths, Elder Yunlong nodded, and then took out the alchemical furnace. Proceeding to concoct a heavenly spirit pill, a creation in which he excelled, right before Yihan's eyes. Yihan observed intently until the alchemy furnace touched the ground, then pondered. Elder Yunlong possesses a profound soul power, yet his control over fire is somewhat lacking. Allow me to bestow upon you a technique for fire manipulation. With that, Yihan demonstrated the method. The ferocious flames danced within his palm with an astonishing fluidity. Remarkable, absolutely exquisite, truly a master of fire control. The assembly of elders gasped in awe, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. No wonder Master Zhuge faced defeat. Boom. Ha! I have ascended to a third-tier alchemist. A boisterous laugh echoed half an hour later. It turned out that Elder Yunlong, after Yihan's casual guidance, had remarkably broken through. The barrier he had struggled against for a decade was shattered by Yihan's mere words, allowing him to successfully advance to the rank of third-tier alchemist. Master Yi, please guide me as well. My control over soul power is insufficient. An elder exclaimed. I too wish to learn this fire manipulation technique. Master Tianke, it is improper for you to cut in. I was clearly first. The other elders, witnessing Elder Yunlong's elevation to third-tier alchemist, were equally envious. They were unwilling to miss such a golden opportunity, their faces flushed with eagerness as they clamored to have Yihan instruct them in alchemy. Leaving the disciples watching in utter astonishment, Yihan, possessing the profound heritage of the Dan sage, could effortlessly impart wisdom that would benefit these elders for a lifetime. Following Yihan's guidance, several elders experienced an epiphany akin to being doused in enlightenment. Some witnessed an enhancement in their soul power, while others refined their fire control techniques. Naturally, the observing disciples also reaped substantial benefits from this exchange. Half an hour later, Master Zhuge and Lu Qinyan entered the Grand Hall. Chapter 10. The incomplete alchemical formula. Two figures strode into the hall with remarkable presence, immediately drawing the attention of all present. The newcomers were none other than Master Zhuge and Lu Qinyan. Master Zhuge appeared somewhat troubled, clasping his fists and expressing a degree of remorse. Master Yi, he said, the final ingredient you require, known as the Qingmu turtle vine, is exceedingly rare. Our entire alchemist guild possesses but a single specimen, and thus, I lack the authority to grant it to you. However, should you insist on acquiring this herb, you may seek the approval of the guild leader. Seek the approval of the guild leader? Yihan gently set down the teacup and raised an eyebrow. Beside him, Elder Yunlong furrowed his brow and shook his head, stating that it was indeed not the right time to meet the esteemed president. He had been in seclusion for several months, and even we, the elders of the guild, could not easily gain an audience with him. The president possesses a peculiar temperament. If we were to approach him without due consideration, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Elder Tianke also nodded slightly, a look of remorse on his face as he regarded Yihan. Is there truly no other way? Yihan's expression immediately soured. The day of the Marshall Tower's opening was merely 2 days away, and he was in dire need of the final medicinal ingredient. The president's seclusion would last at least a year and a half. It was said that several months ago, the president had acquired a fragmentary 4th-grade alchemical formula. With one crucial ingredient missing from its precious scroll, the president was currently delving into research regarding the missing ingredient. Another elder pondered for a moment before solemnly inquiring, "Oh, is there such a matter?" Upon hearing this, Yihan pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps I might be able to locate the missing ingredient for your president." Restoring the 4th-grade elixir to its original form. Upon hearing these words, the other elders exchanged glances, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Although Yihan was indeed skilled in alchemy, they found it hard to believe he could accomplish what their president had failed to achieve after several months of effort. Nonetheless, having previously benefited from Yihan's teachings in alchemy, they felt a sense of obligation. Thus, Elder Zhuge and Elder Yunlong conferred and eventually nodded, saying, "Very well. Let us accompany you to meet the president. However, be forewarned, he possesses a rather peculiar temperament, so prepare yourself accordingly." Yihan nodded, his curiosity deepening. Guided by several elders, they soon rounded the Dan Tower, revealing a courtyard enveloped by a bamboo grove. The winding path led to a tranquil and ethereal atmosphere, rich in spiritual energy. However, upon entering the courtyard, they were met with a scene of utter disarray, with remnants of medicinal herbs strewn across the ground. "Get out of here," bellowed an elderly voice from within the alchemy room. Moments later, a cloud of thick, dark smoke erupted as a heap of charred herbs was hurled out. The elders exchanged awkward glances with Yihan. Yihan stood still, his gaze fixed upon the alchemy chamber, tranquil as an ancient well. The president, despite his fiery temperament, possessed a heart of gold. Elder Yunlong hastily offered an awkward explanation. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when a sudden explosion reverberated through the air, causing the alchemy chamber to tremble violently, dense smoke billowing forth. Moments later, a disheveled, bald old man emerged, his face smeared with soot, coughing violently as he shielded his face. His beard was singed, and not a single part of his robe remained unscathed. Alas, another explosion. Curse it all, we were so close to success. The president exclaimed in frustration, seizing the remnants of the herbs scattered on the ground. Unable to contain his ire, Yi Han cast a fleeting glance at the elderly man, whose exceedingly lean frame and a few tufts of hair standing upright upon his head elicited a barely suppressed chuckle. President, we have an esteemed guest, Lord Zhuge quietly reminded. Do not disturb my alchemy. All of you get out. The president, in a fit of rage, erupted with a torrent of invective. Yi Han stepped forward, gently inhaling the air around him, and nodded slightly. The scent is potent, yet possesses a refreshing fragrance. This is undoubtedly the aroma of the royal bloodgrass. Oh, and there is also the 8-star ice grass, the phoenix fire spirit fruit, and the red sand leaf. A few elders' expressions shifted, their apprehension evident as they instinctively moved closer, fearing an outburst from the president. To their surprise, the president shot a fierce glare at Elder Zhuge, then turned to Yi Han with an expression of uncontainable joy, eagerly surveying him from head to toe and inquiring, "What other medicinal herbs do you possess?" Yi Han smiled gently and then continued, "Fire spiritual root, jade skin flower, 9-tiered purple ji, and water spiritual lotus." Yi Han casually named 100 types of medicinal herbs, leaving the president utterly astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. It is important to note that even as a 4th-tier alchemist, he could not discern the herbs merely by their scent amidst a chaotic array of them. However, the subsequent statement left the president feeling as though he had been struck by a tempest of thunderous revelations. If my conjecture is accurate, this should pertain to the 4th-tier elixir recipe, the 9-transformation golden spirit pill. Yi Han was utterly convinced and solemnly remarked, "You can actually discern that this is the 9-turn golden spirit pill merely by the aroma of the medicinal herbs." The president's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to bronze bells. Even as a 4th-tier alchemist, he found such a feat unattainable. Yi Han smiled enigmatically. As the sage of alchemy, he regarded such elixirs as mere low-grade concoctions, their formulas having long been etched in his memory, allowing him to discern them effortlessly. The missing ingredient from the formula was snowbone ginseng. The president's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Han, almost wishing to pry open his mouth to extract the truth. Yi Han squinted and smiled. "Damn it, is it really snowbone ginseng? Very well, I shall give it a try. If I cannot concoct the 9-transformation golden spirit pill, you shall await the consequences." With that, the president's eyes burned with fervor as he returned to the small room to refine his elixirs. A true alchemical enthusiast, he certainly possessed an eccentric disposition. Though he could have aspired to reach the 5th rank, alas, his talent was merely mediocre. Yi Han held a rather favorable opinion of the alchemist president, who was utterly devoted to the art of potion making. However, upon hearing a particular remark, the other elders were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The president was a 4th-grade alchemist, yet Yi Han referred to him as possessing merely average talent. Could it be that Yi Han's alchemical skills surpassed those of the president? Elders Yunlong and others grew increasingly curious about whether the herbs mentioned by Yi Han could indeed be used to concoct the 9-turn golden spirit pill. As hours passed, a brilliant light erupted from the alchemy chamber, and an enchanting aroma of elixirs wafted through the air. "Ha! It worked." A voice filled with wild laughter echoed from within. Could it truly be successful? Master Zhuge and the others exchanged glances, secretly astonished. The president had spent months researching, but Yi Han, with just a cursory whiff, discerned the formula and the missing ingredients. They couldn't help but feel that Yi Han's alchemical prowess was unfathomably profound. Before long, the president generously bestowed the final herb, the greenwood turtle vine, upon Yi Han. With the last ingredient in hand, Yi Han returned to the courtyard of the Yi family, preparing to enter seclusion to refine his elixirs. He aimed to break through to the spiritual sea realm within the final 2 days. That night, the moon hung low, shrouded in darkness, and the winds howled ominously. In the depths of the Yi family residence, a grand hall is ablaze with light. Yi Tiange donned a pristine white robe, exuding an air of resolute strength between his brows, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Tomorrow marks the day of the Martial Tower's opening, a pivotal moment to seize. Should he acquire advanced spiritual techniques, he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the upcoming selection at Yu Hai Sect. Yi Tianba's palm rested firmly on the chair as he spoke with a stern tone. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, I shall render that scoundrel Yihan incapacitated. Rest assured, father. The last time the Xianyin poison failed to eliminate him was merely due to his good fortune. This time, I shall personally obliterate his dantian and ruthlessly trample him beneath my feet. Yi Tiange spoke with a tone laced with disdain, his eyes sharp as daggers. He would ensure that all his kin understood that he was the true first prodigy of the Yi family. As for Yi Han, he was merely an inconspicuous stepping stone. He was destined to be the dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Moreover, in anticipation of this occasion to unlock the martial tower, he had undoubtedly made ample preparations. Yi Tiange possessed unwavering confidence. Within the martial tower, he would ensure that Yi Han comprehended the essence of despair. Chapter 11. The unveiling of the martial tower. Unbeknownst to many, 2 fleeting days had passed. Today marked the momentous occasion for the Yi clan to unveil the martial tower. For the disciples of the Yi family, such an opportunity was indeed rare and precious, akin to a once-in-a-lifetime event. The martial tower represented the very foundation of the Yi clan, housing a treasure trove of spiritual techniques accumulated over the past century. Even the chance to acquire a single technique could significantly enhance one's prowess. Under ordinary circumstances, the clan's disciples would scarcely have the opportunity to approach the martial tower. Yet today they were granted the privilege to select spiritual techniques. At the heart of the Yi estate stood a magnificent golden iron tower, soaring majestically into the sky. At this moment, the area surrounding the tower was teeming with eager individuals. Bathed in sunlight, the entire structure radiated a resplendent glow, as if countless arcane runes flowed across its surface. Over 1,000 Yi clan disciples gathered around the martial tower, and amidst the crowd, 2 figures unmistakably captured the attention of all. Yi Han, adorned in a simple azure robe, stood amidst the crowd like a crane among chickens, exuding an extraordinary presence. Not far from him, Yi Tiange, clad in a blue robe, radiated an air of arrogance, shining like the resplendent moon in the heavens. However, at this moment, an unspoken tension lingered in the air as the 2 locked eyes, their gazes seemingly clashing, igniting an atmosphere thick with intensity. Although Yi Han had regained his cultivation, I find myself pondering whether his current prowess truly matches that of Yi Tiange. On one side of the crowd, several disciples of the Yi family observed the 2 figures on the stage with eager anticipation, engaged in lively discussion. After all, one of them had once been hailed as the foremost genius of the Yi clan, while the other now bore that title. Had it not been for his sudden inability to cultivate, Yi Han's prodigious talent would have rendered even the current Yi Tiange insignificant by comparison. Amidst the murmurs surrounding him, Yi Tiange merely smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Yi Han's somewhat slender form, where a subtle glimmer of coldness flickered in the depths of his eyes. Presently, he basked in the adoration of the Yi family, with no one capable of eclipsing his brilliance. Not even Yi Han could diminish his radiance. Once, he had the power to cast Yi Han into the depths of despair, and he could do so again. Yi Tiange's lips curled into a confident smile, his tone imbued with self-assurance. Behind him, a woman clad in red regarded him with a cold gaze, laced with a hint of disdain. She then remarked, "Surely this fellow does not believe that merely regaining his cultivation makes him my equal? Such fanciful notions. You have merely entered the initial stage of the spirit sea realm. Even if he were to devote 3 additional months to arduous training, he would still fail to catch up." This woman, known as Yi Hongling, was also a prodigy of the Yi family. It was evident that her relationship with Yi Tiange was exceptionally close, hinting at something beyond the ordinary. Talent remains talent. No matter how formidable Yi Han's abilities may be, he could never contend against a master of the spirit sea realm while still at the 9th level of the spirit spring realm. If he were to insist on engaging with the young Master Tiange, it would be tantamount to courting death. Beside Yi Hongling, a young man clad in gray robes snorted disdainfully. Observing the murmurs surrounding the martial tower, the elders present exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. However, they harbored little faith in Yi Han. After all, the chasm between the spirit spring realm and the spirit sea realm, though seemingly just a step apart, was indeed vast. Nevertheless, the question of who among them was the true scion of the Yi family would undoubtedly be revealed after today. The martial tower of the Yi family is about to be unveiled, and the fortune you may acquire will depend entirely on your ability to seize the opportunity. Yu Bailey stroked his beard, his voice resonating with authority. Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. All eyes seemed to blaze with fervent anticipation. It was rumored that within the martial tower lay a 9th-grade spiritual technique, the ancestral martial art of the Yi family. Its authenticity remained to be seen. At that moment, Yihan's gaze brightened slightly, clearly intrigued by this spiritual technique. The spiritual arts were categorized into 9 grades, and in such a remote place as Flame City, a 9th grade spiritual technique was exceedingly rare. However, there existed even higher echelons of mystical arts, Taoist techniques, and various formidable divine abilities beyond the 9th grade. Yet, it was said that only the city lord possessed such advanced mystical arts in the entirety of Flame City. Open the martial tower. The Grand Elder commanded with a powerful voice, his aged hand forcefully channeling a stream of spiritual light into the tower. In an instant, the tower trembled violently. Boom. The entire golden tower radiated brilliance, revealing ancient and intricate patterns that gradually emerged upon its surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, thousands of orbs of varying colors surged forth from the tower, spiraling around its body. Heavens! These are all spiritual techniques. The disciples could not help but become consumed by a fervent greed. Each orb concealed a spiritual technique. However, the ranks of these techniques remained uncertain, and only those with exceptionally keen perception or sheer luck could select a higher-grade spiritual art. To date, no one from the Yu family had ever managed to acquire that elusive 9th-grade technique. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all the disciples surged towards the tower, vying for the spiritual techniques. However, Yi Tiange and Yi Han remained rooted in place, their eyes scanning the orbs. They naturally sought to select the 9th-grade technique, and it was hidden among the myriad of glowing orbs. Bang! A golden light erupted, accompanied by the sound of a lioness roar, revealing a scroll. Aha! A 4th-grade technique. The frenzied lion fist. A youth in a gray robe seized the scroll, laughing uproariously, provoking envy and jealousy among the surrounding disciples. This was indeed a 4th-grade technique. Buzz. Soon after, another gray light shot forth, its energy exceedingly formidable. It was a 5th-grade technique. Countless gazes turned greedy as a gray scroll descended into Yi Hongling's hands. Why weren't those two making a move yet? Yi Hongling furrowed her brows slightly, observing Yi Han and Yi Tiange with a hint of confusion. The two of them had their eyes tightly shut, seemingly attuned to some unseen sensation. As time passed gradually, a number of disciples had already chosen their spiritual techniques. Some appeared exhilarated, while others muttered curses under their breath due to a fortune. Each individual possessed but a single opportunity to select a technique from the martial tower. At last, Yi Han and Yi Tiange seemed to sense a subtle fluctuation, simultaneously opening their eyes and gazing intently towards a corner where a golden orb of light hovered. This orb appeared unremarkable, yet both of them fixated their gaze upon it with unwavering focus. Boom! Yi Han's foot struck the ground with a forceful stomp, propelling him forward like a cheetah. Golden energy surged from his palms, infused with a heavy power, as he reached out towards the luminous orb. Securing the spiritual technique would not be an easy feat. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept toward him, laden with an icy chill. Yi Tiange was enveloped in a brilliant blue light, hurtling through the air like an ice arrow, freezing the floor beneath him inch by inch. With a resounding thud, both individuals extended their hands, channeling their profound spiritual energy toward the radiant orb. Two powerful forces collided with a thunderous impact, causing the orb to shatter and revealing a scroll within. A brilliant light erupted, reminiscent of a magnificent golden sun ascending, suspended in midair. In that moment, the members of the Yi family, including the 4 elders, felt their pupils constrict in shock and fervor. A 9th-grade spiritual technique. Chapter 12. Spiritual Sea Realm. Golden rays scattered in all directions, with a scroll faintly enveloped within, resembling a sun floating aloft. A formidable surge of spiritual energy ebbed and flowed, causing the very fabric of space to ripple like waves. This was the essence of a 9th-grade spiritual technique. Upon sensing this powerful wave, the gazes of all the disciples turned almost ravenous, akin to wolves eyeing their prey, their breaths becoming heated. No one had anticipated that both Yi Han and Yi Tiange would simultaneously discover this 9th-grade spiritual technique. It had been decades since anyone in the Yi family had practiced such a technique, and mastering it to its pinnacle could yield power rivaling that of arcane arts. The excitement in the Grand Elder's voice was palpable as he fixated on the scroll. Its power rivals that of arcane arts. Upon hearing this, the gathered clansfolk erupted into a frenzy. Arcane arts were the pinnacle of martial arts, reserved for those of the Purple Mansion realm. At this moment, all eyes were once again drawn to the 2 figures on the stage. Curious to see who would ultimately seize this coveted 9th-grade spiritual technique in this fierce contest of prowess, Yi Tiange gazed at Yi Han before him. his expression tinged with surprise. He had not anticipated that Yi Han would also uncover this arcane technique. However, a smirk imbued with malice crept upon his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Han, mockingly stating, "You would be wise to concede. This kind of spiritual art is beyond your grasp. Otherwise, the consequences will extend far beyond merely losing your cultivation." In the face of his derision, Yi Han's countenance bore no trace of anger. Instead, he extended his hand with a serene smile, replying, "You should not overestimate your capabilities. Such hubris." A flicker of fury ignited in Yi Tiange's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. An icy blue energy, imbued with a terrifying chill, enveloped his arms. In the next instant, he took a step forward, and the frigid air froze the floor inch by inch beneath him. His body surged forth like a leopard propelled by a fierce gale of cold wind. With a resounding crash, his ice-blue fist, infused with the biting cold, rapidly approached Yi Han, the spiritual energy compressing the air with an eerie creaking sound. Yi Han's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, his body merely tilting swiftly to one side. Just as Yi Tiange's fist wind approached, a burst of spiritual light erupted from his left hand. Delicate strands of pale golden spiritual energy entwined around his fingertips, resembling a sharp blade, mercilessly slashing toward Yi Tiange's wrist. The speed was so swift that it left a fleeting trace in the void. However, Yi Tiange possessed considerable skill as well. His expression shifted slightly before he swiftly transformed his punch into a palm strike, countering Yi Han with a palm of his own. Bang! The two palms collided. A burst of spiritual energy flashing forth, resonating with a deep sound that reverberated in the air. Both retreated half a step, the ground littered with shattered fragments of ice. "Did you truly believe you could compete with me in spiritual power?" Yi Tiange could not help but let out a chilling smile. He crouched down forcefully, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that enveloped his entire being. The magnitude of this energy far surpassed that of the spiritual spring realm. In an instant, as the spiritual force enveloped him, Yi Tiange's speed surged dramatically, akin to a swift arrow, his figure flickering like a fleeting shadow, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered disciples. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared before Yi Han, his fist clenched tightly as he declared, "Frost fist." Bang! 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 Yi Tiange unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike enveloped in an icy chill, akin to a whirlwind of frost, targeting Yi Han's head, feet, and abdomen with ferocious intensity. The surge of spiritual energy was overwhelming, gradually forcing Yi Han to retreat step by step. The onlookers from the Yi family were taken aback by the display of power, particularly the martial technique employed by Yi Tiange, a fifth-tier spiritual art, was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, Yi Han found himself under significant pressure, and it was evident that he could not withstand this onslaught for much longer before succumbing to defeat. To have managed to exchange so many blows with Yi Tiange while in the spiritual spring realm was, in itself, a commendable feat. Yi Hongling's lips curled into a mocking smile. Indeed, judging by the current situation, Yi Han was retreating step by step. Nearby, several clan members nodded in agreement. However, a few elders displayed a markedly different expression. With their discerning eyes, they could easily perceive that although Yi Han was withdrawing, he remained composed and appeared to be strategically retreating rather than being overwhelmed. Bang! 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 Yi Tiange's onslaught resembled a torrential downpour. However, amidst the blizzard of attacks, Yi Han stood unwavering like a steadfast blue stone. No matter how fierce or cunning the assault, he effortlessly parried each strike. As if he had discerned all of Yi Tiange's concealed tactics, Yi Han confronted his adversary with a serene demeanor, despite being merely 17. He exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior, adept at neutralizing force with force, a remarkable feat. The Grand Elder's tone was laced with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yi Han could contend with Yi Tiange, who had reached the Spirit Sea realm to such an extent. Yet what of it? This was but a momentary circumstance. After all, Tiange had entered the Spirit Sea realm, possessing a reservoir of spiritual energy far superior to that of Yi Han. As long as Tiange continued his relentless assault, once Yi Han's spiritual energy began to wane, defeat would be inevitable. Yi Tianba snorted coldly, while the other elders remained noncommittal. "Do you only know how to evade?" After a prolonged stalemate, Yi Tiange's expression finally darkened. Yi Han, with unparalleled strength, deftly countered his torrential onslaught, blocking every strike with remarkable finesse. For a moment, frustration and fury welled within him. "Surely, you do not believe that I am afraid of you. I am merely warming up." Yi Han deftly evaded, suddenly enveloping himself in spiritual energy as his dantian began to churn. Boom! In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. And within mere breaths, he shattered the bottleneck of the spirit spring realm, stepping into the spirit sea realm. What? At that moment, Yitienga's expression changed drastically. Whoosh. Before he could react, Yihan struck unexpectedly, his two fingers sharp as a finely honed dagger, entwined with a faint golden spiritual energy, piercing through the punch's wind and swiftly targeting that figure. Bang! A dull sound reverberated as the icy punch wind was dispelled, revealing a somewhat disheveled figure retreating with a kick. The robe on his shoulder had been torn, seeping with fresh blood. At this moment, a wave of intense uproar erupted around the martial tower. The spirit sea realm. All the disciples swallowed hard. It was utterly inconceivable. Just 3 days ago, this fellow was clearly still at the 9th level of the spirit spring realm. How could he possibly have advanced to the spirit sea realm so swiftly? Yi Hongling clenched her silver teeth. Even the group of elders, at this moment, exchanged stunned glances, their expressions reflecting shock. In just 3 days, Yihan had broken through once more. Yi Tiange lowered his gaze to his left shoulder, his expression dark as if water had dripped from it. He had never anticipated that within a mere 3 days, Yihan's strength would ascend to the spirit sea realm, rendering him a formidable equal. Chapter 13. The fury pill. The fluctuations of spiritual power beneath the arena caused astonishment to manifest on the faces of the Grand Elder and others. The spirit sea realm? Impossible. As he was forcefully pushed back by the overwhelming spiritual energy, Yi Tiange staggered several steps before finally regaining his footing, his countenance filled with shock. At this moment, his heart was tumultuous. It is essential to note that over the years, he had relied on the abundant resources of the Yi family, expending countless heavenly treasures just to barely step into the spirit sea realm. Yet here was Yihan, who had miraculously achieved the same feat in a mere 3 days. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Yi Tiange would never have believed that someone could break into the spirit sea realm in such a short span of time. In that instant, Yi Tiange's solitary pride seemed to shatter, its brilliance extinguished in an instant. The spirit sea realm, Yihan had also ascended to it, just 3 days prior. He had been merely at the 9th level of the spirit spring realm. This was truly terrifying. A disciple gasped in disbelief. Indeed, it appears that this contest has been imbued with uncertainty. Now that Yihan has also entered the spirit sea realm, the outcome remains to be seen. A woman nodded thoughtfully. As the astonished murmurs echoed around him, Yi Tiange's expression grew increasingly grim, turning a shade of dark iron, cold and forbidding. His palm surged with spiritual energy, enveloped in an icy aura, as if the very air around him had been thoroughly frozen. I shall not allow you to rise again. Yi Tiange, channeling his energy through his palm, brought his fingers together, instantly freezing the air around him. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as his fingertips suddenly shot towards Yihan. Boom. The chilling energy converged at his fingertips, compressed into a striking azure beam of light that hurtled forth like a fierce rainbow. However, just as the force of his strike approached, Yihan gracefully leaped. And with a resounding crash, the floor beneath him shattered under the impact of the force, subsequently freezing over with a layer of ice. Swish. The icy palm. Yi Tiange surged forward once more, a chilling smile directed at Yihansen, his palm enveloped in a sphere of azure light, radiating a ferocity that compelled one to avert their gaze. A fifth spiritual art. This ice palm was a gift from the Grand Elder to Yi Tiange. Gasps of astonishment arose from below, clearly indicating that this spiritual art was extraordinary. Spiritual arts are not exclusive to you. Yihan spread his legs wide. His fists clenched tightly, as his entire being surged with spiritual energy that bubbled forth like gas, causing the very air around him to tremble violently. Fiery sun fist. Boom. Yihan struck forward with a fierce blow from his fists, which glowed a fiery red, reminiscent of the blazing sun, igniting with intense spiritual flames. Amidst the gaze of numerous onlookers, the two figures collided. Bang! The violent surge of spiritual energy unleashed a tempest, shattering the floor beneath them as their garments fluttered in the wake of the force, their black hair swirling. The magnitude of their spiritual power was astonishingly matched. Each a formidable equal. How reckless! Yi Tiange roared inwardly, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm. He observed that Yihan's gaze held no trace of panic, but rather intensified with fury. If you wish to see me trample you before so many onlookers, would you still maintain such composure? Do you desire to place me beneath your feet? Yihan's lips slowly curled into a faint smile, sharp and cold as a blade. How could you possibly possess such qualifications? He abruptly channeled his techniques, fully awakening the residual essence of the spirit Xian elixir within his dantian. With a thunderous roar, a more formidable aura surged forth, crashing outward like a tidal wave around the arena. What? Yi Tiange suddenly raised his head, and at that moment, the surroundings erupted in a chorus of astonishment. This surge of spiritual energy was approaching the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm. A pale golden aura erupted from Yi Han's body like a rushing stream, enveloping his arms. His limbs extended like those of an ape, and a powerful wave of energy coalesced beneath his fist before he struck out. In the briefest of distances, that punch resembled a taut spear, unleashing formidable spiritual might that tore through the air. Bang! In an instant, Yi Tiange was sent reeling by the sheer force, his form unsteady amidst the violent gust of his opponent's punch, nearly toppling to the ground. Yet, even in such turmoil, his robe was shredded by the fierce winds, his hair disheveled, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Within him, his blood and energy surged tumultuously, unable to find calm. A gasp swept through the crowd once more. Two figures stood opposing each other on the stage, one with a somber countenance, the other serene as water. It was evident to all that Yi Han held the absolute advantage in this confrontation. Such a domineering force behind his punch. How had his spiritual power surged so dramatically? The Grand Elder gazed on in astonishment. Meanwhile, Yi Tianba's expression darkened like a storm cloud, seething with rage. He could scarcely fathom that the once downtrodden Yi Han would rise again, more formidable and dazzling than even Yi Tiange. This was utterly intolerable for him. Tiange, do not hold back. Yi Tianba glared fiercely and shouted. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Yi family surrounding him slightly changed their expressions. Could it be that Yi Tiange possesses some formidable hidden trump card? You have forced my hand. Yi Tiange took a deep breath, and in his palm appeared a crimson elixir. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill, and his gaze transformed, resembling that of a frenzied beast, turning a vivid shade of crimson. Boom! An even more ferocious surge of spiritual energy erupted, shattering the floor beneath him inch by inch. This formidable aura unmistakably indicated that he had entered the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm. The Fury Pill? Yi Han instantly comprehended that the crimson elixir was undoubtedly the Fury Pill. The Fury Pill is a unique concoction crafted from the tempestuous blood of ferocious beasts. Upon ingestion, it incites a transformation akin to that of a humanoid beast, resulting in a complete loss of rationality, while simultaneously causing a significant surge in power. Is this your trump card? Yi Han's gaze betrayed no hint of panic. Instead, a trace of derision graced the corners of his lips. Let us see how long you can revel in your arrogance. Yi Tiange's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, enveloped by an aura of malevolence. His palms gathered spiritual energy like a surging tide, and he declared, Ice profound art, ice ruler. Whoosh! An icy blue energy coalesced above him, forming a colossal ice ruler. My heavens, a pinnacle 6th grade spiritual technique. Sensing this fluctuation, the hearts of all disciples were filled with astonishment. Soon after, their gazes shifted to the figure clad in a blue robe, whose physique appeared somewhat slender. Can Yi Han withstand it? Boom! The icy ruler descended with a fierce and chilling force, causing the floor beneath to freeze inch by inch into solid ice. You possess a 6th grade spiritual technique. Do you not permit me to wield an even more formidable 7th grade spiritual technique? Yi Han let out a cold laugh, then suddenly inhaled deeply, as if the spiritual energy surrounding him was being drawn into his throat like a whirlpool. Following this, a lion's roar erupted forth. Roar! In that instant, all the disciples instinctively covered their ears, their eyes filled with horror. Chapter 14. Shattering the Dantian. Roar. Unleashing the heavenly lion's shattering roar. A deafening sound erupted from Yi Han's throat, transforming into a series of violent sound waves that instantly distorted the surrounding space, crashing outward like tumultuous gusts of wind. The force of that sound wave seemed intent on tearing through eardrums, compelling everyone present to cover their ears in response. What kind of spiritual technique is this? Some disciples appeared utterly astonished. The caliber of this technique was undoubtedly superior to Yi Tiange's ice blade, indicating it was at least a 7th grade spiritual art. Where could he have learned such a 7th grade technique? The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. 7th grade techniques are typically beyond the reach of ordinary clan members. Boom. The hard floor cracked under the pressure of the sound waves, fissures spreading toward Yi Tiange's feet. Following this, the violent sound waves manifested as a tangible force, causing the space to tremble violently, coalescing into a roaring lion spirit that charged forward with thunderous strides. Bang! The raging lion, imbued with the ferocity of the sound waves, obliterated the descending ice blade with ease. How is this possible? How could he possess such formidable spiritual techniques? At the moment the ice blade shattered, Yi Tiange was also thrown backward, staggering for dozens of steps in sheer shock. However, before he could regain his composure, the lion formed from the sound waves was already upon him. In that moment, Yi Tiange's gaze widened, his astonished pupils reflecting the image of the charging lion, which collided heavily against his chest amidst his expression of terror. Bang! Crack! A dull thud resonated as Yi Tiange's chest caved in, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing forcefully against the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Yihan was already poised for action. His foot stomped down decisively, his internal spiritual energy surging rapidly, as golden light enveloped his legs, resembling a fierce leopard in swift motion. Before Yi Tiange could hit the ground, Yihan closed the distance in an instant, a ghostly voice emanating. You resorted to despicable means to cripple my Dantian. Did you ever consider this day would come? Boom. With his palm enveloped in golden spiritual energy, Yihan unleashed a ferocious punch, roaring as he struck heavily at the Dantian in the abdomen. The impact resounded, a devastating blow that tore through the Dantian with overwhelming force, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream that echoed around the martial tower. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the figure clad in blue finally crashed heavily onto the ground. The sound reverberated, stirring up dust as the stone slab beneath him shattered into fragments. A spray of vital blood shot into the air, staining the floor crimson. In that moment, all the clansmen stood in stunned silence, their eyes glazed as they beheld Yihan's figure. The scene was utterly shocking. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yi Tiange curled up in agony, clutching his abdomen and struggling painfully, reduced to a pitiful state. The once mighty spiritual energy within his Dantian seemed to drain away like a funnel, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. You are so ruthless, how dare you cripple my Dantian? Yi Tiange's complexion was as pale as paper, and he roared like a madman, his eyes brimming with venomous resentment. Stripped of his cultivation, he was nothing but a mere shell of a man. How utterly ridiculous. Do you even have the audacity to utter the words malicious? It was you who, with your insidious methods, sealed my Dantian with the profounding poison, a treachery far more sinister. Today, I merely return to you everything you bestowed upon me, unchanged and intact. To spare your wretched life is an act of immense mercy. Yihan's tone was exceptionally calm, yet his gaze shimmered with a frigid intensity. However, to destroy his Dantian was an act far more brutal than taking his life. Though Yi Tiange was consumed by rage, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The once derided waste, whom he had scorned, now looked down upon him with an air of superiority. Yihan, how dare you harm my son? I shall utterly ruin you, you wretched spawn. At that moment, a voice of fury erupted, reverberating through the air. Boom. A terrifying aura of spiritual power surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Yihan within its grasp. Yihan hastily retreated several steps, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupting from within to shield his entire being. At that moment, a sinister visage emerged, as Yi Tiange's spiritual power surged violently, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Deep yellow spiritual energy coiled and descended around his arms, emanating a profound and heavy resonance. Mid-stage of the spirit soul realm? Yihan's expression instantly grew grave under the oppressive force of the formidable spiritual might, sensing that the situation was dire. Humph! Yi Tiange let out a cold snort. His feet firmly planted on the ground as flames surged around him. Within the magnificent inferno, a radiant figure emerged, blindingly bright. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a sun, but a fiery phoenix ablaze with flames. Ah, the essence of the flame spirit eagle. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him, eyes wide with either shock or fervor. To enter the realm of spiritual essence, one must harness the essence of beast for cultivation. The stronger the essence of the beast, the greater the power bestowed upon the cultivator. Yi Tiange's essence, in particular, was at least that of a 7th-tier beast. With this essence at his disposal, even against the Grand Elder, he would not find himself at a disadvantage. Stop! Just as Yihan pondered his escape, a deep, aged voice resonated, rich with formidable spiritual power. The sound swept through the air, forcefully repelling the surrounding pressure of spiritual energy, extinguishing the flames in an instant, rendering them non-existent. An ancient figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Yihan was somewhat taken aback, for the assailant was none other than the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, do you intend to shield this little wretch? He has crippled my son, and I shall surely flay him alive. Yi Tiange glared fiercely at the Grand Elder, his voice strained and laced with venomous resentment. The son he had painstakingly nurtured was now utterly ruined by Yihan. He harbored an intense desire to see Yihan meet a gruesome fate. Yet, the Grand Elder appeared impervious to his rage, sternly asserting that one could not blame others for one's own inadequacies. Yihan possessed extraordinary martial talents, and he represented the future of the entire Yi clan. A dragon of our lineage, and the very capital for the Yi family of Yin City to reclaim their rightful place among the Yi clan's ancestral lineage. If you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me. The Grand Elder was indifferent to the fates of Yihan or Yi Tiange. His sole concern lay with the interests of the clan. He would align himself with whoever could bring immense benefits to the family. The remarkable potential Yihan had recently displayed was sufficient for him to go to any lengths to ensure his protection. Yihan observed the father and son duo, an involuntary cold smile creeping across his heart. The retribution had arrived with remarkable swiftness. In this moment, they too should be experiencing the very sensation he once endured. The countenance of Yi Tianba was as dark as if it could drip water, with the Great Elder's protection, even if he exerted all his strength. It would be difficult for him to gain any advantage. I shall never concede so easily. Weighing his options, Yi Tianba withdrew his spiritual energy, and the flame spirit eagle above his head shattered into radiant fragments that merged into his being. With a gaze sharp as a blade, he turned his attention to Yihan, assisting Yi Tiange to his feet, and the father and son departed from the martial tower. Buzz. At that moment, amidst a myriad of covetous gazes, a ninth-grade spiritual technique gradually descended into Yihan's hand. Chapter 15. Dragon Absorption Technique Surrounded by Envious Eyes. A weathered scroll floated down from the skies, landing in Yihan's grasp. Simultaneously, his spirit delved into the scroll through his palm, and a torrent of profound information surged into his mind, manifesting as intricate characters. Dragon Absorption Technique. As these characters slowly emerged, Yihan's spirit jolted, his eyes brimming with astonishment. This was indeed a ninth-grade spiritual technique. However, it was unlike any ordinary spiritual technique. It was not an offensive technique, but rather one of assistance. To cultivate the dragon absorption technique, one must first establish a vortex of spiritual energy within, beginning with 100 channels. Once the vortex of spiritual energy is condensed within, it can absorb the natural spiritual energy of the world in vast quantities, akin to a true dragon drawing from the ocean, resulting in a remarkable surge in cultivation for a brief period. Nevertheless, this surge in cultivation is entirely different from the effects of consuming a fury pill, as it bears no side effects whatsoever. Furthermore, upon reaching the pinnacle of this technique, one could even cultivate up to 1,000,000 vortices of spiritual energy. Upon attaining such a state, the augmentation to one's cultivation would be unfathomable, potentially elevating several major realms in a short span. The value of this spiritual technique likely far exceeds that of a mere ninth-grade technique, standing in a league of its own, incomparable to typical offensive techniques. Yihan grasped the scroll as if it were a precious treasure, for this particular spiritual technique resonated deeply with his inclinations. Moreover, such auxiliary spiritual techniques were exceedingly rare, often existing only in theory. After a brief moment, his consciousness withdrew from the scroll, and he joyfully secured it within his cosmic bag. Not far away, the Grand Elder approached, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. They could hardly fathom that the once downtrodden Yihan would rise again, astonishing the entire clan. Simultaneously, a sense of shame washed over them, reflecting on the cold-hearted actions they had taken in the past. Yihan, our family has wronged you, and I hope you can set aside old grievances. The Yu family shall strive to make amends. From this day forth, you may freely access all our cultivation resources, including entry to the martial tower. Moreover, you shall continue to hold the position of our clan's young patriarch. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's declaration, envy flared in the eyes of the surrounding Yi clan disciples, their faces etched with admiration. The martial tower, a forbidden place, was now open to Yihan at his whim. Although Yihan felt some resentment dissipate upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, he remained ungrateful. He had little interest in the title of young patriarch, however. Given his current limited prowess, he recognized the necessity of abundant resources during this crucial period of foundational cultivation. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement, observing Yihan's assent. The Grand Elder felt a wave of relief and continued, "Furthermore, I have dispatched individuals to inquire about news regarding your father." "My father?" Yihan could not help but furrow his brow as a gentle and kind visage emerged in his mind. In his memories, this father of his had treated him exceptionally well, not only admonishing him sternly to diligently practice, but also frequently engaging in martial arts sparring with him. The mere thought of that familiar face filled Yihan's heart with an inexplicable warmth. However, since the day his dantian was rendered useless. His father had inexplicably vanished from the Yi family. If you can strengthen the Yi family, your father will surely take great comfort in that, the second elder spoke earnestly. As time drew near, the martial tower was to be closed. Several elders exchanged glances before unleashing a stream of spiritual energy into the tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the luminous orbs were once again drawn back into the treasure tower, returning it to its original state. In a short while, all the disciples departed from the martial tower. Some appeared to have returned with great fortunes, their faces alight with joy. Of course, a few disciples seemed to have had less favorable luck, their selections of spiritual techniques being rather mediocre, leaving them in a less jubilant mood. Nonetheless, this rare opportunity to open the martial tower had yielded some returns for everyone. Once the tower was closed, Yihan made his way back to his secluded courtyard. Although the Yi family had arranged for him to reside in a more comfortable abode, he remained fond of this tranquil retreat. In the serene courtyard, Yihan stood beside a stone pool, holding a scroll as he perused its scriptures. He occasionally furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, as this scroll contained the dragon absorption technique. After a considerable time, he finally exhaled a breath of turbid air and murmured to himself. It seems the cultivation of this dragon absorption technique is no small feat. Gathering the vortex of spiritual energy within my body appears to be quite challenging. And to absorb and consolidate that energy like a true dragon is even more difficult. Though this technique was highly coveted, its cultivation was no simple task. Even Yihan did not possess absolute confidence in mastering it within a brief period. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Yihan first loosened his muscles and bones before finding a clean stone to sit upon. He focused his energy in his dantian, exhaling like a dragon. As the spiritual energy within him revolved, opening the vortex, breathing in and out like rivers converging into the sea. With that, he closed his eyes. Swish. Streams of pale golden spiritual energy entwined and flowed around his body as Yihan began his practice, adhering to the teachings of the scroll. The spiritual energy within him circulated, surging through his limbs and bones. An hour passed, then two. Unbeknownst to him, several hours slipped by, and Yihan felt no change within his body, let alone the formation of a vortex of spiritual energy. However, just as he was about to give up, the pale golden energy within his dantian suddenly surged with fervor. In that boiling energy, he sensed its potency rapidly intensifying. Moreover, his body seemed to emanate an astonishing gravitational force at that moment, voraciously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Oh, Yihan increasingly felt the marvel of the situation. As the spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, a profound sense of comfort rippled through his limbs and bones. However, he remained cautious. This spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately being incessantly compressed within the dantian. In a hazy vision, it seemed as though a black point of light was forming within the dantian. Gradually, the black radiance expanded, transforming into a vortex the size of a thumb. A vortex of spiritual energy. Yihan's heart trembled, for the voracious speed at which the vortex absorbed energy was undeniably overwhelming. A formidable force erupted from within him, ruthlessly siphoning the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gathering it into the swirling vortex of spiritual power. Yihan could also sense that his aura was steadily increasing in a remarkably short span of time. Yet it was still insufficient. He needed to cultivate 100 vortices of spiritual energy to barely grasp the fundamentals. Yihan did not indulge in self-satisfaction. Instead, he grew increasingly serious and focused. He immersed himself in his cultivation, and before he realized it, 3 days had passed. On the third day, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by a powerful wave of spiritual energy that surged outward, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. This formidable aura indicated that he had momentarily stepped into the mid-phase of the spirit sea realm. Had he succeeded? Yihan opened his eyes, filled with extraordinary delight. At this moment, his aura had indeed ascended to the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm. In fact, his spiritual power was even more robust than that of Yi Tiange, who had forcefully elevated himself to the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm through the use of the Fury Pill. However, the dragon absorption technique, after all, was merely a supportive spiritual art, capable of temporarily enhancing his cultivation, but its duration was regrettably brief. Yihan murmured to himself. However, upon reflection, the ability to elevate one's realm in a brief span was indeed sufficient. Young clan leader, this is not good. Just as Yihan was concluding his practice, a frantic servant rushed into the courtyard. Chapter 16. Lu Ming, young clan leader, this is not good. Not far away, a dark figure leaped forward with the agility of a monkey, landing gracefully before Yi Han and kneeling. Yi Han slowly withdrew his palms, his energy settling in his dantian. As the surging spiritual power around him gradually calmed. What is the matter? He exhaled a breath of turbid air, leisurely opened his eyes, and cast a detached glance at the guard. The Lu family has caused a disturbance in the Tianyang mountain range mine, controlled by our Yi family. The black-robed guard hurriedly clasped his hands, his expression frantic. The Lu family? Upon hearing this, Yi Han's countenance turned icy. As two of the four prominent families in Yin City, the enmity between the Lu and Yi families was not a recent affair. The root of this animosity lay in the contention over a spiritual mine. The Tianyang mountain range, situated at the junction of the territories of the Lu and Yi families, is vast and resource-rich, and a few years ago, an exceptionally abundant spiritual mine was discovered, leading to fierce competition between the two families. Over the years, victories and defeats have been shared, yet the matter remained unresolved. Eventually, the mining area was divided into northern and southern sections, with the Yi family controlling the northern part and the Lu family the southern. Now, the Lu family has audaciously entered the mine under Yi family control, clearly harboring ambitions to unify both sections for their own gain. One cannot help but acknowledge the Lu family's grand aspirations, although the Yi family has once shown me indifference. This spiritual mine is not something the Lu family can lay claim to. Let us go and see for ourselves. Yi Han's voice resonated with a chilling intensity as he swiftly made his way to the Tianyang mountain range's mining area alongside the guards. Yin City, nestled in the northern expanse of the Tianyang mountain range, is characterized by its undulating peaks and a landscape painted in shades of crimson, reminiscent of a fiery inferno. The heat here is suffocating, with the stones beneath one's feet radiating warmth, while the air is saturated with a potent essence of fire attributed to the geothermal fire vein hidden beneath the mountains. This tumultuous energy, after years of accumulation and compression, has crystallized into a rich vein of, or beneath the Earth's surface. The spiritual ore is not only a vital resource for cultivation but also serves as a medium of exchange among warriors. Those who can seize control of the mining vein will undoubtedly secure a prominent position in Yin City. In the northern part of the mining area, two factions stand opposed, seemingly on the brink of a significant confrontation. Due to the oppressive heat, vegetation is nearly non-existent, leaving only bare rock formations. Lu Ming, what are you intending to do? Yi Ling clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he glared at the group before him. On a nearby rock, a dozen figures clad in white robes stood in an imposing manner, looking down upon Yi Ling and his comrades from the Yi family. A sinister smile curled upon their lips, led by a handsome youth in a white robe. Despite his youth, he exuded a powerful aura, having already stepped into the threshold of the half-spirit sea realm. This young man was Lu Ming, the scion of the Lu family. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Lu Ming radiated a chilling aura akin to that of a venomous serpent. He sneered, such an important mining area, and the Yi family sends you incompetent fools to guard it. Are you intending to hand over the northern mineral veins to my Lu family? Beside him, Yi Hongling gritted her silver teeth in indignation, retorting, You are delusional. Lu Ming, have you intruded upon the Yi family's mining territory with the intention of instigating a war between our clans? To her astonishment, Lu Ming unabashedly revealed his ambitions, responding greedily. This northern mining area is exponentially richer in resources than our Lu family's southern mines. Why should it rightfully belong to the Yi family? If my Lu family can annex this entire mining region, we will undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle among the four great families of Yin City. It became clear that the Lu family had long coveted the northern mining area under the Yi family's control. Lu Ming, who would have thought your Lu family harbors such grandiose dreams? Yi Ling remarked, incredulously. Yi Ling's countenance darkened profoundly, for he was acutely aware that the Lu family would not relent. Lu Ming had come deliberately to provoke him. With a decisive gesture, he summoned the dozens of disciples from the Yi family behind him and commanded, Engage. Boom, boom, boom. In response, the Yi family disciples unleashed their spiritual energy, creating a powerful gust that reverberated through the air. Like famished tigers pouncing on their prey, they charged towards the Lu clan. Overconfident, a trace of derision crossed Lu Ming's face as he led his followers in a daring leap from the boulder, initiating a fierce clash with the Yi family. The multitude of figures swiftly converged into a chaotic melee. Mountain-crushing fist. Yi Ling bellowed furiously, his arms heavy as mountains, enveloped by a surge of brown spiritual energy. He forcefully swung towards Lu Ming. This formidable crumbling mountain fist was a third-tier spiritual technique. How dare such a trifling third-tier technique be reckless before me? Lu Ming scoffed coldly, his entire being soon shrouded in golden spiritual energy, and with a sudden forceful slap of his palm forward, he unleashed the 8 desolation palm. Boom. This strike transformed into a substantial imprint of spiritual energy, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. With a resounding crash, this commanding blow collided violently with Yi Ling's crumbling mountain fist. However, Lu Ming's 8 desolation palm was a 5th-tier spiritual technique. Combined with his prowess at the half-step spiritual sea realm, his overwhelming palm force effortlessly shattered Yi Ling's technique, and the fierce gust of his palm struck heavily against Yi Ling's chest. Bang! Uft! Yi Ling's pupils constricted sharply, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth as he crashed heavily backward. Senior brother Yi. Yi Hongling's beautiful eyes turned crimson, and the disciples of the Yi family behind her were embroiled in a frenzied skirmish. The Lu family truly went too far. Little beauty, you are already overwhelmed. Why concern yourself with him? A voice filled with lewd mockery echoed, as a young man from the Lu family laughed in a lascivious manner. Get lost. Yi Hongling was consumed by fury, her spiritual sword slashing wildly, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. However, at that moment, several members of the Lu family encircled her, plunging her into a perilous situation fraught with danger. As for the remaining members of the Yi family, they were met with a gruesome fate, with many dead and others grievously injured. Lu Ming, the Yi family shall not let you escape unscathed. I have already dispatched messengers to the clan, and Yi Han will undoubtedly come to settle the score with you. Yi Ling clutched her chest, her expression one of anguish, her eyes tinged with red. Yi Han? Ha ha ha. Does he really think he can contend with me? Lu Ming shook his head, unable to suppress a sinister laugh. In the entire Yin city, who was unaware of Yi Han, the fallen genius? If the Yi family had dispatched Yi Tiange, perhaps Lu Ming would have held some caution. Yet with Yi Han, it was merely a path to self-destruction. Boom. At that moment, a faint golden stream of spiritual energy, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, suddenly surged forth from an unknown origin, its formidable force akin to a flash of lightning. With a resounding crash, it pierced through the body of a Lu family disciple, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. At this instant, the Lu family members swiftly became alert, scanning their surroundings. Who dares to hide and lurk? Come out. Lu Ming's expression darkened completely as he gazed at the fallen comrade. Lu Ming, you dare to cause trouble in my Yi family's mind? You possess quite the audacity. A cold scoff rang out, and a figure clad in a blue robe gradually emerged from the shadows. Chapter 17. The Might of a Single Fist Yi Han. Upon seeing the tall, slender figure in blue garments step forth behind Yi Ling, Lu Ming and his companions were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the so-called waste would have the audacity to appear here. Was this fool seeking death? A smirk crept across the lips of a Lu family disciple, unable to resist sneering. In all of Yin City, it was common knowledge that Yi Han's Dantian had been destroyed, reducing him to a mere cripple. Yet here he was, daring to come alone. Truly commendable courage. However, Lu Ming cast a glance at the deceased Lu family disciple lying on the ground, then swept his gaze around cautiously, his brow furrowed in concern. It was evident he did not believe that Yi Han was capable of slaying this disciple. What Lu Ming feared was the possibility of hidden, formidable experts from the Yi family lying in ambush nearby. This inevitably raised his guard. Young master, Yi Ling, covered in blood and filth, struggled to rise and approached, his expression overwhelming with excitement, as though he had spotted a savior. Leave this to me, he declared. Yi Han glanced at him and then hurriedly swept his gaze over the disciples of the Yi family. Dozens of them lay dead or wounded. The scene was quite tragic. Be cautious, that Lu Ming possesses formidable strength. Yi Ling nodded, retreating behind Yi Han. Not far away, among the piles of firestones, lay the gruesome remains of several disciples from the Yi family. Witnessing this, a trace of cold-blooded murderous intent flickered in Yi Han's gaze. Lu Ming stood atop a massive boulder, looking down at Yi Han with an air of superiority, then shook his head with a mocking expression, declaring, "How amusing. I thought the Yi family had summoned formidable reinforcements, yet all they brought forth is a useless wretch like you. It seems that today, this mine will fall into the hands of the Lu family without us having to lift a finger." He bore an expression of control, smiling indifferently. Beside him, two disciples of the Lu family, Lu Qi and Lu Yunhai, exchanged glances and bowed towards Lu Ming, their eyes glinting with predatory intent as they fixated on Yihan. "Young Master Lu, why should you dirty your hands with this fool? Allow us to capture this brat and humiliate him first." Lu Ming casually nodded. For someone of his caliber to deal with Yihan would be a degradation of status. A mere waste was not worthy of his effort. Boom. Suddenly, two figures, enveloped in spiritual energy, surged forth from Lu Ming's sides like two beams of blue and white light, charging towards Yihan with incredible speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. "Heh, come with us." Lu Qi grinned sinisterly, extending his hand to seize Yihan. Truly seeking death? Yihan scoffed inwardly at their audacity. With a sudden step forward, he unleashed a cyclone of spiritual energy that swirled around him, scattering the dust and debris from the ground. Then, channeling his energy into his palm, a fierce gust of wind sliced through the air with a howling sound. Boom. What? The gust was like a sharp blade, radiating an overwhelming force that instantly transformed the expressions of Lu Qi and his companion, flooding their faces with intense terror. They were compelled to shift from offense to defense, hastily conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy around themselves. However, their prowess was merely at the 6th level of the Spirit Spring realm. How could they withstand Yihan's onslaught? Bang! The ferocious gust effortlessly shattered Lu Qi's defenses and struck heavily upon the top of his head. A dull thud echoed, followed by the sickening crack of his skull fracturing. Lu Qi let out a horrifying scream, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lu Qi, Lu Yunhai, witnessing Lu Qi's demise, was thrown into a panic, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he locked eyes with Yihan in sheer terror. Yet, before he could flee, the next instant unfolded. Crack! Ah! A swift and formidable hand descended upon Lu Yunhai's head, causing his skull to snap with a chilling crack before being forcefully torn away. Yihan, with an expression devoid of emotion, held the bloodied head aloft and, with a thud, hurled it before Lu Ming, where it rolled upon the ground. A gasp escaped Lu Ming and his companions as they instinctively recoiled, their eyes widening at the sight of Lu Yunhai's gaping head and the lifeless form of Lu Qi not far off. An icy dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, leaving them shivering in terror. How could this be? Lu Ming's face was a mask of horror as he muttered to himself. Two formidable warriors of the 6th tier of the Spirit Spring realm had been effortlessly slain by Yihan in a mere exchange. Meanwhile, Yi Ling and Yi Hongling, along with other clan members, stood frozen, their expressions turning grave. It was their first encounter with Yihan's lethal decisiveness in combat, a display of unyielding ferocity devoid of hesitation. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had extinguished 2 lives without so much as a blink, his gaze imbued with a chilling glimmer as he fixed it upon Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, your clan has trespassed upon my Yi family's mining territory. For every soul lost from my family today, your Lu clan shall pay in kind." Upon hearing this, the clan members behind him fixated their eyes on Lu Ming's kin, poised to strike at Yihan's command. Regaining his composure, Lu Ming's expression darkened as he sneered, baring his teeth in a grim smile. "What a surprise. I never anticipated your Dantian to be intact. However, to think you possess the capability to kill me, Yihan, is rather presumptuous." A glimmer of arrogance shone in his eyes. Lu Ming was but a step away from the Spirit Sea realm, equipped with numerous high-tier spiritual techniques. Thus, he was resolute in his confidence to contend with a Spirit Sea expert without faltering. "Allow me the pleasure of dispatching you myself." Lu Ming's lips curled ever so slightly as he unleashed an overwhelming surge of golden spiritual energy, which erupted around him, swirling into a tempest. In an instant, Lu Ming darted forward with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Within a mere breath, he had closed the distance to Yihan. As he approached, his palm was enveloped by a torrent of blazing spiritual energy, coalescing into a blazing sun of considerable size, ascending gradually while emanating an astonishing force. Sun's annihilation. Lu Ming silently intoned within his palm, akin to the sun, struck forth. A 7th-tier spiritual technique? Sensing the onslaught of violent and searing energy, Yihan's gaze sharpened momentarily before he deftly shifted his position, slightly tilting to the side. The immense sun-like palm collided with a boulder, resulting in a resounding crash, shattering it into mere dust. Clearly, despite his bravado, Lu Ming was genuinely wary of Yihan. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed his most formidable technique at the outset. As his initial attack missed its mark, Lu Ming became enveloped in a crimson inferno, both palms revealing twin suns, charging forth like a raging bull. Die. With a fierce roar, Lu Ming's hair danced wildly as the great sun in his hand erupted with a blinding radiance. This time, Yihan did not evade. Instead, he took a deep breath, allowing 100 swirling vortices of black spiritual energy within him to unleash their gravitational force. Let me test the efficacy of my dragon absorption technique with you. A resonant dragon's roar emanated from his dantian, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy from all directions converged into Yihan's body, filling his limbs and bones with a torrent of power. Subsequently, a formidable aura surged forth with great intensity. Boom. Mid-stage of the spirit sea realm. At that moment, Lu Ming hastily halted, his eyes widening in disbelief. His expression one of shock. An indescribable fear spread within his heart. As the spiritual energy within him surged and boiled, Yihan deftly channeled it into his palm, coalescing like a stream before forming a tight fist. This punch radiated with a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Lu Ming, what do you say now? Yihan's hand let out a cold, disdainful laugh, and then, under the horrified gaze of Lu Ming, he delivered a heavy punch to his chest. Bang! The force of this blow pierced Lu Ming's flesh, leaving a gaping wound. Lu Ming's lips trembled as he cast a glance at the blood hole in his chest, feeling the vitality within him swiftly dissipating. Chapter 18. Talismans. How could this be? A trickle of crimson blood slowly oozed from the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. His eyes widened in terror, fixated on the gaping wound, as the life force within him continued to wane. In that moment, his expression was filled with despair and regret. With a thud, Lu Ming collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. He had never imagined that he would encounter an insurmountable obstacle this time. Young master, not far away. The Lu family members were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They gazed at Yihan's figure, their bodies shaking involuntarily. Even Lu Ming, strong as he was, had been slain by a single punch. Flee. With Lu Ming's demise, the remaining disciples of the Lu family dared not linger any longer. They scattered like loose sand, fleeing in a disordered panic. Humph. Do you think you can escape after killing my Yi family disciple? Go after them. Yi Ling let out a cold snort, his pent-up fury from the previous ambush by the Lu family finding its outlet as he led his kin in pursuit. Boom, boom, boom. In a short while, a fierce battle erupted once more. However, the Lu family's warriors were devoid of fighting spirit, resembling a disjointed assembly, while the disciples of the Yi family unleashed a frenzied massacre upon them. Soon, the air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with fallen bodies. A bag of holding? It seems to contain quite a number of treasures. Seizing the opportunity, Yihan searched Lu Ming's body, ultimately retrieving a bag of holding from his bosom. He weighed it in his hands, finding it heavy, which brought a slight smile to his face. With this thought, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into it. It is no wonder that the Lu family's young master possesses such a substantial collection. How fortunate for me. Upon further investigation, Yihan indeed detected numerous valuable items within the bag. Notably, there was a high-tier spiritual technique, the sun-consuming palm, which Lu Ming had previously wielded. This technique was rated at an impressive 7th rank. In addition to the sun-consuming palm, the bag also contained a plethora of spiritual stones and other cultivation materials. After collecting his spoils, the distant battle gradually subsided. Swift. Young master, a few of them have escaped. Shall we continue the pursuit? Yi Ling's face swept over, his face marred by streaks of blood, yet his expression was one of sheer exhilaration. There is no need, merely a fish that has slipped through the net. Yihan spoke with indifference. Beside him, Yi Ling furrowed her brows with concern and said, however, if we allow them to return and alert others, the Lu family will undoubtedly learn of your slaying of Lu Ming, and they will likely come to our Yi family to seek retribution. Since the Lu family has already set their sights on our mineral veins, it is evident that they have long intended to strike against our family. In light of this, why should we conceal our actions and invite unnecessary trouble? Instead, it would be wiser to make an example of them, to let them suffer the consequences. Upon concluding his statement, Yihan cast a glance at the lifeless body of Lu Ming on the ground and remarked with a cold smile, "Return these corpses to the Lu family." Upon hearing these words, it was evident that Yi Ling and the others comprehended Yihan's intentions. He sought to strike at the very core, aiming to incite the Lu family to an absolute fury. Indeed, Yi Ling and others clasped their hands in a gesture of respect and complied with the request. Behind them, Yi Ling cast a furtive glance at Yihan, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mixture of complexity and astonishment. Previously, she held Yu Tiange in the highest regard, believing that no one could rival him. However, after today, she was compelled to acknowledge her error. It was not merely due to strength. but also because of Yi Han's audacity, qualities that were far beyond what Yu Tiange could ever hope to compare with. Is this truly the Tianyang or vein? Yi Han shifted his gaze, his eyes settling upon a crimson mountain range ahead. This range undulated gracefully, resembling a slumbering giant dragon. Within the heart of the mountain lay an abundance of rich mineral veins. The veins stretched from west to east, with a cavern entrance located in the west, where the Yu family had excavated an entryway and extracted a considerable amount of spiritual ore over the years. Not far from the cavern's entrance was a dark abyss, from which a steady stream of hot air surged forth. Yi Han pondered for a moment before stepping into the dark and narrow passageway. The atmosphere was stifling, reminiscent of a furnace, as waves of heat surged around him, making it difficult to breathe. Initially, the entrance was somewhat constricted, but as he delved deeper, the narrow corridor gradually expanded into a more spacious expanse. The spiritual energy contained within these stones proved to be remarkably abundant. Yi Han caressed the rugged mountain wall, where he beheld an array of transparent crystals embedded within, each brimming with rich spiritual energy. However, these spirit stones appeared to have absorbed a considerable amount of geothermal fire, their surfaces searingly hot and tinged with a deep crimson hue. Yet, for those who cultivate fire attribute techniques, their utility surpasses that of ordinary spirit stones. Yi Han struck the cliff face with his hand, breaking off a palm-sized raw stone. The surface of the stone was encrusted with a rough layer of rock. With a crack, as he squeezed, the stone shattered, and a surge of immense spiritual energy flowed into his body like silk. A wave of pure and intense fire attribute spiritual energy surged within him, and before long, it was fully absorbed by his dantian. Such exquisite fire attribute spiritual energy. Yi Han couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, realizing that the power contained within this spiritual mine was nearly devoid of impurities. In simple terms, its quality was of the highest caliber. No wonder the Lu family was eager to seize it. If my Yi family could develop this vein, even 10 Lu families would pale in comparison to us. With that thought, Yi Han crushed the spiritual stone that had been drained of its energy, scattering its ashes. His dark gaze turned toward the depths of the cave as he pressed on. However, the depth of the mine exceeded his expectations. After walking for an hour, he finally arrived at the end of the vein. At that moment, a weathered stone door appeared at the terminus of the cavern. The door was embedded in the mountainside, exuding an aura of ancient time and wear. Yi Han's gaze flickered slightly, and a look of perplexity crossed his face. How could there be a stone door here? He attempted to push it with his hand, only to find that the stone door was firmly embedded in the mountainside, utterly immovable. Yi Han felt a surge of astonishment. He summoned his spiritual energy, and with a swift motion, his palm struck forcefully against the ancient stone door. With a thunderous crash, the impact reverberated as his palm's strength, imbued with a piercing brilliance, collided with the door. In an explosive sound, the entire stone portal collapsed, debris cascading inward. A fetid, decaying odor wafted forth, pungent and unpleasant to the senses. Yi Han waved his sleeve to disperse the dust and stepped inside, only to discover that it was a secluded chamber. To his surprise, on a stone platform within the room, he found a corpse seated in a meditative posture. Approaching it, he noticed an array of peculiar instruments arranged before the stone altar. These implements included ancient talismans inscribed with intricate patterns, as well as cauldrons. Were these artifacts related to talismanic magic? Yi Han, in his past life, was indeed the Dan sage, and thus possessed a discerning eye. Upon observing these peculiar instruments, he recognized them as the artifacts of a talisman master. In other words, the enigmatic corpse before him may have once belonged to a talisman practitioner. As his gaze wandered around the remains, Yi Han suddenly spotted a Qiankuan bag. This discovery caused his eyes to brighten with excitement. He picked up the Qiankuan bag and gently opened it. In that instant, a blinding light erupted forth. Buzz. Then, 3 ancient, yellowed talisman papers began to slowly levitate from within. Talisman? In the secluded chamber, an indescribable ecstasy surged within Yi Han at that moment. Chapter 19. The Furious Lu Family Bus. Accompanied by a dazzling radiance, the entire stone cavern was suddenly illuminated, revealing 3 talisman papers floating from within the Qiankuan bag. Each of these talisman papers was adorned with intricate golden patterns, exuding an ancient and formidable mysterious aura. Were these talismans in pristine condition? Yi Han gazed intently at the 3 talismans, unable to suppress the exhilaration bubbling within him. These talismans, crafted by the talisman master, are imbued with various intricate patterns, bestowing upon them formidable power. Each talisman varies in grade, resulting in distinct functions and strengths. Much like alchemists, Talisman masters are an exceedingly rare profession, enjoying immense prestige across the celestial continent. Among the most formidable individuals one could encounter, few can rival the power of a talisman master. For a single talisman can unleash boundless might. Some of the elite talisman masters need merely a solitary talisman to move mountains, fill seas, or even pluck the stars from the sky. The three talismans radiated brilliance, accompanied by powerful waves of energy, indicating their pristine condition and continued usability. With this realization, Yihan waved his sleeve, and the three talismans gently descended into it. Eagerly, he picked up the golden talisman, meticulously examining the intricate patterns and inscriptions etched upon it. The first talisman, known as the Iron Body Talisman, as its name suggests, can be infused into the body, rendering one's flesh as indomitable as iron or stone. This is a defensive talisman, and it is likely a 9th-grade talisman. Yihan's gaze flickered momentarily, a sound of astonishment escaping his lips. The use of this Iron Body Talisman would render his physical form as resilient as to effortlessly withstand the full force of a quasi-spiritual realm expert or the mightiest strike of a 9th-grade spiritual weapon. However, the efficacy of this talisman was limited to merely half an hour. Once this time elapsed, the extraordinary power contained within the talisman would dissipate. After carefully stowing away the talisman, Yihan curiously turned his attention to the second talisman. Hiss. A quasi-profound grade talisman. Yihan inhaled sharply, realizing that the second talisman surpassed the first in rank. This particular talisman, known as the Black Magic Thunder Talisman, had attained the formidable level of a quasi-mystical talisman. Once activated, it would summon a terrifying black magic thunderstorm, capable of annihilating even the most formidable practitioners at the late stage of the spirit soul realm. Indeed, this was a true stroke of fortune. Yihan's heart brimmed with joy, as he had unexpectedly acquired such a precious treasure through a fortunate turn of events. However, what could the third talisman be? Yihan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation as he gazed upon the final talisman. The grade of the barbaric bull talisman remained uncertain. Yihan furrowed his brow, for the third talisman appeared to be a defective item. It bore no indication of its grade, and its function was left entirely unarticulated. In that moment, he could not discern the potency of this particular talisman. Regardless, even if it were an inferior product, it should still hold considerable value. Moreover, possessing the previous two talismans was already a stroke of good fortune. Yihan was not a person driven by insatiable greed. He contentedly stowed away the talismans. He then cast a sweeping glance over the stone platform, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he mused that these items should not go to waste. With that, he swiftly gathered all the talismans on the stone platform into his bag of holding, for even if they could not be utilized immediately, they might fetch a handsome price in the future. After thoroughly emptying the stone chamber of its contents, Yihan stepped out with a sense of fulfillment. Shortly thereafter, he retraced his steps along the corridor. However, midway through his return, he suddenly noticed a flash of green light emerging from the darkness. With a whoosh, the green light flickered and dimmed, resembling a kind of flame, radiating an intense and fervent energy. Yihan approached and discovered countless deep fissures on the ground. Beneath these cracks, a vibrant green flame was rising. It resembled a serpentine fire of emerald hue, occasionally protruding its head from below the crevices. The heart of the jade earth's fire. Yihan raised her eyebrows in surprise, exclaiming that this flame was born from beneath the earth's crust. This emerald core fire was not particularly ferocious, yet its temperature was exceedingly high, making it suitable for alchemical purposes. If placed among the flames for refining elixirs, it could barely be considered a third-grade flame. It was precisely the type of fire she lacked. Although the quality of this emerald core fire was not exceptionally high, it was certainly preferable to the first-grade flame she currently possessed. Yihan recalled the awkwardness of competing with Master Zhuge and refining the 9-yuan pill, where he had been devoid of alchemical fire. Thus, although the emerald core fire was not particularly rare, it could serve as a transitional alternative. He extended his palm forward and, with a sudden inhalation, a swirl of emerald flames gently emerged from beneath the fissure. After subduing the emerald core fire, Yihan left the mine with a sense of fulfillment. In the eastern part of Yin City, within the grand residence of the Liu family, a somber and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the spacious hall, making it difficult to breathe. Scattered across the floor lay numerous lifeless bodies, arranged haphazardly. At the head of the hall stood a towering figure, his arms as solid as mountains. His gaze, sharp as a dagger, fixated on the corpse of Lu Ming. A tempest of fury brewing within him, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Who is it? Who has slain Ming'er? Lu Zhentian roared with wrath, his bloodshot eyes radiating a fierce intensity. A powerful gust of energy surged from him, shattering the coffee table with a thunderous crack, even fracturing the stone pillars of the hall. Below, the clan members quaked in fear, too intimidated to raise their heads. Patriarch, it was the Yi family. A youth in a green robe prostrated on the ground, trembling as he spoke. The young master was embroiled in conflict with the Yi family over the mining veins in the Tianyang Mountains, and it was Yi Han who killed him. The Yi family. Lu Jintian's gaze turned razor-sharp, as if capable of inflicting death upon those it pierced, each syllable of the Yi family name squeezed out through clenched teeth. Imbued with boundless hatred. Patriarch, the Yi family has committed an unforgivable crime against Lu Ming. We cannot swallow this grievance. It is time to take action against the Yi family. This time, not only must we reclaim the mining veins, but we shall also seize this opportunity to eradicate the Yi family and avenge our wrongs. An aged voice spoke, belonging to Lu Shi, the clan's elder. Lu Jintian, still consumed by rage, took a considerable time to regain his composure. However, his tightly clenched fist still emanated an ominous aura of spiritual energy. This time, I shall bathe the Yi family in blood. I will use the head of that wretched Yi Han as a blood offering for Ming'er. Lu Jintian ground his teeth, his voice heavy with malice. The pain of losing a son felt like 1,000 cuts. Humph. In fact, the Lu family should have acted long ago. The Yi family possesses no other formidable spiritual realm experts except for Yi Bailey. If we summon the guardian beast of the Lu family, we can undoubtedly obliterate the entire Yi family in one fell swoop. Lu Shi raised an eyebrow slightly and snorted coldly. The guardian beast he referred to was a powerful entity, known only to the Lu family, a hidden strength of their lineage. This formidable beast has been nurtured by the Lu family for over a decade, possessing strength rivaling that of Lu Jintian, firmly established in the late spirit realm. With this powerful creature unleashed, the Yi family stands no chance of resistance and is destined for total annihilation. Preparations are underway. In 3 days, I shall personally pay a visit and bring about the bloodbath of the entire Yi family. Lu Jintian's fist cracked ominously, his gaze infused with a murderous intent. Chapter 20. Night raid. Upon returning from the Tianyang mine, the shocking news of Lu Ming's demise at the hands of Yi Han inevitably sent ripples through the clan. However, this revelation did not bode well for the Yi family. In response, the upper echelons of the Yi family convened an urgent meeting to deliberate on strategies to counter the Lu family. In the Yi family estate, within the conference hall, the long-standing discord between the Lu family and our Yi family has reached a boiling point, fueled by deep-seated grievances. Lu Ming, the sole heir of Lu Jintian, has recently met his demise at the hands of Honor. Given the old man's vindictive and domineering nature, it is inevitable that he will retaliate against our Yi family. At the head of the table, Yi Bailey's frail hand rested upon the wooden chair, his expression tinged with gravity. Lu Jintian possesses formidable strength, prompting even the elders to regard him with considerable wariness. However, our Yi family is not to be trifled with. In my view, Lu Ming has brought this upon himself. Furthermore, the Lu family is insatiable and has long harbored ambitions towards our northern mineral veins. Were it not for Han Er's intervention, the Tianyang mine would likely have suffered grievous losses. A man clad in black robes scoffed. Indeed, it is only a matter of time before the Lu family makes a move against us. Therefore, it would be prudent to prepare ourselves for confrontation. The second elder nodded in agreement. Should the Lu family dare to approach, I, Yi Kai, shall be the first to ensure their utter annihilation. A white-haired elder declared solemnly, inciting a wave of indignation among the younger clan members present. Indeed, why should we fear them? Our Yi family is one of the 4 great clans of Yen City. We are not mere lambs to be slaughtered at will. I fear only that the Lu family lacks the courage to act. Yi Bailey furrowed his brow, acutely aware that a conflict between the Yi family and the Lu family was inevitable. However, should both sides suffer mutual destruction, it would likely benefit the other 2 prominent families. The 4 great families of Yen City, namely the Wu family and the Su family, had long coveted the Tianyang or vein. Although this vein was rich in resources, it was also a perilous hot potato, drawing the keen eyes of rival families. Regardless, we must ensure the safety of Honor. He has yet to mature, and it is imperative that the Lu family does not inflict any harm upon him. The elder stated solemnly as he regarded the assembly. With Yi Han's exceptional talent, it was only a matter of time before the Yen City Yi family ascended to become the dominant force in this region. With this thought, the elder's gaze hardened, and he declared, send out the orders to bolster the patrols around the Yi residents in the coming days. Should the Lu family dare to attack, the Yi residents will ensure they suffer significant repercussions. Yes, The clan members below nodded in agreement. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire Yi residence, reminiscent of a storm brewing on the horizon. In the secluded courtyard of the back garden, on a path of blue stone slabs, Yihan was practicing his horse stance. His gaze occasionally shifted to a tome, while his arms moved through intricate gestures. Drawing his energy deep within, he harnessed the fire element in his palms, compressing it with his spiritual power. This martial technique was derived from the spiritual arts found within Lu Ming's Qiankuan bag, known as the Great Sun-Burning Heaven Palm. This was a seventh-tier spiritual art, comparable in rank to the heavenly lion-shattering gold roar. Moreover, the Great Sun-Burning Heaven Palm was one of the clan's foundational spiritual arts from the Great Sun-Burning Heaven Sutra. To cultivate this technique, one must possess a robust fire attribute spiritual power, requiring the practitioner to compress flames within their palm, coalescing them into a blazing sun. As a master alchemist, Yihan possesses dual attributes of fire and wood in his spiritual energy, enabling him to cultivate the formidable technique known as the Great Sun-Burning Heaven Palm. With a faint sound, after several hours of practice, a fierce flame ignited in the palm of Yihan's hand as he meticulously compressed the fire attribute's spiritual energy. Soon, the energy reached its zenith, and a blazing sun gradually ascended. The violent fluctuations of spiritual energy surged forth like waves of scorching heat, enveloping the surroundings. Boom! Yihan's legs surged upward with remarkable speed as he forcefully struck a nearby towering tree with his palm. The impact resonated like a mighty sun colliding against the stout trunk. To his astonishment, the formidable force of his palm directly pierced through the entire tree, leaving behind a scorched, gaping hole. At last, he had succeeded. This palm technique was indeed formidable. Yihan gradually retracted his palm's energy, simultaneously gazing at the charred fire pit upon the tree stump, secretly astonished by the lethality of this spiritual technique. However, despite being able to invoke this mystical art, he felt it still lacked a certain degree of finesse. Yihan felt an inexplicable void within him, yet he continued to refine his skills with increasing proficiency. During these days, apart from honing his spiritual techniques, he did not neglect the art of alchemy, a domain in which he excelled. After acquiring the Emerald Heartfire, out of the 7 batches of spiritual pills he concocted, 5 bore intricate alchemical patterns, a clear testament to the enhanced quality of the alchemical flames. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. However, to the astonishment of the Yu family, there was not a whisper of movement from the Lu family, which gradually eased their vigilance. On the 4th night, the moon shrouded in darkness, the sky loomed like a vast, inky hand, enveloping the entire Yi estate. Suddenly, beams of spiritual light surged over the walls and cascaded into the Yi residence, transforming into a multitude of cloaked figures. Lu Zhentian stood at the forefront, flanked by over 100 elite warriors from the Lu family. Who goes there? The commotion immediately alerted the patrolling guards of the Yi family. Without uttering a word, Lu Zhentian unleashed his spiritual power, striking a guard squarely in the chest. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, and a blood-curdling scream shattered the night. Not good. The Lu family is attacking. Quickly arm yourselves. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Yi household. Figures surged forth from all directions, converging in a frenzied rush. Kill! 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 The Lu warriors roared, crashing into the formidable defenders of the Yi family like a tidal wave. The air crackled with immense spiritual energy, and the entire estate reverberated with a cacophony of violence as chaos ensued. Humph! Lu Zhentian, you have indeed come. A venerable voice resonated with palpable fury. Yi Bailey emerged, enveloped in radiant white spiritual light, akin to a silver ribbon piercing through the darkness, as he thrust his staff towards Lu Batian. Old fool! You seek your own demise. Lu Zhentian's wrath ignited, and with a grim visage, he unleashed his spiritual power without restraint. His fist struck out with a low, explosive sound, colliding with the staff. Boom! At the moment of their clash, they erupted into a brilliant display, illuminating the entire Yi residence with a burst of blinding light. The two engaged fiercely, the battle escalating in intensity. Shortly thereafter, a figure landed not far away. Indeed, the Lu family had come. Yihan observed the scene, his eyes betraying a remarkable killing intent. You insignificant wretch, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, and you have chosen to reveal yourself. Huh. This spares me the trouble of searching for you. Once I capture you alive, I shall meticulously strip your skin, piece by piece, to fashion a lantern from human flesh to illuminate the heavens. An aged voice echoed forth, and the visage of an ominous elder gradually materialized. This individual was Lu's family's fourth elder, Luxir. Chapter 21. The Iron Body Talisman. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged from the distance, and an elder clad in a gray robe, enveloped in spiritual energy, intercepted Yihan before him. His eyes, as chilling as daggers, glinted with a menacing light, regarding Yihan as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. This gray-robed elder was none other than Luxir, the fourth elder of the Lu clan. He emanated a formidable wave of spiritual energy, clearly having ascended to the later stages of the spirit sea realm. Yihan took a few steps back, furrowing his brow as a sense of caution enveloped him. "You little wretch," he warned, "I advise you to surrender quietly. Otherwise, should I take action, you may find yourself facing considerable suffering." Luxir pressed his lips together, his voice gritty and foreboding, akin to phlegm caught in his throat. "Old dog, I fear you lack the capability." Boom. Yihan clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, a surge of pale golden spiritual energy erupted from within, enveloping his entire body as if he were adorned in a suit of golden armor. "You little beast, you court death." Luxir scoffed coldly, a smile of fury twisting his lips, thinking it absurd that a mere junior would dare to provoke him, truly a reckless path to demise. With a swift motion, a gray figure shot forth like an arrow. His withered palm also radiated golden light, encasing his hand in a dazzling brilliance akin to that of forged gold. Heavenly Destruction Palm, meet your end. With a resonating hum, Luxir soared into the air, his right palm thrusting vehemently towards Yihan. As his spiritual energy transformed into a massive golden handprint, several meters wide, soaring forth with a deafening roar. This Heavenly Destruction Palm was a premier 7th-tier spiritual technique of the Lu clan. Dragon's Breath Technique. In the depths of his heart, Yihan let out a faint rebuke as an ancient dragon's roar resonated from his dantian, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power coursing through his body. Boom. In an instant, his cultivation skyrocketed. What is happening? Mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm, Elder Luxir's murky eyes sparkled with astonishment. He never anticipated that Yihan possessed a secret technique capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation. Moreover, at such a tender age, his prowess was already on par with his own. A fierce killing intent flickered in Elder Luxir's heart. This boy could not be allowed to live, for he would undoubtedly become a great threat. As his aura surged, Yihan's palm turned crimson, akin to a searing iron, while the scorching spiritual energy frantically compressed within his grasp. With a hum, a blazing sun coalesced in his palm, levitating into the air. The Great Sun Incineration Palm. Boom. That radiant sun was unleashed with tremendous force, colliding with the diamond sky-piercing palm amidst a sea of gazes. Bang. The two formidable attacks clashed violently, producing a deafening roar. Golden waves rippling through the sky and stirring up fierce winds. The shockwaves generated by their spiritual techniques sent both combatants staggering back several paces. The Great Sun Incineration Scriptures? Elder Luxir's pupils constricted sharply. A moment of contemplation made it clear to him that Yihan had undoubtedly pilfered this technique from Lu Ming. "You wretched brat." Luxir gritted his teeth, his expression turning savage. To think that even this pinnacle technique of the Lu family had been learned by Yihan in secret. His murderous intent surged instantaneously. Yet, he had to concede that Lu Ming's downfall at Yihan's hands was somewhat justifiable. Although Luxir's cultivation was a minor realm above Yihan's, he had gained no advantage in their previous contest of spiritual power. What kind of technique has this boy cultivated? If I could obtain it, perhaps I too could break through to the spiritual soul realm. Luxir was inwardly astonished, his gaze gradually turning avaricious. Humph. Luxir snorted coldly, executing a spatial technique and moving with an elusive grace before summoning dark energy in his palm, striking forth. The Frenzied Palm. Boom. A terrifying palm wind tore through the air, hurtling towards Yihan's chest, this technique rivaling the diamond sky-piercing palm in ferocity. However, Yihan nimbly leaped, deftly maneuvering behind Luxir, causing the palm strike to miss and reverberate through the void. Luxir's keen gaze darted back, and he abruptly turned, unleashing his prepped palm attack once more as they engaged in fierce combat. Bang, bang, bang. His strikes were at times swift and at times cunning, akin to a torrential downpour, an unending barrage of ferocity. The palm winds sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Their close-quarters battle was fraught with peril, each move potentially lethal. A moment's carelessness could spell death at the hands of the other. Yet, Yihan relied on his exceptional combat instincts to repeatedly evade danger. Humph. I wonder how much longer you can endure. My realm undoubtedly surpasses yours. Within half an hour, you are destined to be defeated. Luxir spoke ominously. Yet despite his words, a tempest of emotion surged within him. Yihan adeptly countered every attack, skillfully dodging perilous strikes, exhibiting a combat experience that seemed even more seasoned than his own. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Yihan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He understood that Lu Shi intended to launch a fierce offensive once his spiritual energy was depleted. It appeared that a swift resolution was imperative. With a resounding thud, Yihan struck out with his palm, the collision of their hands generating a powerful rebound that propelled him backward several meters. At that moment, a talisman materialized in his palm as he fervently channeled his spiritual energy into it. The Iron Body Talisman. A resounding hum emanated from the aged talisman as it erupted with brilliance, transforming into an immense force that infused his corporeal form. Instantly, Yihan's skin appeared as though it had been coated with a layer of gilded sheen, while peculiar golden patterns adorned his muscular frame. At that moment, Yihan felt an extraordinary fortitude in his flesh, as if impervious to blades and fire. Not far away, Lu Shi's brows knitted in concern upon witnessing the extraordinary transformation of Yihan's skin. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him as he gravely declared, "There is no time to waste. Delay may lead to unforeseen consequences." With a chilling incantation, he unleashed the spectral hand. A surge of sinister black mist erupted from his being, enveloping his hand in an inky darkness, where even scales of ebony began to emerge. This malevolent vapor was toxic. Should one be struck by this ghostly hand, death would swiftly follow within a matter of hours due to the insidious poison. Lu Shi's gaze turned ferocious as he directed his poisoned hand towards Yihan's heart. Yet, to his astonishment, Yihan neither evaded nor defended himself, standing resolutely in place. What reckless folly! Lu Shi inwardly scoffed. Even a powerful spirit realm warrior would approach such a move with utmost caution. Yet this young man appeared to embrace his doom. Clang! What? In the next instant, Lu Shi's pupils constricted in shock. His hand collided with Yihan's body as though it had struck an indestructible fortress, producing a sound akin to metal meeting stone. Yihan emerged unscathed, and even the toxic gas from Lu Shi's palm proved utterly ineffective. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Lu Shi's heart was filled with dread. How had this individual's physique suddenly become so impervious? It was nothing short of an indestructible body. The Iron Body Talisman truly possesses remarkable power. Yihan clenched his fists tightly, his physique resembling that of indestructible metal or stone. Not even a ninth-grade spiritual sword could leave a mark upon his body. Seizing the moment of distraction from Elder Lu Shi, Yihan swiftly summoned his spiritual energy and inhaled deeply. With a seventh-grade spiritual technique, he unleashed the heavenly lion's shattering gold roar. The lion's roar erupted with a ferocious sound wave, transforming into an invisible shockwave that surged towards Lu Shi. Oh no! Elder Lu Shi's complexion changed drastically, but the speed of the sound wave was far too swift, colliding directly with his body. In an instant, Lu Shi was struck by the sound wave, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, as if his very soul had been torn apart, and he was sent sprawling several meters away. With a spurt of blood, Lu Shi lay on the ground like a defeated dog, agony etched across his features. His gaze towards Yihan filled with terror. Chapter 22. The giant rock scorpion upon the jade-like floor. A scarlet trail of blood stretched out, spreading for dozens of meters. As one's gaze traveled to the end, Elder Lu Shi lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, his aura completely diminished. His face was smeared with blood, anguish evident in his expression, as several of his ribs had been shattered by the force of the sound wave. Yihan picked up a sword from the ground and approached Elder Lu Shi, lifting his eyelids and speaking in a tone that was strikingly indifferent. "Were you not planning to flay me alive?" Although his voice was remarkably calm, it seemed to emanate a chilling aura, as if it had emerged from the depths of the netherworld. Upon witnessing that sinister visage, Elder Lu Shi felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. A profound chill enveloping him, and his gaze was filled with unrestrained terror. He was utterly astonished, having never anticipated that he would fall at the hands of a mere junior from the Yi family. Do not rejoice too soon. My Lu family will inevitably exterminate your Yi family. With a sudden flash of dark intent in his eyes, Elder Lu Shi's palm erupted with spiritual energy, as he endeavored to unleash a final surprise attack. However, Yihan had already anticipated his move. There was no way he would allow this old wretch to succeed. Yihan, without a moment's hesitation, drew his sword, and a beam of silver light cleaved through the air. A chilling scream pierced the atmosphere, and blood sprayed several meters into the sky. Soon after, the head of Elder Lu Shi tumbled to the ground. Elder Lu Shi was slain. The disciples of the Lu family, engaged in fierce combat nearby, felt a shiver run down their spines as they beheld the severed head roll. They looked at Yihan, whose expression remained indifferent, as drops of blood fell from the silver sword onto the floor. It was he who had slain Elder Lu Shur. How could this be? Elder Lu Shur was a formidable warrior at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. The Lu disciples gasped in terror. Meanwhile, the second elder and others, witnessing the fallen Elder Lu, inhaled sharply, their astonishment palpable. Elder Lu Shur was a powerhouse. Even the second elder could not guarantee his defeat. Well done. Excellent kill. The second elder cackled, his hand thrusting toward a Lu disciple with fierce intent. Boom. His aged palm erupted with spiritual light, obliterating the disciple into a mist of blood. Boom, boom, boom. Across the Yi residence, hundreds of figures clashed, the glint of blades and the surge of violent spiritual energy shattering the floor beneath them. Soon, the Jadestone Plaza was awash with blood, a mountain of corpses accumulating. Yet, Yihan raised his gaze toward the two figures locked in confrontation high above. He understood that while the battle below raged fiercely, the outcome of the entire conflict hinged upon the two powerful beings of the spirit-soul realm. Boom. The Grand Elder radiated spiritual light, and a torrent of immense spiritual energy coalesced behind him into a roaring golden spiritual tiger. This was a seventh-grade spirit. The Diamond Flame Tiger. Roar. The golden spiritual tiger thundered, launching itself into the air, its massive claws aimed to rend Lu Zhentian apart. Sensing the ferocity of the approaching tiger, Lu Zhentian's eyes darkened with seriousness as he unleashed a burst of spiritual light from his palm, transforming it into a resplendent, jade-like brilliance. Heaven-shattering palm. He pressed his palm toward the void, sending forth a luminous handprint that whistled through the air. Thud. The collision between the Diamond Flame Tiger's spirit and the handprint produced a deep, resonant sound, causing ripples in the space around them, as if it were about to collapse. Lu Zhentian was propelled several hundred meters away, his internal blood and energy surging uncontrollably. Humph. You are not the only one with an impressive spirit. Lu Zhentian scoffed. Blue spiritual energy erupting from his being, instantly freezing the surrounding air with an aura of icy chill. His entire form was enveloped in an azure spiritual energy, coalescing into a bird of ice that radiated a profound coldness. An eighth-grade spirit, the polar snow sculpture. To enter the spirit-soul realm, one must cultivate with the essence of a beast. The spirit Lu Zhentian had mastered was slightly superior to Yi Bailey's Diamond Flame Tiger. The snow sculpture was enveloped in a shimmering azure aura, its wings flaring with sudden vigor. With a mighty rush, the azure energy coalesced into a frigid torrent, howling forth and freezing the palatial structures beneath into solid ice. Witnessing this, Yihan's expression subtly shifted. Indeed, Lu Zhentian possessed considerable prowess. Boom. The Diamond Flame Tiger was repelled by the icy current, staggering back several hundred meters, its body briefly cloaked in a delicate frost, which soon melted away. The formidable Golden Flame Tiger of Yi Bailey appears to possess attributes that can counter the Cold Eagle, rendering it competitive despite its inferior rank. This realization caused Lu Zhentian to furrow his brow slightly. He glanced downward, observing the fierce conflict erupting between the two great families, with the Yi family seemingly gaining a slight advantage. Noticing Lu Zhentian's expression, Yi Bailey smirked and declared, Lu Zhentian, your family's ambition to annex the Yi family is but a foolish fantasy. We, the Yu family, are not mere pawns to be toyed with. As for your Lu family, having lost an elder, if you stubbornly persist in this battle, it is you who shall face defeat. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhentian's countenance darkened further. The loss of an elder was akin to severing a limb for the Lu family, a devastating blow. There was no time to delay. Otherwise, as Yi Bailey suggested, the consequences for the Lu family would be even graver. Resolving himself, Lu Zhentian inhaled deeply and coldly retorted, is that so? Yi Bailey, I advise you not to revel in your triumph too soon. With that, an ancient jade token materialized in his palm. A sinister smile graced his lips as he decisively crushed it. Boom. The moment the jade token shattered, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the entire estate to tremble violently. What is happening? Everyone turned their gaze toward the center of the plaza, where the floor was fracturing, as if something formidable were about to emerge from the depths. With a thunderous roar, a massive scorpion burst forth from the ground, enveloped in a crimson glow. The entire Yi family stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. This scorpion towered over 10 meters, shrouded in a gray mist, its body resembling rugged stone in a shade of brown. Its blood-red eyes glowed ominously, reminiscent of lanterns in the dark. It crouched low to the ground, its massive pincers clasped before it, while its tail arched skyward, brandishing a sharp, venomous stinger. An overwhelming pressure radiated from its form. Is this a late-stage spirit beast? The elder and other powerful members of the Yi family gasped in astonishment, unable to contain their shock. Yi Bailey, did you not foresee this? This is the spirit beast, the giant rock scorpion that my Lu family has nurtured for over a decade. Lu Jintian proclaimed with a raised brow, gazing proudly at the creature. What? At this revelation, the faces of the Yi family members turned ashen. They had never anticipated that the Lu family possessed such a hidden trump card. The Yi family is doomed. A Yi family elder trembled involuntarily, his eyes filled with dread. If Lu Jintian were the sole late-stage spirit realm practitioner, the Yi family would not be overly concerned. However, with the addition of a late-stage spirit realm spirit beast, the balance of power between the two clans would be instantly shattered, tilting overwhelmingly in favor of the Lu family. The Lu family has such a devastating weapon? At this moment, a flicker of unusual expression appeared in Yihan's eyes, and he discreetly retrieved a weathered talisman from his palm. The Black Magic Thunder Talisman. However, he was uncertain whether this talisman would suffice to contend with the giant rock scorpion. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into the talisman, yet, this time, the Black Magic Thunder Talisman exhibited no reaction whatsoever. What could be the reason for this? Yihan's heart roared as his expression shifted dramatically. At this critical moment, the Black Magic Thunder Talisman was rendered ineffective. What on earth was happening? Giant rock scorpion, annihilate the entire Yi family. Lu Jintian's commanding voice resonated throughout the Yi family estate. Boom. At that moment, the giant rock scorpion, lying prostrate on the ground, suddenly flicked its tail, the barbed venomous stinger darting towards the Grand Elder. Vajra Flame Tiger, he bellowed. The Grand Elder's robes billowed fiercely, his gaze resolute, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. Unleashing all his spiritual power, the Vajra Flame Tiger, engulfed in flames, lunged toward the venomous barb. However, the poisonous hook pierced through the void like a streak of lightning, puncturing the chest of the Vajra Flame Tiger with a sickening thud, shattering it. Boom. The speed of the poisonous stinger did not diminish. Instead, it surged forth, aimed directly at Yi Bailey. The Grand Elder's countenance changed drastically as he hastily waved his staff to ward off the deadly sting. To his dismay, with a clang, the staff rebounded violently, striking hard against his chest. With a spurt of fresh blood, Yi Bailey fell from the air like a bird with broken wings. In that instant, the hearts of everyone in the Yi family seemed to plunge into an abyss, their faces ashen with despair. Chapter 23. The Powerful Black Magic Thunder. Bang! Yi Bailey's body plummeted from the void, crashing heavily onto the floor. The resounding thud echoed through the air, plunging the hearts of every member of the Yi family into a chilling abyss of despair. Countless members of the Yi clan turned ashen, their expressions filled with trepidation. They understood that the fall of the Grand Elder was tantamount to the demise of the Yi family itself. What awaited them was the brutal massacre at the hands of the Lu family. Ha ha ha, the Yi family now resembled a toothless tiger, its decline evident for all to see. From this day forth, one of the four prominent families of Yin City would vanish, and the Yi clan would cease to exist. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Lu family were elated, their spirits soaring. Boom, boom, boom. They once again wielded their spiritual weapons, launching a counterattack against the Yi family, plunging the scene into chaos once more. Stab, stab, stab. Ah, ah. Cries of agony reverberated as the square transformed into a river of blood. A sight that was nothing short of harrowing. Patriarch, that boy is hiding over there. He has killed Lu Shi. Behind him, the white-robed elder Lu Shi pointed at Yihan, his voice laced with malice. Lu Jintian's gaze was filled with overwhelming murderous intent, the very air around him boiling under the pressure of his spiritual energy. Yihan had slain his only son, Lu Ming, and now he had murdered the fourth elder of the Lu family. Today, even if it meant paying a heavy price, he would ensure that Yihan met his end here. Thus, he cast a dark glance at the colossal rock scorpion lurking behind him and commanded in a deep voice, "Rock scorpion, eliminate that boy." With a thunderous rumble, the enormous rock scorpion began to crawl slowly. Each step resonated with a deafening sound, the floor beneath it crumbling under its weight. The immense pressure also forced Yihan to stagger back a few steps. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping his legs, transforming them into limbs forged of gold that shimmered brilliantly. With a thunderous crash, a massive poisonous hook suddenly descended towards him. Yihan leapt backward with great force, his speed surging like a fleeting shadow, deftly evading the attack, while the venomous stinger crashed down, creating a massive crater in the floor. Rather than retreating from this strike, Yihan boldly darted to the left side of the poisonous hook. In a swift motion, A shadow flickered as Yihan's sword came crashing down upon the poisonous hook. To his astonishment, a resounding clang echoed as the blade shattered. With a thunderous rumble, the colossal rock scorpion moved again, its body enveloped in swirling gray mist. Its enormous pincers rose, creating a whistling sound as they sliced through the air before swinging down with tremendous force. This is dire. Yihan secretly felt a sense of foreboding and swiftly maneuvered to evade. A thunderous roar erupted behind him as two massive pincers shattered a palace into ruins. Truly, it was a case of an ant attempting to stop a chariot, utterly oblivious to its own limitations. The might of the giant rock scorpion had already ascended to the late stage of the spirit realm, its body impervious to blades and projectiles. As unyielding as the hardest stone. Not only was he, a mere practitioner of the spirit sea realm, no match for this formidable beast, but even Yi Bailey would find himself at a disadvantage against such a ferocious creature. Lu Shi let out a cold snort, unable to restrain his derision. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the giant rock scorpion's colossal pincers resembled massive cleavers, relentlessly launching their offensive. Yihan resembled a streak of starlight, racing through the void with unparalleled speed. Under the relentless assault of the colossal rock scorpion, he found himself in a perilous predicament. The resounding crashes echoed as palatial structures were reduced to mere ruins, and tragically, some members of the Yi clan were mercilessly crushed into a mist of blood by the giant scorpion. Such was the ferocity of this monstrous creature. The great sun burning heaven palm. Yihan soared into the sky, a radiant sun materializing in the palm of his hand, which subsequently coalesced into a golden fiery hand. Striking forth, bang, that blazing sun-like fiery hand forcefully collided with the back of the colossal rock scorpion, instantly erupting into a shower of fiery fragments that dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, Yihan's gaze transformed into one of profound seriousness. To his astonishment, this seventh-grade spiritual technique was unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon it. Suddenly, as Yihan pondered, the poisoned hook struck once more, akin to a concealed weapon, slicing through the void and leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Yihan's pupils suddenly constricted as he sensed the ominous scent of death. This is bad. He had been too careless. The poisoned hook launched a sudden ambush, leaving him no chance to evade. Young clan leader, quickly retreat. However, at that moment, a figure surged forward, enveloped in spiritual energy, interposing itself in front of him. Yihan gazed ahead, only to behold an elderly man clad in a gray robe. The fourth elder of the Yi family, Yu Kai. Yu Kai's eyes blazed crimson as he roared, wielding his longsword towards the venomous hook. Thud. However, the poisonous hook pierced through Yu Kai's body, and with a resounding boom, he was shattered into a mist of blood. Elder Yu Kai? Yihan's gaze grew icy, his fists clenched tightly. Yet at this moment, he remained oblivious to the blood seeping continuously from his palm onto the black magic talisman, being absorbed by the intricate patterns of the rune. As the blood flowed in, the spiritual inscriptions became increasingly vivid, and the talisman in his palm finally erupted with radiance, levitating into the air. Buzz. As that talisman hovered in midair, a wave of mysterious and terrifying energy enveloped the entire Yi family estate in an instant. The intensity of this aura caused even Lu Zhentian, who was at the late stage of the spirit soul realm, to change countenance, his eyes filled with dread. It was a talisman. The Grand Elder also displayed a look of horror, his pupils constricting. Moreover, the energy emanating from this talisman was at least of the quasi-mystic grade. Little did he expect that Yihan possessed such a formidable trump card. Yihan was taken aback as he glanced at his bloodstained palm. It was at that moment he comprehended that this black magic thunder talisman had been activated by his blood essence. Now, it remained to be seen whether the Lu family could withstand the wrath of his fury. Yihan's lips curled into a disdainful smile as his voice turned frigid. The terrifying wave of energy spread forth, causing talismans to ascend and transform into a pitch-black barrier that enveloped the entire estate. Crackling ominously, the barrier was intermittently illuminated by arcs of black lightning, each pulse resonating with an aura of annihilation, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Each bolt of the dark demonic lightning was unfathomably fearsome. Is this the dark demonic lightning? This is bad. Retreat quickly. Lu Zhentian fixed his gaze upon the inky bolts of demonic thunder, his body trembling and his scalp prickling, nearly roaring in panic. Wanna flee? It is too late. Yihan Liang stood in the void, his gaze ominous, eager to witness the formidable power of the black demon thunder. Suddenly, a deep, ancient rumble echoed above the estate. As a tempestuous force of thunder began to coalesce, everyone looked up in terror. The The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with black lightning occasionally slicing through the heavens like dragons extending their heads. Each bolt of lightning was as potent as the aura of a late-stage spirit-soul realm expert. Impossible. How could the Yi family possess such high-tier talismans? Lu Jintian's face turned ashen, a chill creeping down his spine, his eyes glazed with disbelief. Lu Shi and others were likewise stricken with horror, swallowing nervously as if enveloped by the breath of death. The black demon thunder was simply too terrifying. Hundreds of bolts descended, and even a single strike would be sufficient to obliterate them. Break the barrier. Lu Jintian's body radiated spiritual light as he seemed to burn all his internal power, frantically pounding against the barrier. Yet, this barrier was unbreakable by anyone below the Purple Mansion realm. Boom. At that moment, the black demon thunder descended. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the entire Yi family estate as if it were day. In the midst of horrified gazes, the bolt of black demon thunder rained down upon Lu Jintian's crown. No. With a thunderous crash, the black demon thunder collided with Lu Jintian's flesh, and though he roared in terror, in the next instant, bang! His body erupted into a cloud of blood mist. The patriarch of the Lu family collapsed, his body limp. Boom, boom, boom. The second, third, and fourth bolts of black demon thunder fell in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. The black demon thunder acted like a merciless meat grinder, reducing figures to blood mist. Even the giant rock scorpion was pierced through by several bolts of black demon thunder. The entire Lu family was engulfed in wails of despair. Chapter 24, Reckoning. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by deafening explosions, bolts of black lightning, exuding a sense of annihilation, descended from the sky. They resembled the signs of death, ravaging and slaughtering the members of the Lu family. With each flash of lightning, another figure burst into a mist of blood. Bang, bang, bang. The shrieks of agony echoed, mingling with the cries of the damned, filling the square with terror. This scene resembled a hellish nightmare, drenched in blood. Within the formation, bodies piled high, rivers of blood flowed. It was utterly terrifying. Even the members of the Yi family, witnessing this horror, could not help but swallow hard. Their hearts filled with dread. Yi Han gazed intently at the ominous black formation, his heart seized by astonishment. He had not anticipated the terrifying potency of this black magic thunder talisman. Even someone as formidable as Lu Jintian could not withstand a single strike from it, exploding into a mist of crimson. In mere moments, the stone platform transformed into a river of blood, strewn with dismembered remains. While the air was thick with a feral and sanguine scent, the members of the Lu family, at that moment, truly comprehended the essence of despair and helplessness. Such a brutal massacre unfolded within just a few minutes. As the Lu family members fell one by one into the blood-soaked ground, their bodies left unrecognizable. Blood gushed forth, saturating the floor, with disjointed fragments of corpses scattered in a horrific display, a sight that was both ghastly and heart-wrenching. Above in the heavens, the power of the black magic thunder had consumed less than a third of its potential. Yet soon after, the ominous black storm clouds began to dissipate, and the thunderous barrier enveloping the Yi residence transformed into transparency and vanished. The oppressive aura of annihilation was instantaneously extinguished, allowing the Yi family members to finally exhale a heavy sigh of relief. As for the Lu family, they had suffered total annihilation. Even the colossal rock scorpion, battered by the black magic thunder, had been rendered a mass of wounds, utterly lifeless. At this moment, all eyes shifted. Gazing with profound reverence at the figure clad in azure robes, Yi Han, standing beside the stone platform. The entire Lu family had been obliterated, all due to him. It was unimaginable that the one who had saved the Yi family was, in fact, him. The elder and several other elders exchanged deep, knowing glances. They understood that without Yi Han, the Yi family would have perished long ago. A pang of guilt surged within them, recalling how the Yi family had once mercilessly tormented Yi Han. Yi Han cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body on the ground before striding towards the colossal corpse of the rock scorpion, observing its utter lack of vitality. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If only this gigantic rock scorpion could be harnessed for his purposes, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally. Alas, its form had been utterly ravaged by the relentless bombardment of the dark magic thunder. However, despite the destruction of its physical body, the treasures it possessed were not to be overlooked. With this thought in mind, Yi Han's palm was enveloped in a golden radiance, which he brought down with decisive force. With a resounding thud, the head and abdomen of the rock scorpion were torn asunder, revealing a shimmering, brown glowing orb and translucent bone fragments. This was the essence of the rock scorpion. At the sight of this orb, the elders, including the Grand Elder, approached with fervent interest. Within this palm-sized sphere resided a diminutive spirit form of the rock scorpion. This was the essence of a demon beast. The essence of a demon beast is a priceless cultivation treasure, especially essential for those who have entered the realm of spirit essence. The higher the grade of the essence, the greater the power it bestows. Had Yu Bailey been able to cultivate with this essence of the rock scorpion, his chances of triumph against Lu Zhentian today would have been significantly enhanced. Honor, this essence of the rock scorpion is extraordinary. It is at least a 9th grade essence. Should you ascend to the realm of spirit essence in the future, utilizing it for your cultivation will undoubtedly benefit your strength immensely, the Grand Elder remarked, his gaze gleaming with insight. Indeed, with your innate talent, it is likely that you will reach the realm of spirit essence within a few years. This essence is of paramount importance to you. The other elders nodded in agreement, stroking their beards thoughtfully. However, Yihan regarded the 9th grade essence with disdain in his heart. He had already resolved that upon breaking through to the realm of spirit essence, he would seek a higher grade essence to replace this rock scorpion's. Of course, he had no intention of relinquishing it to those elders of the Yi family, as he still bore the memory of their past actions against him. He pondered, wondering if there were any mystical techniques hidden within this beast's bones. Yihan carefully stored away the essence of his spirit. Then his gaze fell upon the beast bone resting in his palm. Within the bones of any mystical beast, there exists a certain probability of manifesting spiritual techniques. For instance, the golden roar he previously acquired was derived from the bone of a flame lion. With this thought in mind, Yihan released a wisp of his consciousness into the bone. After several minutes, he tossed the bone aside in slight disappointment, for it contained no spiritual technique. Then, Yihan turned his attention to the Grand Elder, speaking solemnly, "Grand Elder, gather the forces. Now is the opportune moment for us to settle accounts with the Lu family." Settle accounts with the Lu family? Upon hearing these words, everyone inhaled sharply. Several elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the moment to eradicate the root of the problem. Having spoken, the Yi family forces regrouped and marched resolutely towards the Lu family estate. At the Lu family estate, an expansive and opulent courtyard, numerous powerful Lu family members stood guard, patrolling the grounds. In the center of a stone platform stood 2 white-haired elders, Lu Yu and Lu Xian, who were tasked with safeguarding the estate. Hours had passed, and still, there was no news from the clan leader. Was there a possibility of unforeseen circumstances? Lu Yu furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of anxiety. Rest assured, with so many experts deployed from our Lu family, the Yi family will undoubtedly be unable to withstand our assault. Moreover, let us not forget that our guardian spirit beast, the rock scorpion, has also joined the fray. I believe at this moment, the entire Yi family has been annihilated, Lu Xian replied, shaking his head with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. At the very least, Lu Zhentian and the rock scorpion, both at the spirit realm, were more than capable of sweeping through the entire Yi family. However, at that very moment, a chilling voice echoed from an unknown source. Do not wait any longer. Your Lu family has already been obliterated. Boom, boom, boom. Enemy attack. A series of thunderous roars reverberated throughout the Lu family estate. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the gates of the Lu family were shattered, and several bloodied disciples, their bones crushed, fell before the 2 elders. What? Lu Yu and Lu Xian's pupils constricted as they looked up to see a stream of figures clad in black robes entering the Yi family's forces. Their minds felt as though struck by a thunderclap, leaving them stunned and motionless in place. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. Yihan stepped into the gates of the Lu family, his tone frigid. Indeed. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, hundreds of disciples from the Yi family unleashed their spiritual power, surrounding and assaulting the Lu family's disciples. Stab, stab, stab. The entire Lu residence descended into chaos. It was only at this moment that Elder Lu Xian and Elder Lu Yu regained their senses, their faces turning ashen, nearly stumbling to the ground. They realized that Lu Zhentian's plan to besiege the Yi family had failed. Chapter 25. Lu Qiling, your Lu family is finished. This icy proclamation struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Elder Lu Yu and Elder Lu Xian weak-kneed, nearly collapsing. Impossible. How could the Lu family be defeated? With Lu Zhentian's prowess, combined with a late-stage spirit realm giant scorpion, annihilating the Yi family should have been effortlessly achievable. Could it be that the Yi family has a powerful ally? Both of their faces drained of color, devoid of any semblance of blood, their spirits seemingly crushed, their eyes glazed over as they muttered to themselves. Yet, the surrounding cries of anguish quickly pulled them back to reality. They hastily raised their heads, witnessing the Lu residents engulfed in flames, countless lives being slaughtered before their eyes, their pupils trembling violently. Stab! 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 The cacophony of screams, the flash of blades, and within moments, the Lu family was awash in a river of blood. You, Lu family, have schemed tirelessly to annihilate my Yi family. Today, you reap what you have sown, bringing this calamity upon yourselves, and can blame none but yourselves. Yihan gazed coldly at the two elders of the Lu family. In that moment, the expressions of Elder Lu Yu and Elder Lu Xian transformed into ones of venomous resentment, their pupils tinged with crimson, their eyes nearly bursting with fury. You insignificant wretch! Even if I must sacrifice my very life, I will drag you down with me. With a thunderous roar, Elder Lu Yu's wild hair flared about him as he unleashed a formidable aura, reminiscent of a half-step spirit soul realm. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, channeling a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy to deliver a lethal strike to Yihan. Do you think I'm merely a decoration? At that moment, a commanding voice thundered from behind, shaking the very fabric of the air. Yi Bailey stepped forward with a disdainful snort, unleashing his profound spiritual power that radiated like luminous energy, transforming his palm into a fist. With a mighty roar, the punch resonated with the sound of a tiger's roar, and a fleeting image of a golden tiger emerged. Under Lu Yu's horrified gaze, a resounding crash echoed as the power in Lu Yu's palm crumbled to dust. The fist struck heavily upon his crown, causing his head to split open like a watermelon, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In swift succession, the elders of the Yi family exchanged glances and simultaneously launched an assault on Elder Lu Xian, igniting a cataclysmic battle. However, the sheer force of the two fists could not withstand the might of four hands. Before long, Elder Lu Xian succumbed to the relentless onslaught, meeting a regretful end. Amidst the chaos, the Lu family estate was engulfed in flames, with palatial structures reduced to ashes. On the ground lay numerous corpses, sprawled amidst pools of blood, their eyes forever closed in eternal slumber. Yihan harbored no compassion, fully aware that if the Yi family were to falter today, the Lu family would undoubtedly enact a brutal massacre upon them. This merciless slaughter persisted for half an hour before finally drawing to a close. Young master, we have captured several young members of the Lu family. What shall we do with them? At that moment, the second elder brought forth dozens of Lu family children, all merely 7 or 8 years of age. Their expressions were filled with terror, their bodies trembling, and their innocent faces stained with blood. Spare us! Spare us! We are willing to serve the Yi family as humble laborers. One boy, the eldest among them, no more than 14 or 15 years of age, fell to his knees with a thud. Behind him, the other young members of the Lu family followed suit, kneeling in desperation. However, among these young captives, there was one adorable girl of 7 or 8, her hair tied in a ponytail, who did not kneel. At that moment, she clenched her delicate fists tightly, her round eyes glaring fiercely at Yihan. Unlike her frightened kin, she bit her silver teeth, displaying no signs of panic. What is your name? Yihan gazed at the young girl and inquired in a solemn tone. Lu Qiling? The girl replied with indifference, your courage is commendable. I shall spare your life this time. Should you possess the means in the future, you may seek vengeance against me. A glimmer of appreciation flickered across Yihan's face, and then he cast a sidelong glance at the elder behind him, speaking in a deep voice, eliminate the others. Upon hearing these words, the younger members of the Lu family were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, their trousers soaked with urine, their faces as pale as parchment. They had not anticipated that their weak pleas for mercy would only intensify Yihan's disdain and revulsion. With a series of splattering sounds, blood erupted forth, and shortly thereafter, apart from Lu Qiling, the numerous younger members of the Lu family lay lifeless in a pool of crimson. Lu Qiling stood coldly amidst the pile of corpses, her youthful face stained with blood, yet she displayed no sign of panic. When I grow up, I will surely kill you. With that, Lu Qiling departed from the Lu residence. Young master, why did you spare this little girl after uprooting the rest? Questioned the members of the Yi family behind him, their expressions filled with confusion and uncertainty. Yihan's silence was not born from compassion, but rather from a profound admiration for Lu Qiling, who, at such a tender age, possessed such remarkable qualities, an extraordinary feat indeed. In that fleeting moment, Yihan was transported back to a time when he himself had been cast into the alchemical furnace by the Dongwu Emperor, engulfed in despair. This shared sense of suffering compelled him to consider granting Lu Qingling an opportunity. Little did he anticipate that the girl he had spared would, a decade later, evolve into a formidable force on the entire Songqiang continent. After the annihilation of the Lu family, the Yi family commenced a thorough search for the Lu family's treasures within their estate. As one of the four prominent families of Yin City, the Lu family's legacy encompassed martial arts, weaponry, and an abundance of cultivation resources. For the Yi family, these were invaluable assets. However, after several hours of searching, they found the Lu household astonishingly devoid of treasures. Aside from a meager supply of cultivation resources and spirit stones, there were no other precious artifacts to be found. What could have transpired? Yihan was perplexed. It seemed implausible that the vast Lu family possessed so meager a supply of cultivation resources. Could it be that they had transferred them in advance? Yet, this too appeared unlikely. The Lu family had probably never anticipated such a catastrophic defeat. Young master! At that moment, several clan members rushed over, panting for breath. After catching their wind, they exclaimed, "We have discovered what appears to be a secret cave on the back mountain of the Lu family, and within it may lie the treasure of the Lu clan." Oh? Upon hearing this, Yihan and the elders' expressions brightened with excitement. "Lead the way." With that, Yihan followed this group with great urgency towards the back mountain of the Lu family. Before long, they ascended a modest black mountain. Soon, at the mountainside, they arrived at a concealed area entwined with countless ancient vines, where a faintly visible vermilion stone door could be discerned. Lu Zhentian was indeed quite cunning. He barely approached the stone door with measured steps, and no one could have anticipated that the Lu family would conceal their treasure in such a remote location. "Young clan leader, this is the key we retrieved from the Lu family elder. It appears to be the one that unlocks this stone door." One of the clan members produced a palm-sized iron key, and Yihan nodded, instructing, "Open the secret passage." "Yes." With that, the excited members of the Yi family gathered around, as the elder inserted the key into the stone door. A rumble echoed as the door trembled and slowly began to open, wisps of black mist pouring forth from the crevice. Just as the crowd was about to enter, piercing shrieks emanated from within the black fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Poisoned arrows shot forth from the mist. Beware of the hidden weapons, everyone. Chapter 26, The Five Elements Celestial Scripture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, as the secret passage opened, a flurry of poisoned arrows, propelled by a fierce wind, burst forth from the black fog. Poisoned arrows. Everyone, exercise caution. Yihan's expression shifted slightly as he forcefully stomped his foot, propelling his figure into the air. He tilted his body slightly, narrowly evading a barrage of poison arrows that whizzed past him. However, those behind him were caught off guard. And in the blink of an eye, they were pierced by the lethal projectiles, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Hissing sounds escaped the remaining individuals as they beheld the fallen bodies, instinctively retreating in fear, their faces drained of color and hearts pounding with trepidation. That old wretch. Lu Zhentian had cunningly laid a trap of poison arrows within the secret cave. Yu Bailey cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, and an indignant fire ignited within him. Had they not exercised such caution, the Yi family would have undoubtedly suffered even greater losses. Given the stringent defenses and concealed traps in place, it was evident that this cave must undoubtedly be the treasure vault of the Lu family. Yihan furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. The elaborate traps set by the Lu family in this place indicated that something of great value must be concealed within this secret cave. Contemplating this, he cast a casual glance at the crowd and continued, "Everyone, take a few steps back and allow me to ascertain whether there are any additional traps present." With a resounding crash, Yihan took a deep breath, and his internal spiritual energy surged forth, rushing towards the entrance of the cave. However, this time, no poisoned arrows erupted from the dark mist. It appeared that the concealed traps within the cave could only be triggered once and had now become ineffective. Seeing Yihan unharmed, the elder and the others exchanged glances, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. The entrance was devoid of traps, permitting them to enter the secret chamber. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for everyone to remain cautious and refrain from disturbing any objects within. The place was fraught with danger, and there could be other hidden traps. Moments later, Yihan's voice echoed from within the cave, prompting the clan members to raise their torches and swarm inside. Upon entering the secret cave, a spacious stone chamber came into view. Yihan illuminated the path ahead with a torch, revealing a central chamber adorned with ancient wooden racks. To their astonishment, these racks were laden with an array of weaponry. Several elders directed their gaze towards the stands, where an impressive collection of arms was displayed: swords, blades, and more, an abundant assortment. Each weapon radiated a faint, captivating glow, mesmerizing all who beheld them. This spectacle ignited a wave of excitement among the onlookers, who eagerly approached to examine the treasures. To their surprise, they discovered that these racks held the prized weapons of the Liu family. Among them were spiritual artifacts, astonishingly, even some of high caliber. A few clan members lifted a silver sword, exclaiming in exhilaration. This particular sword, known as the Star Moon Sword, was classified as a third-tier spiritual weapon. Such artifacts are exceedingly rare. Even the Yi family possesses but a limited number. The prospect of acquiring this collection from the Liu family promised to significantly enhance the foundation and strength of the Yi clan. Thus, they swiftly commenced the task of inventorying these remarkable weapons. Yi Han strolled leisurely, toying with the weapons at hand. Most of these armaments were mundane, with only a scant few worthy of being deemed spiritual artifacts. The Jinwu blade, a third-tier mundane weapon, the Zhuge crossbow, a second-tier spiritual artifact, and the Yin-Yang sword, a fourth-tier spiritual weapon. These collections were indeed quite substantial. Although the Yi family is one of the four prominent families, upon witnessing the Liu family's remarkable collection, they could not help but feel inferior. "Young patriarch," he remarked, "there are over 1,300 weapons in total here. Among them, more than 1,200 are mundane weapons ranging from 1st to 9th rank, and there are over 100 spirit weapons of varying grades." Soon, an elder approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in salute. Behind him, the disciples of the Yi family were equally elated, their faces aglow with excitement. They carefully packed the weapons, preparing to transport them back to the Yi family for safekeeping. Yi Han nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice. Subsequently, his gaze shifted toward the other stone chambers within the secret cave. This hidden cavern housed more than a single stone chamber, and the other chambers contained treasures belonging to the Liu family. Upon entering the second stone chamber, he discovered a series of scrolls arranged upon an ancient wooden rack. Perhaps due to years of neglect, most of these scrolls were cloaked in dust, with some exhibiting a yellowed appearance. Among them was a third-grade spiritual technique, the Flame Spirit Palm. Yi Han casually unrolled the scroll, revealing 3 characters inscribed in the Flame Spirit Palm. It appears that this stone chamber is akin to the martial tower of the Yi family, with these scrolls being an assemblage of various spiritual techniques collected by the Liu family. The elders of the Yi family perused the scrolls, their eyes sparkling with excitement, their faces beaming with joy, unable to contain their smiles. These were indeed precious spiritual arts. "We must bring these spiritual techniques back to the Yi family," the Grand Elder commanded with fervor, prompting the clan members to rush in and collect the spiritual arts. As the Yi family members busied themselves with the transport of these techniques, Yi Han was also engrossed in examining the scrolls, curious to discover if any advanced spiritual arts were present. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment as most of the techniques were of lower rank. The highest he found was merely a 6th-grade technique, which did not pique his interest. Just as Yi Han was about to turn and leave the stone chamber, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon a crimson wooden shelf. In a rather obscure corner of the shelf lay a golden iron scroll covered in dust. He was drawn to it because it was crafted from metal. Intrigued, Yi Han retrieved the golden iron scroll and wiped away the dust, revealing several faint inscriptions. To his astonishment, the scroll prominently bore the title 5 Elements Celestial Scriptures. Instinctively, Yi Han sensed that this spiritual art was rather extraordinary, prompting him to hastily unroll the iron scroll for a closer examination. Such a technique exists? After pondering for a moment, Yi Han gently closed the scripture, his gaze rippling with surprise as he could not help but exclaim softly. This technique was unique. It required the assistance of the 5 elements treasures for cultivation. The 5 elements celestial scriptures comprised 5 distinct techniques, each necessitating a corresponding treasure of one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, for support. For instance, to cultivate one technique known as the Vajra floating pagoda hand, one would need to utilize a treasure of the metal attribute. However, the 5 elements celestial scriptures did not specify the rank of the techniques, leaving Yi Han uncertain about the classification of this art composed of 5 techniques. Given the peculiar nature of this cultivation method, it was clear that it was no ordinary spiritual art. Its dusty state suggested that the Liu family had overlooked its significance. "I might as well attempt to cultivate it," Perhaps it will yield some unexpected rewards. As Yihan contemplated this, he carefully stored away the iron scroll, clearly resolved to seize any opportunity to practice this arcane technique. Soon, the stone chamber was entirely emptied. 2 chambers remained, one designated for the storage of medicinal herbs, and the other filled with a plethora of spirit stones and various resources for cultivation. The Yi family naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. They swiftly swept through, leaving nothing in their wake. With the vast resources acquired from the Lu family, it is evident that the strength of the Yi family will undoubtedly burgeon as a result. Chapter 27. The Lord of Yin City. The following day, news of the Lu family's obliteration by the Yi family reverberated throughout Yin City, creating a tremendous uproar. Particularly among the Wu and Su families, one could sense a whiff of impending peril. Historically, the 4 prominent families maintained a delicate balance, each possessing comparable strength. However, with the Yi family's annexation of the Lu family, their power would inevitably swell, positioning them as a formidable contender for the preeminent family in Yin City. This disruption of equilibrium had instigated concern within the Wu and Su families, who feared that the Yi family's ascendants might pose a threat to their own dominion. Consequently, in recent days, clandestine meetings between the Wu and Su families have taken place, deliberating the prospect of an alliance. Yet, many found it perplexing. The Lu family was not weak by any measure, and the feat of the Yi family swallowing them whole overnight seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, this extraordinary event had indeed transpired, and it appeared that the Yi family had suffered minimal casualties in the process. This raised questions about the means by which the Yi family accomplished such a remarkable feat. Only the members of the Yi family understood that their success in annihilating the Lu family was solely attributable to Yihan. Without Yihan, it is likely that it would have been the Yi family facing annihilation instead. Yihan has undoubtedly emerged as the foremost contributor to the downfall of the Lu family, becoming an object of admiration for the entire Yi lineage. It is worth noting that just a few days prior, he was regarded as a disgraceful wastrel. Now, he has transformed into a dragon, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Yihan's status within the Yi clan has reached unparalleled heights. In the heart of Yin City stands the majestic white jade palace, the residence of the city lord. Under the relentless sun, the palace radiates a subtle halo, embodying both grandeur and authority. The 4 prominent families are merely influential factions within Yin City, yet it is the city lord's mansion that epitomizes true dominion over the realm. From this towering palace, one can gaze down upon the entirety of Yin City. At this moment, a few figures stand before the palace. Leading them is a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, who stands with hands clasped behind his back, surveying the city. He possesses a tall, commanding stature. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his gaze deep and swirling, as if one might be drawn into its depths with a mere glance. His pitch-black eyes are imbued with wisdom and strategy, exuding both resoluteness and dominance. This man is none other than the master of the city lord's mansion and the foremost powerhouse of Yin City, Dugu Longqing. Not only is Dugu Longqing the most formidable figure in Yin City today, but he is also the sole individual to have attained the Purple Mansion realm. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a faint glow emanating from his physique, with skin as smooth as jade. Entering the Purple Mansion realm entails tempering the internal organs to a hardness akin to iron and refining the body to a strength resembling fine steel, impervious to blades and arrows. With Dugu Longqing's formidable physique, even a full-force strike from a spirit soul realm expert would scarcely inflict a scratch. Moreover, upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, one's physical prowess significantly amplifies, with each punch delivering the strength of 10 tigers and 10 elephants. With such power, he could effortlessly obliterate the 4 prominent families with a mere flick of his wrist. At this moment, he stands as a sovereign, coldly surveying the entirety of Yin City. Behind him, a figure in a black robe steps forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. City Lord, the Lu family was annihilated overnight by the Yi family. According to our intelligence, the instigator was a junior from the Yi family, who appears to be Yihan, the so-called greatest genius of Yin City. Known for manifesting a high-grade spiritual vein years ago, it is indeed laughable that the Lu family fell to a mere youth. However, they possess considerable reserves, and their foundation is by no means weak. I find myself curious as to how the Yi family plans to deal with the formidable spirit soul realm beast that the Lu family has nurtured. Dugu Longqing furrows his brow, his voice resonant and deep as a bell. This is unknown to me. The elder in black pondered for a moment before shaking his head. City Lord, should I dispatch someone to eliminate that youth from the Yi family? In 3 months, The elders of the three major sects will arrive in Yin City for the preliminary trials. We have only one slot. And this youth may very well become an obstacle for the young city lord. Behind him, an elderly man with white hair spoke in a voice marked by age. Upon hearing the mention of the three supreme sects, even the formidable Dugu Longcheng displayed a hint of solemnity. The 8 desolate ancient domain comprises 18 states, among which Qizhou is one. Yin City is merely one of the hundreds of inconspicuous towns beneath Qizhou. The three supreme sects, Yuhai sect, Star God Palace, and Wujiman, are the true overlords of Qingzhou, renowned and feared. Countless talented youths aspire to join the ranks of these prestigious sects, vying fervently for entry. Every 3 years, these sects conduct a selection of disciples, sending elders to various towns in search of prodigies. This year, Yin City possesses only a single qualification for advancement. Those young talents who pass the preliminary selection will be gathered in Qizhou for the final selection. Being chosen by one of the three sects is akin to leaping over the Dragon's Gate, promising an extraordinary future. With only one spot available in Yin City, the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Father, it is merely a small Yi family. Must you be so troubled? At that moment, a clear, melodious laughter emanated from behind. A young man clad in a purple robe, exuding nobility and grace, approached Dugu Longcheng with a confident stride. This striking youth was none other than Dugu Qianqing, the young master of the city lord's residence. Dugu Qianqing's gaze was filled with pride. A smirk played on his lips as he declared, "Father, I have successfully refined the essence of the North Domain Golden Eagle and have now ascended to the Spirit Soul Realm. In all of Yin City, none can rival me. Yi Han from the Yi family is no longer my match. Should we meet on the selection platform, he is likely to meet his demise." "Oh, you have succeeded?" Upon hearing this, Dugu Longqing's face briefly glimmered with appreciation. He stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly with a smile. "Excellent. A tiger's son does not produce a dog. You are indeed the son of Dugu Longqing." Behind him, the cloaked figure and the elderly man wore expressions of astonishment. Dugu Qianqing had not only entered the Spirit Soul Realm, but had also refined the powerful essence of the North Domain Golden Eagle. The North Domain Golden Eagle was a prized essence of a profound-level beast, acquired at great expense by Dugu Longqing. Moreover, the North Domain Golden Eagle ranked 87th in the Beast Roll, a catalog of formidable creatures, categorized into the heavenly and earthly rankings. Only those beasts of noble bloodlines and exceptional power in the Zhangqiang continent are worthy of being recorded in the Beast Roll. Although Dugu Qianqing had just reached the initial stage of the Spirit Soul Realm, even those in the mid-stage of the same realm might not stand a chance against him, such as the deterrent power of high-level essences. Dugu Longcheng, initially harboring thoughts of hostility, now found a sense of calm returning. A mere Yi family, in terms of resources and talent, could hardly be compared to the illustrious Dugu clan. Yi Han's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze filled with amusement and mockery. In 3 months, he intended to personally defeat this individual, ensuring he comprehended who truly reigned as the foremost genius of Yin City. He was resolute in securing the sole preliminary selection spot allocated to the 3 great supersections. Chapter 28, Blood Spirit Lotus in Recent Days. The entire Yi family remained tranquil, exuding an aura of harmony. Although the family's strength had surged dramatically following the annexation of the Lu family, eclipsing that of any other clan, their demeanor had not changed. In fact, they exhibited an even greater level of discretion than before. They understood that only with deep roots could a tree flourish abundantly, and the same principle applied to a family. Following the downfall of the Lu family, the Yi family reaped numerous resources. They acquired a wealth of weapons, spiritual techniques, and medicinal herbs, alongside the vast territories that once belonged to the Lu family. Moreover, the Tianyang or Vein was now entirely under the control of the Yi family's influence. With their current strength, the Yi family had expanded to at least 3 times its former size. As the Yi clan grew more formidable, the power dynamics within Yin City inevitably transformed. The remaining 2 prominent families, the Wu and Su clans, forged an alliance to counterbalance the Yi family's burgeoning might. In the courtyard of the Yi family estate, by the tranquil lakeside, a figure sat cross-legged upon a rock, resembling a venerable monk in deep meditation. At this moment, Yi Han placed his palms upon his dantian, channeling the dragon's absorption technique. Instantly, his entire being was enveloped in a radiant golden spiritual energy, his physique shining brilliantly. After a considerable duration, he abruptly opened his eyes. And at the moment he parted his lips, a profound dragon's roar seemed to emanate from his dantian. Accompanied by this resounding cry, a powerful suction emerged from his abdomen, akin to a whirlpool voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. The sensation was as if the spiritual forces of the universe were converging into his dantian like rivers flowing into the sea. As the spiritual energy surged into his limbs and bones, the potency of Yihan's own spiritual energy intensified, as if a formidable force yearned to burst forth from within him. He continued this cultivation for a full 3 hours before finally opening his eyes and rising slowly. Truly, the 9th grade spiritual technique has elevated my cultivation speed several-fold. At this rate of advancement, it will not be long before I can break through to the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm. Yihan sensed the surging power within him, feeling an inner delight. At that moment, several shadowy figures in black robes materialized behind him, bowing respectfully. What is the matter? Yihan regulated his breathing and cast a fleeting glance behind him. The Grand Elder instructed me to deliver this treasure to you, claiming it was unearthed from the Liu family's vault and would aid in your cultivation. A black-clad attendant presented a redwood box adorned with exquisite floral engravings. Oh, Yihan, filled with curiosity, took the wooden box and promptly opened it to discover the treasure within. To his astonishment, as soon as the box was opened, a beam of crimson light burst forth. Following this, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. This was. Yihan examined closely, and his gaze suddenly ignited with a brilliant gleam, expressing mild astonishment. A superior blood spirit lotus. Within the wooden box lay a blood-red lotus, accompanied by an emerald-hued stem. The petals of the lotus appeared to be formed from, radiating a captivating brilliance. Yihan was somewhat taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the Liu family possessed such a rare collection of spiritual treasures. This exquisite blood spirit lotus was at least a quasi-mystical tier spiritual artifact. If consumed, it would not only enhance one's physical prowess but also elevate one's cultivation level. It was astonishing that this old fellow had not kept such a precious item hidden away. Yihan carefully took out the blood lotus and examined it closely. Yi Bailey's willingness to bestow such a precious blood spirit lotus upon him signifies his complete endorsement of this individual as the future helmsman of the Yi family. You may withdraw now. Yihan spoke softly, observing the servants behind him leave the courtyard. He then retrieved a cauldron from his universe bag. A wisp of divine consciousness surged forth, lifting the alchemical furnace and suspending it in midair. Ingesting the blood spirit lotus offers a certain probability of aiding in a breakthrough to a higher realm. However, the odds are not particularly favorable. Conversely, should one succeed in refining it into a blood spirit pill, the chances of elevating to a minor realm would be at least 50%. The blood spirit lotus is classified as a 4th-grade medicinal herb, and given my current capabilities, I should indeed qualify as a 4th-grade alchemist, thus making its refinement feasible. Yihan furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Although he had once been a revered alchemist in his past life, in this incarnation, he must embark on the arduous journey of recultivation, including the mastery of alchemy itself. With a soft exhalation, a verdant flame, as radiant as emerald, flickered to life in the palm of his hand. This was a 3rd-tier flame, the heartfire of emerald. Under Yihan's deft command, the flame danced gracefully before leaping into the cauldron. Subsequently, a blood spirit lotus was placed within the alchemical furnace, sealing it to commence the refining process. As the flames roared, it was not long before the blood spirit lotus was reduced to a pool of crimson liquid. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual essence surged forth, incessantly extracting the medicinal properties from the lotus. My current soul strength can be considered at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, and I stand but a step away from the heavenly realm. Yihan murmured quietly to himself. The power of the soul is the cornerstone of becoming an alchemist, and for the majority, their soul strength remains confined within the mortal realm. Only a select few, endowed with innate prowess, can transcend this limitation and enter the realm of the spirit. The spiritual realm is categorized into minor and major spiritual realms, culminating in the state of spiritual perfection. Beyond the spiritual realm lies the celestial realm, the realm of transformation, the extraordinary realm, and the realm of rebirth, among others. In his previous life, Yihan's soul strength ascended to the realm of transformation upon birth, and by the tender age of 16, he had further broken through to the sacred realm. The original owner of this physical body possessed an exceptionally rare talent, achieving spiritual perfection at the mere age of 17, a feat that is indeed extraordinarily uncommon. Yihan remained untroubled. Endowed with the extraordinary physique of the celestial Dan body, his spiritual power would inevitably augment in tandem. Had the original owner of this corporeal form awakened the celestial Dan body from the outset, his current spiritual prowess would be even more formidable. As the immense soul surged forth, a smooth elixir took shape within the alchemical furnace. Buzz. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Yihan Yu gently opened the red cover, releasing a billow of warm steam. A crimson elixir ascended, settling into the palm of Yihan, exuding a rich and intoxicating aroma, still radiating warmth. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns adorned the elixir's surface. Indeed, possessing the celestial Dan body and an extraordinary alchemical talent made all the difference. Even when utilizing third-tier alchemical flames to concoct a fourth-tier blood spirit pill, the medicinal essence was able to manifest intricate patterns. With that, Yihan once again assumed a meditative posture, consuming the blood spirit pill and commencing his cultivation. Half an hour later, a faint yet powerful roar resonated within him, as potent spiritual energy surged forth like waves, radiating outward. The efficacy of the blood spirit pill proved to be quite remarkable. Yihan slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fist. At that moment, it felt as though a vast ocean of spiritual energy surged within him. Brimming with a sense of power, he had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm. With the aid of the dragon absorption technique, the intensity of his spiritual energy rivaled that of the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm. In fact, even against a formidable opponent from the Spirit Soul realm, he believed he could hold his ground for a time. This third-grade alchemical fire ultimately fell short. It seems I must seek a more suitable alchemical fire as a replacement. Yihan fixed his obsidian gaze upon the verdant flame flickering in the palm of his hand, murmuring softly to himself. Chapter 29. The Demon Hunter Mercenary Corps. As an alchemist, the essence of alchemical fire is undoubtedly indispensable. For an alchemist possessing a high-grade, superior quality alchemical flame is a cherished aspiration. This is due to the profound assistance that a premier alchemical fire provides in the crafting of elixirs. The quality of the elixir varies significantly with different grades of alchemical fire, even when producing the same concoction. In this realm exists a compendium of alchemical flames, chronicling the most coveted flames sought after by alchemists across the continent. In his previous life, Yihan possessed the Chaos Divine Fire, which could easily secure a place among the top 3 on this esteemed list of flames. However, as he now toyed with the Emerald Heart of Fire in his grasp, a sense of dissatisfaction crept over him. Despite returning to the beginning, Yihan had once again ascended to the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist. Yet he felt he required at least a 5th-tier flame to be deemed adequate. This realization sparked within him the notion of seeking a superior alchemical fire. One of the avenues to acquire such flames is through the hunting of fire elemental beasts to obtain their essence. The more potent the fire attribute of these beasts, the higher their grade, and consequently, the superior the quality of the alchemical fire. These flames are also referred to as beast fire. Yihan furrowed his brow in contemplation, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes as he murmured, "To the north of Flame City lies the Spirit Beast Valley, a place rumored to be teeming with ferocious beasts. It is quite possible that high-tier fire attribute beasts reside there. Having reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, I shall soon break through to the Spirit Soul realm, and thus I am in dire need of a superior Spirit Soul." With this thought, Yihan resolved to venture to the Spirit Beast Valley and test his luck. Before long, he donned a simple outfit and set forth alone towards the northern expanse of Flame City. In the northern region, the Spirit Beast Valley sprawled with lofty mountains and deep valleys, where numerous beasts roamed freely, earning it the moniker of paradise for beasts. Not far off, shrouded in a thin veil of mist, a continuous mountain range emerged, hinting at its grandeur. Between the peaks, streams flowed melodiously, and ancient trees stood tall, exuding a wild and untamed essence. These venerable trees were majestic and ancient, and upon the rugged stones, countless old vines twisted like dragons. Though the Spirit Beast Valley was secluded, imbued with an air of desolation, it was not devoid of human presence. Due to its proximity to Flame City, numerous hunting parties frequently traversed here in pursuit of beasts. These groups were known as Demon Hunter Mercenary Corps. By midday, no less than 10 teams had entered the Spirit Beast Valley in clusters. Typically, these mercenary teams comprised 5 or 6 members, equipped with various spirit instruments, delving deep into the valley to hunt for beasts. Upon capturing any, they would extract the essence, spirit, and bones of the beasts, taking them to the Tianin market for sale, in exchange for substantial cultivation resources. The piece of beast bone Yihan had previously acquired at the Tianyin market had indeed originated from such mercenaries. On the northern side of the valley, a group of 7 mercenaries, each bearing spirit bows, approached the valley's entrance. "Brother Liu, the Black Wind Mercenary Corps has truly struck gold. I heard they hunted an injured spirit sea realm beast just a few hours ago, earning over 10,000 spirit stones," remarked a youth with a rebellious glint in his eyes. Beside him, a woman clad in red spoke haughtily. They were merely fortunate. "Our Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps is the strongest in all of Flame City. We cannot lose to the Black Wind Mercenary Corps this time. Upon entering the Spirit Beast Valley, we must hunt a beast of equal rank." Upon hearing this, the other mercenaries nodded in agreement, silently rallying their spirits. Meanwhile, perched high upon a massive rock, a figure observed this group intently. These mercenaries, having roamed this area for years, were undoubtedly well acquainted with the Spirit Beast Valley. Yihan furrowed his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. The terrain of the Spirit Beast Valley was intricate, perpetually shrouded in mist, and venturing alone could easily lead to disorientation. Thus, joining the Demon Hunter Mercenary Corps seemed a prudent course of action. With this thought in mind, Yihan suddenly leaped from the massive rock, descending the steep slope with the agility of a cheetah. Whoosh! A lithe figure suddenly charged down from the side slope, prompting the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps to swiftly adopt a defensive stance, aiming their spirit bows. Why is it just a solitary individual? The members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps furrowed their brows and lowered their bows. "Which mercenary group do you belong to?" inquired the young man in the lead, approaching Yihan with a serious demeanor. This youth was the captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps and the eldest son of the Liu family from Flame City. "Lu Qingshan. I am not affiliated with any mercenary group. I merely wish to enter the Spirit Beast Valley to hunt beasts. However, as this is my first visit, I am unaware of the complex terrain and fear I may lose my way. Thus, I was hoping to join your Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, if that is permissible." Yihan respectfully clasped his hands towards Lu Qingshan and spoke candidly. Little did he expect that upon finishing his words, a piercing laughter would resonate through the air. "How foolish you are to think you can venture into the Spirit Beast Valley alone. Even we mercenaries tread carefully here, for danger lurks at every corner. Should you encounter a formidable beast, you might end up as nothing more than a pile of bones." The voice belonged to the haughty woman in red, Lu Shui. She scrutinized Yihan from head to toe, and upon realizing he appeared even younger than herself, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Lu Qingshan frowned slightly. It was rare for him to encounter a martial artist daring enough to enter the Spirit Beast Valley alone. To do so, one would typically require at least the strength of the Spirit Sea realm. Yet, the youth before him seemed at least 4 or 5 years younger, making it implausible for him to be a powerhouse of that caliber. This left Lu Qingshan in a quandary. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, with her characteristic bluntness, immediately dismissed him, stating, "Our Lone Wolf Mercenary Group is among the most formidable in the entire Flame City. To join us, one must possess at least the strength of the 7th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. Do you truly believe you qualify? We are not so foolish as to burden ourselves with a liability." At her words, Yihan couldn't help but furrow his brow, looking at Lu Shui's exquisite visage. He felt no trace of goodwill. Particularly irksome was her arrogant demeanor, which reeked of contempt. However, internally, Yihan couldn't help but smirk. Lu Qingshan, the strongest among the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group, was merely half a step into the Spirit Sea realm himself. If he could join their ranks, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon. Alas, it seemed this arrogant band of mercenaries lacked the discernment to see his potential. Thus, he decided to let it be. Yihan displayed no emotions on his face. If this young man does not mind, he may join our Ironwood Mercenary Corps. At that moment, a cheerful voice echoed from behind. Not far away, another group of mercenaries clad in black approached the valley entrance. The Ironwood Mercenary Corps has also arrived. Upon seeing this group of black-clad individuals, the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps turned pale. There exists a rivalry among these mercenary groups, and the enmity between the Ironwood and Lone Wolf Corps runs deep. Chapter 30. Ironwood. At the western entrance of the valley, another formidable contingent has arrived, comprised of members from the Ironwood Mercenary Corps. Yihan cast a curious glance and immediately discerned the peculiar attire of these individuals. This group was clad in garments fashioned from animal hides, their skin dark and coarse, limbs robust, resembling primitive natives. At the forefront stood a burly man, his physique imposing and features rugged, his muscular build exuding strength. He was none other than Taimu, the leader of the Taimu Mercenary Corps. "Ah, Taimu, you two have arrived?" Lu Qingshan remarked, his face betraying hostility as he spoke in a hushed tone. Taimu's voice resonated like a deep bell. He regarded Lu Qingshan with a cold snort, stating, "Lu Qingshan, last time your Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps employed vile tactics to intercept the spirit beast we had hunted. a level 9 creature from the Spirit Spring realm. We have yet to settle that score, hence our presence here. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The beasts of the Spirit Beast Valley do not belong to your Taimu mercenary corps. Whosoever possesses them, they naturally belong to that individual, Lu Qingshan retorted, raising an eyebrow with brazen audacity. It turned out that a month prior, the two mercenary corps had engaged in a hunting competition, and unexpectedly, the Taimu mercenary corps had their injured beast intercepted by their adversaries. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's words, the members behind Taimu clenched their fists in anger. What? Do you wish to start a fight here? A member of the Lone Wolf mercenary corps taunted. However, Taimu furrowed his brow, raising a hand to restrain his furious companions. He understood that instigating a conflict before they had even hunted the beasts would be unwise. Taimu's gaze then fell upon Yihan, and with a hearty laugh, he said, "Young brother, if the Lone Wolf mercenary corps does not accept you, we shall. If you do not mind, you may join our Taimu mercenary corps, as we are in need of additional personnel. Rest assured. You shall also receive your share of the beasts we hunt." Yihan cast a glance at Taimu, a robust individual with a hearty demeanor, appearing far more agreeable than Lu Qingshan. Thus, he replied, "Brother Tai, your straightforwardness is refreshing. I am indeed willing." "Excellent," Taimu exclaimed, patting Yihan's shoulder. An undercurrent of spiritual energy surged forth, which would typically cause an ordinary person to sway unsteadily. However, with a smile gracing his face, Yihan remained utterly unmoved. "Remarkable," Taimu mused inwardly, taken aback. His intention was to gauge Yihan's strength, yet it seemed that this young fellow's abilities were astonishingly profound and unfathomable. Yihan was well aware that Taimu was intentionally testing his abilities. However, given that Taimu's cultivation level was on par with Lu Qingshan's, merely half a step into the Spirit Sea realm, how could he accurately gauge his depth? "It seems your Taimu mercenary group is willing to accept even the most mediocre of members. Are you not concerned about your reputation?" "Haha, Taimu. I fear that during this beast hunting expedition in the Spirit Beast Valley, you will once again find yourselves outmatched by our Lone Wolf mercenary group," Lu Shui teased, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed, it is your Lone Wolf mercenary group that has failed to recognize a gem, gifting us such a formidable ally. I must express my gratitude." Taimu replied dismissively with a laugh. "Just him?" Lu Shui scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Yihan. "What strength could a mere 17-year-old possibly possess?" "Taimu, let us see which of our two mercenary groups prevails this time," Lu Qingshan challenged, sparks of rivalry flickering in his eyes. Behind them, the members of both the Lone Wolf and Taimu mercenary groups exchanged fierce glares. "Humph, we are leaving," Lu Qingshan huffed, turning to lead his team into the Spirit Beast Valley. "This fellow is indeed arrogant." The members of the Taimu mercenary group ground their teeth as they watched Lu Qingshan's retreating figure. "This young man beside me is Tai Wu, a master of the blade, who once effortlessly severed the head of a Spirit Spring Realm sevenfold savage lion with a single strike. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask him," Taimu said, gesturing toward the stoic young man wielding a sword. Although Taiwu's demeanor was cold, he nodded slightly at Yihan. "This is Tai Lan," Taimu continued, introducing the members of the mercenary group one by one. The members of the Taimu mercenary group were neither opposed to nor overly enthusiastic about Yihan's joining. After all, they believed that his strength might not be sufficient for their ranks. Yet, only Taimu understood that the young man before him might not be an ordinary opponent. "Let us proceed. This time, we must hunt more beasts than the Lone Wolf mercenary group to quell their arrogance." With that, the rugged men, accompanied by Yihan, charged into the valley with fervor. The dense forest loomed with towering ancient trees. The fallen leaves had accumulated over the years to a depth of over a foot, creating a soft carpet underfoot. At this moment, Yihan and the members of the Taimu mercenary group gradually entered a thicket. This dense undergrowth, shrouded in mist, appeared both mysterious and ominous. The members of the Taimu mercenary group, armed with bone spears, crouched cautiously in the grass, occasionally glancing around. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. "Hush, there are spirit beasts nearby." Taiwu gestured for silence towards the crowd, then exchanged glances with Taimu and Yihan. They stealthily approached the thicket from 4 different directions. It was a pack of ironback wolves. Yihan pushed aside the underbrush and beheld approximately 7 or 8 wolves, their fur glistening like silver. These creatures possessed strength that ranged between the 7th level of the Spirit Spring realm, making them formidable adversaries. "Engage." In a short while, Taimu signaled to his companions with a glance. Boom. The members of the mercenary group raised their bone spears. Resembling streaks of white light, as they thrust forward with a whoosh. Thud! A steel-backed wolf was pierced through its flesh, the bone spear embedding itself into the muddy ground, blood gushing forth as the creature howled in agony. Roar! Roar! The remaining steel-backed wolves, startled, bared their teeth at Tai Wu and the others, revealing their sharp claws as they lunged forward. Boom! 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 The members of the Taimu mercenary group unleashed a surge of formidable spiritual power, engaging in a fierce melee with the pack of wolves. A howl erupted from the steel-backed wolves, a sound that seemed to summon their brethren from the surroundings. One of the wolves charged toward Yihan, who deftly dodged, only for a massive stone to be shattered by the wolf's claw with a thunderous crash. "You brother, get out of the way." A deep voice resonated as Tai Wu rushed forward, brandishing his sword with an aura of murderous intent. He lunged at the steel-backed wolf, forcefully pinning it to the ground before delivering a brutal slash with his blade. Blood splattered, the wolf's head fell to the earth. Just as the Taimu mercenary group seemed poised for victory, a cacophony of wolf howls reverberated around them, alarmingly loud. Not good, the wolf pack has been summoned. Yihan furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. Previously, the iron-backed wolves had been howling, which was a call to summon their companions. Rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding grass, and sure enough, within moments, the eerie green eyes of over 100 iron-backed wolves appeared, encircling the entire Ironwood mercenary corps. In that instant, Ironwood's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 31. The slaying of the iron-backed wolf king. Panic spread among Ironwood and his companions as they glanced around. Hearing the rustling sounds, and the silhouettes of the iron-backed wolves materialized. These wolves bared their teeth and emitted low growls, numbering at least in the hundreds. "Everyone, gather closely," Ironwood shouted, and the members swiftly retreated, forming a defensive circle with their backs against one another, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. At this moment, it was no longer a matter of them attacking the iron-backed wolves. Rather, they found themselves being besieged by the wolves. The howls of the wolves echoed throughout the valley. Yihan's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. The strength of the ironback wolf pack was not particularly formidable, most of them being below the 5th level of the Spirit Spring realm. However, their sheer numbers were daunting. With only 8 members present, they faced an onslaught of hundreds of ironback wolves. Should a protracted battle ensue, even those in the Spirit Sea realm could be overwhelmed. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Tai Wu grasped his weapon tightly, his palms slick with perspiration, anxiety etched upon his features. The other team members also breathed heavily, their bodies tense, and their faces slightly pale with panic. Taimu clenched his fists, a fierce glint flickering in his resolute gaze. He understood that if they did not break through, the entire Taimu mercenary group would face annihilation. "Charge to the left," he bellowed, with a thunderous roar. Taimu unleashed a wave of spiritual energy toward the encroaching wolves. He propelled himself forward, striking down upon the pack with all his might. With a resounding thud, blood sprayed high into the air as 2 ironback wolves collapsed lifeless to the ground. The pack, enraged, revealed their sharp claws and fangs, launching themselves at the mercenaries. Hundreds surged forward, the scene unfolding in a breathtaking display of ferocity. The feral wolves bared their teeth, and in an instant, the members of the Taimu mercenary group found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Yihan clapped his palm, and a radiant handprint surged forth, shattering a lone wolf into a mist of crimson. The sudden display of power momentarily startled the remaining wolves, causing them to retreat. These wolves possessed a commendable level of intelligence. Yihan raised an eyebrow slightly, murmuring to himself. He noticed that there were not many ironback wolves actively attacking him. Instead, they regarded him with evident wariness, clearly aware that he was not an easy target. However, at that moment, Tai Mu and the others were encircled by the pack, enduring a relentless onslaught of bites. Thud. Ah! A furious cry erupted, and Yihan turned in shock to find that Tai Wu had been directly bitten on the arm by an ironback wolf, flesh torn asunder. Meanwhile, the remaining members of their group, including Tai Mu, were drenched in blood, their bodies marred by deep gashes inflicted by the wolf's sharp claws. "Fall back," Tai Mu roared, his eyes wide with fury. Boom, boom, boom. In no time, the group, panting heavily, retreated to form a defensive circle back to back. They realized that they could not break free. Damn it. Taimu clenched his fists tightly, filled with profound regret. They should never have provoked a pack of vengeful ironback wolves. At that moment, the expressions of the remaining members were filled with despair, their faces contorted with fierce determination. Aside from Yihan, the others had sustained significant injuries, and their internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Yihan gazed at the despondent Tai Mu and spoke solemnly. Brother Tai, I possess a method to compel these ironback wolves to retreat on their own. What method? Pray, enlighten me, Tai Mu inquired, his eyes remaining fixed on the surrounding pack of wolves, wary of their potential attack. Do you see that gray-brown wolf atop the massive boulder? I am certain it is the Ironback Wolf King. If we can slay that wolf, the pack will inevitably disband and retreat in disarray. Yihan gestured towards the left side. Less than 300 meters away, a colossal rock loomed. Upon it stood a magnificent giant wolf, exuding an aura of authority. Its fur glistened, and its teeth were sharp. The commanding presence it radiated unmistakably marked it as the Wolf King. The thought of slaying the Wolf King brought a bitter smile and ashen faces to Tai Wu and the others. Setting aside the question of whether they could break through the pack to reach the 300 meters, even if they did, defeating the Wolf King would be another matter entirely. The Wolf King's prowess was at the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm. In the prime of Tai Mu, a one-on-one confrontation might have led to the Wolf King's defeat. However, that was evidently an impossibility now. Tai Mu, watch closely, Yihan remarked with a slight smile. He swiftly mobilized his spiritual energy, unleashing a powerful force that surged outward. The golden energy surged with intensity and with a firm stamp of his foot. A thunderous roar erupted. His figure resembled a streak of golden lightning, racing with unparalleled speed. As he charged towards the Wolf King, the surrounding wolves erupted in a frenzied attack. Tai Mu and the others were stunned. They never anticipated that Yihan would possess the audacity to confront the Wolf King. Brother Yi, retreat. Tai Mu, regaining his senses, shouted urgently to Yihan. Yet, at that moment, Yihan nimbly danced upon the heads of the wolves, his figure darting swiftly. Oh whoa! The surrounding wolves bared their claws, lunging forth, seeking death. With a disdainful snort, Yihan unleashed a surge of golden spiritual energy from his arms, rendering them as though forged from gold. Remarkably, he did not evade. Instead, he clenched his fist tightly and struck out with formidable force. Bang! 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 The 8 ironback wolves of the 8th level of the Spirit Spring realm were obliterated into a mist of blood by Yihan's singular blow. Witnessing this spectacle, Tai Mu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, swallowing hard. 8 ironback wolves had been vanquished in an instant by Yihan's fist. They inhaled deeply, realizing at that moment that they may have underestimated this new member. In a blur, Yihan appeared atop a massive boulder. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. The Ironback Wolf King was evidently enraged. It stood upright, towering at nearly 2 meters, revealing its claws, sharp as a refined spiritual artifact. Great sun-burning heaven palm. Yihan's heart was filled with cold disdain as he unleashed a lethal strike. With a resonating hum, his palm shone like a resplendent sun. In the astonished gazes of Tai Mu and the others, it collided with the claws of the Wolf King. Boom! A howl erupted as flames burst forth, and a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged outward, fracturing the surrounding rocks. Then, a mournful wail echoed as the colossal figure tumbled from the stones, lifeless. A charred imprint of a palm marked its chest. Hiss! The Wolf King was slain by Brother Yi. At this moment, Tai Mu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in unison. They were utterly astounded by the scene before them, their hearts gripped by horror, eyes filled with incredulity. This Wolf King, at the pinnacle of the Spirit Spring realm, had been vanquished by Yihan with a single strike. As the Wolf King fell to the ground, the remaining pack, stricken with fear, dared not linger. They howled in despair and swiftly turned to flee. In no time, the surroundings were left desolate. On the ground, besides the lifeless body of the Wolf King, lay dozens of bloodied ironback wolves. Swish! Brother Tai Mu, are you unharmed? Yihan burst forth, brushing off his robe. Tai Mu remained immersed in shock. Still unable to regain his composure, after a prolonged silence, he finally exclaimed, No, it's nothing. He drew a deep breath, gazing at Yihan with profound respect. Then laughed heartily. I misjudged you. I never anticipated that you would be so deeply reserved, Brother Yi. Behind Tai Mu, Tai Wu and others also looked on with admiration. Chapter 32. The human-faced demon spider. Following a fierce battle, the surrounding underbrush lay in disarray. Not far away, the grotesque forms of mangled wolf corpses sprawled haphazardly. As the tranquility settled over the area, Tai Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was astonishing that, surrounded by a vast horde of ironback wolves, their mercenary group had managed to survive against the odds. Indeed, they were remarkably resilient. At this moment, the members of Tai Mu's mercenary group, supporting one another, approached with gazes filled with gratitude directed at Yihan. Had it not been for Yi Han's slaying of the Wolf King, which instilled fear in the Ironback Wolves, their entire mercenary group would likely have perished here. In an instant, Taimu silently rejoiced at having brought Yi Han into their fold. Brother Yi, I cannot express my gratitude enough, Taimu said, nearly kneeling before Yi Han in reverence. Brother Tai, please rise, Yi Han urged. Yi Han quickly helped Taimu to his feet, understanding that Taimu was a person of deep sentiment, valuing the lives of his brothers even above his own. Indeed. Brother Yi, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, our mercenary group would have suffered irreparable losses. Who would have thought that despite your youth, you possess such remarkable depth? Fortunately, that Lu Qinshan was blind to your worth. Otherwise, we would not have been graced with your assistance. Taiwu grimaced, pressing on the wound on his arm. Upon seeing the gruesome injury on Taiwu's arm, Yi Han addressed the others, suggesting, perhaps we should take a moment to rest and tend to our wounds. Agreed. The group settled on the ground, laying down their weapons. Aside from Yi Han, there was another youth named Tai Zhu, who remained unscathed. He promptly retrieved a bandage from his satchel to tend to Tai Wu's injury. Yi Han pondered for a moment before producing a vial of elixir from his bosom and presenting it to Taimu and the others, with a look of bewilderment. Taimu opened the vial, only to be greeted by a rich aroma of the elixir that caused him to draw in a sharp breath. A high-grade spiritual pill? This is a third-tier elixir, the purple spirit pill. Consuming it will expedite your recovery from injuries. Yi Han smiled gently and explained, Brother Yi, this is truly not appropriate. Such rare elixirs are not meant for rough individuals like us. Taimu repeatedly declined, pushing the vial back. This is a third-grade elixir. Its worth surpasses that of slaying a beast from the spirit sea realm. Tai also dared not accept it, shaking his head. It's of no concern. Such elixirs are abundant. Feel free to use them as you wish. Yi Han once again returned the elixir bottle to Taimu, smiling as he did so. Upon hearing his words, Taimu and the others were inwardly astonished. Such a precious third-grade elixir was treated as inconsequential by Yi Han. They could not help but speculate that the force behind Yi Han must be extraordinarily formidable. Could it be the Yi family? A tumult of thoughts surged within Taimu, as he began to form a vague conjecture. Well then, I shall be ever grateful. Taimu clasped his hands together, no longer holding back. He poured out several elixirs from the bottle, distributing them among Tai Wu and the others before swallowing one himself. A wave of warmth surged into his abdomen, prompting Taimu to sit cross-legged on the ground, channeling his energy to cultivate. Meanwhile, Taiju skillfully piled up the slain ironback wolves, expertly extracting their bones and essence. Yi Han stood not far away, the pungent scent of blood from the corpses of the ironback wolves permeating the air, making it likely that other formidable beasts might be drawn to the scene. Although some beasts stirred restlessly, they dared not approach, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Yi Han, indicative of his mid-stage spirit sea realm. After half an hour, Taimu and the others gradually opened their eyes, exhaling deeply. Brother Yi, I am grateful for your elixir. My injuries have nearly healed, Taimu said, slowly rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he did so. His wounds had not only healed completely, but his spiritual power had also grown even more robust. Thanks to your generosity, Brother Yi. Being able to consume such a high-grade pill today has proven to be incredibly effective. Shortly thereafter, Tai Wu, Tai Lan, and the others also opened their eyes. Particularly Tai Wu, who marveled at the astonishing effects of the high-grade elixir. His arm, previously mauled by an ironback wolf, had lost much flesh. Yet now it appeared as good as new, save for a few scars. At that moment, the brothers of the Taimu mercenary group felt an even deeper gratitude towards Yi Han. After all, such high-grade elixirs were not readily offered to individuals like them. Brother, I have dealt with the ironback wolves, extracting a total of 25 beast bones and essence. Unfortunately, some of the wolves were reduced to mere blood mist, and their essences were destroyed, Tai Zhu reported, approaching and handing the gathered essences and bones to Taimu. Although they had nearly faced death, the harvest was undeniably worthwhile. Taimu and the others trembled with excitement. Historically, a successful outing for the Taimu mercenary group would yield only a few beasts, but this time they had amassed dozens. Moreover, among these beasts was a pinnacle ironback wolf king of the spirit spring realm. Brother Yi, you alone vanquished this ironback wolf king. Its essence rightfully belongs to you. Taimu generously offered a sphere of black light to Yi Han, while Tai Wu and the others looked on with eager eyes. Brother Taimu, keep it for yourselves. We have only just entered the Spirit Beast Valley, and there may be even greater rewards ahead. Yi Han dismissed the matter nonchalantly. Very well then, Taimu retracted the essence of the Wolf King, and after regrouping, the party continued their journey. In the northern part of the Spirit Beast Valley lay a rugged and deep ravine. Beneath the ravine, a pitch-black cave was faintly visible, from which a chilling black wind continuously howled. At that moment, within the depths of this darkness, a colossal shadow appeared to be moving slowly. Suddenly, two eerie red lights shot forth from a pair of sinister eyes within the cave. Damn it! I never anticipated the power of that faceless demon spider to be so formidable. Even the spirit-breaking arrow had no effect. From their elevated position, several figures leaped onto the rocks, unable to suppress their furious exclamations. These individuals were members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. However, at present, their faces were ashen, teeth clenched, and they bore numerous injuries. Lu Qingshan gazed down at the pitch-black cave from his vantage point, his face resembling that of a withered liver. Enraged, he struck the nearby rock wall with his palm, leaving behind a deep imprint. They had discovered a faceless demon spider within that dark cave. Yet, they had somewhat underestimated its strength, nearly facing annihilation. I have a plan that requires not a single soldier to be sacrificed while dealing with that faceless demon spider. Lu Shui remarked, her eyes glinting as she smirked. Oh, what plan? Lu Qingshan and the others furrowed their brows. The might of the faceless demon spider was terrifying. Could there truly be a method to subdue it without losing a single soldier? Lu Shui brushed her black hair aside and narrowed her eyes, suggesting, why not spread the news about the faceless demon spider? In due time, other mercenary groups will come to confront it. We can simply wait for them to exhaust each other before we step in to finish the beast. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan and the others exchanged glances, their expression shifting slightly in surprise. Snow Sister, your brilliance is unmatched. How did we not think of such a strategy? Lu Qingshan chuckled darkly. This plan is indeed exquisite. Chapter 33, Underhanded Tactics in the Vast Mountain Range. Mist swirled, as if enshrouded by a veil. Within the dense primeval forest, numerous mercenary groups were currently hunting magical beasts. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Spirit Beast Valley, a contingent was making its way towards a deep ravine at the valley's base. This group was known as the Black Wind Mercenary Corps, ranked among the top 5 in terms of strength within the entire Flame City Mercenary Guild, thus proving to be quite formidable. At this moment, the Black Wind Mercenary Corps had learned of a report indicating that a Spirit Sea Realm magical beast had emerged deep within the ravine. A Spirit Sea Realm magical beast held irresistible allure for any mercenary group. On the treacherous mountain path, 8 members of the Black Wind Mercenary Corps halted atop a rock. Brother Chin, below lies the deep ravine as reported. It is said that the faceless demon spider lurks within a concealed cave. A lean and agile youth swiftly ascended the ancient tree beside him, pointing towards a distant chasm below and speaking in a low voice. Among the 8 figures present, the leader was a strikingly handsome man clad in a blue robe, his deep-set gaze exuding an air of composure. He was Chinye, the leader of the Black Wind Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing the mention of the spiritual sea realm beast, a flicker of fervor ignited in Chinye's eyes, his brow arching slightly in intrigue. Approaching him was a slender woman in black, her expression laden with concern. I have heard that numerous mercenary groups have ventured into that secret cave over the past few hours, yet all have returned defeated, she lamented. Indeed. There are whispers of an entire group meeting with annihilation. Brother Chen, we must exercise utmost caution. Another team member solemnly nodded in agreement. Chinye's gaze drifted toward the chasm below, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clenching his fists, he declared, one cannot capture a tiger cub without entering its lair. Moreover, this presents an exceptional opportunity for our Black Wind Mercenary Corps to make a name for ourselves. If we manage to slay this beast, the renown of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps and others will surely be eclipsed by our triumph. With that, Chinyu leaped from the rock and beckoned his team to follow. Moments later, the 8 figures surged downward like leopards racing toward the valley's depths. "Ha, Captain! Another group has arrived," exclaimed a boy perched atop a high rock, taking a bite of the spiritual fruit in his hand, only to spit it out in excitement towards Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the azure ribbon at his waist fluttering in the breeze. A cold smile spread across his face as he remarked, "So it is the Black Wind Mercenary Corps. Qin Yi is no weakling, but he still falls short in dealing with that human-faced demon spider." At that moment, Lu Shui approached gracefully and said, "Captain, Qin Ye's group marks the 5th mercenary band to enter this place. Although the demon spider is formidable, it has endured the onslaught of 5 waves of attackers. It must be significantly weakened now. It is time for us to strike. Patience, we can wait for another group." There is no need to rush our net. Lu Qingshan replied with an air of tranquility. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions erupted from the cave entrance below. Huh, they have begun to fight. The members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps exchanged glances, their faces twisted with malicious glee. Half an hour later, several figures emerged from the cave, disheveled and bloodied. Quick! Retreat! Chen Yi bellowed, clutching his severed arm, blood staining his body as he roared in frustration. Damn it! The remaining members of the Black Wind mercenary team were either dead or injured, with only 5 of the 8 members managing to escape from that dreadful cavern. Lu Qingshan and his companions observed from a height, unable to suppress their cold laughter, their lips curling into a sinister smile. They watched as the Black Wind mercenary team, suffering heavy losses, retreated from the depths of the gorge. Given Chen Ye's severe injuries, it was evident he had fought desperately. The human-faced spider must have also sustained considerable damage. Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes, secretly mocking the situation in his heart. They continued to wait, but after half an hour, no new mercenary group had entered the area, which left the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary team feeling perplexed. I fear this plan may not come to fruition, Lu Shui stated, her brows furrowed. Consider this. If news of the Black Wind mercenary team's heavy losses spreads, other teams will surely reassess their capabilities and retreat, unwilling to take risks. After all, if such a formidable team as the Black Wind had suffered such devastation, what courage would be left for others to venture here? Then let us close the net. The human-faced spider should be significantly weakened, and now is an opportune moment for us to strike. Lu Qingshan nodded, preparing to lead the Lone Wolf mercenary team back into the gorge. Just then, another group appeared in their line of sight. Boss, it's the Ironwood mercenary team. One of the team members exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Lu Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he looked below, spotting Yihan and the others from Ironwood delving deeper into the gorge. A faint, chilling smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, Ironwood, they have finally arrived. Within that eerie smile lay a subtle thread of murderous intent. Among all the mercenary teams, none held a deeper grudge against the Lone Wolf mercenary team than Ironwood. Hee. Ironwood, I warned you that opposing the Lone Wolf mercenary team would lead to dire consequences. Lu Qingshan's fist cracked ominously. He almost wished for the complete annihilation of the Ironwood mercenary team. Captain, I have a plan that could inflict even greater losses on the Ironwood mercenary team, potentially leading to their total destruction, Lu Shui proposed, her mind racing with a cunning idea. Do tell, Lu Qingshan replied, his expression indifferent. Lu Shui smiled sweetly, glancing at a massive gray stone beside the cavern's entrance. Once the Ironwood mercenary team enters that cave, we can use that stone to seal the entrance. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the entire Lone Wolf mercenary team shivered with trepidation. This scheme was exceedingly treacherous. Once the entrance was sealed, the Ironwood mercenary team would have no escape and would undoubtedly meet their doom. Ironwood, you are willingly walking into your own trap. Lu Qingshan smiled slyly, his gaze imbued with a hint of triumph. Captain, we are nearing our destination, Taiwu declared, brandishing his blade as he gestured towards the deep ravine not far below. Yihan raised his head, surveying the surrounding environment. He discovered it resembled a sunken pit, enclosed and shrouded in darkness, with them situated at the depths of this abyss. Due to Yihan's exceptionally formidable spiritual strength, his perceptive abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. At that moment, his brow furrowed as he keenly sensed that someone seemed to be observing them from the shadows. Brother Yi, what is the matter? In response to Yihan's furrowed brow, Taimu could not help but curiously approach, asking with a hint of bewilderment. Yihan lifted his gaze towards the heights, scanning the surroundings. However, the location of Lu Qingshan and his companions remained well concealed, eluding his perception. After a prolonged observation, Yihan shook his head and spoke in a low voice. There is nothing here, let us descend. With that, the group made their way down the rugged path strewn with stones. Before long, they arrived at a sinister, pitch-black cavern. A chilling gust of wind surged forth from within. Chapter 34. The ferocious spider. As they approached the foreboding entrance of the cave, a damp, eerie wind billowed out. Taimu and the others stood vigilantly at the threshold, peering into the abyss, faintly sensing an aura of peril. The ground bore traces of still wet blood, indicating that a fierce battle must have recently unfolded here. Yihan cast a glance at the pool of blood on the shattered stones at the cave's entrance, furrowing his brow as he lowered his voice. He surmised that the previous group to arrive here was likely the Black Wind Mercenary Corps. With this thought, a gravity settled upon his expression, and he spoke solemnly. Everyone, exercise caution. The humanoid demon spider within is likely formidable. Understood. Taiwu and the others tightened their grips on their weapons, nodding in agreement. Allow me to take the lead. Ensure you do not fall behind when we enter. At that moment, Taimu approached with a torch, issuing orders to the group. However, Yihan pondered for a moment before extending his hand to halt Taimu. His eyes glinting with insight. Wait, this black cavern is the lair of the humanoid demon spider. Should we recklessly intrude, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. It would be wiser to devise a means to lure it out. Upon hearing this, the brothers of the Taimu mercenary corps exchanged glances, nodding in consensus. That is indeed a sound strategy. Consequently, Taiwu and the others took a moment to deliberate before gradually stepping back from the cave's mouth. Numerous mercenary groups had previously charged in recklessly, falling prey to the ambush of the humanoid demon spider, resulting in countless casualties. However, should they successfully lure it out, the circumstances could shift dramatically. But how do we entice it out? I have an idea. Tylon, gather some firewood. Suddenly, inspiration struck Taimu as he called out to a burly man behind him. On it, Tylon and Taiju swiftly turned and scoured the surroundings, gathering a considerable amount of dry twigs, which they piled at the cave's entrance. With a decisive gesture, Taimu tossed the torch onto the kindling, which ignited instantaneously, producing thick plumes of smoke. At that moment, Taimu retrieved a crimson pill from his pocket and cast it into the flames. In an instant, the white smoke transformed into a red haze, emitting an acrid and unpleasant odor. This smoke is toxic. Cover your mouths and noses, and hold your breath as much as possible, Taimu instructed, stepping back a few paces. This pill is crafted from a special formula designed specifically to repel demon beasts. We shall channel our spiritual energy together to blow this smoke into the cave. Yihan retreated a few steps, observing the smoke billowing in slowly, and suddenly conceived a strategy. With a flourish, his sleeves billowed, and a surge of formidable spiritual power erupted from his palms, stirring a fierce wind that swept the dense smoke into the cave. Nearby, Taimu and the others, witnessing this, promptly mimicked his actions, manifesting their own spiritual energy in their palms. The gust roared as waves of spiritual force propelled the smoke inside. Boss, what are they doing? On the high rocks, members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group furrowed their brows. Attempting to draw out the beast with poisonous smoke, Taimu, usually rather dim-witted, seemed unexpectedly astute this time. Lu Qinshan frowned, his expression darkening. For reasons unknown, he was overcome by a sense of foreboding. As the crimson smoke poured into the cave, a tremendous rumble echoed from within. Suddenly, a violent gale surged from the cave, scattering firewood in all directions. Taimu and the others grew alert, their spiritual energy surging silently within. With a furious roar that resonated like thunder, shaking their eardrums, a colossal black spider lunged out of the cave, its fangs bared. Yihan's figure darted swiftly to evade danger, urgently calling out to the brothers of the mercenary group, "Fall back." The spider's legs, as formidable as steel, crawled with a grating sound, grinding against the rocks. Hiss. Yihan and his companions raised their heads, gazing at the colossal creature, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. This ebony spider towered an impressive 7 to 8 meters in height, its bloated abdomen adorned with crimson markings on its surface. Its 8 slender legs stood upright like steel pillars, each leg covered in fine, venomous black bristles. The pair of blood-red eyes shone with a chilling luminescence, resembling lanterns in the dark. Most terrifying of all was the grotesque visage of a human face that adorned its body, from which protruded 2 venomous fangs. A human-faced demon spider? Upon witnessing this enormous arachnid, the members of the Ironwood Mercenary Corps instinctively raised their bone spears, retreating several steps, their faces etched with fear. Yihan's expression darkened, becoming gravely serious. The human-faced demon spider was far beyond the spirit sea realm. It had almost 1 foot firmly planted in the spirit soul realm. It was significantly more formidable than Elder Lushur of the Lu family. The physical prowess and strength of a demon beast surpassed that of human warriors by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the previous assaults from several batches of mercenaries had inflicted no damage whatsoever upon it. However, Taimu's spiritual energy surged dramatically, and he raised his bone spear, shouting, "Attack!" The members of the Taimu mercenary group channeled their spiritual power into the bone spear, launching it toward the human-faced demon spider like a streak of spiritual light. Boom! 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 The bone spears pierced through the air like a torrential rain. Yet, the human-faced demon spider erupted in a violet gray glow of spiritual energy, forming a protective shield around itself. To their astonishment, the bone spears were deflected effortlessly. Bang! The spider's forelimbs, resembling two curved blades, sliced through the void, leaving behind sharp silhouettes as they descended. Taiwu and the others' expressions changed dramatically as they enveloped themselves in spiritual energy and swiftly dodged to the sides. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder was cleaved in two, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Dragon absorption technique. Yihan took a deep breath. Akin to a true dragon inhaling spiritual energy, as a low, resonant dragon's roar emanated from his dantian. With a thunderous sound, a vast surge of spiritual power flooded into his dantian, propelling his aura from the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm to the late stage. In an instant, his body surged upward with grace, transforming into a fleeting shadow that appeared before the human-faced demon spider. With a fierce shout, he unleashed the great sun-burning heaven palm. A blazing inferno erupted from his palm, morphing into a radiant sun that descended upon the demon spider. The sun blazed with an intense fire, hurtling through the air while carrying a scorching wave of heat. Yet, astonishingly, the human-faced demon spider showed no signs of fear. One of its forelimbs rose, resembling a sharp scythe, cleaving downward with the force of a gale. With a resounding crash, the radiant sun was shattered into a flurry of embers by the spider's leg. The backlash from the spiritual force sent Yihan reeling backward several dozen steps. How formidable! His internal energy surged chaotically, as he silently marveled at the unexpected might of the human-faced demon spider, which far exceeded his anticipations. At that moment, the 6 iron-like legs of the human-faced demon spider swiftly traversed the rocky terrain, while its 2 forelimbs relentlessly slashed at Yihan. The sound of impact echoed through the air. Yihan evaded with agility, resembling a nimble monkey. The sharp spider legs moved with a swiftness akin to a flash of blades, leaving only afterimages in their wake. A thunderous crash resounded as a colossal ancient tree was severed in 2. Not far away, Tai Mu and the others paled, swallowing hard. Chapter 35. Decapitation. A resounding roar erupted behind him, as a lightning-like scythe claw swept through the air, and a robust ancient tree crashed to the ground, cleaved in half. Yihan glanced back, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly astonished. The humanoid spider pursued him relentlessly, its 8 legs scraping against the rocks, producing a jarring, discordant sound. In that moment, it swung its scythe-like pincers once more, striking down from behind. Sensing a powerful gust of wind approaching, Yihan took a deep breath, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped his body in a radiant golden light. His bronze skin gleamed with an almost metallic hardness. Clenching his fist, he silently summoned his resolve and turned to deliver a powerful punch. The impact of his fist against the giant pincer erupted in a blinding flash, reminiscent of the sound produced when a fist strikes metal. Under the force of this collision, Yihan let out a muffled grunt, being propelled several meters backward before finally hanging in midair, his arms slightly numb from the shock. Nevertheless, the giant pincer of the humanoid spider was also left with a deep indentation from that fierce blow. Boom! Yihan shook off the slight numbness in his arm, inhaled deeply, and propelled himself forward once more. His fist seemed to compress spiritual energy to its utmost limit, and in the fleeting moment he swung his fists, one could faintly hear the explosive roar of air being crushed by his strikes. Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of golden fists rained down, and upon colliding with the sharp pincers, a shower of metallic sparks erupted. With each impact, Yihan was forced back several meters by the sheer force. Yet, the arachnid pincers also emitted a low hum from the strikes, showing visible dents, a testament to the ferocity of his punches. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yihan's figure darted swiftly, his strikes ferocious as he continuously shifted positions. At times, he found himself on the back of the spider, and at others, at its belly, engaging in close combat, his fist striking like lightning at the various angles of the humanoid spider. In an instant, man and beast were entangled in a fierce clash, with a torrent of raging energy surging outward, causing the valley to tremble. Not far away, Taimu and the others, spectating, found themselves utterly unable to intervene in this fierce battle. Brother Yi is truly a humanoid beast, his strength astonishingly fierce, rivaling that of the monstrous spider. Tai Wu gasped in disbelief, his expression filled with incredulity. It is essential to note that this humanoid spider was a beast of the late spirit sea realm. At this moment, Taimu was so astounded that he could scarcely utter a word, standing there like a statue. Meanwhile, the brothers of the Taimu mercenary corps clenched their fists, their hearts brimming with excitement. If Yihan could slay this humanoid spider, their mercenary group would undoubtedly rise to fame, becoming the foremost mercenary corps. Yihan's figure moved like a wisp of azure smoke, and at that moment, his fist suddenly transformed into an open palm. From within that palm surged a continuous flow of spiritual energy, which then condensed into a series of radiant blades, swiftly cleaving down towards the spider behind him. Boom, boom, boom. These blades of spiritual energy whirled forth, striking the spider's back. To his surprise, the spider's back was as unyielding as a block of iron. In an instant of impact, all the radiant blades shattered completely. Such formidable flesh! Yihan was secretly astonished, his gaze sweeping over the body of the spider as if searching for a means of breakthrough. Yet, how could one easily penetrate such an ironclad creature? Suddenly, his eyes fixated on the spider's eye, as if a strategy had formed in his mind. A glimmer flickered in his gaze. He had it. In an instant, his figure darted forward like a monkey, swiftly seizing two bone spears from the ground, and then he launched himself towards the human-faced spider. Upon witnessing Yihan's approach, the spider let out a frenzied screech and brandished its two scythe-like claws downward. In the moment the claws descended, Yihan nimbly sidestepped, evading them like a fleeting shadow. Just as the claws brushed past him, he aimed the bone spear at the spider's eye and hurled it with precision. Boom! The two bone spears, enveloped in spiritual energy, erupted with brilliance, propelled by a fierce wind towards the spider's eye. With a sickening thud, both spears struck true, embedding themselves in the spider's eye, causing viscous liquid to spurt into the air. Roaring in agony, the human-faced spider instantly lost its sight, thrashing about in a frenzy. With a resounding crash, its massive body collided against the mountainside, sending tremors through the ground and dislodging rocks. Yihan drew a dagger from his waist, infusing it with his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, his gaze sharp and piercing. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged towards the abdomen of the human-faced spider, delivering a vicious thrust downward. A gruesome gash tore open, and the spider's belly was cleaved apart, releasing a torrent of purple liquid. The creature emitted a painful roar, crashing to the ground, its legs flailing helplessly in the air. Ah, finally, it was done. Yihan casually discarded the dagger, wiped the sweat from his brow, and exhaled deeply, a wave of weakness washing over him. Brother Yi, are you all right? Taimu and the others rushed over, their eyes widening in astonishment at the fallen demon spider, a mix of surprise and shock evident on their faces. I'm fine, Brother Tai. Please take care of things. The essence and blood of this humanoid demon spider should hold considerable value. Yihan shook his head and smiled. Let us begin. The eager members of Iron Warrior surged forward, dismembering the monstrous arachnid. In no time, the enormous spider's body was reduced to nothing but a bare skeleton. Gleaming, translucent beast bones and a radiant essence orb lay on the ground, igniting the envy of the mercenary brothers. They even removed the spider's fangs, intending to take them back as materials for weapon crafting. Witnessing such a bountiful harvest, Tai Mu and the others could hardly contain their joy, their hearts swelling with a mix of anger and delight. Yihan exhibited little interest in the treasures around him. Instead, he picked up a torch from the ground and addressed Tai Mu and the others. It is said that territories inhabited by formidable beasts often yield rare materials, and we shall venture into the cave to explore. Upon hearing this, Tai Wu and Tai Mu nodded in agreement, instructing the others to remain outside and report any disturbances. With that, the two followed closely behind him into the cave. From his elevated vantage point atop a massive rock, Lu Qingshan's face contorted in fury upon witnessing the slaying of the man-faced demon spider. His expression was one of utter discontent. With a resounding thud, he struck the mountain wall, leaving 5 deep claw marks etched into the stone. They had disseminated information to instigate a wheel battle among the mercenary groups, aiming to weaken the demon spider's strength. To their astonishment, the Taimu mercenary group had indeed breached the lair of the man-faced demon spider. This was akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, ultimately benefiting the Taimu mercenary group. What now, leader? Are we to let them take advantage so easily? A member of the Lone Wolf mercenary group asked, his face pale with indignation. What else can we do? That young man possesses extraordinary strength. Can we contend with him? Lu Qingshan shot a venomous glare at his subordinate, his fury palpable. Yet, deep within, he was secretly astonished, realizing that Yihan, at such a tender age, possessed the prowess to slay the man-faced demon spider. He had indeed misjudged him. Let us depart. Lu Qingshan waved his sleeve with a flourish and stormed away. Behind him, Lu Shue's beautiful eyes fixated on the cave entrance below, her silver teeth clenched. A myriad of emotions flickered across her face: regret, resentment, anger, and despondence. Had it not been for her sharp-tongued remarks, Yihan might have joined the lone wolf mercenary group, and that man-faced demon spider could have been theirs. Chapter 36. The Divine Spirit Mushroom within the pitch-black cavern. Yihan, along with Tai Mu and Tai Wu, cautiously advanced through the tunnel, torches held high. The flickering light illuminated the damp ground, strewn with decaying leaves that yielded softly beneath their feet. The chilling sound of the wind whispered around them, enveloping the atmosphere with an eerie sensation. Yihan led the way, the flickering flame in his hand casting a gentle glow. His eyes resembled the starry sky of a dark night, keenly observing the movements around him. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the trio surged subtly. After walking for several minutes, they encountered an enormous obstruction ahead. What could this be? The three halted, and Tai Wu directed the torch in his hand towards the front, revealing a massive pile of bones before them. The bones appeared to belong to a colossal beast, strikingly white and awe-inspiring. The trio exchanged glances and promptly encircled the skeletal remains, scrutinizing them with great care. Yihan lifted a bone, weighing it in his hands. It appeared to be a leg bone of a demonic beast, measuring nearly 2 meters in length and weighing several hundred pounds, heavy as lead. This carcass likely belonged to a demonic beast at least in the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm, possibly consumed by the man-faced demon spider as a meal. Yihan's eyes glimmered with astonishment as he spoke in a low voice. So, they are regarded as mere sustenance? No wonder this demonic spider is so ferocious. Tai Wu and Tai Mu gasped, secretly taken aback. A beast of the spiritual sea realm is indeed formidable. Yet it has been reduced to mere prey for the man-faced spider. The two searched through the pallid heaps of bones, finding no valuable items, and thus discarded the remains. Continuing their deeper exploration, the cave was damp, permeated by an indescribable stench. Besides the colossal skeleton of the beast, countless smaller bone piles littered the area, including numerous human remains, those of the Black Wind mercenary corps. At that moment, Tai Wu bent down and retrieved a black token from beside a corpse. The token bore the inscription Black Wind. Just then, Yihan raised the torch high and suddenly sensed something, inhaling deeply. "Brother Yi, what is it?" Tai Mu asked, noticing Yihan's peculiar expression, filled with confusion. "Indeed, there are precious treasures within this cave. Did you not catch that scent?" Yihan's lips curled into a smile, his expression brimming with astonishment. "A scent?" He pondered. Within this cavern, aside from the damp, moldy odor, there lingered a pungent stench. Was there any other fragrance to be found? Tai Mu and Tai Wu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in confusion. They inhaled the air around them, yet detected nothing unusual. As an alchemist, Yihan possessed an acute sense of smell, particularly attuned to celestial herbs and rare medicinal plants. "Follow me," he urged, swiftly lifting his torch as he navigated the intricate passages. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a narrow chamber and came to a halt. Buzz. Within the chamber, a violet radiance enveloped the surroundings. The group gazed ahead, where, not far from them, a medicinal plant was rooted in the soil. It was unmistakably a resplendent purple spirit mushroom. "Is that the divine soul mushroom?" Yihan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his voice brimming with excitement. "The spirit soul mushroom?" Beside him, Tai Wu and Tai Mu wore expressions of confusion. Although they recognized that this mushroom was undoubtedly a treasure, they were unaware of the specific effects of the spirit soul mushroom. "Brother Yi, what exactly is the spirit soul mushroom?" Tai Wu could not help but inquire. Yihan gradually calmed his mind, then turned to Iron Wu and Iron Mu, speaking in a solemn tone. "It is a rare and special herb that can enhance one's spiritual power, thus qualifying as a treasure of the soul." Upon hearing this, Iron Mu and Iron Wu furrowed their brows slightly, seeming somewhat disappointed. For ordinary warriors, spiritual power holds little significance. However, for an alchemist, this is an exceedingly precious gem. Should this spirit mushroom be made available, countless alchemists would vie for it with fervor. As an alchemist, enhancing one's spiritual power is no simple task. Aside from refining it during the alchemical process, the only remaining method is to consume rare herbs that bolster spiritual strength. Currently, my spiritual power has reached the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, and to ascend to the celestial realm under normal circumstances would require at least 3 months of rigorous alchemical work. Yet, with the spirit mushroom, the process would be considerably simplified. With this thought, Yihan approached, carefully excavating the earth to unearth the spirit mushroom, cradling it in his palm. This spirit mushroom was no larger than a palm, emanating a rich purple glow and a faint fragrance. "Brother Iron Mu, please guard me. I intend to refine this spirit mushroom here." Yihan turned to Tai Mu and the other, speaking earnestly. "Rest assured, we shall remain here. ensuring that no one disturbs your cultivation. Taimu nodded solemnly in response. Yihan found a pristine location, promptly settling into a meditative position and ingesting the spirit mushroom. He gradually closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy to refine it. The instant the mushroom was consumed, it transformed into a tremendous surge of energy, nurturing his soul. As he refined the spirit mushroom, it was as if a resplendent purple sun ascended within his mind. The violet radiance enveloped his soul, rendering it increasingly robust. Remarkably, Yihan's physical form also began to emit a faint purple glow. Time flowed steadily, and this prolonged refinement persisted for 3 full hours. After this duration, Yihan's soul became increasingly solidified, approaching a tangible state. With the soul ascending to the celestial realm, it could materialize. The thin membrane at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm was finally on the verge of being pierced, as his immense soul continuously condensed and surged within his mind. At last, a thunderous explosion reverberated. A tidal wave of fluctuating power erupted, radiating outward in all directions within the cave, creating a tumultuous resonance. Such formidable soul power. The expressions of Taimu and Taiwu shifted dramatically as they felt as though a colossal weight had descended upon their chests, rendering them breathless. They had never witnessed such an overwhelming and terrifying force of soul power. At long last, the breakthrough to the celestial realm had been achieved. Yihan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and at the moment he opened his eyes, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him. The celestial realm? Upon hearing these 2 words, Taimu and his companion could not help but change their expressions in alarm. Although they were not particularly well versed in the vastness of the world, they understood that many alchemists had only just begun to enter the spirit realm. Yet, Yihan's soul power had astonishingly stepped into the celestial realm. This divine spirit fruit truly possesses remarkable potency, allowing me to effortlessly ascend to the celestial realm. Yihan expressed his astonishment with a satisfied demeanor. Slowly rising, he brushed off his robe and cast a sweeping glance around the cave before addressing Taimu and the others, stating, "There should be no other treasures here. Let us depart." Upon his words, the 3 nodded in agreement and exited the cave. Outside, Tylon and the others had waited for 3 long hours without a sign of movement from within, causing a swell of concern among them. Just as Tylon contemplated entering to investigate, 3 flames flickered into view, illuminating the darkness. Their captain had emerged. A wave of relief washed over Tylon's face, and he exhaled deeply. Chapter 37, The Lower Clan Captain. Upon witnessing the 3 figures emerge from the cave unscathed, Tylon and his comrades from the mercenary group breathed a collective sigh of relief and hurried to offer their support. As the trio stepped out of the dark cavern, their vision expanded, greeted by a rush of fresh air. "Was there any sign of other mercenary groups approaching while we were inside?" Taimu inquired, exhaling with relief as he turned to Tylon. "None," Tylon replied, shaking his head. Yihan gently brushed his robe and lifted his gaze, only to realize that the sky had gradually darkened. The night enveloped the valley in a profound silence. "Brother Yi, while the darkness has yet to fully descend, we must hasten our departure from the Spirit Beast Valley. Otherwise, we may encounter peril," Taimu remarked, his expression suddenly grave as he regarded the twilight. "Brother Tai, why must we leave?" Yihan furrowed his brow, a look of confusion etched upon his face. His primary objective was to hunt demon beasts in order to acquire beast fire. Yet it was evident that he had not yet achieved his goal and did not wish to return empty-handed. "It appears, Brother Yi, that this is your first foray into the Spirit Beast Valley for the purpose of hunting demon beasts, is it not?" Ironwood remarked with a hint of surprise. Yihan nodded slightly. Beside her, Taiwu remarked that once night fell, the fierce and powerful beasts lurking deep within the Spirit Beast Valley would emerge to hunt. These creatures possessed formidable strength and ferocity, with many reaching the Purple Mansion realm. Even those at the later stages of the Spirit Soul realm would not dare to linger during the night. Beasts of the Purple Mansion realm? Yihan felt a slight shock in his heart. This was indeed a power comparable to that of the Lord of Flame City. With his current strength, encountering such a foe would undoubtedly lead to a perilous fate. It seemed that lingering in the Spirit Beast Valley was no longer an option. "Brother Yi, the success of our Ironwood Mercenary Corps in slaying such a multitude of beasts is entirely due to your contributions. I have conferred with the brothers, and we have decided to allocate 2/3 of the spoils, including the bounty from the human-faced demon spider, to you, while reserving a small portion for ourselves. What do you think?" Ironwood clapped Yihan on the chest, laughing boisterously. The other mercenaries cast grateful glances at him, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, do not hesitate to accept." Upon hearing this, Yihan shook his head and smiled. saying, "You may keep these spoils. My journey was not undertaken for such gains. The opportunity to meet you all is, indeed, a serendipitous fate." At that moment, Taimu was at a loss. Initially, he had harbored concerns about giving too little, yet he was taken aback to discover that Yi Han had no intention of claiming them. "Brother Taimu," he continued, "I cannot say that I have left empty-handed. The value of that divine soul mushroom is certainly not inferior to these spoils." Yi Han understood that Taimu felt somewhat guilty, so he offered some words of comfort. "Very well then." Upon hearing Yi Han's explanation, Taimu finally smiled and nodded in agreement. With that, the group departed from the valley's entrance. Today had indeed been fruitful. Ha! When we return, the old fellows at Tai Family Village will likely be taken aback. Along the way, Tai Wu, in high spirits, could not help but exclaim with delight, "Our Tai Family Village has never hunted a beast of the late spirit sea realm before. This time, we will surely hold our heads high." The other mercenaries nodded in agreement, their faces brimming with smiles. This journey had truly been bountiful. Before long, the sky gradually darkened. The group exited the Spirit Beast Valley, exchanged farewells, and parted ways. Half an hour later, Yi Han, weary from his travels, stepped across the threshold of the Yi family residence, the night fully enveloping the world. Just as he intended to return to his courtyard via the narrow path, a servant rushed up behind him, bowing deeply and exclaiming, "Young master, I finally found you." "What is it?" Yi Han turned back and frowned. "The Grand Elder instructed me to inform you that your father has been found. He is currently in the rear courtyard, and you should hasten there at once." The servant urged. "What? My father has been found?" Yi Han was taken aback for a moment. Then with a swift wave of his sleeve, he hurried towards the back courtyard of the Yi family without glancing back. Within a uniquely styled courtyard, the main hall was brightly lit. At this moment, the Grand Elder and others were gathered there. On a bed lay a pale and weak man, whose distinct features bore a resemblance to Yi Han. He was none other than Yi Han's father, Yi Xiaotian. "Father!" A voice echoed from outside the hall, drawing the attention of everyone present. Shortly after, Yi Han burst into the main hall with great urgency, hastening towards the bedside. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yi Xiaotian struggled to rise, his eyes brimming with tears of joy, his hands trembling as he gazed at Yi Han's face. With a hint of reproach wrapped in a smile, he remarked, "You rascal, you've finally returned." As he spoke, Yi Xiaotian grasped Yi Han's wrist, examining it closely. Good. Upon sensing the profound spiritual energy within Yi Han, a look of excitement illuminated Yi Xiaotian's pale face. Clearly, the Grand Elder had already informed him of Yi Han's restored cultivation. "Father," Yi Han swiftly supported Yi Xiaotian, yet he soon realized that Yi Xiaotian's breath was feeble, his complexion as pale as parchment. Not only was there a complete absence of spiritual power within him, but his legs had also been rendered utterly incapacitated. Yi Han's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the Grand Elder and the others. "Grand Elder, what is the meaning of this?" The Grand Elder and the others exchanged hesitant glances. "Honor, this matter does not concern you. It is best that you remain unaware." Yi Xiaotian repeatedly withdrew his hands, letting out a helpless sigh. "Father, who could be so ruthless as to inflict such injuries upon you? Who has rendered your dantian inoperative? Who has crippled your legs?" Yi Han's voice was chillingly cold, to the extent that the very air around him was suffused with an icy aura. Yi Xiaotian fell into silence. He had initially intended to withhold the truth from Yi Han, for the one who had inflicted such grievous injury upon him rendered even the entirety of the Yi family insignificant in comparison. "Yi Han, what could you possibly achieve by knowing? That individual is far beyond the reach of our family. Revealing this would only invite ruin upon us." The Grand Elder sighed as well, asserting, "I possess the right to know." Yi Han's gaze was imbued with a chilling intensity. Only then did the Elder inquire, "Are you aware of the background of the Yi family?" Yi Han shook his head. The Grand Elder approached, letting out a sigh. "Our Yi family is far stronger than you can imagine. In Qingzhou, the Yi clan is one of the 4 great families, renowned and formidable. Even the entire Flame City pales in comparison to its might. We, the Yi family, are merely a branch of the Yi clan, tasked with managing the clan's territorial resources here in Flame City. These branches are referred to as subordinate families, essentially the lower-tier members of the Yi clan. Your father, in his quest to restore your dantian, ventured alone to the main branch of the Yi clan in Qishou to seek spiritual herbs. However, how could the main branch bestow such precious herbs upon a mere lower-tier member, let alone a person deemed a?" Yi Han suddenly came to a realization. It was the upper clan of the Yi family that had crippled Yi Xiaotian's legs and destroyed his dantian. Yi Han, do you understand the formidable strength of the individual who harmed your father? At this moment, the Grand Elder's demeanor turned grave. Grand Elder, no matter who he is or how powerful he may be, I remain indifferent. As long as I, Yi Han, still draw breath. I firmly believe that there will come a day when he will indeed pay a heavy price. Beside the bed, though Yi Han's voice was calm and devoid of emotion, it was laced with a chilling aura of murderous intent. Within his profound gaze, there flickered a hint of fierce determination. Nearby, several elders sighed in resignation. The Yi family considered themselves but mere subordinates, relegated to the status of lowly beings within the vast hierarchy of the Yi clan. In the face of such a colossal entity, the Yi family of Yin City appeared utterly insignificant. With the might of the Yi clan, annihilating the Yin City Yi family would be a matter of mere moments. Everyone understood that the subordinates had no hope of contending against the upper clan. And even Yi Han could not defy this reality. However, upon witnessing Yi Han's resolute tone, the Grand Elder finally relaxed slightly and spoke solemnly. The one who severely injured your father is a prodigy of the upper clan, renowned as the most powerful genius of the Yi family in a century, Yi Lingxiao. Yi Lingxiao? Upon hearing that name, Yi Han instinctively furrowed his brow, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. In his eyes, Yi Lingxiao was already destined to be a corpse. Yi Han, you still fail to comprehend the sheer extent of Yi Lingxiao's terrifying talent, the Grand Elder remarked, shaking his head. He began his cultivation at the tender age of 3. And by the time he reached 20, he had already touched the realm of nirvana. Furthermore, he possesses an imperial-grade spiritual vein and has been granted recommendation letters from the 3 great super sects of Qingzhou. Moreover, to my knowledge, he's also a high-ranking talisman master. With such qualifications, his future is destined to soar like a dragon across the 9 heavens. A fate too grand for even this modest Qizhou to contain. Yi Bailey cast a profound glance at Yi Han. These words caused all the elders within the grand hall to gasp in astonishment, utterly taken aback. Yi Lingxiao, a prodigy of the upper clan. The accolades he possesses, even if merely one were to befall an ordinary individual, would suffice to incite a sensation. Yet, all these resplendent honors are singularly attributed to him. At the tender age of 20, he has reached the realm of nirvana. At 20, he is a master talisman craftsman. At 20, he has secured a recommendation for the coveted core disciple position within the 3 illustrious sections. Such remarkable talent is nothing short of monstrous. Not only in the humble Yin City, but across the vast expanse of Qizhou, Yi Lingxiao stands as a paragon of excellence, drawing the gaze of countless admirers. Moreover, he is bolstered by the formidable Yi clan. In comparison, Yi Han, our Yin City Yi family, is but a speck of dust against that colossal entity. Do you truly believe there remains a chance for vengeance? Yi Bailey looked at Yi Han solemnly. He believed that anyone who heard of Yi Lingxiao's astonishing accomplishments and background would be filled with trepidation. However, Yi Han slowly rose to his feet. Not only did he exhibit no fear, but he also smiled and proclaimed, even the tiniest grain of rice shall one day shine bright. Not only is Yi Lingxiao destined for doom, but the entire Yi clan shall also pay a heavy price. I shall uproot them entirely and usher in a new era, daring to call forth a new dawn. Are you mad, Yi Han? Several elders turned pale, their expressions akin to those struck by a thunderbolt, nearly losing their balance. To overthrow the clan, this is treason. They were merely lowly members of the Yi clan. And to even contemplate toppling the upper echelons was as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Yet, Yi Han held a different perspective in his past life. He was a revered alchemist, and in this life, he possessed the rare celestial alchemist physique. Surpassing Yi Lingxiao is not beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed, Yi Lingxiao is a remarkable talent, yet when juxtaposed with Yi Han, he inevitably pales in comparison. In his previous life as the Dan Saint, Yi Han encountered an abundance of exceptional prodigies, including the sons of imperial clans and the daughters of sacred lineages. In contrast, Yi Lingxiao falls significantly short of such esteemed company. One might say that within the confines of Qingzhou, Yi Lingxiao can indeed be considered a top-tier genius. Yi Han, if you seek to avenge your father, there are indeed alternative paths to explore. At this moment, the elder seemed to have a revelation, his eyes flickering with insight. And he remarked, if you can procure the recommendation letters for the seed slots from the 3 supreme sects, you will undoubtedly possess the standing to challenge the entirety of the Yi clan. The 3 supreme sects? Yi Han had certainly heard of the 3 dominant powers in Qingzhou, Yinhai sect, Star God Palace, and Wujiman. At one point, upon being discovered to possess a superior spiritual vein, he nearly fell into the hands of an elder from Yunhai sect, destined to become an outer disciple of their order. The disciples of these three sects are categorized into four distinct ranks: outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, and seed disciples. The seed disciples, also referred to as core disciples, are those exceptionally gifted individuals who receive a recommendation for the seed position from the three sections. However, in the vast expanse of Qingzhou, no more than 5 prodigies are granted such recommendations every 3 years. Yi Lingxiao is one such prodigy. As long as Yi Han secures a recommendation for the seed position and joins one of the 3 supreme sects, even the Yi clan would dare not lay a finger on him. Yi Bailey spoke with a serious tone, inquiring about how to obtain a recommendation letter for the seed quota. Yi Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. There are 2 methods. The first involves a martial selection, wherein the talented individuals from the preliminary selection will undergo a final selection in Qizhou, and only the top 3 disciples from this final selection will have the opportunity to obtain it. Yi Bailey pondered for a moment before continuing. As for the second method, it is to participate in the Dan Emperor Conference, hosted by Qingzhou every 3 years, and to secure the first place. The Dan Emperor Conference? Upon hearing this, Yi Han's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart filled with joy. He was determined to take part in this prestigious event. A month from now, the preliminary selection of the 3 major super sects will take place, and it is said that this time, our Yin City has only one qualification for advancement. Beside them, the second elder furrowed his brows. Although Yi Bailey wished for Yi Han to participate in this preliminary selection, the challenge of securing the sole coveted spot was formidable. Alas, while Yi Han's talent is truly exceptional, the young master of the City Lord's mansion is undoubtedly no pushover. This time, our greatest rival is indeed him. The other elders nodded in agreement. Despite the City Lord's mansion operating discreetly, with scarcely any rumors circulating, and even the enigmatic Dugu Qianqing remaining largely unknown, one cannot underestimate the strength of the City Lord's mansion, which is unlikely to be outmatched by the Yi family. Yi Han listened quietly. Having already resolved to secure this coveted position, he firmly believed that the Qingzhou Danwang Association would undoubtedly be his absolute domain. At that moment, a servant from outside announced, "Elder Master, Master Zhuge from the Alchemist Guild requests an audience." Upon hearing this, the Elder Master and others were taken aback, hastily gesturing, "Quickly, please invite him in. What could this old fellow possibly want?" Yi Han raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Shortly thereafter, Master Zhuge and his disciple Lu Qingtan entered the grand hall with smiles gracing their faces. The presence of Master Zhuge at the Yi family truly illuminated our humble abode. The Grand Elder, not daring to be negligent, promptly joined several elders in respectfully greeting Master Zhuge. Chapter 39. The Alchemical Prodigy. My arrival today may seem somewhat abrupt. I hope, Elder, you will not take offense, Master Zhuge remarked as he stepped into the hall, where a rich aroma of medicinal concoctions enveloped him. He offered a respectful gesture to Yi Bailey and the assembly of elders. It is indeed an honor for Master Zhuge to grace the Yi family with his presence. The Grand Elder and the others were taken aback by the honor, quickly rising to welcome him, not daring to show any sign of indifference. However, they were all filled with confusion, pondering what fortuitous wind had brought such a distinguished figure as Master Zhuge to their doorstep. Although the Yi family is a prominent clan in Flame City, it pales in comparison to the Alchemist Guild. Even someone as esteemed as Master Zhuge commands utmost respect, and even Yi Bailey must show deference. Meanwhile, Lu Qingtan, with her crystalline and enchanting eyes, cast a discreet glance towards Yi Han, resembling a tranquil lake. However, the haughtiness that once characterized her gaze has vanished, replaced by a subtle admiration. "Honor, quickly pay your respects to the master." Yi Bailey cast a glance at Yi Han, evidently intending to introduce him to Master Zhuge. However, upon hearing this remark, Master Zhuge was taken aback, a smile adorning his face as he replied, "This is quite inappropriate. Given my humble skills in alchemy, I fear I am not worthy of receiving a salute from the esteemed Master Yi Han. Rather, it is I who should personally extend my greetings to him." With that, Master Zhuge bowed respectfully toward Yi Han. The title of Master Yi Han left Yi Bailey and the other elders gasping in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and shock. To think that the highly esteemed Master Zhuge, renowned throughout Yin City, would deign to address Yi Han in such a manner. His humble demeanor clearly suggested that he regarded himself as vastly inferior to Yi Han. How could this be possible? It is worth noting that even the Lord of Yin City would not expect such a respectful greeting from Master Zhuge. "Master Zhuge, it has been several days since our last parting. I did not anticipate our paths would cross once more. Yihan smiled and walked over. In contrast to the respectful demeanor exhibited by Yi Bailey and the others towards Master Zhuge, Yihan appeared much more casual. Honor, do you know Master Zhuge? Yi Bailey gazed at Yihan, his tone laced with astonishment and disbelief. Heh, our acquaintance transcends mere familiarity. I have even engaged in an exchange of alchemical techniques with the young friend Yi. Alas, my skills proved inadequate, and I was bested. The alchemy of this young friend is truly extraordinary, leaving me in awe. Master Zhuge concluded with a wave of his hand. What? Master Zhuge lost in an alchemical contest to Yihan. How can this be possible? At that moment, the entire Yi family, including Yi Bailey and Yi Xiaotian, felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt, rendering them dazed and bewildered. For they were entirely unaware that Yihan was, in fact, an alchemist. Master Zhuge was a third-tier advanced alchemist, which implied that Yihan must be at least a fourth-tier alchemist. The revelation that their family had produced a fourth-tier alchemist seemed utterly implausible. Yi Bailey stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. A wave of ecstasy washed over him, mingled with disbelief at the words spoken by Master Zhuge. If this were indeed the case, then the Yi family would have the power to stride confidently through Flame City. Hana, is this truly the reality? Yu Xiaotian was rendered speechless with excitement. Yihan smiled and nodded. In that moment, a profound sense of pride welled up within Yu Xiaotian, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. A fourth-grade alchemist. The Yi family has produced a fourth-grade alchemist. He understood the significance of this. Even for the esteemed upper echelons of the Yi clan, a 17-year-old fourth-grade alchemist would undoubtedly evoke astonishment and commotion. This is indeed true. Would I lie to you? Master Zhuge smiled kindly. Since his previous defeat in alchemy to Yihan, Master Zhuge had abandoned his once arrogant demeanor. Under Yihan's guidance, he had been drawing ever closer to attaining the rank of fourth-grade alchemist. I heard that your esteemed father has been injured. This elixir is a special gift from the president. Although Yihan is also a high-tier alchemist, these potions are a gesture of goodwill from our alchemist guild. With that, Master Zhuge produced a jade vial from his robes and handed it over. This is the Huayu Tianling Dan, personally crafted by the president, classified as a fourth-grade potion. The Yi family is profoundly grateful. Yi Bailey's hands trembled, for this was a precious elixir bestowed by the president of the Alchemist Guild, crafted by his very own hands. Such an extraordinary honor had never before been granted to the Yi family. Everyone understood that the Alchemist Guild's courteous demeanor towards the Yi family was solely due to Yihan's influence. This old fellow had undergone quite a transformation. Yihan nodded slightly, contemplating how to offer further guidance to Master Zhuge, for under his tutelage, he would undoubtedly be able to break into the fourth tier. Master Zhuge, your visit today must not solely be for the purpose of delivering the elixir, correct? Yihan smiled knowingly. He understood that Master Zhuge's visit to the Yi family surely harbored ulterior motives. One does not visit the Sanbao Hall without reason. The old man had undoubtedly come today with a significant request. Suddenly, Master Zhuge's expression turned grave. What is it? If it lies within my capabilities, I would be more than willing to lend a helping hand. Yihan arched an eyebrow and spoke in a low voice. Master Zhuge shook his head and sighed. Alas. It is a long story. Several years ago, our alchemist guild expelled a malevolent elder named Elder Hong Yuan. After his expulsion, Elder Hong Yuan found considerable fortune in Qingzhou, not only advancing his alchemical skills remarkably, but also taking on a prodigious disciple. Now, harboring resentment over the events of that year, he has come to challenge our alchemist guild alongside his apprentice. Yihan nodded, comprehending the situation. It appeared that Master Zhuge wished to enlist his assistance in dealing with that remarkable alchemist. It was said that Elder Hong Yuan's disciple possessed a unique alchemical physique. And not only had I been defeated, but even the president had succumbed to failure. Lu Qingtan's gaze dimmed at the thought. Even the president had been vanquished? Yihan felt a slight surprise. Even more despicable was Elder Hong Yuan, who harbored lingering resentment over past events. Today, his words were sharp and caustic, subjecting the president and others to various humiliations, boldly declaring that our alchemist guild was merely a hollow title, composed entirely of inept individuals. Lu Qin in bitter lip in frustration, realizing that he had come to flaunt his power. Yihan's expression darkened. He had encountered the president once before and held a favorable impression of him. This Elder Hong Yuan, who had been expelled from the Alchemist Guild, had experienced a remarkable resurgence in his alchemical skills and had now returned to reclaim his dignity. Moreover, his demeanor appeared exceedingly arrogant and domineering. Young friend Yi, while we old bones may suffer a loss of face, The reputation of the entire alchemist guild cannot be tarnished by anyone. Thus, we find ourselves compelled to seek your assistance. Master Zhuge's gaze was filled with fury, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. If that is the case, then please lead the way. Yihan pondered for a moment and resolutely decided to teach that Master Hong Yuan and his so-called prodigious disciple a lesson. With that, the three of them boarded a carriage and set off towards the alchemist guild. Behind them, the elders of the Yi family remained enveloped in shock, still unable to regain their composure. Chapter 40. The Great Bodhi Pill. Within the grand hall of the alchemist guild, a multitude of elders and disciples had gathered, including even the president himself. However, these elders and disciples were seething with fury as they gazed at the two figures before them. Hong Yuan, you dare to insult the president? Elder Yunlong spat through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed upon a hunched old man clad in black robes, his sparse silver hair giving him a ghostly appearance. This old man exuded an ominous aura, and he was none other than Elder Hong Yuan, who had been expelled from the Alchemist Guild. At that moment, a youth in gray robes stepped forward beside Elder Hong Yuan. This young man was none other than Wei Yun, the talented alchemist mentored by Elder Hong Yuan. Wei Yun cast a disdainful glance at Elder Yunlong and taunted, "Heh, a defeated foe like you dares to speak to my master? You." Elder Yunlong's chest heaved with rage at the insolence, nearly causing him to choke on his anger. Having lived for over a century, it was a profound humiliation to be insulted by a mere junior. "Do not insult our master." A few disciples behind him cried out in indignation. "Am I mistaken? Your master was defeated by me. I fear your alchemical skills are even more lacking." Wei Yun replied with a sneer. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Elder Yunlong had suffered a crushing defeat in their alchemical duel. "Old fool. Does the Alchemist Guild lack even a capable alchemist? It seems you are all a bunch of useless crawlers, unworthy of even polishing my master's shoes. When you expelled my master, were you blind?" Wei Yun's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone dripping with contempt and derision. His words landed like a humiliating slap across the faces of everyone present. The disciples of the Alchemist Guild clenched their fists, their faces pale with fury. Yet, despite their anger, they felt utterly helpless. The young man in gray robes, merely 23 or 24 years old, had already attained the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist. In fact, his skills surpassed even those of the guild's esteemed president. "Hong Yuan, what exactly do you intend to do?" The president finally spoke, his fiery temper surprisingly subdued. This calmness stemmed from the realization that he had been bested in alchemy by Wei Yun. Wei Yun raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. "It's simple. Have my master kneel and apologize." "Wei Yun, do not push your luck." Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Alchemist Guild, filled with righteous indignation, stepped forward, their spiritual energy surging silently within them. This was an affront too egregious to tolerate. To demand that the guild master bow before Elder Hong Yuan was clearly an attempt to strip the guild master of all dignity. "Step back. If my alchemical skills are indeed lacking, I have nothing more to say." The guild master rebuked his disciples behind him. At that moment, Elder Hong Yuan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. He rose slowly, his voice raspy as if choked by phlegm, and said, "I have come today to request an item from the guild. If you are willing to surrender that flame seed, I shall take my leave." "What? You seek the flame seed?" The expressions of Elder Yunlong and the others changed dramatically. The Alchemist Guild had imprisoned a formidable flame seed capable of transformation. This mysterious flame seed was so powerful that even the guild master could not subdue it. Its might was tremendous and exceedingly volatile. The guild master narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that Elder Hong Yuan's return was not solely for the purpose of humiliating the Alchemist Guild, but also to covet that flame seed. This old wretch was indeed insatiable. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted within the hall, that of Elder Zhuge. "Humph. Hong Yuan, do not rejoice too soon. Who says our Alchemist Guild lacks talent? Today, let our most exceptional genius alchemist engage in a contest with your disciple and see who prevails." As this voice resonated, Yi Han, along with Elder Zhuge and Lu Qinan, entered the hall under the watchful eyes of the assembly. "Wow, it's him. He is the genius alchemist who defeated Master Zhuge that day." A considerable stir swept through the hall as the disciples of the guild held a profound impression of this figure. Yi Han not only triumphed over Master Zhuge, but also, with just a few words, helped Master Yunlong break through to the third rank of alchemy. His alchemical prowess was equally unfathomable. Would he be able to contend with the audacious Wei Yun? The other disciples whispered amongst themselves, feeling both curious and apprehensive. Although Yi Han's alchemical skills were remarkable, Wei Yun was also a prodigy in alchemy. Haha. Is this the most outstanding disciple of your alchemist guild? Hardly impressive, Wei Yan remarked, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Han, his demeanor rife with arrogance and disdain. Beside him, Elder Hong Yuan pursed his lips and sneered. This youth appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, younger than Wei Yun. How could his alchemical skills possibly surpass those of Wei Yun? It was nothing short of a farce. Speak, what kind of elixir shall we compete in? Yi Han smiled lightly, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. How audacious of Wei Yun to stand before him with such arrogance, when he first ascended to the status of a Dan sage, creating a sensation throughout the ancient realms of Danzhou. This fellow was likely not even born yet. Since you insist on seeking your own humiliation, very well. I shall oblige you. Let us compete in the crafting of the great Bodhi pill, shall we? Wei Yan wore a mocking expression, sneering as he spoke. A gasp rippled through the entire hall at the mention of the great Bodhi pill. Even the president's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Yan actually wished to challenge him with the creation of this pill. It was a pinnacle 4th-grade elixir, with a level of difficulty rivaling that of 5th-grade pills. In that moment, the hearts of all present sank. The mere suggestion from Wei Yun to concoct this elixir indicated that his alchemical skills surpassed their expectations. He was at least half a step into the 5th grade. Although Yi Han is also a prodigy, can he truly compare? Wei Yun cast a provocative glance at Yi Han, expecting him to either retreat in the face of difficulty or express astonishment. However, upon hearing about the competition for the great Bodhi pill, Yi Han displayed no signs of surprise or shock, instead maintaining an air of tranquility. This caused Wei Yun to furrow his brow, secretly pondering whether this fellow might genuinely possess the ability to concoct the great Bodhi pill. Impossible. He must be feigning composure. After all, it is merely a great Bodhi pill, is it not? Yi Han harbored a sly smile within, as to others. The crafting of the great Bodhi pill seemed an arduous task. However, he held an entirely different perspective. As an exceptional alchemist, he believed that there was no elixir of the same rank that he could not concoct. So, as you suggest, let us engage in the competition for the great Bodhi pill. Yi Han nodded casually, his voice calm as he remarked, you truly overestimate yourself. With that, Wei Yun waved his sleeve, and a black alchemical furnace descended upon the stone platform. Approaching the platform, he raised his palm upwards, and with a soft puff, a pale yellow flame materialized. This flame was markedly different from the one he had previously wielded against the president. As the flame surged upward, the entire hall grew wild and intensely heated. The president's pupils constricted suddenly. Wei Yun's flame was, astonishingly, the Tianyun Shuiyan, ranked 285th on the alchemical flame list. Chapter 41, Mystical Spiritual Pill Body with a gentle puff. A pale yellow flame slowly emerged from Wei Yun's palm. This flame, rich in color, resembled a massive chaotic mist. Wisps of fiery vapor continuously ascended, appearing as if they were a playful, ethereal mist. Yet, this seemingly delicate flame harbored an immensely violent power, causing the temperature of the entire grand hall to rise rapidly. The Tianyun Shuiyan, ranked 285th on the alchemical flame list. Upon the emergence of this flame, everyone, including the president, could not help but gasp in awe. Particularly, the disciples of the Alchemist Guild looked on with envious expressions. The flames listed on the alchemical flame list were the dreams of every alchemist. It was unexpected that this individual had not even exerted his full strength during the earlier contest with the president. Elder Yunlong was taken aback, simultaneously feeling a pang of worry for Yi Han. Wei Yun's alchemical skills were already unparalleled, and now possessing a flame from the alchemical flame list was undoubtedly akin to adding wings to a tiger. Was it truly necessary for such shallow-minded individuals to make such a fuss? However, it was hardly surprising that in the small place of Yin City, they had never encountered a flame as advanced as the Tianyun Shuiyan. Wei Yun's lips curled into a smug smile, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Afterward, he turned his gaze toward Yi Han, clearly awaiting him to display his own alchemical flame for comparison. President, may I borrow your alchemical flame? Yi Han turned to the president and smiled. In that moment, the hearts of everyone present felt a chill. How could he require borrowed fire? Even Elder Zhuge, standing nearby, sensed an ominous foreboding. Ha! You dare to challenge me, yet you need to borrow fire? There is no necessity for this contest to continue. Wei Yan sneered repeatedly, astonished that Yi Han required assistance for the duel. It was utterly ridiculous. However, Yi Han had no alternative. His chaos and fire had been confiscated by the Danwu Emperor, and he had yet to find a suitable flame. Very well, I shall lend you mine. With a swift flourish of his robe, the president conjured a swirling, dark green flame that shot forth, hovering before Yihan. This flame, resembling a lotus leaf in its deep, elegant hue, contained a faint ethereal silhouette of a celestial turtle at its core, the president's celestial turtle spirit fire. Below, the gathered disciples gazed on with a flicker of fervor in their eyes. Although this celestial turtle spirit fire could not compare to Wei Yun's heavenly water cloud flame, it was still an extraordinary source of Dan fire. Is this level of flame not rather meager when pitted against my heavenly water cloud flame? Wei Yun remarked with a toothy grin, deriding Yihan. Yihan approached the stone platform, his gaze cold as he directed it towards Wei Yun. He then retorted, "While the significance of alchemical flames cannot be understated, they do not dictate the outcome of this contest. Moreover, formidable flames require equally skilled alchemists to wield them. If such powerful fire is left in the hands of a disorganized multitude, it is but a futile endeavor." Wei Yun's complexion turned ashen, revealing his profound displeasure. Yihan audaciously mocked him in public, branding him as a rabble. His words were sharp, yet one could only wonder about his alchemical prowess. "I hope he does not suffer a humiliating defeat shortly," chuckled Wei Yun. With a deep breath, he summoned a colossal surge of soul energy to elevate the alchemical furnace. The two inhaled deeply and swiftly retrieved their medicinal materials. "Master, does Master Yi have a chance of winning?" Some disciples, filled with trepidation, inquired of Elder Yunlong and others nearby. Sighing, Elder Yunlong merely shook his head. It was not that he lacked faith in Yihan, but rather that Wei Yun's alchemical skills were exceedingly refined. With the aid of divine fire, victory seemed almost inevitable. The collective heart of the disciples sank heavily upon hearing the sigh. Meanwhile, although the president maintained a calm exterior, a flicker of concern danced within. Should Yihan falter? The alchemist guild would be utterly disgraced. "He will undoubtedly triumph," declared Lu Qin from a corner, biting her lip. Initially, upon meeting Yihan, her attitude had been exceedingly haughty and arrogant. Yet gradually, she found herself captivated by this young man. Even when faced with the formidable Wei Yun, he displayed unwavering composure. Exuding tranquility, she had silently become an ardent admirer. As the contest commenced, the arena erupted with breathtaking exchanges. Flames enveloped the alchemical furnace, suspended in midair and blazing fiercely. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Wei Yun commanded his soul energy, deftly tossing batches of materials into the furnace. His flames danced with grace, elegantly encasing the furnace, while his unique techniques continuously extracted the essence of the medicinal liquids. This process unfolded like flowing clouds, creating an astonishing visual spectacle. Suddenly, an explosion of flames surged forth, causing the disciples to gasp in alarm, only for the flames to extinguish moments later. This pattern repeated several times before finally settling down. What manner of alchemical technique is this? The crowd marveled, astonished to witness the impurities of the materials being expelled in the wake of the fiery outbursts. The liquid within the furnace was now extraordinarily pure and crystalline. Such alchemical prowess was truly otherworldly. "The competitor's strength is formidable," sighed some, hoping for a miracle. The disciples of the Alchemist Guild felt increasingly uncertain, their anxiety palpable. Their gazes shifted towards Yihan, who stood resolutely in his azure robe, exuding an air of calm and serenity, reminiscent of tranquil waters hidden deep within the mountains. "Humph, what a charade!" Wei Yun scoffed disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance. Yihan remained unconvinced. Although his alchemical skills appeared subtle, they possessed the profound capacity to wield immense power with seemingly minimal effort, a depth discernible only to those of a certain caliber. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wei Yun's alchemical process was remarkably peculiar, characterized by grand gestures and a commanding presence, which led all present to marvel quietly. In a mere few hours, he had swiftly completed the extraction of 4 rounds of medicinal liquid. At that moment, everyone beheld a radiant emerald glow emanating from his alchemical furnace. The extracted medicinal liquid was flawless, devoid of even the slightest impurity. Elder Tianke inhaled sharply, unable to suppress his astonishment. At this juncture, Wei Yun procured a jade vial from his robes and poured a glowing drop of blood, stored within, into the furnace. What was he doing? The crowd's expressions were filled with confusion. "It is the essence of a high-level beast," the president remarked, furrowing his brow. "That old fellow indeed possesses some discernment." Wei Yun lifted his gaze, directing it once more towards the furnace. The moment the drop of beastly essence entered the furnace, a terrifying radiance erupted, enveloping the entire hall. Boom! A powerful energy wave surged forth, cascading like verdant waves throughout the chamber. Everyone was left speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Utilizing the essence of a beast to elevate the properties of the medicinal concoction, this individual certainly had some skill. Yihan quietly murmured. It seems that Wei Yun has indeed come prepared. The grand Bodhi pill he has concocted must possess exceptional quality. Just then, as Wei Yun was deeply immersed in alchemy, his body emanated a faint golden radiance, strikingly extraordinary. What is happening? The president furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Wei Yun's condition had noticeably improved. As if he had become one with the flames. His alchemical skills were becoming increasingly refined, appearing to flow with effortless grace. Beside him, the ever-composed elder Hong Yuan finally spoke in a hoarse voice. This is the Miao Ling Dan physique. Yun'er is a once-in-a-century alchemical prodigy, and only he possesses such a miraculous constitution. Chapter 42, Dan Yun. Elder Hong Yuan's tone was filled with pride, revealing that his disciple bore a unique and special Miao Ling Dan physique. In the realm, certain exceptionally gifted individuals often manifest various wondrous physiques. Wei Yun's extraordinary Miao Ling Dan physique not only accelerated his comprehension of alchemy beyond that of ordinary practitioners, but also enhanced both the speed of his concocting and the quality of the elixirs he produced, far surpassing that of typical alchemists. Thus, it is the Miao Ling Dan physique. Yihan slightly lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Wei Yun, who radiated a golden glow, showing little surprise. Although the Miao Ling Dan body is indeed a powerful alchemical physique, it pales in comparison to his own celestial Dan body. No wonder this fellow is so arrogant. Alas, does this mean our hopes have dimmed even further? Quickly, shut your crow's mouth. Within the Grand Hall, members of the Alchemist Guild began to fervently discuss the unfolding events. Elder Yunlong, standing nearby, was drenched in perspiration. Yet they all understood that Yihan's chances of victory were becoming increasingly elusive. An hour passed, then two. Unbeknownst to them, for hours had slipped away. Finally, Wei Yun was the first to complete the extraction of the medicinal liquid. He was now ready to form the Dan. With a flourish of his sleeve, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy crashed into the Dan furnace. Clang! A resounding chime echoed, and the Dan furnace soared into the air, spinning rapidly. As the furnace whirled, waves of emerald green energy surged through the hall. In an instant, a fragrant aroma of Dan wafted through the air. Forming the Dan, Wei Yun barked an incantation, and his hands swiftly executed intricate hand seals, causing ancient red patterns to materialize upon the furnace. Within, a plump Dan gradually coalesced. Bang! Moments later, the Dan furnace gently descended onto the stone platform. Wow! Instantly, all eyes in the hall were fixated with tension. Had Wei Yun succeeded in his alchemical endeavor? They pondered the quality of the Dan. If it were of inferior grade, they might still have a glimmer of hope. All the disciples clenched their fists in anxious anticipation. At this juncture, they could only wish for the Dan produced by Wei Yun to be of low quality. Wei Yun wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a provoking gaze directed at Yihan, scoffed. In terms of alchemical skill, you are still far too green. Let me show you the quality of this great Bodhi Dan. As Wei Yun lifted the lid of the furnace, it was as if a wave of energy erupted, surging wildly throughout the hall. Then, a Dan emanating a radiant emerald light floated into view. This was the great Bodhi Dan. The president, Elder Zhuge, Elder Yunlong, and others fixed their gaze upon the emerald-hued Dan, which appeared round and plump, flawless in form, and rich in medicinal properties. Moreover, intricate patterns were faintly visible on its surface. Gasped, those are Dan patterns. My goodness, the difficulty of crafting the great Bodhi Dan is immense. Yet this fellow has managed to produce one with remarkably high-quality patterns. An uproar erupted throughout the Grand Hall. It is well known that the very act of refining the great Bodhi Dan is a formidable challenge, and Wei Yun had crafted a Dan of legendary quality. At that moment, the hearts of all members of the Alchemist Guild plummeted to the depths of despair. For even if Yihan managed to concoct a Bodhi pill adorned with intricate patterns, it would merely result in a stalemate. Wei Yun stood on the precipice of invincibility. However, the Bodhi pill in question was a pinnacle-grade 4th-tier elixir, and the emergence of the legendary patterns was not something to be taken lightly. Wei Yun exhaled a breath of relief, his face aglow with triumph. Somewhat surprised by his ability to produce a patterned Bodhi pill, he had not anticipated such an outcome, considering his uncertainty regarding the manifestation of the patterns. Was Yihan still grasping at straws? Wei Yun cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With the successful creation of the patterns, he was almost certain of his inevitable victory. Yet, he cautioned against premature celebration. Yihan's expression remained as calm as a still lake. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. Wei Yun waved his sleeve and scoffed. At last, enveloped by the heavenly turtle's spiritual fire, Yi Han's alchemical furnace began to spin. Whoosh! Suddenly, a powerful suction erupted from within the furnace. What is happening? It seemed as though the furnace was drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everyone was astounded to realize that the furnace was wildly absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. This was, in fact, a unique alchemical technique associated with the celestial Bodhi body, known as the spirit-absorbing pill formation. While forming the pill, it continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from the surroundings to enhance the quality of the elixir. Such a remarkable method of alchemy was likely possessed by no one else but him. Before long, the furnace gently descended to the ground. I am eager to see whether your furnace contains nothing but a chaotic mess of medicinal residues. Wei Yun mocked, his eyes glinting with derision. The difficulty of refining the great Bodhi pill was immense, and he believed Yi Han had failed more than likely. Is that so? Then do keep your eyes peeled. With that, Yi Han waved his sleeve, gently nudging the furnace lid open with a surge of spiritual energy. Buzz! The moment the lid was lifted, a vibrant emerald light, reminiscent of jade, burst forth from the furnace as if it could no longer be contained. Boom! Then, from within the furnace, wisps of emerald smoke began to rise, coalescing like chaotic mist into the shadow of a colossal Bodhi tree, suspended above the furnace. This ancient and profound Bodhi tree boasted robust, verdant branches and leaves, with a treasure-like glow shimmering throughout its form. What is happening? Everyone stood in stunned silence, even Wei Yun's pupils constricted in disbelief. I have vaguely heard that some high-quality pills are accompanied by extraordinary phenomena, he murmured to himself. Buzz! At that moment, within the ethereal shadow of the emerald Bodhi tree, a pill enveloped in a faint mist gradually materialized. This was none other than the great Bodhi pill. With a graceful sweep of his robes, Yi Han dispelled all the strange phenomena, and in an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Upon inhaling this delightful scent, the weariness within everyone vanished, leaving them invigorated and alert. Good heavens, could my eyes be deceiving me? The expressions of Master Zhuge and the others turned to one of sheer terror. Dan Yun? How could this be possible? Wei Yun's countenance twisted into a grotesque mask, his gaze filled with disbelief. As all eyes turned to the magnificent Bodhi dance suspended in midair, they noticed wisps of delicate, emerald mist swirling around its surface. This is Dan Yun. Much like Dan 1, Dan Yun serves as a criterion for assessing the quality of a pill. A spiritual pill adorned with Dan 1 can be securely sealed for a century, its medicinal properties remaining unchanged. However, a spiritual pill that possesses Dan Yun retains its efficacy for millennia. That ethereal mist has the ability to continuously absorb spiritual energy, firmly preserving its medicinal properties. Among all present, only Yi Han had ever beheld Dan Yun. It merely existed within the annals of alchemical texts. Yet today, they were fortunate enough to witness it firsthand. Indeed, it is Dan Yun. Who would have thought someone could actually refine a pill with Dan Yun? Elder Yun Long gazed upon it, as if admiring an unparalleled treasure. Filled with envy, this is undoubtedly the ultimate aspiration of every alchemist. Wei Yun, you have lost. Yi Han glanced at Wei Yun, whose face was now devoid of any smugness, replaced instead by an expression of utter bewilderment and shock. Chapter 43, The Mysterious Ember. Wei Yun, you have lost. Yi Han gazed calmly at Wei Yun, displaying no trace of emotional fluctuation despite his victory in the contest. From the very beginning, he had never regarded Wei Yun as a worthy opponent. In his previous life, as the sage of alchemy, Yi Han had triumphed over countless prodigies in the art of elixir crafting. Though he was now re-establishing his path in alchemy, not everyone possessed the qualification to challenge him. Clearly, Wei Yun fell short of that standard. Conversely, Wei Yun remained in a daze, fixated on the magnificent Bodhi elixir wreathed in ethereal clouds, still grappling with disbelief. Despite having crafted a Bodhi elixir adorned with alchemical patterns, he had suffered a crushing defeat. For Yi Han had produced the legendary divine elixir, enveloped in the enchanting clouds of alchemy. Not only Wei Yun, but even many alchemists might go a lifetime without ever witnessing such clouds. In that moment, Wei Yun's gaze dimmed, overwhelmed by his failure. He had believed that his exceptional spirit body would enable him to dominate the entire alchemist guild, only to discover there existed an even more extraordinary alchemist. At that juncture, Yi Han turned to the astonished Hong Yuan, his voice icy. Elder Hong Yuan, should you not swiftly lead your disciple away and depart? The alchemist guild is not a playground for your antics. Why you? Hong Yuan sprang to his feet, his body trembling with rage, a formidable surge of spiritual energy emanating from him. He was incensed and, in his fury, sought to unleash a soul attack against Yihan. The aura of spiritual power surrounding him was alarmingly close to the realm of the heavens. Boom! The invisible force of his soul surged across the floor, bearing down upon Yihan, causing the ground to splinter with each passing moment. Should he be struck, Yihan would suffer grievous harm to his spirit, or worse, meet his demise on the spot. "Be careful," exclaimed Elder Zhuge and the others, their faces paling in shock. "You vile dog, how treacherous you are." Yihan let out a cold snort. Then with a graceful wave of his sleeve, he lightly stepped forward, unleashing his soul power. Boom! An even more terrifying surge of soul energy erupted from beneath his feet, crashing against Elder Hong Yuan's spiritual force like a torrential flood. Bang! What? A soul power at the heavenly realm? Impossible! Elder Hong Yuan's expression changed dramatically. He had gained tremendous fortune in Qizhou, substantially enhancing his own soul power. Yet this young one was even stronger. How could this be? Attempting to ambush me? Seeking death? Yihan's gaze turned icy as an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted forth, directly crushing Elder Hong Yuan's own spiritual force. He then relentlessly advanced towards the utterly terrified Elder Hong Yuan. A piercing scream echoed as Elder Hong Yuan violently spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his bleeding head with both hands, and was sent flying backward. With a resounding crash, he collided with the furniture, shattering it to pieces. "Master!" Wei Yin exclaimed, his face pale with fright, frozen in place. Meanwhile, the president and the others were left utterly speechless in shock. The celestial realm of the soul. How terrifying. Even with the president's century-long cultivation, he had merely grazed the boundaries of the perfected spiritual realm. Yet, at the tender age of 17, Yihan had already stepped into the coveted celestial realm. Elder Zhuge glanced at Elder Hong Yuan, who lay bleeding from his 7 orifices, his spirit severely injured. He couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking to himself that Yihan had been excessively ruthless. Elder Hong Yuan would likely suffer lasting damage to his mind, possibly even descending into a state of intellectual impairment. However, remembering how this old man had previously flaunted his power, he felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. "Yinner, let us depart swiftly." Elder Hong Yuan, somewhat delirious, moaned as he clutched his pounding head. Wei Yin hurriedly helped him up, and the 2 figures fled like frightened dogs, vanishing in haste. "Damn it! At last, I've vented my frustrations. It feels utterly exhilarating. How could he have paraded around here with such arrogance? Now, in his retreat, he resembles someone who has lost their mother." "Huh?" Serves him right. The alchemists of the guild, who had been holding their breath in anticipation, finally felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Young friend Yi, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, our alchemist guild's reputation would have surely been tarnished today." The president, along with Elder Yunlong and others, bowed respectfully to Yihan. "There's no need for such formality," Yihan replied. Yihan replied with a calm demeanor. "Hee, my young friend Yi, I can't help but wonder if that Dan Yun level Bodhi pill could be presented for our appreciation." The president spoke somewhat bashfully, yet his eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. "Of course, it can be." Yihan nodded slightly, and with a graceful sweep of his sleeve, the elixir fell into the hands of the president. Suddenly, all the elders and disciples of the guild surged forward, ravenous like wolves. This was a rare sight indeed, a spirit elixir of the Dan Yun level. Even the president, having lived a long life, had never encountered such a divine concoction. Truly, it was a miraculous elixir. The ethereal mist emanating from it must be the Dan Yun. It was said that Dan Yun could ceaselessly absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, nurturing the elixir continuously. The longer it was left, the more potent the elixir became, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Elder Yunlong expressed his astonishment. This single elixir, even in Qingzhou, would incite a frenzy among the great powers. Elder Zhuge was utterly exhilarated. Meanwhile, Yihan, observing the president and others unable to tear their eyes away, chuckled and said, "Esteemed president, I present this elixir to your alchemist guild." "What? Did you just say that?" "Gifted to our guild." The gazes of the president and Elder Yunlong ignited with fervent intensity, as if they wished to devour Yihan whole. Yihan nodded. After all, he was a master alchemist of the Dansheng level, and had indeed concocted numerous elixirs of Dan Yun rank. To him, it was far from rare. "Splendid. Truly splendid. This Dan Yun level Ma Bodhi pill can be passed down as a treasured heirloom of our association." The president's voice trembled with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly declared, "Young friend Yi, since you have gifted our alchemist guild such a precious item, we must also express our gratitude in kind. Oh, Yihan raised an eyebrow with great interest. Was it that Elder Zhuge and the others' expressions changed? Within our alchemist guild, there exists a mysterious spark of fire, which descended upon us on a stormy night several years ago, entering the Dan Tower. This flame appears to have taken form, potent and domineering. The president spoke solemnly. A flame that has taken form? Yihan felt a slight shock in his heart. A flame capable of transformation was indeed immensely powerful. Such a flame would serve perfectly as the seed for alchemical fire. This particular flame was so enigmatic that even the president was at a loss regarding its nature. However, subduing it would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Over the years, we have exhausted every possible means, yet we have been unable to tame this mysterious fire seed, Elder Zhuge remarked. Shaking his head, Yihan furrowed his brows, his curiosity regarding the flame intensifying. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that this flame might possess extraordinary qualities, perhaps even serving as the elusive alchemical fire he had been desperately seeking. However, with night having fallen, he decided to postpone entering the Dan Tower until the morrow. Yet, the temperament of that flame was volatile. They had narrowly escaped its voracious grasp on multiple occasions. You must exercise caution tomorrow, the president advised gravely. Yihan nodded, eager to witness the nature of such a formidable flame. Chapter 44. Transformation. The following morning, Yihan, along with the president and others, arrived beneath the alchemy tower. The sun blazed fiercely, ascending to its zenith. At the very center of the plaza stood an imposing bronze tower, soaring to a height of 10 meters. Yihan's gaze fell upon the bronze iron tower, which appeared to have withstood the test of time, its surface marred with signs of age, exuding an aura of antiquity. Young friend, the president spoke, that enigmatic flame resides within this alchemical tower. With hands clasped behind his back, he lifted his head. His eyes fixed upon the edifice before him, revealing a flicker of fervor deep within their depths. It was several years ago, on a tempestuous night, when the sky suddenly brightened and a mysterious fireball descended into the alchemical tower, creating a tremendous commotion. Over the years, we have exhausted every means to subdue it. The president sighed, his words tinged with a palpable yearning for that flame. Oh, is this flame within the tower the very one listed on the alchemical flame ranking? Yihan furrowed his brow and inquired with curiosity. Beside him, Master Zhuge shook his head, stating no. But it is undoubtedly far more terrifying than Wei Yun's heavenly cloud water flame. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yihan was even more astonished. In the realm of heaven and earth, formidable alchemical flames are typically recorded in the flame ranking. Yet, this enigmatic blaze, surpassing even the Tianyan water flame in power, is conspicuously absent from the list. What could be the reason for this? You shall discover it once you enter, the elder Yunlong replied with an enigmatic smile. However, I must caution you that this flame possesses immense aggressiveness and is exceedingly ferocious. If you are unable to subdue it within half an hour, you must exit, otherwise. We fear for your safety, the guild leader stated gravely. Yihan nodded slightly. At that moment, several elders behind him exchanged glances and retrieved a token, which they embedded into the recess of the tower door. With a hum, a surge of spiritual light erupted from the recess, spreading along the intricate patterns of the bronze door. In no time, the entire tower door radiated a golden glow. With a thunderous rumble, the door swung open, releasing a long-sealed aura from within. Young friend, we shall refrain from entering, lest we provoke that flame. Should it break free from the tower, it could lead to unforeseen troubles, the president stated, stroking his beard solemnly. Yihan took a deep breath and gazed inside, then stepped into the bronze tower. Upon entering, he was met with a spacious level of the tower, constructed entirely from ancient, weathered stone slabs, the ground impeccably clean. The interior was expansive, and as Yihan treaded upon the stone, his eyes scanned the surroundings while he ventured deeper into the tower. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs lingered in the air, suggesting that this place had once served as an alchemical workshop. Ever since that mysterious flame had intruded, the tower had remained sealed for several years. After a few minutes of walking, a low copper door appeared ahead. As Yihan approached the bronze door, he suddenly sensed a palpable aura of danger. It seemed that the flames resided within. Contemplating this, Yihan dared not let his guard down. The spiritual energy within him surged forth silently. He then gently pushed his palm against the bronze door. With a resonant rumble, the door was effortlessly opened. As the bronze door swung wide, an indescribable wave of searing heat surged forth from within. This intense heat caused Yihan's spiritual energy to boil uncontrollably within him. He stepped inside, discovering a stone chamber. Confined and narrow, the chamber's surroundings were unbearably scorching, resembling a steamer, causing one's spiritual energy to rise fervently. As Yihan stepped into the stone chamber, his gaze was immediately ensnared by a mesmerizing orb of flame before him. At the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, upon which floated a mysterious fire. This flame exhibited an unusual hue, shimmering in a captivating iridescence, resplendent in its beauty. Yet, amid its allure, a potent undercurrent of peril lingered in the air. What was happening? Yihan's expression abruptly shifted. The flame seemed to sense his presence, and in an instant, its hue underwent a transformation. The resplendent colors of glazed brilliance gradually darkening into a profound black. It had morphed into a sinister dark fire. What manner of flame is this? Yihan marveled in astonishment, for it was his first encounter with flames that could change their hue. This particular flame seemed to transform abruptly, exuding an ominous chill. As if it carried a palpable sense of hostility and lethal intent, it surged and writhed incessantly, resembling a noxious miasma emerging from the depths of the abyss. Yihan felt a surge of caution within, carefully approaching the flickering flames. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, the fire surged violently, erupting towards him with ferocious intensity. Mere inches from his position. Alarmed, Yihan swiftly retreated, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm as he struck forward. With a thunderous impact, his hand repelled the black flames, yet a few stray sparks landed upon his palm. Cursing under his breath, he felt the sting of the encounter. Yihan's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly dispersed the dark ember. Upon glancing down, he discovered that his palm had been scorched, the skin torn and raw. Such a fiercely domineering flame. Just then, an astonishing transformation occurred. The black flames churned violently, gradually coalescing into a figure engulfed in an inferno of black fire. Hiss! Yihan inhaled sharply. Previously, when his palm made contact with the flames, a wisp of his essence was consumed by the fire. To his astonishment, this peculiar flame had transformed into his own likeness. He gazed upon the transparent figure of himself, engulfed in black flames, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. What, then, is the nature of this flame? Yihan furrowed his brow tightly, when suddenly, a fiery figure shot forth with astonishing speed. Boom! It advanced so swiftly that Yihan could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of a dark flash in his vision, only to be horrified as a fiery entity identical to himself materialized before him. A long hand struck out like lightning, leaving Yihan no time to contemplate a defense. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of him. The hand, infused with an explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption, descended without hesitation upon his arm. Bang! A deep sound reverberated, and the ferocious power forced Yihan to slide back several meters, his arm scorched red. How formidable! Yihan cast a glance at his scorched arm, a frown forming on his brow. However, at the moment the flame made contact, a vivid image seemed to materialize in his mind. It appeared to be a memory carried by the fire. In that fleeting moment of contact, Yihan unexpectedly glimpsed fragments of that memory. This flame was truly peculiar. It seemed that in order to tame it, he would need to uncover its origins. As Yihan contemplated, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, shooting forth like an arrow, clashing with the fiery figure that had coalesced before him. Bang! 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 With each impact against the flames, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind, and his expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment. For this flame bore a terrifying origin. Chapter 45. The glazed king fire in the stone chamber. Two figures suddenly surged forth from either side. One a shadowy form, and the other a cerulean silhouette, as if they had pierced through the very fabric of air itself, charging straight ahead. They made no effort to evade, akin to two rampaging bulls colliding head-on without hesitation. Bang! The space trembled with the shock of their spiritual energy. The violent force rippling outward, even the hard floor was fractured under the strain. Yihan and the fiery figure were both thrust back, each retreating several dozen steps. With every footfall, they left deep imprints on the solid floor. The fiery manifestation exhibited power that was not at all inferior to Yihan's true form. However, as Yihan stumbled backward, a series of vivid images flashed through his mind. He realized that this flame possessed memories and sentience with each collision. It subtly siphoned away the memories of the fire. Hiss! Yihan found himself immersed in fragments of memories, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. 4. He had inadvertently stumbled upon a staggering secret. No wonder this flame had turned dark. It was imbued with such profound resentment. Yihan's gaze became vacant, and his heart was filled with profound astonishment. In his recollections, This enigmatic flame was intricately linked to an event that had caused a sensation across the vast Songcheon continent 5 centuries ago, the annihilation of the Liuli imperial clan. 500 years prior, the renowned Liuli imperial clan was exterminated overnight, and to this day, the reasons remain shrouded in mystery. Within the memories extracted from the flame, Yihan witnessed the gruesome slaughter of the Liuli imperial clan, a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. 3 extraordinary powerhouses hovered in the air, employing transcendent techniques to obliterate the Liuli imperial clan. This flame, possessing an extraordinary origin, was the manifestation of the ancient Liuli tree, a sacred tree that protected the Liuli clan. In its final act, this ancient tree consumed itself, piercing through the blockade set by the 3 emperors, leaving only a wisp of lingering flame that descended upon the Dan Tower. Thus, this flame is a divine fire born from the burning of the sacred wood of the ancient Liuli tree, an eternal flame that may endure for millennia. It appears that to subdue this flame, one must first appease its lingering resentment. Yihan's eyes suddenly glimmered with a flash of insight. As if a cunning plan had taken root in his heart, he fixed his gaze upon the figure that had taken on human form and spoke in a low, resolute tone. Though you were once the ancient divine tree in a bygone era, you are now but a remnant of flame. Should you lend me your power? When I rise to greatness, I shall undoubtedly avenge the profound blood feud of the Liuli imperial clan. With the utterance of these words, the dark aura surrounding the figure swiftly began to fade, gradually coalescing into a radiant ball of Liuli-colored flame. The once tumultuous and fierce essence of the flame was now quelled, transformed into a brilliant and resplendent Liuli hue. It hovered in midair, devoid of its earlier ferocity and malevolence, replaced instead by an aura of gentleness, mystery, and splendor. As Yihan leaned closer, he observed that the flame exhibited a crystalline, translucent hue reminiscent of exquisite glass, flowing gracefully like water. Under the refraction of light, the surface of the glass-like flame radiated a mesmerizing array of colors, appearing extraordinarily beautiful. He extended his hand, gently making contact, and in an instant, a fragment of his essence surged into the flame, leaving an indelible mark. The temperature of the flame was formidable, however, it posed no harm to Yihan. Before long, this flame established a profound connection with his spirit. Suddenly, an ancient scroll emerged from the vibrant flames, suspended in midair. Could this possibly be the coveted treasure sought by the 3 mighty emperors that led to the demise of the Liuli imperial clan? Yihan was secretly astonished. What astonishing secret could lie within a treasure that even 3 emperors sought to seize? With this thought in mind, he took down the scroll and allowed a wisp of his divine soul to immerse itself within. It turned out to be a fragmentary map. Yihan furrowed his brows, expressing a hint of regret. The ancient glazed tree had sacrificed itself, bringing with it a fragment of a map that descended to this place. The other half of the map appeared to be scattered throughout the entirety of Qingzhou. He sensed that within this weathered piece of parchment lay a secret so profound that even an emperor would be driven to fervor by it. However, at present, the scroll only contained a partial image, and Yihan remained oblivious to its true contents. The fact that the ancient glazed divine tree was willing to endure self-immolation, leaving behind but a wisp of residual flame to ensure this scroll's arrival, indicated that he must devise a means to locate the other half and uncover the mysteries it harbored. Yihan resolutely made a silent vow. Suddenly, he raised his palm, and a strand of glass-like fire burst forth, radiating a mesmerizing array of colors. Although this flame was merely a remnant, it was born from the burning of an ancient divine tree, possessing astonishing power. If it were to be placed upon the alchemical fire ranking, it would undoubtedly secure a position among the celestial ranks. Yihan murmured to himself, and then realized that this flame was yet to be named. He pondered for a moment, gazing intently at the fire in his hand, and declared, "Since your origin lies with the ancient Liuli tree, I shall call you the Liuli King Flame. This divine fire, being of such nature, is undoubtedly most suitable for alchemical concoction. However, it is likely that the utility of this flame extends far beyond that." Yihan was contemplating further exploration of its capabilities upon his return. "I must ensure that I conceal this scroll well, for otherwise it may attract peril to my very existence," Yihan murmured to himself. Concealing the fragmented blueprint within his soul, the 3 sovereigns, undeterred by the obliteration of the Liuli imperial clan, would undoubtedly seek this pivotal scroll once more. Thus, Yihan could not afford to let his guard down. Contemplating this, he cast his gaze over the now desolate stone chamber. Having acquired the Liuli royal fire, Yihan felt an overwhelming surge of joy as he adjusted his robes and proceeded towards the entrance of the Pill Refinery Tower. Within the tower, The sun blazed fiercely. President, has Yu Shao not yet emerged? Could something have gone awry? Master Zhuge gazed anxiously at the silent tower door, his expression tinged with concern. That flame is exceedingly perilous. Even the lord of the city could not subdue it. I believe we should venture inside to investigate, Master Yunlong remarked. His brow furrowed in seriousness. The president frowned slightly. Yi Han had indeed rendered great service to their alchemist guild, and he would never allow harm to befall him in this place. Just then, the tower door rumbled open, and a wave of scorching energy surged forth as a figure clad in azure robes stepped out, brimming with vitality. Yu Xiaoyu, you have finally emerged. Master Zhuge and the others exclaimed with excitement. And what of that flame? Master Yunlong inquired, unable to contain his eagerness. Are you referring to it? Yi Han replied, a mischievous glint in his eye. Puff. Yi Han conjured a flame within his palm, the resplendent hues of glass-like colors shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Hiss. Have you subdued it? The president's pupils dilated sharply, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Yi Han. Yi Han nodded. The elder Zhuge, elder Yunlong, and the other elders exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. They had merely intended for Yi Han to venture in and take a chance, never anticipating such success. It is worth noting that the city lord of the Purple Mansion realm had previously emerged from the tower looking utterly defeated. Clearly, this was a matter of fortune. That flame was destined not to belong to us. The president could only shake his head in resignation. However, he refrained from voicing any complaints. Exchanging a pill of the Dan Cloud level for a flame they could not control was not a loss. Chapter 46. The Vidra Floating Pagoda Before long. Yi Han returned to the Yi family. During this excursion, he unexpectedly acquired a formidable flame, the Glazed King Flame, which subsequently became his own Dan Fire. Ever since the Yi family learned of Yi Han's astonishing identity as a fourth-grade alchemist, the entire household has been imbued with a nearly servile respect towards him. They understood the terrifying prospects and future that awaited such a young fourth-grade alchemist. As for the Yi family's demeanor, Yi Han remained indifferent. Were it not for Yu Xiaoyan, he would not have gone out of his way to support the family. Upon returning, Yi Han headed straight to the backyard, where Yu Xiaoyan was recuperating. Father, how is your injury healing? Upon entering the grand hall, Yi Han inquired about Yi Xiaoyan's condition. Seeing Yi Han return, Yi Xiaoyan smiled and said, I am much better now. The efficacy of your medicinal pills is truly miraculous. My damaged dantian has nearly healed, and it won't be long before I can resume my cultivation. That is good to hear. After a while, I will concoct a bone renewal pill for you, and, by the way, mend your broken legs as well. Yi Han inquired with concern. Very well. Yu Xiaoyan gazed at Yi Han, tears of profound emotion welling in the corners of his eyes. He had never anticipated that Yi Han could evolve to such a remarkable extent. A deep sense of pride and satisfaction enveloped him. Honor, let us put aside the matters of the Yi clan. They are of noble lineage, and it is understandable that they would be reluctant to lend us mere mortals their precious spiritual herbs. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyan spoke with a heavy heart. Father, I have my own plans. Yi Han was acutely aware that Yu Xiaotian did not wish for him to confront the formidable Yu clan, for Yu Xiaotian understood that, in the presence of the Yi clan, they, the lower clans, were akin to mere ants. He feared that Yi Han might be defeated by Yi Ling Xiao, potentially leading to dire consequences for his life. However, Yi Han was not one to back down easily. He was resolute in making Yi Ling Xiao pay the price, even if he was a prodigy of the upper clan. At that moment, the grand hall doors creaked open. The Grand Elder, along with several high-ranking members of the Yi family, entered. Upon turning, Yi Han was suddenly taken aback as a figure fell to their knees with a thud. Yi Han, I acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you, please, I beg you to concoct a spiritual elixir to mend my dantian. Yi Tiange wept bitterly, his entire being devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy, appearing as frail as a deflated balloon, his complexion exceedingly pale. Without his cultivation, he was akin to a mere mortal. I, an old man, am willing to bear the responsibilities for my actions. Yu Tianba also knelt upon the ground. It turned out that upon discovering that Yi Han was a fourth-tier alchemist, Yi Tiange hurried over to beseech a pill to mend his dantian. They humbly knelt before Yi Han, who now radiated an aura so brilliant that they found it difficult to gaze directly at him. However, as he regarded the father and son, Yi Han's expression remained frigid and devoid of any emotion. Yi Han, remember that Tiange is still of your kin. I hope you can consider the bond of brotherhood, sighed the Grand Elder. Do you seek a pill to restore your dantian? Yi Han's gaze was imbued with an icy indifference, akin to a block of glacial ice. He slowly retrieved a medicinal pill and offered it to Yi Tiange, whose eyes sparkled with a sudden brilliance as he hastily consumed it. Ha ha ha, I shall be restored. Yi Tiange's obsidian gaze was infused with a morbid frenzy, trembling with excitement. Yet, abruptly, a surge of dark energy erupted from the crown of his head, transforming his expression into one of anguish, his visage contorted in agony. Pooh! You! Yi Tiange spat out a mouthful of black blood, instantly corroding and decaying the bluestone slabs beneath him. Subsequently, he fell to the ground in agony, lifeless. At that moment, all present were rendered speechless. The elixir bestowed by Yi Han is, astonishingly, a venomous potion. Granting you a chance to escape back then was an act of immense mercy. Now, in your desperation for the elixir, you are truly courting your own demise. Do you think I would easily overlook the grudge stemming from the time you and your father crippled my cultivation and bound me within that dilapidated courtyard? Yi Han's gaze was ominous as he turned and departed from the grand hall, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. A chill ran through everyone present, and even the eldest elder dared not utter a word. They had just witnessed Yi Han's ruthless determination. Yet, this was also a consequence of Yi Tiange's own actions. Grr! A lamenting voice echoed throughout the hall. Yi Han did not return to the small courtyard, but instead proceeded directly to the alchemy room arranged by the clan. Ever since it was revealed that he was an alchemist, the Yi family had hastily constructed a dedicated alchemy chamber for him. With a thunderous sound, the stone door swung open, and Yi Han entered the stone chamber, turning to seal the entrance behind him. Within this enclosed stone room lay a plethora of medicinal herbs. On the stone platform, there was also a metallic box. Upon opening it, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from within. Could this be the grand expansion golden sand? Yi Han was slightly taken aback. It turned out that he had previously instructed the Yi family about his need for the treasures of the 5 elements, and he never expected to find a metal treasure so soon. Suddenly, Yi Han opened his palm, and a strand of glass-like flames soared into the air. The intense heat transformed the closed entrance into a stifling atmosphere. Regrettably, the once black king of glass flame, known for its formidable offensive capabilities, had now reverted to its glassy hue, seemingly devoid of its previous might. Yi Han expressed a sense of regret. Suddenly, the cerulean flames transformed once more into a pitch-black hue, shrouded in an ominous aura, exuding a ferocious energy that sent chills down one's spine. Could it truly switch forms? Yi Han was overwhelmed with joy and amazement. With this, the Lioli King Fire could not only be utilized for alchemy, but also serve as a formidable weapon of immense destructive power. This black flame represented the darkened state of the Lioli King Fire, born from the resentment accumulated by witnessing the demise of the Lioli imperial clan. This force was both devastating and potent. Contemplating this, Yi Han retrieved an ancient scroll and unfurled it upon the stone platform. As he studied the 5 elements celestial scripture, he realized that to cultivate the Vajra hand, he required a precious artifact of the gold element. Fortunately, he had already acquired the dying golden sand. Thus, Yi Han resolved to train in the Vajra hand. After perusing the scroll, he summoned his spiritual energy to levitate the golden sand into the air. In an instant, the blackened Lioli King Fire swiftly enveloped the sand. The dying golden sand was an exceptionally hard treasure of the gold element. Even conventional flames would fail to alter it, no matter how long they burned. Yet, upon contact with the Lioli King Fire, the golden sand astonishingly melted into a pool of golden liquid. Yi Han took a deep breath and then poured the golden liquid over his right arm. Hiss! The scorching hot liquid seared his delicate skin, releasing wisps of smoke, accompanied by a penetrating pain that seemed to pierce his very bones. The initial step in mastering the Vajra floating pagoda technique required the infusion of this metallic essence, transforming his arm to resemble one forged from gold. Chapter 47. The Invitation from the City Lord's Mansion. Hiss! The searing golden liquid was poured inch by inch onto his arm, and Yi Han gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Soon, the substance evenly spread across his arm, rendering it akin to one sculpted from solid gold. Once it cooled, Yi Han gently pinched his skin, astonished to find that the golden surface felt as hard as iron. Furthermore, his arm emitted a faint metallic luster. However, this was merely the first step in cultivating the Vajra floating pagoda technique. Further forging was required. The arm's hardness resembled that of a spiritual artifact, indicating its formidable potential. With that, Yi Han settled into a meditative posture, channeling his spiritual energy to open the meridians in his arm as instructed by the scriptures. Gradually, The golden liquid that had crystallized on the surface seemed to be absorbed by his flesh, slowly vanishing. This process of cultivation lasted for 3 full hours. When Yihan finally opened his eyes, he stretched his arm, realizing that the layer of golden liquid had been completely absorbed, returning to its normal state. Remarkably, the golden layer appeared to have been concealed. With that thought, Yihan summoned his spiritual energy and infused it into his arm. The previously dull arm suddenly radiated a glow, transforming once again into a resplendent golden hue, akin to that of a finely crafted gold artifact. Boom! Yihan clenched his fist with great intensity as mysterious patterns emerged upon his arm, instantly imbuing it with an overwhelming sense of strength. This surge of power. Yihan's expression suddenly changed, for the power contained within his arm astonished even him. He seemed to vaguely sense that his fist harbored the strength of 10 bulls and 10 elephants, capable of effortlessly shattering a massive boulder. The force emanating from the Vajrastupa hand had transcended the realm of 9th-grade spiritual techniques, drawing perilously close to the threshold of minor profound arts. In essence, it was at least a quasi-profound technique. Although the difference between quasi-profound techniques and 9th-grade spiritual techniques is merely half a tier, the disparity in their potency is utterly incomparable. It is worth noting that even within the entirety of the Yi family, it remains uncertain whether there exists a collection of quasi-profound techniques. To his astonishment, the Vajrastupa hand from the 5-element celestial tactics proved to be a quasi-profound technique. Thus, the remaining 4 techniques are likely to be equally formidable. Yihan's gaze radiated a piercing brilliance, and he could not help but privately conclude that the Lu family truly lacked discernment. Such a formidable quasi-mystical technique, even if relegated to an inconspicuous corner, was akin to a pearl buried in dust. Now that he had successfully forged the Vajrastupa hand, his arsenal had expanded once more. Alas, gathering 5 different attributes of supreme treasures within a short span of time was no simple task. Furthermore, I suspect that the higher the grade of the 5 elements treasures, the greater their potential might be. Yihan secretly felt a twinge of regret. Had he cultivated with a more advanced treasure of the 5 elements, the martial arts he could have forged would possess even greater power, perhaps rivaling that of true arcane techniques. Young clan leader. As he pondered, a familiar voice belonging to a man and a woman suddenly echoed from outside the alchemy chamber. Yihan furrowed his brows and, with a resounding push, opened the stone door of the secret chamber and stepped outside. At the entrance stood 2 figures, a young man and woman, both barely in their late teens. Yi Qing and Yi Long were siblings, among the few relatives with whom Yihan shared a close bond. Yi Qingjiao, petite and delicate, donned a gown of pale blue. Upon seeing Yihan emerge, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Beside her, Yi Long was clad in a gray robe, grasping a sword at his side. Yihan gazed at the sword in Yi Long's hand, emanating a 5th-grade aura. Before Yi Long could utter a word, Yihan smiled and said, "Yi Long, why don't you take that sword of yours and strike in my direction?" Huh. Yi Long was taken aback by the sudden utterance from Yihan, but soon a smile graced his face. In the past, when Yihan's dantian had not been rendered useless, they often engaged in sparring. Could it be that Yihan wished to test whether his skills had improved? Thus, Yi Long nodded and said, "Very well, but do be cautious. My Azure Dragon Sword is a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, forged from profound heavy iron, incredibly durable, capable of slicing through metal like mud. You must not let it harm you." With that, Yi Long's aura surged, and he drew his sword, charging forth like a rampaging bull. As he approached Yihan, he leaped into the air, aiming a downward slash from above. At that moment, Yihan's arm suddenly transformed into a resplendent gold, gently grasping upward. Clang! A metallic sound reverberated, and before Yi Long could react, with a sharp crack, the sword shattered before his astonished gaze. The Azure Dragon Sword lay in ruins, and Yi Long stumbled, nearly losing his footing, only to be steadied by Yihan. Hiss! What happened to your hand? Yi Long's eyes widened like copper bells as he cast a glance at the broken sword lying before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. This was a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, and it had been effortlessly snapped in 2 by bare hands. This individual was truly formidable. Brother Yihan is incredibly impressive. Yi Qing clapped his hands and exclaimed, "It seems that the chasm between us is growing ever wider. There was a time when I could match you evenly." Yi Long, somewhat unwilling to concede, remarked defiantly. However, upon witnessing this individual effortlessly break a 5th-grade spiritual weapon with his bare hands, he harbored no doubts that Yihan could easily defeat him with a single strike. Yihan cast a glance at the Vajra Pagoda, evidently pleased with its formidable power. By the way, is there something you wish to discuss? Yihan inquired in a low voice. At that moment, Yilong presented a metal-cast invitation, stating solemnly that the city lord's mansion had sent an invitation. It mentioned that 3 days hence, the Tianyang spirit lotus would bloom in Yin City, thereby inviting all the prodigies of Yin City to gather. This was indeed a rare treasure, and there might even be an opportunity to obtain the spirit lotus seed. Oh, Yihan raised an eyebrow. He was naturally aware of the Tianyang spirit lotus. This treasure was initially discovered by the 4 great families in the Yinqiu, only to be brazenly seized by the city lord's mansion. Now, why would the city lord's mansion invite the prodigies of Yin City to view the Tianyang spirit lotus? Yihan sensed that the lord's mansion likely harbored ill intentions this time. I understand. Yihan spoke, pausing for a moment in contemplation. Before retrieving a crimson elixir from within his robe and presenting it to Yilong, Yilong's eyes gleamed with fervor as he inquired, "Is this the Lingxin pill? Consuming it should enable you to transcend into the spiritual sea realm within 6 months." Yihan smiled and remarked, "Really?" Yilong felt as though he had discovered a treasure, overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, my dear brother," he exclaimed. With that, the 2 siblings departed in high spirits. Yihan held the invitation and returned to the alchemy chamber. He retrieved the medicinal materials and began to concoct the bone restoration pill. With the presence of the glazed fire, he felt as though he were under divine guidance. The process of alchemy became increasingly effortless and graceful, as if it were second nature to him. One cannot help but acknowledge the superiority of high-grade materials. The glazed king fire surpassed the likes of the jade heart fire by numerous degrees. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had swiftly passed. Chapter 48. Martial hero. During these 3 days, Yihan sequestered himself in the alchemy chamber, fervently exploring the intricacies of alchemical arts. His relentless pursuit, akin to a fevered obsession, caused time to slip away unnoticed, and before he knew it, the day had arrived for his appointment at the city lord's residence. With a rumble, the stone door swung open, releasing a surge of long-dormant medicinal fragrance and warmth. Yihan emerged, somewhat disheveled from his days of relentless alchemical labor. The lack of attention to his appearance left him with a bit of stubble at the corners of his lips, lending him an air of maturity that was even more pronounced than before. However, compared to a few days prior, his gaze was now deeper and more spirited, clearly indicating that the arduous practice had enriched his spiritual essence. Outside the stone cave, the Grand Elder and several disciples of the Yi clan had long been waiting there. "Grand Elder, is everything well within the clan?" Yihan walked over with his hands behind his back and inquired in a deep voice. In recent days, the Yi family has encountered no significant issues, except for the Wu family and the Su family, who have repeatedly provoked us ever since their alliance. Yi Bailey leaned on his scepter, frowning as he spoke. "Humph. 2 days ago, some of my descendants from the Yi family clashed with the Wu family in the lion and tiger forest, resulting in Yilong and several others sustaining injuries. Ever since these 2 families formed an alliance, they have grown increasingly arrogant." A flicker of anger crossed the face of the second elder. Yihan cast a glance at Yilong, whose face bore the marks of bruises, indicating that his opponent had struck with considerable force. It appeared that the Wu family and the Su family had deliberately set their sights on the Yi family. However, the strength of the alliance formed between the 2 families was not inferior to that of the Yi family. Yihan was secretly contemplating his next move, which involved the absorption of the Wu and Su families. He first prepared a carriage, intending to visit the city lord's manor. As for the matters concerning the Wu and Su families, he would eventually resolve them in due time. Having spoken, Yihan returned to his modest courtyard and changed into a clean outfit. Soon after, a carriage departed from the Yi residence, heading towards the city lord's manor. On this particular day, the city lord's manor was unusually bustling. The reason for this commotion was the invitation extended to all the talented youths from the various factions in Yin City to witness the blooming of the Tianyang spirit lotus. In addition to the 3 prominent families, the Yi, Wu, and Su families, other influential entities such as the Lu family, the Crazy Blade martial arts school, and the White Tiger gang were also invited. Consequently, the city lord's manor was a convergence of exceptional talents, a sight to behold. At the Bayou Square of the city lord's manor, a grand and imposing venue, many gifted individuals had gathered in small groups, waiting in anticipation. It was said that the Tianyang spirit lotus was a rare treasure that bloomed once every 3 years. After it blossomed, it would release precious spirit lotus seeds, each of which was a Xian-level spiritual treasure. A youth clad in white gazed eagerly at the prospect. Upon hearing the mention of Xian-level spiritual treasures, A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd as the invitation from the city lord's manor indicated that each person would have the opportunity to obtain spirit lotus seeds. However, without sufficient strength, the aspiration to acquire these seeds would likely remain a mere fantasy. It seemed that there were indeed many attendees. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures arrived at the Bayou Square. Besides Yihan, he had also brought along Yi Long and Yi Qing, providing him with companions for conversation. There were indeed many. But the competition for the spirit lotus seeds would likely become even more intense. Yi Long surveyed his surroundings and nodded thoughtfully. Isn't that Yihan? What brings him here? It was rumored that this young man not only resumed his cultivation, but also made astonishing strides in his strength, undoubtedly earning an invitation from the Lord's manor. As Yihan and his companions approached, they instantly became the center of attention, drawing curious glances from all around. After all, Yihan had once been hailed as the foremost genius of Flame City. Paying little heed to the murmurs swirling around him, Yihan remained unfazed, while Yi Qing, noticing the multitude of scrutinizing gazes, felt a twinge of apprehension. What is he doing here? Meanwhile, amidst the crowd stood a young man clad in a long azure robe. His expression dark and brooding. This individual was none other than Lu Qinshan. Yihan cast a fleeting glance and immediately noticed the visibly agitated Lu Qinshan. They had previously encountered one another in the Spirit Beast Valley, where this individual had repeatedly sought to provoke him. Nevertheless, the Lu family's influence in the entirety of Flame City was not to be underestimated. Yet, Yihan regarded someone of Lu Qingshan's caliber with utter disdain, choosing to disregard him entirely. This fellow was truly arrogant. It would not be long before someone dealt with him. Lu Qingshan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. As noon approached, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. With the passage of time, an ever-increasing throng began to gather. Within just a few hours, dozens of talented individuals had assembled in the square. At that moment, 4 figures emerged from the crowd directly ahead, with the foremost being a tall young man clad in a dark green robe. His robust physique and bronzed skin resembled that of a fierce tiger. Yihan, you have arrived as well, the young man remarked as he approached Yihan. Wu Kuei, upon seeing the dark green-robed youth advance. Both Yi Long and Yi Qing gritted their teeth in indignation. What is the matter? Upon witnessing the expressions of the 2 individuals, Yihan furrowed his brow and turned to Yi Long, inquiring, "It is indeed him. 2 days prior, we stumbled upon a flame sungrass in the lion and tiger forest. This scoundrel not only seized the spiritual treasure but also injured my brother." Yi Qingbei lightly bit her lip. "I understand." Yihan gently nodded, his gaze calmly fixed on the menacing Wu Kuei. "I knew it. Trouble has arrived swiftly," remarked Lu Qinshan from a distance, relishing the unfolding drama. Surrounding them, the crowd intuitively parted, creating a pathway that encircled both factions. "Yihan, it's been a while," Wu Kuei said, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his lips. He slowly extended his hand toward Yihan, seemingly seeking a handshake. What trickery is this fellow up to? Yihan's heart filled with caution. He was naturally reluctant to shake hands with Wu Kuei. Yet he was curious to see what tricks this fellow might be up to. Thus, he glanced at the hand extended by Wu Kuei and, with a casual motion, grasped it. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from Wu Kuei's palm, while the veins on the back of Yihan's hand throbbed. Is he attempting to impose his authority over me? Feeling the formidable pressure emanating from the grip of his palm, Yihan could not help but let out a cold chuckle within. He then discreetly activated the dragon absorption technique, converting and absorbing the potent spiritual energy that surged through his hand from Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei furrowed his brow as the spiritual energy within him pressed forward once more along his palm. Yet, no matter how vigorously he summoned his hidden strength, Yihan remained unperturbed, steadfast, and unmoving. This inevitably darkened Wu Kuei's expression. "Do not waste your efforts. You merely rely on medicinal pills to forcibly elevate your power and have yet to earn the right to flaunt your prowess before me." Yihan could not help but scoff. It turned out that although Wu Kuei had reached the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm, his aura was superficial. Clearly, he had consumed a potent enhancement pill. The Wu family had invested all their resources into this promising talent, yet in Yihan's eyes, he remained insignificant. Indeed. There was some ability. Wu Kuei withdrew his hand. Though his expression remained unchanged, he was already seething with fury inside. Yihan did not wish to engage with this individual at the moment and promptly turned to leave. "Brother Kuei, what do you think?" 3 disciples approached from behind, inquiring. Silence. Wu Kuei was seething with anger, his palm already blistered from the heat. It turned out that Yihan had secretly summoned flames. rendering his hand akin to a branding iron. Had Wu Kuei not sought a way to de-escalate, his hand would have been rendered useless. I will make him pay dearly. Wu Kuei clenched his fists, his gaze venomous. Chapter 49. Poison wine. As the elite from various clans continued to converge in the plaza, a figure stood on the city lord's mansion wall, gazing into the distance. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, revealing a handsome yet slightly effeminate visage. Dressed in a purple robe, he exuded an air of arrogance. This person was none other than Dugu Qianhang. Young lord, they have arrived. An elderly man in gray robes bowed respectfully behind him. Father's actions are unnecessary. Why devise such a scheme to probe their depths? Dugu Qianhang lazily stretched his arms, casting a sidelong glance at the elder. Young lord, with the preliminary trials of the three major sects approaching, our Yin city possesses but a single advancement slot, making it imperative that we do not falter. The city lord's strategy is to assess these prodigies, thereby clearing the path for you to secure the promotion. The gray-robed elder explained with deference. He is overly concerned. Dugu Qianhang replied with a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the presence of others. Having ascended to the spirit soul realm and cultivated the essence of a beast known as the Northern Domain Golden Eagle, ranked above the earth level in the beast record, he felt confident in his abilities. Even against mid-stage spirit soul realm experts, he believed he could hold his own. How could those individuals possibly compare to him? Moreover, the city lord had invested the finest resources in him over the years, rendering him incomparable to other forces within Yin City. Thus, Dugu Qianhang was resolutely determined to claim that singular advancement opportunity. Youth Lord, according to our clandestine inquiries from the city lord's mansion, Yi Han from the Yi family is your potential threat. It is said that he killed Lu Shi, a late-stage spirit sea realm cultivator from the Lu family, and that Lu Zhentian's death is also linked to him. The gray-robed elder spoke in a low voice. Oh? Dugu Qianhang furrowed his brow, his heart slightly startled. Lu Zhentian was a formidable late-stage spirit soul realm expert. Was his demise indeed connected to Yi Han? I have long desired to meet him. Let them enter the city. I am curious to see if he possesses the qualifications to be my adversary. Having spoken, Dugu Qianhang elegantly waved his sleeves and turned to depart from the city wall. Shortly thereafter, at the behest of the lord of the city, all the eminent figures from various factions were invited into an opulently adorned grand hall to partake in a sumptuous luncheon. The expansive palace featured floors laid with ethereal cold jade, exuding a mystical aura, while its intricately carved beams and lavish decorations reflected the profound heritage of the Lord's estate. The distinguished guests, a gathering of talented individuals, soon found their seats around a stone table. Upon the table lay an array of exquisite spiritual wines, ethereal fruits, and culinary delights, each emanating a unique and enticing fragrance. A veritable feast for the senses. Ah, these are indeed supreme spiritual delicacies. Yu Qing glanced down at the bowl before him, which emitted a faint jade-like glow from the spiritual rice within. For a moment, he found himself unable to resist its allure. This spiritual rice, rich in ethereal energy, offered significant benefits for cultivation, unlike ordinary sustenance. Truly, the Lord's mansion was remarkable. The Yu family could scarcely compare to them. Yi Long could not help but exclaim in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the opulence of the city lord's residence. Yi Han sat between the two individuals. Directly opposite him was Wu Kuei, who was currently glaring at Yi Han with a brooding expression. Not far to Wu Kuei's left stood a young girl clad in white garments. She possessed cascading black hair and eyes resembling exquisite jade. Her skin was as flawless as snow, and her beauty was striking. Many present were captivated by her allure. However, Yi Han felt no affection towards her. For this young lady was none other than Su Baiyu, the cherished daughter of the Su family, one of the three prominent clans. Su Baiyu exuded an air of icy elegance, and as she cast her gaze upon Yi Han, a subtle yet palpable intent to kill surged within her. The Wu family, the Su family, and the Yi family were now sworn enemies, apart from Wu Kuei and Su Baiyu. The grand hall was also filled with numerous other formidable talents, such as Mo Yuluo from the White Tiger Village and Zhu Jiqing from the Mad Blade Martial Academy, among others. In Yi Han's eyes, figures like Lu Qinshan did not qualify as geniuses. He was merely someone who relied on the Lu family's reputation to indulge in luxury. My apologies for my tardiness. A cheerful voice rang out from behind the golden silk curtain, followed by the gradual emergence of Dugu Qianhang. With each step he took, the hard floor bore shallow imprints, and the aura of spiritual energy radiating from him compelled all present to draw in a sharp breath. Was he in the initial stage of the spirit realm? Yi Han furrowed his brow in surprise. At that moment, Everyone felt an intangible pressure, the atmosphere wavering slightly. Heh. The young lord is too kind. Wukuei promptly clasped his fist and said. Indeed, too kind, too kind. The other martial artists echoed in agreement. It was their first encounter with Dugu Qianhang, yet they were profoundly astonished. They had not anticipated the formidable depth of strength possessed by this young lord of Flame City. Su Bai also raised an eyebrow, secretly regarding Dugu Qianhang as a potential rival. She too had come prepared for her initial trial. Dugu Qianhang, seated at the head, surveyed the assembly and spoke in a deep voice, "Esteemed guests, there remains an hour until the Tianong spirit lotus blooms. So let us first gather here and enjoy a sumptuous meal." The other martial artists nodded in appreciation. Just then, Dugu Qianhang's gaze suddenly fell upon Yi Han. And with a smile that concealed an ominous undertone, he remarked, "You must be Yi Han, am I correct? Though I seldom leave the Lord's mansion. Your name is indeed resounding in my ears." Yi Han subtly sensed the animosity directed towards him, yet he maintained his composure and smiled. "Is that so? Since I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, it is only fitting that I offer you a toast." He gestured for a servant behind him. The servant retrieved a wine jug and poured its contents into a cup. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Dugu Qianhang sent the cup, filled with fragrant spirits, soaring through the air towards Yi Han. However, the moment Yi Han grasped the wine cup, his expression darkened. As an alchemist, his sense of smell was uniquely acute, and he detected a potent trace of poison mingling within the cup. How insidious! Yi Han narrowed his eyes, his expression frosty. He was perplexed as to when he had offended the enigmatic Dugu Qianhang, who had the audacity to offer him a poisoned chalice. Was this not a blatant attempt to ensnare him? Should he partake, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Yet, to refuse or publicly expose the ruse would mean disrespecting the young lord. At present, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Dugu Qianhang wore an enigmatic smile. His gaze filled with amusement, while the other martial artists present clearly recognized the treachery lurking within the cup, their expressions betraying an array of emotions. Yet they dared not speak. Only the martial champion wore a sinister grin, secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. Observing Yi Han's hesitation, a nearby attendant's countenance darkened, and he scoffed, "Sir, you surely do not wish to disrespect our young lord?" In response, Yi Han revealed a tranquil smile, raising the cup. "Since it is a toast from the young lord, I shall, of course, down it in one go." Chapter 50, The Celestial Sun Lotus. "Do you wish to ensnare me?" Yi Han's expression was as calm as a still pond, betraying no hint of anxiety despite the cup of poison in his hand. However, a flicker of murderous intent towards Dugu Qianhang stirred within him. Had this fellow offended the young city lord? Meanwhile, Wu Kuei and Su Baiyu exchanged glances filled with skepticism, soon adopting a spectator's demeanor as they secretly chuckled to themselves. They certainly hoped Yi Han would drink this cup of poison, as it would mean the young city lord had removed a significant threat to their two families. On the other hand, Yi Long and Yi Qing wore furrowed brows, their expressions steeped in concern. "Ah, I am quite curious to see how you will consume this cup of poison," thought Dugu Qianhang, narrowing his eyes as he observed Yi Han. This poison was concocted from over 40 types of highly toxic spiritual herbs. Even someone at the spirit realm would meet their demise in an instant if they drank it. He could scarcely believe that Yi Han possessed the audacity to down such a potent poison. At that moment, Yi Han gently levitated the cup with his spiritual power, his smile taking on an eerie quality. Rather than drinking it immediately, he brought his fingers toward the liquid, and suddenly, a stream of fiery, glass-like flames erupted from his fingertips, swirling delicately within the cup. To everyone's astonishment, dark vapors began to rise from the cup. In no time, the black liquid transformed into a pale jade hue, gradually emanating a gentle radiance. Instantly, an intoxicating aroma of wine wafted through the air, with the toxic essence now absent. Yi Han raised the cup and drank it down in one swift motion, then displayed the empty vessel upside down, declaring, "The wine offered by the young city lord is indeed exceptional, rich and delightful." Witnessing this scene, the gray-robed elder behind Dugu Qianhang was rendered speechless. The smirk that had once graced Dugu Qianhang's lips suddenly froze, his expression turning notably grim. His concealed hand clenched tightly, a surge of fury boiling within him. He had never anticipated that the deadly trap he meticulously crafted would be so cleverly circumvented by Yi Han. He had to admit, this fellow possessed a certain level of skill. Yi Han set down his wine cup, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he observed the discomposed expression of Dugu Qianhang. How amusing it was to see someone attempt to play tricks and fall short. Dugu Qianhang suppressed the simmering fury within and glanced at the crowd, forcing a strained smile as he announced, "Please, indulge in the exquisite feast. Soon, the Tianak spirit lotus will bloom." bringing forth the coveted spirit lotus seeds. However, it is worth noting that each blooming typically yields only 4 to 5 precious seeds. If any of you wish to acquire one, you shall need to rely on your own prowess. What? Only 4 or 5 seeds? The moment these words were uttered, the young elites from various factions present exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison. With dozens of them gathered, the intensity of competition for even a single spirit lotus seed was evident. Yet, being a rare treasure of profound rank, all were resolute in their determination to seize one for themselves. Moments later, having concluded their meal, the guests followed the city lord's attendants to the rear courtyard. The courtyard revealed a vast and magnificent lake, encircled on 3 sides by mountains, serene and secluded, accessible only by a narrow path. Beside the lake stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Bibbo Lake. As the gathering reached the shores of Bibbo Lake, a gentle breeze swept across, causing the surface of the water to ripple majestically. However, upon approaching the lake, they were astonished to find the water was scalding hot, emitting steam. The entire expanse above the lake was enveloped in sweltering heat, distorting the very air around it. Curiosity piqued, the crowd gazed toward the center of the water. Buzzing sounds filled the air as they beheld a resplendent golden lotus flower at the heart of the lake. It seemed to be enveloped in a radiant golden sun, its brilliance flickering as if a flame, sending waves of intense heat cascading toward the shore. Such pure and potent fire attributes spiritual energy. Yihan was secretly astonished. At the moment the wave of heat surged forth, the spiritual energy within him erupted fervently. Meanwhile, the faces of the surrounding martial elites were suffused with a fervent glow. Truly, this was a Xian-grade spiritual treasure, saturated with such rich fire attribute spiritual energy. Should they manage to acquire a spiritual lotus seed, it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for their cultivation. Everyone, please wait a moment. The Tianyang spiritual lotus is about to bloom, said Duguqian. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating with authority. However, at this moment, the crowd found it increasingly difficult to suppress their covetous thoughts, their gazes fervently converging upon the golden lotus flower. Finally, half an hour passed. Boom. At that instant, the entire lake began to boil. Waves of golden spiritual energy rippling outward from the surface like undulating currents. At the center of the lake, a golden lotus flower, as if enveloped by the sun, gradually began to bloom under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Boom. In that moment, a colossal golden beam of light shot skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming heat wave. Subsequently, everyone was astonished to witness the Tianyang spiritual lotus slowly unfurling, releasing a unique fragrance that permeated the air. Immediately thereafter, 5 emerald-like beams of light surged forth with the golden tide. Whoosh! 5 emerald-hued spiritual lotus seeds, each the size of a thumb, were propelled skyward by the torrential wave of spiritual energy, their verdant radiance shimmering with an exceptionally pure spiritual energy, enticing all who beheld them with a fervent longing. Spiritual lotus seeds. Quickly seize them. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, all the prodigies unleashed a surge of formidable spiritual energy, darting towards the center of the lake to snatch the spiritual lotus seeds. Meanwhile, Duguqian stood calmly on the shore, hands clasped behind his back, as if observing a splendid performance. This time, the city lord's mansion intended to utilize the spiritual lotus seeds to incite a fierce competition among the talents, allowing Duguqian to discern their hidden strengths. If they could turn against each other in a battle for the seeds, resulting in casualties, it would be all the more splendid. Swish! Dozens of figures surged across the lake's surface, their eyes fixated on the limited number of spiritual lotus seeds, their gazes growing increasingly fervent. Bang! 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 Soon, the entire Bibbo Lake was resonating with the sounds of fierce combat as they engaged in a struggle for the coveted spiritual lotus seeds. Whoosh! Amidst the throng, Yihan's gaze locked onto one of the spiritual lotus seeds, and without hesitation, he propelled himself forward. However, just as Yihan extended his hand to grasp the spiritual lotus seed, an exceedingly sharp gust of wind charged towards him. If you wish to claim the spiritual lotus seed, you must first inquire whether I consent. Boom! Wu Kuei swung his fist, his muscles bursting forth with formidable power, as a punch imbued with a deep, explosive force hurtled toward him. Within Yihan's body, a surge of spiritual power resonated, yet he showed no inclination to evade. Instead, a pale golden light enveloped his fist, opting for a direct confrontation with Wu Kuei. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided. the clash of their spiritual energies creating a shockwave that unleashed a series of searing whirlwinds, rapidly expanding outward. As the wave surged, both figures were jolted backward. Wu Kuei stumbled back several paces, while Yi Han only faltered a single step. It was evident that in this head-on clash, Yi Han had gained the upper hand. At that moment, a graceful figure clad in white descended nearby. Su Baiyu, her form radiating a delicate azure spiritual energy, bore eyes sharp as blades. Chapter 51. 1 against 2 above the shimmering surface of Baibo Lake. 3 figures hovered in a tense standoff. As their gazes met, an unmistakable tension filled the air, thick with the scent of impending conflict. Not far away, Su Baiyu stood poised on her toes, her long black hair cascading in the wind. Enveloped in a soft azure aura, her jade-like hand gripped a spiritual sword, pointed resolutely at Yi Han. She exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Kuei, their spirits aligning as they prepared to collaborate against him. Yi Han stood in midair, arms crossed, slightly tilting his body as he squinted toward the two individuals. From the exchanged glances between them, he discerned that Wu Kuei and Su Baiyu had evidently conspired to join forces. The Wu family and the Su family sought to seize this opportunity to eliminate Yi Han. Indeed, Yi Han, this time you stand no chance. With the combined might of the two of us in the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm, dispatching you will be a mere trifle. Wu Kuei clenched his fists tightly, letting out a chilling, maniacal laugh. His robust figure was enveloped in a faint brown aura of profound spiritual energy, rendering his muscles as solid and powerful as stone. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Yi Han smiled, then raised his hand and beckoned to the two individuals, stating in a deep voice, "Let us see what you can do, but is it not a trifle naive for you two to think you stand a chance? Arrogant fools." Su Baiyu's beautiful eyes glimmered coldly like the moon as she uttered these icy words, then cast a sidelong glance at Wu Kuei, commanding fiercely, "Attack." Boom, boom. Their powerful spiritual energy surged forth, causing the air to quiver and ripple as if it were waves spreading outward in layers. Swish. Su Baiyu rose on her toes, her figure gliding gracefully over the surface of the lake, like a white ribbon shooting forward. Not far off, Wu Kuei also clenched his fists tightly, his spiritual energy swelling dramatically. The two advanced in a pincer formation towards Yi Han with great speed. Whoosh. The edge of Su Baiyu's sword gleamed menacingly, carving a blue streak through the air as it lunged towards Yi Han's chest with a fierce gust of wind. The speed of the sword was blindingly swift and exceedingly cunning. However, as the blade neared him, Yi Han slightly inclined his body, creating a phantom in the air that effortlessly evaded the sword. Then his two fingers, now suffused with golden light, struck out forcefully towards the weapon. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Su Baiyu's sword was nearly knocked from her grasp. What? Stumbling backward, Su Baiyu felt her sword vibrate and her arm tingle with numbness. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This man had deflected her sword energy with just 2 fingers, even sending her Qifeng sword flying. Mountain splitter fist. Boom. At that moment, Wu Kuei lunged in like a ferocious tiger, emitting a furious roar. His robust muscles bulged, veins prominent, as immense power erupted from him, brown spiritual energy coiling around his fist and hurtling toward Yi Han. A 6th-grade spiritual technique, the mountain splitter fist. This technique, true to its name, could cleave mountains and shatter stones. Any ordinary warrior struck by it would undoubtedly have their bones crushed. Yet, a peculiar smile curved Yi Han's lips as he unleashed a palm strike of his own. Bang! As fist met palm, a surge of brilliant spiritual light erupted, and both figures were propelled backward, kicking off the ground in unison. Damn it! Wu Kuei cursed as he retreated, his expression darkening to a point where it could almost drip with water. He could faintly feel a prickling pain in his fist, his internal spiritual energy in tumult. Although both he and Yi Han were in the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage in this clash of powers. It seemed that even with the consumption of the great enhancement pill, it offered little advantage. Yi Han observed the disheveled state of Wu Kuei, a sardonic smile gracing his features. This fellow merely relied on the accumulation of great enhancement pills and spiritual treasures, exuding a hollow aura, akin to a paper tiger. All bluster and no substance. Ah, I shall end your life. Boom. Wu Kuei, seemingly incensed, had veins bulging on his forehead, charging forth like a mad bull. Not far off, Su Baiyu's graceful figure surged forward as well, her sword radiating an intimidating aura. A white rainbow pierced the sun. Boom. Su Baiyu's sword to a lofty height, her sword erupting with a blinding brilliance, resembling a blazing sun descending towards Yi Han from above. This stroke of the white rainbow was at least a high-level spiritual technique of the 7th rank or above. Hunyuan Voidbreaker. Meanwhile, on the left, Wu Kuei unleashed the Wu clan's ultimate skill, a pinnacle 7th rank spiritual technique. In an instant, the pressure of the two spiritual techniques bore down upon Yi Han, compelling him to retreat several steps. Then, flames ignited upon his palm, and with a fierce upward thrust, he unleashed a blazing sun, engulfed in roaring fire. With a powerful slap, the great sun burning heaven palm, the terrifying fiery handprint collided with the other two spiritual techniques amidst the gazes of the three, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom. In an instant, a colossal fireball manifested in the sky, subsequently erupting into countless sparks that rained down upon the lake's surface. The three were simultaneously pushed back several dozen meters by the force of the backlash before regaining their footing. How can he be so strong? Su Biyue's beautiful eyes shimmered with ripples, her jade hand tightly gripping her Qi Feng sword as she gritted her teeth. She had not anticipated that even with the combined efforts of herself and Wu Kuei against Yi Han, they would not gain the slightest advantage, and were even subtly being suppressed. Quite intriguing. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Duge Qianhang had been observing the battle. He gently licked his lips, his gaze fixed on Yi Han as though he were an intriguing prey. Nonetheless, he was undoubtedly arrogant. Even though Yi Han had displayed considerable strength, Duge Qianhang did not believe he could contend with him. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the three figures were embroiled in a chaotic melee. Bursts of spiritual light exploding in the void, causing quite a commotion. Heavens, Yi Han is actually holding his own against two opponents. Due to the overwhelming noise, several other martial artists had scattered to the periphery to witness the spectacle. This fellow manages to confront two opponents of equal rank. One must wonder, is there anyone here capable of achieving such a feat? Imo Yuluo from the White Tiger Village remarked gravely, while others fell into silence. Recognizing that Wu Kuei and Su Biyue were themselves among the elite within their realm, yet even together they found themselves unable to suppress Yi Han. This guy is truly a freak. A youth from the Mad Blade Martial Academy expressed in awe. Sky-shattering red thunder, Su Biyue cried out, her wrist deftly wielding the Qi Feng sword. At that moment, crimson lightning crackled and intertwined around the sword embryo. Boom. As the sword descended, a torrent of destructive thunder danced wildly, unleashed by the blade's strike. The heavenly lion roared in a cacophony of sound. The terrifying sonic waves ravaged the surroundings, mercilessly shattering the thick bolts of lightning, employing their ultimate techniques. At this juncture, Wu Kuei and Su Baiyu stood side by side, exchanging a nod of acknowledgement. The stone python shattered the heavens. A roar erupted, as the brown spiritual energy coiling around Wu Kuei's body transformed into a towering brown rock python, several meters in height. This was the Wu family's unparalleled skill. The onlookers were left in astonishment, for this spiritual technique had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Not far away, Su Baiyu's flowing black hair danced wildly as his sword emitted a blinding light, akin to cleaving through the Milky Way. The Great River Sword Qi. Boom. This immensely terrifying sword technique also belonged to the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Chapter 52, A Devious Move. The Great River Sword Qi. With a delicate shout, Su Baiyu unleashed a fierce brilliance from the Qi Feng sword, slicing downward from afar. Boom. A green sword radiance was severed, expanding into a vast river of emerald sword energy. The resplendent sword river soared through the air, seemingly intent on rending the heavens asunder. This expanse of green sword river contained a sword might potent enough to effortlessly obliterate those in the mid-tier of the Spirit Sea realm. To everyone's astonishment, Su Baiyu had mastered the Su family's legendary technique, the Great River Sword Classic. A young man clad in gray robes gazed on in shock. It was rumored that this sword technique had been lost to the Su family for many years, and it was said that the ancestral master of the Su family had once wielded it to slay a peak spirit beast. It was over. Yi Han was doomed. He had forced Wu Kuei and Su Baiyu to unleash their most formidable techniques, both pinnacle 9th-tier spiritual arts representing the apex of their family's legacies. One could only wonder if he alone could withstand such might. The surrounding prodigies gasped in awe at the overwhelming presence of the python and river, feeling a chill run down their spines. It seemed the four great families still held some formidable power. Dugu Qianxing slightly raised an eyebrow, sensing a wave of danger. The dual ultimate moves from Wu Kuei and Su Baiyu posed even a slight threat to him. Nevertheless, his gaze soon shifted back to Yi Han, a smirk curling on his lips in intrigue. He was curious whether this fellow could indeed withstand it. Yi Han, how will you counter this? Wu Kuei's hair billowed as he clenched his fists, laughing maniacally. The massive python coiled around him, its maw exhaling a dense brown mist. An overwhelming aura radiating forth. "Kill for me," he bellowed. Boom. In the heights, the brown rock python unfurled its gaping maw, unleashing a furious surge of spiritual energy as it roared towards Yihan. Simultaneously, not far away, Su Bu's pair of icy eyes suddenly sharpened. And as she brought down the 3-foot azure blade in her delicate hand, a river of sword energy imbued with an astonishing murderous intent surged forth with a deafening roar. Boom. The two terrifying spiritual techniques erupted in the sky, radiating a blinding brilliance that would instill fear even in those at the peak of the spirit sea realm. Yihan hovered in midair, his robe billowing fiercely in the gale. Just as two pinnacle 9th-grade spiritual techniques descended upon him, he abruptly raised his palm, unleashing a radiant brilliance. The golden Buddha palm. In an instant, his hand erupted with a blinding golden light, layers of golden liquid adhering to his palm like molten gold. Ancient and enigmatic patterns emerged upon his golden arm, radiating an aura of terrifying intensity. Suddenly, Duga Qianxing's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Sensing the monstrous power building in Yihan's palm, he swiftly struck upwards. Boom. A golden imprint, spanning several dozen meters, materialized and collided with the brown rock python and the sword river, eliciting gasps of disbelief. Bang! The three forces clashed, erupting in a dazzling display of light. A deafening roar echoed as the several-meter-long brown giant python was utterly obliterated by the golden Buddha palm, while the azure sword river was similarly annihilated in an instant. Mystical technique. In midair, both Wu Kuei and Su Bai's eyes widened in horror, their faces paling in shock. They had never anticipated that the Yu family possessed a mystical technique capable of overpowering the Wu and Su family's ultimate skills. Under their terrified gazes, the golden hand imprint surged forward. Bang! Splutter! As the golden Buddha palm struck them, their chests caved in, blood spewing forth as their bones shattered. Subsequently, they plummeted like kites severed from their strings, plunging into the lake below. The combined might of the two prodigies, Wu Kuei and Su Bai, had met with utter defeat. Every martial artist present swallowed hard, their eyes wide with disbelief, their hearts pounding with dread. Even when Wu Kuei and Su Bai unleashed their ultimate moves, they were utterly vanquished in a manner that was nothing short of overwhelming. It was a near-total annihilation. How terrifying! Yihan's martial prowess, while not reaching the realm of mystical techniques, was at least a top-tier quasi-mystical technique. Mo Luo from the White Tiger stronghold expressed his astonishment. He pondered within himself. Even if he exerted his utmost in defense, he would likely be unable to withstand this move from Yihan. The first genius of Yin City, though he had been dormant for several years, was still not someone to be underestimated. The other martial artists sighed in awe. The Yi family actually possessed quasi-mystical techniques. Duga Qianxing's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. He had believed that such advanced mystical techniques were exclusive to their city lord's manor. To his surprise, the Yi family had also harbored a quasi-mystical technique. Truly remarkable. Although Yihan is only in the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm, it is likely that even an average practitioner at the late stage of the spirit sea realm would struggle to match his prowess. In 3 months, the preliminary selection of the 3 major sects will take place, and this fellow might indeed prove to be a formidable obstacle. It appears I have underestimated you. Thus, I shall take matters into my own hands. With this thought, Dugu Qianxing transformed into a streak of purple light, soaring into the sky. Yihan Yu waved his sleeve, and the emerald-like spirit lotus seed fell into his palm. At that moment, Dugong Qianhang channeled his spiritual energy, and his entire being was enveloped in a radiant purple glow. He spread his palm open, and instantly, the spiritual energy of the world seemed to be drawn toward him, converging at an astonishing speed into his hand, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal orb of purple spiritual energy. Boom! With a gentle clap of his palm, the orb of purple light, suffused with tempestuous spiritual force, surged forth. This martial technique was indeed a quasi-immortal art. As Yihan observed the terrifying fluctuations of the luminous sphere, he resolutely summoned the Vidra floating pagoda once more. With a resonant hum, a golden handprint surged through the air, colliding with the violet orb. The ensuing explosion resonated with a thunderous sound, unleashing a tempestuous wave of spiritual energy that swept across the heavens. In the wake of this forceful impact, Yihan was propelled backward, soaring several dozen yards. In contrast, although Duga Qianxing experienced the brunt of the shockwave, he remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Only the fabric of his violet robe danced wildly in the aftermath. A hint of surprise flickered across Duga Qianxing's brow. He had not anticipated that this opponent could withstand his assault. Contemplating this, a glacial light flickered in his gaze as he deftly propelled himself forward, akin to a descending bolt of purple lightning. In an instant, his movements became ethereal, and he materialized before Yihan, unleashing a palm that gleamed like white jade. Striking fiercely towards Yihan's dantian. Dragon's absorption technique. Whoosh. Boom. Yihan's aura surged violently as he ascended to the late stage of the spiritual sea realm, his palm crashing forward. With a resounding thud, two palms collided fiercely, one radiating violet, and the other golden arcs of electricity that flickered incessantly, distorting the surrounding space like waves. Truly oblivious to the danger, daring to confront me at your level of the spiritual sea realm? Dugu Qianqing mocked, his formidable power emanating ceaselessly. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to unleash a powerful strike, suddenly, with a soft pop, a wisp of glazed fire erupted from Yihan's palm. This glazed flame coiled around his hand, swiftly transforming into a fiery palm. With a hiss, white smoke began to rise from the point of contact. You dare to resort to underhanded tactics against me? In an instant, Dugu Qianqing's pupils constricted, as an agonizing burn radiated from his palm. The excruciating pain contorted his face into a mask of fury. Chapter 53. The Alchemist Emperor's Assembly. A sharp, searing sensation spread from his palm, akin to 1,000 needles piercing through, causing Dugu Qianqing's visage to twist in agony. He had been too careless. He had not anticipated that Yihan possessed such a cunning trick to ambush him. Enraged, he gritted his teeth and instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, yet that bizarre, vibrant glazed fire clung to his palm with a tenacity that rendered it immovable. This is bad. Dugu Qianqing's pupils dilated, and a wretched scream echoed across the surface of the sapphire lake. In an instant, his palm was scorched by the glazed fire, flesh and blood grotesquely mangled. What is happening? At this moment, all the prodigies turned their astonished gazes toward the confrontation between the two. Boom. Dugu Qianqing erupted with the overwhelming aura of the early stage of the spiritual soul realm, a faint cry reminiscent of an ancient golden eagle emanating from within. The vibrant flames cascaded down his arm, and in his terror, he unhesitatingly unleashed a powerful shockwave. Bang! The two palms separated, the spiritual energy causing the space to warp, and Yihan was forced back several dozen feet. Nevertheless, the glazed king fire that clung to Dugu Qianqing's arm continued to burn, inflicting unbearable pain that made him grit his teeth in anguish. He struggled to maintain his balance in the void, engulfed in flames. As he plummeted into the sapphire lake below, young master, several guards were instantly thrown into a state of panic, unsure of what to do. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, it seemed that powerful beings had sensed the commotion and were hastily making their way towards Sapphire Lake, their formidable auras rushing closer, causing the very fabric of space to oscillate. Indeed, the city lord's residence was extraordinary in its depth. Yihan furrowed his brow, sensing the presence of 4 formidable souls at the spirit realm. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he deftly propelled himself into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he fled beyond the city limits. This individual was indeed ruthless, having inflicted injury upon even the young lord of the spirit realm. High above, the elite members of the White Tiger clan stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback. Humph! Having offended the city lord's mansion, the Yi family is likely to be expelled from Flame City, Lu Qinshan remarked with malicious glee. Before long, 4 elderly figures in gray robes descended, sensing the imminent danger. The remaining elites hastily departed the city lord's mansion. Not far off, the disheveled Dugu Qianhang was assisted to his feet, his body trembling with rage, his gaze almost lethal. How dare he play such underhanded tricks against me? Dugu Qianhang's face contorted with fury as he clenched his teeth. The arm that had nearly been incinerated now appeared gruesome, charred and bloodied. Send someone to annihilate the Yi family. Yes. Meanwhile, in Flame City, within the Wu family, a furious roar resonated from the Wu family hall, shaking the very foundations. Inside, Wu Kei lay on the floor, bloodied and barely clinging to life. A man in red robes, stricken with grief, thundered in despair. He was none other than Wu Xiong, the current head of the Wu family. Patriarch, it was Yihan who did this. A pale-faced disciple of the clan reported. The Yi family. Wu Xiong's eyes blazed with fury, his concealed hand clenched tightly within his sleeve. To his astonishment, despite the years of resources poured into nurturing Wu Kei, they still fell short against that young man from the Yi family. This boy is merciless. Kei's internal organs are shattered, and even his bones have been fractured. Without a high-grade spirit pill for restoration, we may be beyond saving. lamented an elder with white brows. Hurry, go to the alchemist guild and procure a divine pill. No matter the cost, Wu Xiong urged urgently. The entire Wu family was engulfed in a tempest of wrath. In the grand hall of the Yi family, a sudden uproar ensued. What? You have injured the young lord? All the elders sprang to their feet, their expressions instantly transforming into one of anxiety and unease. Though the Yi family is formidable, they remain but a mere shadow when compared to the majesty of the Lord's residence. Should they incur the wrath of the Lord's house, it is likely that the entire Yi family would face catastrophic consequences. Yihan stood in the hall, observing the chaotic state of the Yi family. His brow furrowed in discontent. It was not entirely his fault. After all, it was Duga Qianxing who had first sought to strike him down. We must swiftly secure the Yi residence. Should the city lord's manor truly decide to intervene, we can only prepare for a desperate struggle. Although our Yi family lacks the strength of the city lord's manor, anyone who wishes to annihilate us must be prepared to pay a price. Yi Bailey grasped the scepter firmly, his gaze resolute. No need for that. At this moment, an aged voice resonated from beyond the grand hall, and soon after, an elder clad in golden robes stepped into the chamber. Elder Yunlong? As Yihan turned around, he encountered an elderly man with a warm smile approaching alongside his disciple. We, at the Alchemist Guild, have already resolved your matters. Although the city lord's manor possesses formidable power, it must still show some regard for our Alchemist Guild. Elder Yunlong remarked, stroking his beard. Resolved, you say? Yi Bailey and the others exchanged glances, and upon hearing Elder Yunlong's words, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the Alchemist Guild were to intervene, it was highly likely that they could quell the fury of the city lord's mansion. After all, the prestige and status of alchemists are truly significant. Moreover, the city lord's mansion had frequently sought the alchemists for their potions. Many thanks to Elder Yunlong. Yihan quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I am unworthy of such praise. You are indeed a benefactor of our Alchemist Guild. Should the city lord's residents dare to act against you, our esteemed president would surely not acquiesce. Elder Yunlong waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly shifted his tone, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Moreover, our Alchemist Guild currently requires your assistance. Oh, what is it? Yihan inquired with curiosity. The Dan Emperor competition is about to commence, and our Alchemist Guild has decided to nominate you and Lu Qingtan to represent our Flame City Guild. I wonder, are you willing to accept this honor? Elder Yunlong spoke in a gentle tone. The Dan Emperor competition. Behind them, Yi Bailey and others. Upon hearing that Yihan was invited by the guild to participate, immediately exhibited a flicker of excitement in their eyes. They had previously mentioned that participating in the Dan Emperor competition not only offered the chance to receive substantial rewards, but also that securing first place could lead to being exceptionally admitted as a core disciple by the three major sects. This would be akin to soaring to the heavens in a single leap. Every 3 years, Qingzhou hosts this Grand Dan Emperor competition, and each local alchemist guild is permitted to nominate only 2 of the most gifted alchemists under the age of 25 from their ranks. Yihan. It has been decades since anyone from our Flame City Alchemist Guild has entered the top 100 of the Dan Emperor competition. If you're able to participate, there might be a chance, and perhaps even a possibility of breaking into the top 50, Elder Yunlong stated with great seriousness. Top 50. Yihan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. It is worth noting that alchemy is his forte. Even though the realm of Qingzhou is teeming with prodigies in this craft, the title of champion of the Alchemist Association remains unassailable. However, Elder Yunlong is acutely aware of the fierce competition within the association and thus cautiously estimates that Yihan should be able to secure a position within the top 50. Such an achievement is indeed commendable. So, have you made your decision? Elder Yunlong inquired once more. Elder Yunlong, I am willing to participate in the Alchemist Association. Yihan pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. Chapter 54. The marvelous uses of the glazed king fire that is truly splendid. In the past, our Alchemist Guild of Yin City had candidates who were almost universally eliminated in the first round. This year, we finally have someone to uphold our reputations. Master Yunlong remarked with evident satisfaction. Though the Alchemist Emperor Conference gathers the most talented alchemists from across Qizhou, with Yihan's extraordinary alchemical prowess, he should surely rank among the top 50. However, Yihan held a different perspective. His ambition was not merely to secure a position within the 50. His aim was to seize the title of champion at this Alchemist Emperor Conference. How would the esteemed members of the lofty Yi family react if they learned that a mere subordinate from their clan had claimed the first place in the conference? Previously, when Yi Shaodian approached the main family to request medicinal pills to restore Yihan's Dantian, He was rejected on the grounds that a waste was unworthy of the family's resources. Yet, that so-called waste was destined to shine brightly at the Alchemist Emperor Conference. With that in mind, I shall submit your name along with Qing Tan's to our Alchemist Guild of Yin City. In 3 months, you and Qin shall journey to Qizhou to participate in the grand competition, Master Yunlong stated with a smile. After a brief contemplation, he added, should you require any herbs or materials for alchemy in the future, feel free to inform our guild, and we shall make the necessary preparations. Thank you very much, Elder Yunlong. Yuhan clasped his hands in gratitude. Now that the message has been delivered, I must return to report to the esteemed president. He will undoubtedly be pleased to hear this. With that, Elder Yunlong turned and, accompanied by his disciple, exited the grand hall, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. With the protection of the Alchemist Guild, it is reasonable to assume that the City Lord's mansion would not dare to act against the Yi family. Thus, this matter has been resolved. Yi Bailey let out a sigh of relief, his murky gaze filled with pride as he looked at Yi Han. He was the first descendant of the Yi family to qualify for the Dan Emperor Conference, and regardless of the rank Yi Han ultimately achieves, he felt a profound sense of pride. After the turmoil subsided, Yi Han returned to the alchemy chamber, immersed in the study of alchemical arts. His obsession with alchemy had nearly reached a frenzied level. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would spend day and night in the alchemy chamber. Of course, in this lifetime, a significant portion of his energy was devoted to cultivation, which, when compared to his past life where he would often seclude himself for years to refine elixirs, seemed rather trivial. Within the alchemy chamber, a flicker of glassy flames rose, swirling ominously in the dim light. This peculiar fire was exceedingly perilous. I wonder what level of skill the alchemists of Qizhou possess. Let me first concoct a heart-connecting pill to hone my skills. With this thought, Yi Han retrieved some herbs from the basket behind him. However, upon placing the herbs on the stone slab, a musty odor wafted forth. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these herbs had been improperly stored and had deteriorated. Utilizing these spoiled herbs for alchemy would not only compromise their efficacy, but could potentially yield nothing more than a half-finished product. With no other option, Yi Han waved his sleeve, enveloping the herbs in the glass king fire, intending to incinerate the spoiled materials. To his astonishment, at the moment the flames made contact with the herbs, he noticed that the once dim and moldy materials were now rejuvenating with vitality. The withered leaves gradually regained their lush green hue, eventually resembling freshly unearthed herbs. Could it be that this fire possesses the ability to restore and enhance the properties of the herbs? Yi Han's pupils constricted, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the glazed king's fire possessed such a remarkable utility. Thus, regardless of the quality of the medicinal herbs, they would flourish in his hands as if experiencing a rebirth. This flame is truly extraordinary. The leaves of the ancient glazed tree already harbored miraculous powers capable of healing wounds, and after being ignited, they astonishingly acquired the vitality to rejuvenate the essence and efficacy of medicinal materials. Nearly this unique ability is sufficient for the glazed king's fire to earn a place on the esteemed list of alchemical flames. Yi Han marveled in astonishment, realizing that even in his previous life, his chaos divine fire had not possessed such remarkable efficacy. With a decisive flourish of his sleeve, he enveloped the withered herbs in flames, and soon a vibrant collection of fresh, verdant herbs appeared before him, exuding an invigorating aroma. Discovering the extraordinary utility of the Lioli royal fire, Yi Han felt a surge of delight within, and he promptly immersed himself in the art of alchemy. In his former life as a saint of alchemy, combined with his current incarnation bearing the celestial Dan body, he faced little to no impediment in his practice. The challenges that typically beset ordinary alchemists were effortlessly resolved by him. Unbeknownst to him, he had been ensconced in the alchemical chamber for several days. During this time, apart from pausing briefly to cultivate, he had not stepped foot outside the chamber. With a gentle exhale, he revealed a 5th-grade elixir, the golden aperture lotus pill, resting in the palm of his hand. The pill shimmered with a brilliant golden hue, emanating a potent aura of fire attributes. This elixir was crafted with the heavenly sun's spiritual lotus seed as its core, resulting in a 5th-grade pill whose efficacy had been enhanced by at least threefold. Yi Han intended to utilize this precious elixir to ascend to the late stage of the spirit sea realm. With this thought, he settled himself upon the ground and ingested the pill. In Qizhou, within the esteemed Yi family, at this very moment, a young maiden was engaged in alchemical practices in a secluded courtyard. Before her floated a black alchemical furnace. This maiden, just over 20 years of age, donned a flowing purple garment, Her brows arched like emerald feathers, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her petite frame exuding an exquisite charm. And her flawless oval face radiated an unparalleled beauty. However, despite her stunning appearance, she bore an expression devoid of mirth, her gaze as frigid as ice. Suddenly, with a swift motion of her palm, a flame of pristine white erupted into existence. This fire emanated an intensely chilling aura, as if it sought to freeze everything in its vicinity. Yet, any attempt to touch it would result in searing burns due to its extreme heat. This flame was extraordinary. Ranked 39th on the alchemical fire list of the Sanxiong continent, known as the glacial ice flame. A wisp of white fire cradled the furnace as the maiden commenced her alchemical process. Moments later, the flames extinguished, and a sound of applause resonated from behind her. A tall, elegant youth emerged, his bearing reminiscent of jade. "What brings you here?" the maiden inquired, raising an eyebrow. The youth before her was none other than Yiling Xiao, the foremost prodigy of their lineage, while this maiden was his sister, the talented alchemist Yiling Shuang. "Your alchemical skills have reached an extraordinary level at this upcoming alchemist convention. You are sure to shine brilliantly and contend for the top position." Yiling Xiao replied with a smile. Yiling Shuang remained non-committal. Her alchemical talent, even within the entirety of Qingzhou, could undoubtedly rank among the top 3. This time, she was also a favored contender for the championship at the Alchemist King Conference. Chapter 55, The Purple Gold Dragon Python and the Ice Flame Fierce Crane. Within the alchemy chamber, a figure sat cross-legged, exuding a faint golden radiance from his form. The luminous aura surrounding his body ebbed and flowed, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged continuously towards his corporeal being. Yi Han was in the process of refining the Golden Aperture Spirit Lotus Pill, a 5th-grade foundational elixir crafted from the seeds of the celestial sun spirit lotus. Upon ingesting the pill, it swiftly transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy, surging through his limbs and bones like a raging flood. As this potent energy coursed through him, a sensation of fullness enveloped him, causing his meridians to throb with a subtle pain. Clearly, he had not anticipated the pill's effects to be so formidable. Consequently, he promptly activated the dragon absorption technique. A resounding dragon's roar emanated from within him, causing the stone chamber to tremble slightly. Subsequently, numerous black whirlpools materialized in his dantian, voraciously devouring the medicinal potency akin to a whale engulfing the ocean. With such a robust influx of spiritual energy, the ocean of power within Yi Han's dantian began to expand significantly, the golden radiance within it growing ever more luminous. The entire sea of spirit energy became tumultuous. The spiritual force howled through his meridians, and under this rapid circulation, it felt as if his veins were on the verge of bursting, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Yi Han initially intended to pause, yet the thought of not fully utilizing the medicinal power spurred him to concentrate his mind and elevate the dragon absorption technique to its utmost potential. Under this immense pressure, the technique, which had originally manifested over 100 spirals of spiritual energy, gradually expanded to encompass more than 300. As time progressed, the sensation of swollen meridians finally dissipated, and the surrounding spiritual ocean began to shimmer with a resplendent golden light. Boom! At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Yi Han's body, causing the surrounding air to ripple like waves. Ah, success at last! Yi Han opened his eyes, sensing the abundant spiritual energy coursing within him, which made him feel as though every pore in his body had fully opened, bestowing upon him a sensation of both lightness and ease. After several hours of refinement, he had finally reached the late stage of the spiritual sea realm, standing merely a step away from the spirit soul realm. Yi Han rose slowly, stretching his arms as he pushed open the stone door and departed from the alchemy chamber. He had been in seclusion for several days, unaware of the happenings in the outside world during that time. Upon leaving the alchemy room, Yi Han made his way directly to the backyard of Yi Xiaotian. In the ancient and rustic courtyard, Yi Xiaotian, having consumed the elixirs crafted by Yi Han, found not only his damaged dantian restored but also the ability to rise from his bed and walk slowly on his previously incapacitated legs. "Father, how do you fare?" Upon entering the grand hall, Yi Han approached to inquire about Yi Xiaotian's condition. "I have nearly recovered. In due time, I should be able to resume my cultivation." Yi Xiaotian nodded and, casting a glance towards the doorway, noticed that the surroundings were devoid of any presence. He then gestured with his hand and called out, "Honor, come here for a moment. I have something I wish to show you." "Father, what is it?" Yi Han curiously approached, just as Yi Xiaotian mysteriously produced a black iron object from his bosom. Yihan took the object and observed it closely. It was a copper piece, adorned with a patina of dark green corrosion. Although it was merely the size of a palm, it possessed a considerable weight. He scrutinized it carefully. Aside from the impression that this copper artifact appeared to be quite ancient, he could not discern its purpose. Frowning slightly, he turned to Yi Xiaotian and inquired with curiosity, "Father, what is this object?" Yi Xiaotian gazed at the copper piece and remarked, "This was personally entrusted to me by the previous patriarch of the Yi family." In his final moments, he revealed that this copper piece conceals an extraordinary opportunity. Regrettably, over the years, I have been unable to discern the secret it harbors. An extraordinary opportunity? Upon hearing this, Yihan raised an eyebrow, curiosity igniting within him. What fortune could possibly lie within this seemingly ordinary fragment of copper? With this thought, he summoned the Lioli King fire in his palm, attempting to scorch the copper piece. To his astonishment, it withstood the flames of the Lioli King fire. Affirming that it was indeed no ordinary object, Yihan's expression gradually grew serious. It is worth noting that his glazed king fire could effortlessly incinerate even the great yin golden sand. However, this copper piece exhibited no reaction whatsoever to the flames. After several minutes of burning, just as he was about to give up, the intricate patterns on the copper piece slowly began to emerge, radiating a brilliant light. With a hum, these beams of light shot forth from the copper piece, coalescing in midair to form a luminous curtain. Within this ethereal veil, one could vaguely discern a black forest shrouded in miasma. Just as the two were intently observing, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the air. Then, they beheld a colossal python, adorned with shimmering purple scales, weaving through the fog of miasma. Hiss! Is this the purple gold dragon python? Yihan and Yi Xiaotian exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The purple gold dragon python was indeed a fearsome beast, ranked 37th on the Beast Chronicles' earthly list. Just then, another figure emerged within the scene, revealing a second monstrous creature, a white crane engulfed in flames, exuding an eerie chill. Yihan recognized this creature as well. It was the Ice Flame Crane, ranked 28th on the earthly list of the Beast Chronicle. What were they intending to do? Yi Xiaotian fixed his gaze upon the luminous screen. Subsequently, the two ferocious beasts commenced a cataclysmic battle, tearing apart the very fabric of the earth, ultimately plummeting into the valley shrouded in miasma. In a brief moment, the screen vanished, transforming into an ancient map that hovered in midair. I realized that the secret inscribed upon this copper plate must chronicle the fateful battleground where these formidable beasts of the earthly rankings clashed and met their demise. If I could locate this place, I would be able to obtain their remains in essence. Yihan took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous excitement within. The acquisition of even one of these two exquisite essences would undoubtedly serve as an unimaginable boon for him. However, Yihan was unfamiliar with the location marked on the map, so he inquired, "Father, do you recognize this place?" Yi Xiaotian furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time as if recollecting something, and then spoke in a grave tone. "This place appears to be the Black Miasma Valley on the northwestern outskirts of Flame City." Black Miasma Valley? Yihan held no recollection of this place, while Yi Xiaotian appeared to possess an intimate familiarity with the Black Miasma Valley. He shook his head and remarked, "What a pity. This place is not one that ordinary individuals dare to venture into. The Black Miasma Valley is not only shrouded in terrifying miasma, but it is also occupied by a band of ruthless villains. These fiends, having failed in their attempt to usurp power from the Lord of Digu, sought refuge there. The leader of this nefarious group is known as the Dark Emperor. This man is notorious for his ruthless killings, committing heinous acts of arson, robbery, and murder, instilling dread in the hearts of all who hear his name. To trespass into his territory is akin to a lamb wandering into the jaws of a tiger. A path to certain demise. Chapter 56, The Black Miasma Valley. It turns out that the Dark Emperor was driven into the Black Miasma Valley after his defeat by the Lord of Dugu in the struggle for control over Flame City. However, rather than succumbing to despair, he established a new stronghold within the valley, taking root in that desolate land. Over the years, the Dark Emperor has harbored ambitions of reclaiming his power and once again vying for the lordship. Yet, since the Lord of Dugu achieved a breakthrough into the Purple Mansion realm, such aspirations have remained unfulfilled. The valley is not only perilous due to its toxic miasma, but the Dark Emperor's vicious nature makes it a place where few dare to tread. Yi Xiaotian shook his head, his expression grave. Yihan furrowed his brow. For according to the inscriptions on the bronze tablet, The depths of the Black Miasma Valley housed the remains of the purple gold dragon python and the ice fire rock. These treasures were worth their weight in gold. They ranked among the foremost beasts in the compendium of beasts, and whether it be their essence blood, spiritual souls, or the accompanying mystical techniques, they were undoubtedly rare and invaluable treasures. Honor, he cautioned, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. While the opportunity is indeed tempting, one must possess the means to seize it. We must not recklessly venture into the Black Miasma Valley. Xiaotian noticed that Yihan's expression was amiss, and thus he admonished him with a stern tone. Father, I understand, Yihan replied. Yihan nodded slightly, yet it was merely a verbal acknowledgement, for he harbored profound concerns for Xiaotian. At this juncture, he stood on the precipice of the spirit realm, necessitating the acquisition of a formidable beast spirit to facilitate his cultivation. The purple gold dragon python and the ice flame crane possessed an irresistible allure for Yihan. That is indeed splendid. Xiaotian nodded with relief. Father, I shall take this copper piece for now. It may yet yield further insights. With that, Yihan placed the copper piece into his pocket and exited the hall. Alas, this young man. Xiaotian gazed at the retreating figure of Yihan, shaking his head in resignation, his expression laden with profound concern. After all, he was his son. How could he possibly be unaware of the thoughts that lingered in Yihan's mind? Nevertheless, Yihan had always possessed a stubborn disposition since childhood, and Xiaotian feared that this young man might indeed entertain the notion of venturing into the treacherous Black Miasma Valley. Yihan did not embark on his journey immediately. Instead, he returned to the alchemy chamber to enter seclusion once more. This time, the elixir he aimed to concoct was known as the antidote pill, as its name suggests. Consuming this pill would enable one to resist the toxic miasma. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had swiftly passed. Yihan donned the miasma pill and the final talisman, the barbarian bull talisman, before stealthily departing the Yi residence and making his way to the Black Miasma Valley. In the Marshall family's grand hall, an elderly man with white brows clasped his hands in respect and addressed the family head. What is it? Wu Xiong replied, his countenance darkened. Patriarch, some disciples from our clan encountered Yihan at the periphery of the Black Miasma Valley. That young man seems to be venturing alone into the depths of the valley. The elder spoke in a grave tone. What? That lad dares to penetrate the depths of the Black Miasma Valley alone? He truly seeks his own demise. That place is the domain of the King of Darkness. Even I would not dare to intrude recklessly, Wu Xiong exclaimed, his expression betraying his astonishment. What could he possibly want in the Black Miasma Valley? Behind him, the white-browed elder's eyes glimmered with a sinister cunning as he suggested, Patriarch, our Wu clan has had some clandestine dealings with the King of Darkness. Perhaps we could send him some resources he requires, and in return, request his assistance in eliminating Yihan. Upon hearing this proposition, Wu Xiong's gaze ignited with fervent brilliance, and a peculiar smile gradually crept upon his lips. If we could enlist the King of Darkness's aid, then Yihan would undoubtedly meet his end without a trace. Yihan, you have crippled my Kuei this time. I shall ensure you have no place to rest in peace. Wu Xiong's eyes brimmed with intense murderous intent, and a wave of spiritual pressure surged forth, causing the furniture in the grand hall to tremble. The Black Miasma Valley, located in the northwestern outskirts of Flame City, is perpetually shrouded in miasma due to its exceedingly secluded terrain. From a distance, the dark forest is obscured by a thick layer of gray fog, rendering the vicinity 10 miles around it steeped in an ominous atmosphere. This gray fog is the miasma. The miasma is no ordinary phenomenon. It harbors potent toxins that, once inhaled, can either obstruct the spiritual energy within one's dantian or result in death. Is this truly the Black Miasma Valley? Standing atop a steep slope, Yihan gazed into the distance, his expression growing increasingly grave. Although he had yet to venture deeply into the valley of Black Miasma, he could already sense the ominous aura surrounding him. The potent miasma, coupled with a pungent stench of decay, was profoundly unsettling. Reflecting on this, Yihan promptly retrieved a miasma-repelling pill and swallowed it, then cautiously descended the slope and entered the valley. Upon entering the dark forest, he was enveloped by an overwhelming atmosphere of death. Within the shadowy woodland, swamps lay sprawled across the terrain, their surfaces exuding a viscous gray vapor. Fortunately, he had brought the miasma-repelling pill. Otherwise, he might have met his demise before even crossing the threshold. Yihan was inwardly astonished as he cast a glance at the copper piece in his hand, which exhibited no reaction. He promptly stowed it away and cautiously surveyed his surroundings, venturing deeper into the unknown. Having traversed the treacherous marshland, he suddenly found his vision dimming ahead. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their trunks cloaked in a miasma-like hue. The dense branches sprawled across the sky, creating an impenetrable canopy that barred even the faintest ray of sunlight, rendering the atmosphere chillingly desolate. Yihan advanced slowly into the forest, an overwhelming spiritual energy rippling around him. At this moment, he was on high alert, acutely aware that even the slightest disturbance would not escape his notice. Rustle. Suddenly, a sound emerged from ahead. Then, he beheld a colossal creature descending from a massive black camphor tree. Hiss. A venomous scorpion with emerald eyes? Yihan instinctively took a few steps back, enveloping his entire being in a swift surge of spiritual energy. Before him loomed a colossal black scorpion. Measuring 5 meters in length, its body entwined with a dense, gray miasma, while its eyes glimmered a haunting emerald green. The sinister gaze fixated greedily upon Yihan, unmistakably perceiving him as prey. Within the treacherous confines of the Black Miasma Valley, such venomous creatures posed one of the gravest threats. This emerald-eyed poisonous scorpion exuded the formidable aura characteristic of an advanced stage in the spiritual sea realm. Suddenly, with a slight quiver, the scorpion unleashed its venomous stinger, propelling it forth like a lethal arrow. Bang! Yihan's agility was exquisite. He swiftly evaded, as a towering ancient tree behind him was pierced by the scorpion's tail, subsequently shattering with a resounding crash and collapsing in a thunderous roar. How dare you regard me as prey? Let us see who truly becomes the hunter. Yihan's gaze flickered with a glimmer of murderous intent, swiftly enveloping his spiritual energy to unleash a torrent towards the azure-eyed scorpion. Boom, boom, boom. In a brief moment, a fierce battle erupted. 3 hours later, within a palace nestled deep in the Black Miasma Valley, a peculiar black mirror reflected the fierce confrontation between Yihan and the azure-eyed scorpion. Before the mirror stood a figure shrouded in miasma, intently observing the scene. This individual was none other than the Dark King. Chapter 57. Prey. Within the ominous and suffocating black hall, tendrils of gray miasma swirled, reminiscent of the netherworld. At the heart of the grand hall, a dark copper mirror floated, its ancient patterns shimmering with a faint brilliance. This was no ordinary treasure. It was a mystical artifact known as the Nether Mirror. Through this mirror, one could glimpse much of the Black Miasma Valley. The Dark King, it seems. Is this young man? Remarked an elder with white hair, his voice cold. This elder, Wuxian, was the third elder of the Wu clan. At that moment, Wuxian gazed with reverence at the mysterious figure in black robes, swathed in miasma, standing before the Nether Mirror. Merely a brat in the spirit sea realm. Yet he dares to intrude into my domain alone. I must admit, such audacity is somewhat admirable, spoke the Dark King, his voice gravelly as he fixed his shadowy gaze upon the mirror. Slowly, he turned, revealing a face marred by poisonous sores, grotesque and decayed, causing Wuxian's expression to shift to one of fright. However, Wuxian quickly masked his fear and addressed the Dark King. My lord, this young man bears an irreconcilable grudge against the Wu clan. If you can secure his head, in addition to these spirit stones and medicinal herbs, the head of our clan promises an additional reward of 100,000 spirit stones as gratitude. These words caused the Dark King to frown, visibly intrigued. Driven back to the Black Miasma Valley by Lord Digu, he found himself lacking in cultivation resources, particularly spirit stones. Were it not for the Wu clan's generous bounty for your head, I might not have deemed it necessary to eliminate you, the Dark King mused. Narrowing his eyes slightly, drawing in a deep breath of miasma, he rasped, Dark Miasma Guards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From beyond the grand hall, wisps of miasma surged in, transforming into a dozen figures cloaked in black, kneeling before him. In 1 hour, procure that young man's head and return it to the dark hall, he commanded. Understood, they responded, and with that, these dark-cloaked figures, enveloped in swirling miasma, surged out of the hall like a tempest. My lord, that young man is cunning and resourceful. I implore you to send more men to eliminate him. Elder Wuxian approached, his gaze treacherous, even with merely a few spirit sea realm cultivators. Dispatching a dozen dark miasma guards should suffice to take him down. The Dark King slowly closed his eyes, his tone indifferent and detached. Elder Wuxian displayed a chilling smile. Yihan, oh Yihan, this time you have truly sought your own demise. You have no one to blame but the Wu family. The entire great hall was enveloped in a deathly silence, with only the ethereal blue flames rising from the cauldron. In the heart of the Black Miasma Valley, within a dark forest, after 3 hours of fierce battle, the surroundings lay in utter disarray, with severed giant trees scattered everywhere. Not far off, on the ground, the gray shell of the azurite scorpion was marred with wounds, its life force extinguished. This azurite scorpion proved to be remarkably tenacious, consuming considerable effort to subdue. Yihan gradually reined in his spiritual energy, then brushed off the dust from his robe, appearing somewhat disheveled. Afterward, he approached the corpse of the venomous scorpion and struck its resilient shell, producing a sound reminiscent of metal. With practiced ease, he withdrew a gleaming dagger from his pocket and aimed to pierce the creature's chest, intending to extract its essence. To his surprise, as the dagger penetrated the scorpion's body, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a plume of white smoke, causing the blade to corrode and shatter into two pieces. It seemed that these ferocious beasts, having long dwelled within the miasmic forest, had absorbed copious amounts of toxic vapors, evolving into entities replete with potent venom. Yihan casually discarded the dagger in his hand, a sense of astonishment washing over him. He then extended his palm, summoning the essence of the emerald-eyed scorpion. This was the essence of a spirit sea realm beast. While it might not be immediately useful, it could certainly fetch a handsome price in the Tianden market. After securing the essence, Yihan cast a glance at the emerald-eyed scorpion, deciding against retrieving its bones, and his figure vanished into the miasma-laden forest. As he ventured deeper into the dark woodland, a chilling sensation enveloped him from all directions. Yihan traversed the miasmic forest, his keen gaze frequently scanning the surroundings, and even when placing his feet, he meticulously examined the ground before daring to tread. The earth was carpeted with soft, decayed leaves, yielding silently beneath his weight. Amidst these withered leaves, one could occasionally glimpse the stark white of skeletal remains. Some of these beastly bones measured 4 to 5 meters in length, their alabaster hue striking, indicative of formidable strength and life. Encountering such a multitude of monstrous remains heightened Yihan's vigilance, causing the turbulent energy within his palm to surge. Suddenly, he sensed a change in the density of the miasma surrounding him. A wave of eerie gray mist began to coalesce from all directions, instilling a sense of unease within him. At that moment, within the noxious gray vapor, shadowy figures began to materialize. Cackling, a voice echoed, "The prey has appeared." A figure cloaked in black, concealed within the miasma, observed Yihan with piercing, hawk-like eyes, akin to one scrutinizing its quarry. This boy is merely in the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. Has the Dark King truly deemed it necessary to dispatch us for such a minor task? Another spectral figure remarked, a frown crossing its visage, its discontent palpable. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the Dark King's command, the figure declared, "We must not be negligent. Let us proceed." In an instant, the miasma erupted violently. Boom, 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 boom. A fierce gust of wind surged from behind, prompting Yihan to react swiftly. He spun around, his toes digging into the decaying leaves, and with a powerful motion, he sent a flurry of leaves spiraling into the air. Simultaneously, he retreated rapidly as a dozen streams of miasma coalesced into black, poisoned arrows, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Yihan's palm erupted with a radiant glow, his hand resembling a creation of pure gold, as he forcefully struck against the initial onslaught of a noxious arrow. With a resounding thud, the poison projectile was shattered by the impact, dissipating into a cloud of dark miasma. Swiftly, he evaded backwards, as a barrage of toxic arrows rained down upon him like a relentless storm. Yihan soared into the air, his figure a mere phantom gliding through the void, deftly maneuvering as countless poisoned arrows whizzed perilously close, their rush echoing in his ears. Who dares to launch a clandestine attack upon me? Yihan's gaze was frigid as he deftly evaded countless poisonous arrows of miasma. With a swift motion, flames erupted from his palm, coalescing into a blazing sun that surged forth, crashing into the dense curtain of miasma with fierce intensity. The great sun burning heaven palm. Boom. The radiant sun ignited explosively, scattering the miasma, while the inferno engulfed several ancient trees, setting them ablaze. At that moment, a dozen figures cloaked in black emerged from the miasma, their presence enigmatic and foreboding. Humph! A cold scoff resonated from one of the black-clad figures, who emanated a gray spiritual energy, causing the leaves on the ground to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Kill! The gray-robed figures surged forward, enveloped in a swirling miasma. Yihan felt a surge of alarm and did not dare to hesitate. His spiritual energy erupted, and his golden fists unleashed a whirlwind of golden spirals, striking forth with blinding speed. Bang! The terrifying gale from his fists caused the gray-robed figures to flinch, scattering in all directions. Suddenly, a pitch-black claw, resembling that of an eagle, lunged from behind. Yihan swiftly turned his neck, narrowly avoiding a slash that could have marred his face. You wish to take my life? It shall not be so easy. He concentrated his spiritual energy into a palm-sized orb and struck backward with ferocity. Bang! A figure was hit, blood gushing forth as it was sent flying, lifeless upon impact with the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining black-clad sentinels' expression shifted. They had not anticipated the youth's ruthlessness and tenacity. Surround him. The black-clad figures moved with ghostly swiftness, leaving behind mere afterimages. One suddenly appeared to Yihan's left, gathering miasma in his palm, which transformed into a black miasmic blade that descended upon him. To his right, another black-clad figure wore a cold smirk, also advancing with a palm charged with miasma. Seeking death, Yihan let out a cold snort, and in an instant, his entire being ignited with the resplendent glazed king fire. The vibrant flames entwined around his form, blazing fiercely, rendering him akin to an embodiment of fire. At the moment the blade, forged from the concentrated black miasma, made contact with the flames, it was instantly reduced to nothingness with a hissing sound. This lad is peculiar. We must tread carefully. At this moment, the expression of the black underworld guard shifted dramatically as they hastily retreated, a palpable aura of death enveloping them. Chapter 58. The Mysterious Woman Hiss. In that moment, Yihan's body was enveloped in a layer of colorful glazed flames, burning like a fiery specter. As the miasma encountered the flames, it dissipated as if melting snow, vanishing into the void. Retreat swiftly. The black underworld guards face paled in alarm, retreating frantically, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld the glazed flames. As if staring at an arch-nemesis, their spirits trembled, and even the surrounding gray miasma recoiled, hastily retreating into their bodies. Such fear arose instinctively. It turned out that the glazed king fire possessed the remarkable ability to purge the miasma, proving to be an effective counter against such cold and sinister entities. Yihan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the revelation. If the glazed king fire could indeed counteract the miasma, then his task of dealing with this group of black-clad figures would be considerably simplified. With this thought in mind, a hint of mockery crept onto his lips as he gazed at the cloaked figures. He then concentrated all the flames enveloping him into his arm, causing the fire to surge violently, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he struck forward. Glazed firearm. Boom. A colossal arm of fire, several yards in length, soared into the air, ablaze with undulating glazed flames, hurtling toward the dozen or so black-clad guards with a fierce roar. This is bad. A wave of deathly aura washed over the black-clad guards, rendering their faces pale and their eyes trembling violently. They immediately waved their sleeves, gathering the surrounding miasma before them to form a gray miasmic barrier. Bang! However, the glazed firearm effortlessly shattered the miasmic barrier, advancing relentlessly toward the group of cloaked figures. Boom! In an instant, piercing screams erupted as the black-clad figures were engulfed in glazed flames, their bodies exuding a black miasma as they thrashed wildly, ultimately dissolving into globs of viscous black substance, emanating a foul stench. Yihan lowered his gaze and was compelled to cover his mouth and nose due to the overwhelming stench. Could these individuals in black robes possibly be subordinates of the Dark King? Yet, their expression suggested they had long been lying in wait here. Was someone watching him? Contemplating this, Yihan slowly raised his head, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. At this moment, he indeed felt a vague intuition that he was being observed. With a sudden motion, he paused briefly, then propelled himself off the ground like a wisp of blue smoke, darting into the depths of the miasma forest. Within the black hall, the Dark King's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the spectral mirror. His voice was chillingly cold. What is this boy's true identity? A mere late-stage spirit sea cultivator, yet he managed to obliterate my contingent of over a dozen blackguards. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a young spirit could inflict such devastating losses upon my black hall. The prowess of these blackguards is sufficient to contend with a spirit soul realm expert. How fortunate, yet I refuse to believe you can evade capture a second time. Behind him, the previously smug Elder Wu Xian wore a grim expression, his gnarled hands clenching tightly. Hey Sha. The Dark King cast a sidelong glance at a burly man bearing a centipede-like scar across his face, exuding an intimidating aura. The man bowed and inquired, "My king, what are your orders?" "Go after that boy," the Dark King commanded, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. "This time, I want him captured alive." "Understood," He Sha replied. Bowing again, enveloped in dark spiritual energy, An overwhelming presence emanated from him, causing even Elder Wu Xian to involuntarily change countenance. For He Sha's aura had evidently reached the mid-stage of the spirit soul realm. Whoosh! A cerulean figure streaked through the miasma forest, surrounded by glimmering azure flames. All miasma recoiled in fear, parting to form a path as it approached. The azure flames could counteract the miasma, granting Yihan an increasing sense of ease within this black miasma valley. Soon, he arrived at a valley strewn with massive black boulders, shrouded in miasma, rendering the sky utterly invisible. Yihan leapt gracefully, landing upon a massive black rock. At that moment, he produced a copper piece, which now emanated a faint golden aura. The copper piece had responded, indicating that the remains of the purple gold dragon python and the icefire crane were likely located in this nearby valley. Yihan's gaze shimmered with a hint of surprise, but it quickly transformed into a grave expression as he surveyed his surroundings. This area must be the core of the black miasma valley. It was no wonder that the noxious vapors here were exponentially more potent than those outside. Even the miasma elixir within him offered no defense in this place. The miasma was exceedingly terrifying, yet fortunately, the shimmering fire enveloping Yihan caused the noxious vapors to instinctively steer clear of him. With a swift motion, he vanished deep into the miasma valley once more. Before long, another group appeared at the entrance of the miasma valley. Haisha observed the valley with a serious demeanor, a trace of fear evident in his expression. That valley is fraught with peril. Even the king of hell dares not tread there. This lad is truly courting disaster by venturing in. It turned out that this valley was a forbidden area within the entire Black Miasma Valley, the Valley of Death. General Haisha, the king of hell ordered us to capture that boy alive. What shall we do now? Inquired a figure clad in black behind him. We shall wait here for a while. If that boy does not emerge, he is as good as dead. And we will have no choice but to return and report to the king of hell, Haisha replied, furrowing his brow and speaking in a solemn tone. As he entered the Valley of Death, the surrounding vision began to blur, as the density of the miasma obscured sight, and the gray gas transformed into a pitch-black hue, each wisp imbued with deadly toxins. Yihan felt a surge of apprehension, had it not been for the protective embrace of the Lioli King Fire. He doubted that even a practitioner at the late stage of the spirit-soul realm could survive in this place. The vegetation and trees surrounding him exuded a foreboding darkness, imbued with an eerie and enchanting aura. Suddenly, from the depths of the miasma ahead, a flickering emerald glow caught his eye. What could that be? Yihan furrowed his brow, cupping a ball of flame in his palm, and curiously illuminated the path ahead. In an instant, the miasma receded to either side. There, upon a massive black rock, lay a faint silhouette. As Yihan approached the colossal boulder, he was astonished to discover a woman in green, her form ensnared by the noxious vapors. Remarkably, she was still alive. Yihan gently probed his finger against his nostrils, discovering that the woman in azure attire breathed steadily. It seemed that the verdant radiance surrounding her had shielded her, though she stood barefoot, her complexion marred by the venom of the miasma. Her exquisite visage still rendered Yihan momentarily entranced. Her face was nearly flawless, as if meticulously sculpted by a divine artisan. So be it. Encountering me shall be your stroke of fortune. Yihan hesitated for a moment, initially reluctant to extend his hand in aid. Yet he ultimately helped the woman to her feet. It was not that he was swayed by her beauty. Rather, it is likely that no man could remain entirely unaffected in the presence of such an exquisite woman. Humph. Yihan summoned the glazed king fire, meticulously dispelling the miasma entwined around the azure-clad maiden, strand by strand. Wisps of dark vapor emanated from her crown, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. Buzz. At that moment, the maiden's pale skirt inadvertently slipped slightly, revealing a delicate azure lotus pattern upon her shoulder. Chapter 59. Dantai Mingwe. As Yihan wielded the glazed king fire to continuously eradicate the miasma enveloping the azure-clad maiden, her complexion gradually revived with vitality and color. Buzz. At this juncture, a faint azure glow enveloped her form, accentuating her sinuous figure as she levitated gracefully. She let out a soft hum, her eyes fluttering open. Twin orbs of light brown gleamed with an air of mystery, exuding a chilling aura that possessed an enchanting allure, captivating the heart and soul. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her waist was slender, and her legs long and elegant. Her visage was flawless, akin to a celestial being descended from the realms of heaven to grace the mortal world. Such an ethereal presence was meant to be admired from afar, a beauty that stirred the very depths of one's soul. Yihan's gaze swept over the woman in the green attire, momentarily captivated by her beauty. However, As she cast her eyes down upon her disheveled garments, her expression shifted dramatically upon meeting Yihan's gaze. In a flurry of indignation, she leapt into action, exclaiming, "Scoundrel!" With no time for Yihan to respond, she arched her delicate brows, and her fair hand emanated a surge of azure light, resembling a crescent moon. As it hurtled toward him, caught off guard, Yihan leapt backward from the massive boulder beneath him. With a resounding crash, the 10-meter stone was utterly shattered into fine powder. Yihan soared into the air, casting a glance at the massive rock shattered beneath him. He could not help but click his tongue in disbelief, exclaiming, "You, woman, are truly audacious. It was I who saved you, yet you seek to end my life?" Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate quietly, for he sensed the formidable strength of the woman in azure, which seemed to reach unfathomable depths. Such foolishness! Do you truly believe that your mercy of spirit cultivation can save me? Utterly laughable, the azure-clad woman replied, her voice as frigid as the winter's breath, her exquisite eyes resembling a radiant full moon. Just as she prepared to strike again, an unexpected internal affliction surged forth, causing her spiritual energy to falter and leave her weakly resting against a massive black rock. At that moment, the miasma surrounding her began to coalesce once more, and her expression shifted dramatically. Just as the noxious vapors threatened to engulf her again, a strand of glass-like flames erupted, causing the miasma to retreat in haste. What kind of flame is this? The azure-clad woman gazed intently at the vibrant fire dancing within Yihan's palm, her heart racing with trepidation. Despite his mere sea of spirit cultivation, it was evident that this flame was no ordinary fire, evoking a sense of danger even within her. Now do you finally believe? As the frost descended gently, the woman clad in azure furrowed her brow, beginning to entertain a semblance of belief. In a soft voice, she uttered, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Yet, as she spoke, she suddenly realized that the strap on her shoulder had slipped, causing her complexion to drain of color. In haste, she yanked it back into place and fixed her gaze upon the frost, demanding, "What did you see just now?" Her tone turned frigid in an instant, and the frost pondered whether he had truly witnessed anything inappropriate. He casually replied, "I merely saw the azure lotus resting upon your shoulder." Upon hearing this, the azure-clad woman trembled, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Was it merely a spiritual pattern? Yihan curled his lip, momentarily finding the woman in azure quite perplexing. The woman in azure endeavored to calm her turbulent emotions. She cast a fierce glare at Yihan, who, of course, remained oblivious to the reason behind the forbidden lotus pattern. At this moment, she even contemplated taking his life. Yet the thought of his earlier act of saving her compelled her to suppress her murderous intent. This lotus pattern was no ordinary spiritual emblem, but rather a sacred mark of her clan, imbued with unique divine power. If any man were to behold it and evoke a reaction from the lotus pattern, it would signify an irrevocable bond. At that moment, a faint glow emanated from the azure lotus pattern adorning her back. The woman in azure shot Yihan another glance. He was merely a minor martial cultivator from the insignificant Yin city. How could he possibly be worthy of becoming her husband? It was utterly absurd. As Yihan rose to depart, the woman in the azure attire behind him suddenly changed her expression. At present, she was unable to utilize her cultivation. If left alone in this valley, her demise was nearly certain. "Wait a moment," the woman in azure said, biting her lip. "What, do you require my assistance once more? You intend to kill me, so why should I aid you?" Yihan's gaze was laced with sarcasm. "It seems I have been rather presumptuous and impolite just now. This profound-grade treasure technique shall serve as my apology." The woman in the azure attire flicked her fingers, and a stream of azure light enveloped the scroll, gently descending into Yihan's palm. Hiss, a profound-grade treasure technique. After Yihan's investigation, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a tempest of shock surged within him. He took another serious glance at the woman in the azure attire, astonished by her enigmatic origins, as she so readily bestowed upon him a profound mystical technique of the Shin rank. Yihan suppressed his surprise and approached, gently assisting the woman in the green attire to her feet. As his palm made contact with her arm, a sensation of icy smoothness enveloped him, reminiscent of the finest mutton fat. The woman in green bit her lip, momentarily taken aback. It was her first encounter with the touch of a man. However, with no alternative at hand, she reluctantly acquiesced to allow this young man a fleeting advantage. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Yihan summoned a sphere of shimmering fire, which soared forward with a fierce intensity, causing all the miasma to retreat and form a clear passage. The two proceeded slowly along this path, and after half an hour, they ventured deep into the valley. It appeared that they were indeed in close proximity to their destination. Yihan flipped his palm, and a copper piece emitted a blinding radiance, even feeling slightly warm, as if it had strongly sensed something. Before long, a vast black lake emerged ahead, shrouded in dense miasma. At the center of the lake, a brilliant sphere of light rose, reminiscent of a sun ascending. Within that luminous sphere, two skeletal remains were distinctly visible. Faintly, an ancient sound resembling the roar of a dragon and the cry of a crane echoed from within the sphere. The visage of the woman in green changed upon hearing this sound. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards them from a distance, prompting Yihan to instinctively retreat a few steps, channeling his inner spiritual energy. In that moment of darkness, a young man clad in white robes approached slowly. Sister Mingwe? The white-robed youth was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the woman in green, his expression swiftly transforming into one of delight. This woman was named Dantai Mingwe, Zhao Qing. Dantai Mingwe's brows furrowed, her face revealing a deep disdain. They had set out together to undertake a task for their sect, only to encounter danger in this cursed valley. And this fellow had abandoned her to flee alone. Sister Mingwe, it's truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Zhao Qing forced a smile, but soon noticed Yihan supporting Dantai Mingwe's arm, and the fire of jealousy ignited within him. This was the goddess of their sect. He had never even dared to touch her, yet this fellow was able to be so close to her. Release Sister Mingwe at once. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth in secret, consumed by jealousy. However, Dantai Mingwe's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as she slowly uttered, "Get away." In an instant, Zhao Qing's countenance turned grim, darkening as he realized that Sister Mingwe was admonishing him sternly for this boy. For a moment, a flicker of murderous intent subtly appeared in his gaze directed at Yihan. Chapter 60. Seizing the treasure in Zhao Qing's eyes. A faint glimmer of malice and hostility passed unnoticed, yet it was keenly perceived by the observant Yihan. It became evident that this individual was not only cowardly, but also narrow-minded. Although it was their first encounter, Yihan felt a burgeoning distaste towards Zhao Qing. Dantai Mingwe's cold gaze shifted to the distant Black Lake. Upon witnessing the dazzling light at the lake's center, astonishment crossed her features as she softly remarked, "Indeed. The dragon roar and crane cry we heard earlier originated from this lake. If I am not mistaken, those two skeletons should belong to the 37th on the Earth ranking. The purple gold dragon python, and the 28th, the ice fire crane. The relics left by such formidable beasts would send anyone into a frenzy." Beside her, Zhao Qing shook his head, saying, "Sister, I have already tested it. This lake is imbued with profound heavy energy, and no warrior can soar above it. However, one may enter using spiritual power." Profound heavy water? Upon hearing Zhao Qing's words, Dantai Mingwe and Yihan were both momentarily taken aback. Their gazes once again fixed upon the pitch-black lake before them. The surface of the lake lay still as a mirror, seemingly harboring immense power, with layers of faint, mysterious energy wafting above it. Any object that traversed its expanse would be inexorably drawn in. At the heart of the lake, amidst a resplendent glow, two colossal skeletal structures faintly emerged, accompanied by a profound dragon's roar and the melodious call of a crane, causing a subtle tremor in the surrounding space. The power of the soul? Perhaps I might have the opportunity to retrieve the remnants of the corpses. At this moment, a flicker of determination crossed Yihan's eyes. Hearing this, Zhao Qing could not help but let out a derisive laugh, immediately retorting, "To immerse the power of the soul into the depths of the lake and extract the remains of the corpses, one would need to possess a soul density reaching the pinnacle of the spirit realm. Even I would return empty-handed, let alone you, merely a late-stage spirit sea cultivator. It is utterly laughable. Your inability does not imply my own limitations." Yihan's gaze met Zhao Qing's, their words laced with a subtle undercurrent of rivalry. "I see you wish to display your prowess before our junior sister, in an attempt to capture her attention," he remarked. Zhao Qing's eyes glinted with a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, Dantai Mingwe furrowed her brow slightly. She harbored a profound aversion to those who, lacking in true ability, seek to show off. This moment sparked a vague sense of distaste towards Yihan within her. After all, her spiritual essence far surpassed that of ordinary warriors. Yet she had only attained the mid-stage of the spiritual realm. Yihan was merely 17 or 18 years of age, and his cultivation was only at the spirit sea realm, even if he had been training since the womb. It was utterly inconceivable for his soul power to reach the pinnacle of the spirit realm. While Zhao Qing's eyes glinted with derision, Yihan's heart could not help but harbor a quiet mockery. It is important to note that he was, in fact, an alchemist. Perhaps he fell short of Zhao Qing in terms of cultivation level, yet when it came to soul power, even a combined effort of 10 Zhao Qings would not suffice to contend against him. I must caution you, the waters of the Xuanzhong Lake are far from ordinary. Insufficient soul power may lead to being crushed to pieces. The corners of Zhao Qing's mouth curled slightly upward. Although he spoke these words, his heart secretly yearned for Yi Han to take the plunge. The prior closeness between this fellow and Dan Tai Mingwei had left an unquenchable fury simmering within him. Seeking an outlet, Yi Han approached the lakeside, his gaze settling calmly upon the surface of the water as he took a deep breath. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of soul power surged forth from his spiritual sea, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to tremble slightly. This magnificent force, with a resounding thud, plunged into the depths of the mysterious lake. At that moment, Zhao Qing, who had intended to witness Yi Han's folly, found his eyes widening in disbelief. Filled with a mix of astonishment and terror, a celestial soul, Dan Tai Mingwei's beautiful eyes shimmered like moonlight cascading upon the lake, creating ripples across its surface. This was the second individual she had encountered whose soul power had reached the celestial realm. However, the other person, although possessing a similar level of soul power, was significantly older than Yi Han by 4 or 5 years. In that instant, any lingering disdain Dan Tai Mingwei held for Yi Han vanished entirely, replaced instead by admiration and awe. It turned out he was not the incompetent show-off Zhao Qing had described. On the contrary, his celestial soul rendered him exceptionally radiant. At this moment, Yi Han's soul delved into the dark, frigid depths of the cold pool, and as Zhao Qing had noted, the lake was imbued with profound energy that exerted immense pressure on his soul. For an ordinary individual, their soul might have indeed been crushed by the heavy energy. Yet, he was a being of celestial soul. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 10 zhang. His soul continued to explore the inky waters. Suddenly, Yi Han appeared to make a significant discovery, his eyes igniting with brilliance and joy. With a resounding roar, a purple-gold radiance erupted from the depths below, soaring high into the sky. Enveloped by his soul, it gradually retracted, transforming into a droplet of purple-gold liquid. It hummed as it landed in the palm of Yi Han's hand. It was the essence blood of the purple-gold dragon python. Zhao Qing's eyes were filled with avarice, a tumult of jealousy and fury swirling within him. He had been the one to first discover the remains, yet this young man had reaped the rewards. Who was it that had doubted my abilities just moments ago? Yi Han's words were laced with sharpness, and witnessing Zhao Qing's furious reaction brought him immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, with a hint of fervor in her beautiful eyes, Dan Tai Mingwei regarded the precious essence of the purple-gold dragon python, ranked 37th on the Earth list, which was said to contain traces of true dragon blood. If utilized for cultivation, its effects would be monumental. Yi Han carefully retrieved a jade vial, delicately securing the precious drop of blood within. Before putting it away under Zhao Qing's envious gaze, he once again immersed his spirit in the depths of the Xuanzhong Lake. Beside him, Zhao Qing, seething with jealousy, could not resist entering the lake himself. However, his spirit barely crossed the threshold into the spiritual realm, and, after a few minutes of struggle, he retreated from the Xuanzhong Lake in utter disarray. Suddenly, a radiant orb burst forth from the lake's surface, transforming into a streak of light that landed in Yi Han's hand, shimmering with brilliance. This was the essence of the ice-fire phoenix. Zhao Qing's eyes blazed with envy, his countenance darkening with fury. If it weren't for the consideration of Dan Tai Mingwei, he might have been unable to restrain himself from seizing it outright. Originally, this opportunity had been his discovery, yet he now helplessly watched as Yi Han claimed it for himself. How could he not feel a surge of resentment? The essence of the ice-fire phoenix, imbued with the powers of both ice and fire, was the very treasure Zhao Qing coveted most. Yet, it had fallen into the hands of another. Conversely, Dan Tai Mingwei did not exhibit an ounce of anger at Yi Han's acquisition of the treasure. Instead, she scrutinized him with keen interest. She noted that although his cultivation was slightly inferior, he possessed numerous advantages that far surpassed Zhao Qing's, making him appear vastly more capable. Chapter 61. Refining the blood essence of the dragon python within the Xuanzhong Lake. A dazzling interplay of red and white light flickered as the essence of the ice-fire phoenix levitated from the surface. With a gentle beckoning, Yi Han summoned it into his palm. The moment the orb made contact, an extraordinary sensation washed over him, as frigid and fiery energies intertwined within his grasp, evoking a profound sense of wonder. The ice-fire phoenix ranked 28th among the beasts in the Great Beast Record, renowned for its rare dual properties of spiritual power making it a unique creature in the vast world. Dan Tai Ming Yu's gaze revealed a hint of intrigue, clearly captivated by the essence as well. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, witnessing Yi Han's consecutive acquisitions from the lake, clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve, his nails digging into his flesh as the flames of jealousy nearly materialized. His composure had completely shattered. This fellow not only snatched the treasures right before his eyes, but also won the favor of his junior sister, igniting a smoldering fury within Zhao Qing as he gritted his teeth. Yi Han, how about I trade you a treasure for that essence of the ice fire phoenix? Dan Tai Ming, you spoke softly. Oh, what treasure? Yi Han furrowed his brow, neither readily acquiescing nor outright rejecting the proposition. If the treasure proved worthwhile, an exchange might indeed be feasible. Buzz. At that moment, Dan Tai Mingwei retrieved a golden armor from her universe pouch. This armor appeared to be forged from gold, adorned with intricate and peculiar patterns etched upon its surface. Is this a mystical artifact? Yi Han was somewhat taken aback, his curiosity regarding Dan Tai Mingyu's identity deepening. It is noteworthy that the entire Yu family possessed not a single mystical artifact, yet this woman effortlessly produced one. This mystical artifact, known as the Xianjin armor, was forged from Xianjin and inscribed with the glyphs of a master talisman maker. It is an immensely powerful treasure in terms of defense, making it exceedingly difficult to shatter, even under the full force of a Zifu realm expert. Dan Tai Mingyu elucidated, well, allow me a moment to ponder. The oppressive aura of the Xuanzhong Lake is exceedingly formidable for the soul. I fear I may only have one last chance to strive for further gains. Yi Han pondered, realizing that he possessed only this singular essence. Should he successfully extract the purple golden dragon python essence from the depths of the lake, he would willingly engage in the exchange. With a thunderous sound, he once more submerged his spirit into the lake's depths, though this endeavor would demand more time. As moments passed, Yi Han's countenance grew increasingly pale. Indeed, even as a celestial realm spirit, he could not withstand the arduous task of retrieving treasures from the profound lake repeatedly. Just as his spirit began to wane and he contemplated surrendering, he suddenly sensed a radiant purple-golden orb at the lake's bottom. With a roar, the lake's surface erupted in resplendent purple-golden light, forming a whirlpool at its center, accompanied by a majestic dragon's roar resonating throughout the lake. It was indeed the essence of the purple-golden dragon python. Fortune had favored him, much to Zhao Qing's chagrin, who nearly spat blood in frustration. Miss Dantai, it is settled. As he grasped the purple orb in his palm, Yi Han promptly exchanged it for the ice phoenix essence for among the two. He harbored a deeper affinity for the purple golden dragon python essence. Although the ice phoenix ranked higher, Yi Han sensed that the former was more attuned to his cultivation needs. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. Dan Tai Mingwen nodded gracefully and, with a flick of her wrist, presented the mysterious golden armor. Yi Han took the Xianjin armor and could distinctly sense its extraordinary nature. More importantly, he indeed required a defensive treasure. Yi Han, you have taken all the relics of the demon beast from the Xuanzhong Lake. Is that not a bit excessive? Since you have already obtained the essence of the purple gold dragon python, should you not surrender a portion of its blood? Zhao Qing spoke with an icy gaze. Ah, you are truly amusing. I acquired these treasures through my own prowess. Why should I be obliged to share any with you? There are other treasures within this lake. If you possess the ability, you may retrieve them yourself. Yi Han could not help but let out a cold laugh. Was this fellow so envious that he had lost his senses, actually attempting to claim a portion of the dragon python's essence blood? You. Zhao Qing's face turned ashen with rage, a faint azure energy surging within his palm. Zhao Qing, your brazen and unreasonable behavior is utterly disgraceful to our sect. If I report this to our master, you may find it difficult to secure any opportunities during future missions. Dan Tai Mingwei gazed coldly at Zhao Qing, her beautiful eyes devoid of warmth, her voice piercing like needles, leaving Zhao Qing in a state of profound discomfort. It was evident that Dan Tai Mingwei had completely lost any fondness for Zhao Qing and had even developed a hint of aversion towards him. Despite Zhao Qing's overwhelming desire for vengeance, he could not fully express it in front of Dan Tai Mingwei and was forced to endure. Junior sister, be cautious. With a surge of anger, Zhao Qing enveloped himself in a shroud of azure light and vanished like smoke. Yi Han paid no heed to his surroundings, his gaze swiftly scanning until it fell upon a massive black rock not far away. Without hesitation, he leaped onto it and seated himself cross-legged. He then produced a jade vial containing the essence of dragon python blood. With a soft pop, the vial was opened, and a droplet of violet golden blood floated before Yi Han's eyes. Although it was merely a single drop, the immense power it contained left him utterly astounded. It is said that the violet golden dragon python harbors a trace of true dragon blood within, rendering its essence extraordinarily formidable. Imbued with energy so vast that it might overwhelm a body at the spirit sea realm, potentially leading to its catastrophic rupture. Dantai Mingyue kindly cautioned him. This singular droplet requires at least a purple mansion realm expert to refine it. Thank you for your warning. However, your words have only intensified my desire to attempt it. Yihan remained indifferent. Having mastered the dragon absorption technique, he believed he could consume any formidable force, no matter how overwhelming. After uttering these words, Yihan took a deep breath, gently inhaled, and with a swift motion, he swallowed a drop of essence blood. Boom! As the essence blood entered his body, a brilliant purple radiance erupted from his flesh, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that echoed within his dantian. Then, his body began to expand dramatically. Indeed, it was truly formidable. Yihan's expression changed dramatically as this surge of vital blood transformed into an uncontrollable, frenzied force, rampaging within him like an ancient true dragon raging through the seas. His internal organs and even his meridians bore the brunt of this impact, causing excruciating pain. In light of your saving my life, I shall lend you my aid this once. Dantai Mingyue opened her palm, revealing an enveloped in chaotic mist. However, just as she was about to act, a second dragon's roar resonated from Yihan's dantian, and the immense, violent energy appeared to be subdued, swiftly calming down. It turned out that the dragon absorption technique unleashed a terrifying gravitational force, voraciously drawing in the essence of blood. At that moment, a hint of disbelief flickered in Dantai Mingyue's beautiful eyes, creating ripples of astonishment. Chapter 62. Battle with Haisha. The power contained within the dragon python's blood far exceeded Yihan's imagination. This force was overwhelming and ferocious, crashing into his limbs and bones like an uncontrollable beast as soon as it entered his body. A moment's inattention could result in his flesh being burst apart by this vital blood force. However, while this power initially rampaged within him like a wild horse, Yihan was not without means to cope. Within his dantian, a series of deep dragon roars echoed continuously. Black whirlpools erupted with terrifying suction, devouring and refining the dragon python's blood. Regardless of how tyrannical the dragon python's blood was, it was relentlessly consumed by the dragon absorption technique. Gradually, this violent energy was subdued within him, and Yihan's previously fierce expression began to calm. He sat cross-legged upon the black rock, gradually appearing as a meditative old monk, motionless, emanating subtle purple-golden radiance. Dantai Mingyue's eyes resembled a serene moon, quietly observing Yihan. She realized that this individual was far more complex than she had initially perceived. The domineering and ferocious power of the dragon python's blood was indeed mitigated by him. It seems I have underestimated you. A smile graced her lips as the in her hand dissipated into azure mist, merging into her palm. She could not help but acknowledge that she had underestimated Yihan from the very beginning. He seemed far more formidable than he appeared. With this thought, Dantai Mingyue found a spot to sit down and began to circulate her energy for recovery, a pattern manifesting upon her brow. However, two mysterious and powerful forces within her were in contention, leaving her in an exceptionally weakened state. Refining the dragon python's blood was not a brief endeavor, unbeknownst to them. 3 hours had already elapsed. Buzz. In the depths of Yihan's dantian, a magnificent surge of spiritual energy gradually coalesced into a diminutive figure, resembling him closely. Crafted from a resplendent mix of purple and gold. As the incantation was enacted, this miniature figure mirrored Yihan's every movement in his cultivation, creating a harmonious circulation of spiritual energy, both within and without. This figure, known as the spiritual essence, became increasingly luminous over time, ultimately resembling a small statue of a Buddha as it descended into the dantian. At that moment, the originally golden spiritual energy within Yihan transformed entirely into a radiant shade of purple gold and swiftly retreated into his body. He opened his eyes and rose slowly from the stone, exclaiming in delight, "Is this the power of the spiritual essence? Indeed. It surpasses the realm of the spiritual sea by a considerable margin." However, he lamented that the formidable strength of the dragon python still held a third of its power sealed within his dantian. Otherwise, breaking through to the mid-stage of the spiritual essence realm would have been well within reach. Amidst his joy, he suddenly became aware of a faint purple gold sheen beneath his skin. It seems my physical form has become considerably more resilient. It appears that the dragon python's blood possesses remarkable benefits for the body. Yihan gently pinched his skin, noticing it felt more resilient than before. which left him somewhat astonished. Not far away, Dan Tai Mingwei approached with graceful steps, her voice cool and clear as she remarked. The physical form of the purple gold dragon python is inherently ferocious. It is hardly surprising that your strength has been enhanced after refining its essence blood. However, it is said that by refining the blood of the dragon python, one may also gain a formidable power known as the dragon python's mountain crossing might. Is that true? Yi Han's eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately attempted to channel his inner spiritual energy. In an instant, his arm shimmered with a violet glow, and a swirling mist of purple gold enveloped his fist. This was the dragon python mountain punch. With a resounding roar, he struck towards the black rock. A surge of violet energy accompanied by a howling wind pierced through it as if it were mere paper, forcefully shattering it into fine dust. Such an overwhelming display of power. Yi Han flexed his fingers, and even this simple punch exhibited a power that surpassed that of an ordinary ninth-grade spiritual technique. Should he unleash this dragon python penetrating mountain technique in battle, it would undoubtedly yield unexpected and decisive results. Miss Dan Tai, your injury should have nearly healed by now, correct? Yi Han gazed at Dan Mingwei. Though the latter's complexion appeared somewhat pale, her natural beauty remained strikingly breathtaking, especially her pair of eyes, which resembled the radiant moon, drawing one into their depths. Dan Mingwei shook her head and furrowed her brow, stating, "It is not so simple. My injuries require a few months of recuperation back at the sect. In that case, let us depart from the valley," Yi Han replied. Yi Han gazed upon the surface of the lake, where layers of miasma enveloped the area, gradually dimming the light at its center. Soon, two corpses sank completely into the depths of the water. Moments later, the two emerged from the Valley of Death. As they approached the valley's mouth, Yi Han abruptly halted, surveying his surroundings with a grave expression. His eyes fixed on a shadowy forest to the left, he spoke in a low voice. "It must be the people from the Black Underworld Palace. Since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows?" Boom. As his words echoed, a thick miasma suddenly surged from the dark forest. The ominous vapor obscured the sky, swiftly shrouding the valley above like a descending shroud. A sinister, mocking voice emerged from the miasma. "Who would have thought that despite our deep concealment, we would still be discovered by you?" From the swirling miasma, a figure clad in black robes stepped forth, striding across the void. He was a towering figure, wrapped in miasma, his eyes sharp as blades. "I am Heisha. The king of the underworld wishes to invite you to the Black Underworld Palace. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I take you by force?" Heisha intoned menacingly. "Apologies, but I am not interested," came the curt reply. Yi Han's gaze was icy as he declared, "This is beyond your control." With a thunderous roar, the Black Shah's claw reached out, the swirling miasma coalescing into a massive talon that soared forward. Humph! Yi Han emitted a cold snort. His palm raised as if to strike forward, unleashing a violet gold palm imprint that howled through the void. With a resounding boom, two streams of spiritual energy detonated in the air, creating an incessant tremor. Amidst the frenzied fluctuations of spiritual force, two figures simultaneously surged forth, enveloped in energy, akin to meteors streaking across the sky before colliding with tremendous impact. At the moment of collision, their palms met with no embellishments, merely a raw clash of spiritual power. Following this, a violent gust erupted, ravaging the ground and fracturing the black rocks beneath, while the entwining vines were shattered layer upon layer by the force of the shockwave. In the instant their palms collided, they were propelled backward at an astonishing speed, landing upon the obsidian surface, their feet retreating and leaving behind deep imprints. Hiss. Is that the force of miasma? Yi Han halted his steps as a sinister black mist entwined around his palm. In an instant, flames erupted from his hand, incinerating the malevolent vapor. It was indeed impressive that he could dispel the toxic energy accumulated over decades of my cultivation. No wonder he had led the Black Underworld guards to utter destruction. If you were of my realm, I might truly find it challenging to contend with you. The gaze of Heisha grew increasingly grave. Chapter 63, A Fierce Confrontation. Above the valley, two figures stood suspended in the air, exuding a formidable aura of spiritual energy. They clashed and merged like thunderbolts colliding amidst the clouds, resonating with a deep, rumbling sound that reverberated through the void. In this silent standoff, the atmosphere thickened with tension. As if a mere spark could ignite an explosive confrontation, this young man is indeed extraordinary. Heisha felt a surge of astonishment, his brow furrowing. The toxic energy he had painstakingly mastered for decades was effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. Furthermore, during the clash of their spiritual forces, he found himself unable to gain any advantage. Even more alarming, the fierce flames emanating from Yihan held a restraining effect on his toxic energy. With this realization, Heisha took a deep breath, his spiritual power pulsating violently. His dark fingers spread wide, and the surrounding toxic mist seemed to be drawn in, coalescing into a swirling mass of black vapor, pulsating with terrifying intensity. Boom! Heisha propelled himself forward, and the black orb of chaotic energy hidden within his palm surged violently towards Yihan. Break! The black light spiraled toward him, and Yihan radiated a brilliant purple-golden glow, the veins on his arms bulging like serpents as he swung his fist. Bang! His fist collided with the toxic mass, erupting in a dazzling light that enveloped the entire valley, blinding all who beheld it. The toxic orb was instantly annihilated. Witnessing his second attack thwarted, Heisha's expression darkened further. His sleeves billowed as the black mist around him condensed into hundreds of black demonic spears. Toxic demon spears. Swish, swish, swish. From within the black fog, spears imbued with toxic energy pierced the air, releasing a frenzied howl akin to a torrential downpour. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, Yihan did not flinch. Instead, he charged directly toward the multitude of toxic spears. Swish. His fist erupted with purple-golden brilliance as he struck the foremost toxic spear head-on. Bang! His punch shattered the black spear instantaneously. In that moment, he moved like a specter, stepping upon the oncoming black spears, using their momentum to propel himself forward. As Yihan soared toward him, Heisha gathered toxic energy at his fingertips, lightly flicking it into the air, sending forth a black beam of spiritual force that whistled through the air. Swish! As Yihan slightly tilted his body, the beam of spiritual energy narrowly brushed past him. In that instant, his palm ignited with a brilliant, glass-like flame, relentlessly striking towards the side of the black Shah. Boom! 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 The two engaged in close combat, their fists colliding with a relentless fury, each blow resembling a fleeting shadow. They wrestled with an almost barbaric ferocity, exchanging punches. Each impact unleashed a surge of astonishing spiritual energy that rippled outward, causing the entire valley to be swept by a tempest, with fragments of shattered stone whirling in the air. However, in this raw exchange, it was evident that Yihan held the overwhelming advantage. Damn this little brat! Black Shah cursed inwardly, retreating a few steps. Each time their fists collided, a searing wave of spiritual energy surged into his body, leaving him feeling utterly discomfort. Noticing Black Shah slightly distracted, Yihan seized the moment to unleash another fiery strike. The flaming palm surged forth with ferocity, causing Black Shah's pupils to constrict as he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Rather than retaliating with a strike of his own, he expelled a thick miasma, forming a shield of toxic energy. Boom! The fiery palm struck the shield, shattering it into a cloud of miasma. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted ahead, and a black spear pierced through the miasma, lunging toward Yihan. Black Shah wielded the black spear, striking with rapid ferocity. Whoosh! The spear moved with such blinding speed that it appeared as mere afterimages, relentlessly attacking Yihan. Yet, Yihan's reactions were exceptionally swift. He deftly dodged, moving his head and body from side to side. Then, with a sudden motion, his palm engulfed in the glass-like royal flame seized the black spear, emitting clouds of black smoke as it snapped in two. Black Shah, retreating in a frenzy, gritted his teeth and summoned all his spiritual energy. Netherworld Claw. A terrifying black claw tore through the miasma, seeming to emerge from the depths of hell, exuding a dreadful aura of death as it enveloped Yihan's form. This Netherworld Claw was a 9th-grade spiritual technique. Buzz. Black Shah's attack was exceedingly fierce, and Yihan, sensing the threat, did not dare to underestimate it. His entire body resonated with spiritual energy, causing the air around him to warp and tremble, while his arms transformed into a golden hue. Golden Buddha Palm. The golden handprint radiated brilliance, standing in stark contrast to the ominous Netherworld Claw. In the gaze of both combatants, the two immense forces collided violently. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the valley, the shockwaves from their clash even snapping towering trees in half. Whoosh! However, the violent spiritual energy had yet to subside, and Black Shah launched another assault. His figure flickered like a wraith, a gust of wind rushing past Yihan's back. In an instant, Black Shah appeared behind him, his hand enveloped in swirling black miasma, striking fiercely toward Yihan's back. Attempting to ambush me? Yihan had long been aware of the impending danger. In an instant, he deftly evaded, vanishing from sight. The strike met only empty air, causing the void to tremble incessantly. Glazed firearm. High above, Yihan's palm, ablaze with fierce flames, descended with tremendous force. Boom! A radiant arm of glazed fire, exuding a terrifying aura, bore down upon the Black Shah. This inferno seemed to compress the miasmic spiritual energy within Black Shah, dimming its brilliance as if it had encountered a formidable nemesis, thereby weakening it significantly. I never anticipated that a mere initial stage spirit soul realm cultivator could drive me back to such an extent. Black Shah's visage twisted into a snarl, his eyes gleaming a fiery crimson as he roared, "Netherworld Python!" A deafening cry erupted, and a billowing miasma enveloped Black Shah, within which materialized a colossal black python. This creature represented the pinnacle of his cultivation, a ninth-grade spirit, the hellish netherworld python. Boom! The python's massive tail swept through the air like a devastating whip, imbued with formidable strength, colliding with the firearm. Bang! The firearm was instantly obliterated, and the giant tail swung back towards Yihan. Yet, like a bolt of lightning, Yihan evaded the strike. The tail, heavy as 1,000 pounds, crashed down, creating a tremendous pit in the ground, reducing it to ruins. Is this the true power of a spirit? Yihan was secretly alarmed. The most formidable means of a spiritual realm master was not their spiritual power, but rather the strength derived from the cultivation of their essence spirit. Chapter 64. Exorcising the miasma, a thunderous roar reverberated through the valley, causing the very stones beneath to tremble violently, even dispersing the miasma that enveloped the surroundings. Amidst the rolling miasma, a towering black serpent materialized, its body shrouded in dark mist, with a gaping maw revealing teeth as sharp as daggers. This fearsome creature, the hellish nether serpent, was the essence spirit cultivated by the Black Shah, although it had not entered the annals of the 10,000 beasts. Its years of devouring miasma granted it power comparable to that of a late-stage spiritual realm master. Diamond Buddha Palm. As Yihan retreated swiftly, a fierce wind rustled his robes, and his entire body radiated spiritual energy. His palm erupted with a golden brilliance as he confronted the hellish specter with a powerful strike. Boom! The handprint, exuding an aura akin to that of a semi-mystical level, resembled the hand of a colossal Buddha, exploding with intense light in the valley above. Descending from the heavens, not far away, Heisha curled his lips into a cold smirk, swiftly forming hand seals as he declared, "Nether Python gaze." Buzz! From the pupils of the nether python, two beams of black light shot forth, akin to the rays of a deathly specter. They pierced through the Vajrabuddha hand, leaving behind two pinhole-like punctures. With a hiss, those two openings were relentlessly corroded by darkness until the brilliance of the Vajrabuddha hand faded completely, shattering into fragments. Rumble! At that moment, the nether python's massive tail, as thick as a pillar, suddenly launched a surprise attack from below, causing the very air to ripple like waves. Be careful! Behind him, Dan Tai Mingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her jade-like hand conjured a green lotus. With a gentle flick of her fingers, the emerald-hued lotus emitted a radiant glow, swiftly transforming into a lotus platform that landed beneath Yihan's feet. Buzz! The petals of the lotus, formed from concentrated spiritual energy, rapidly closed around him, enveloping him in a protective embrace akin to a blossoming bud. Boom! At that instant, the tail of the python, imbued with the power to shake mountains, struck the lotus platform. The azure platform trembled slightly yet remained as robust as ever, appearing completely unscathed. Such formidable defensive capabilities. What treasure is this? Capable of withstanding a blow from the nether python without sustaining any damage? Yihan could not help but feel a slight surprise. Moments later, the lotus platform gradually dissipated. In the distance, Heisha coldly snorted, "Youngster, do not waste your efforts. At your current level, it is utterly impossible for you to contend with my hellish specter python." Upon hearing this, Yihan's expression grew grave. The hellish specter python could engage even those at the peak of the spirit soul realm. How could he, being merely at the initial stage of the spirit soul realm, hope to rival it? However, although he may not match in cultivation, it did not imply he lacked other means. Buzz! In Yihan's palm, a golden talisman subtly emerged, one of the 3 talismans acquired from the Tianong mine. It is known as the Savage Bull Talisman. Whether this talisman possesses the capability to contend with the ominous nether python of Heisha remains uncertain. Nonetheless, there is no choice but to give it a try. Yihan took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy into the talisman. Suddenly, the talisman levitated, surrounded by swirling currents of air, which erupted into a brilliant light, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged outward like a tidal wave. The intensity of this energy caused Dan Taimingyue's brows to furrow momentarily, only to smoothen again, revealing a profound sense of surprise and delight. She had not anticipated that this individual possessed such a trump card as a profound grade talisman. A deep, ancient roar resonated as the golden glow of the runes coalesced into a colossal primordial bowl. Towering several meters high and adorned with intricate runes, it appeared majestic and divine. Enveloped in radiant gold, was this truly a profound grade talisman? At that moment, Isha's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it! This brat actually has a profound grade talisman. Boom. Above the valley, the sacred golden bull charged forward, its horns aimed as if to collide with the hellish ghostly python. Thud. Each time the golden hooves struck the ground, the air itself buckled, releasing a vast ocean of golden spiritual energy, showcasing the ancient bull's unparalleled skill, the bull's earth-shattering tread. Kill. Isha flicked his sleeve, summoning a toxic mist, while the ghostly python opened its gaping maw to clash with the ancient bull. Bang. However, the collision between the two beasts was not as fierce as anticipated, as the ancient bull lifted its forehooves and gently stomped down. The ghostly python let out a wretched cry, utterly obliterated. Bang. With a splatter, Isha suffered a backlash, spewing forth a mouthful of black blood. His expression one of sheer terror as he plunged into the valley. King of the underworld, save me! Isha screamed in panic. Humph! Just as the ancient bull was about to trample Isha, a chilling and ominous snort echoed through the air. With a resounding crash, a massive black claw, covered in strange dark patterns, descended from the shadows, overshadowing everything beneath it. Bang! The claw shattered the bull in an instant. Whoosh! Subsequently, a thick mist surged to the left, revealing a figure. The king of the underworld. Yihan instinctively took several steps back, as if he had encountered a formidable adversary. His internal spiritual energy surged rapidly, for he sensed the terrifying presence of the Black Underworld King. Dan Taimingwei gazed at the Black Underworld King, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, yet betraying not a hint of panic. The Black Underworld King stood poised in the void, surrounded by an overwhelming and dense spiritual energy, causing the very air to feel stagnant and solidified. The King of the Underworld, emanating a chilling aura, clasped his hands and declared, incompetence. To be so thoroughly embarrassed by a mere junior at the initial stage of the spirit-soul realm. His gaze was sharp, yet it held a glimmer of appreciation towards Yihan. This young man, no more than 17 or 18, possessed such formidable strength, remarkable indeed. Were it not for the Wu family seeking his head, the Black Underworld King would have genuinely considered recruiting Yihan into the Underworld Hall. Your Majesty, I implore you to swiftly eliminate this youth. Should you succeed in severing his head, the Wu family is willing to offer an additional 100,000 spiritual stones. Elder Wu Xian's voice resonated ominously from behind. The Wu family. Yihan's gaze instantly turned frigid, realizing why the Dark King had relentlessly pursued him. It was, after all, the machinations of the Wu family behind it all, a truly despicable act. Come with me, commanded the Dark King, raising his hand, but suddenly, Dan Taimingwei stepped forward. Her voice resonating ethereally, Dark King, should you take his life, the miasma within you shall remain unresolved until it ultimately consumes you. Upon hearing this, the Dark King's pupils constricted slightly. This little girl had discerned the profound miasma poisoning his body. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, what did you just say? If I am not mistaken, she continued, the technique you cultivate requires the consumption of miasma. While it grants immense power in the short term, the accumulation of miasma will eventually lead to a fatal backlash. With that, Dan Taimingwei turned her cold, moonlike gaze back to Yihan and added, only the fire seed within him can expel the miasma from your body. What? At that moment, the Dark King's expression shifted dramatically. Why should I trust you? He retorted, furrowing his brow. The technique he practiced was known as the miasma art, which demanded a continuous ingestion of miasma as its source of spiritual energy. Although this technique allowed for rapid enhancement of strength, it bore a dreadful side effect of backlash. Over the years, the backlash from the miasma had intensified, infiltrating his very marrow. No elixir could alleviate his suffering. Thus, the Dark King harbored doubts about this spirit realm child being capable of purging the miasma. Dan Taimingwei smiled gently, unhurriedly saying, the backlash of the miasma can cause your bones to feel as if they are being gnawed by 1,000 ants. And at worst, it can corrode you into a puddle of pus and blood. Even if you do not believe me, why not take a chance? The Dark King's brows knitted tightly as he fell into silence. The torment he had endured from the miasma's backlash had indeed made his existence unbearable. After a moment of contemplation, his ink-black pupils turned towards Yi Han, stating, "Very well, I shall grant you a chance. However, should you dare to play any tricks, I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome." Upon hearing this, Yi Han nodded slightly at Dan Tai Mingwei before stepping behind the Dark King, taking a deep breath. "I shall commence the purging of the poison." With that, Yi Han raised his palm, and a shimmering, glass-like flame erupted, swirling within his hand. The terrifying heat instantly caused the surrounding air to boil, even causing the ominous miasma to retreat in fear. Observing this bizarre flame, the Dark King sensed a profound danger. The miasma had already penetrated his bones, necessitating that the glass fire enter his body to eradicate the miasma completely. However, this method was fraught with peril. Yi Han dared not resort to any trickery. Given the formidable power of the Dark Underworld King, even a final desperate counterattack would surely lead to his obliteration. Contemplating this, he swiftly condensed the glass-like flames in his palm into a slender, flickering spark that penetrated the flesh of the Dark Underworld King. With a hissing sound, the moment the flames entered the body, it felt as though ice and fire were merging, producing a cacophony of noises. The Dark Underworld King writhed in agony, his veins bulging and his visage transforming into a grotesque mask. However, as the glass-like flames seared within him, thick strands of viscous black liquid began to be expelled in rapid succession. This was the miasma. Remarkably, he could sense the toxins dissipating within him, causing his pupils to constrict in astonished delight. "Do not be distracted. My flame shall penetrate to the very marrow, thoroughly eradicating the miasma." Yi Han furrowed his brow, offering a reminder. At that moment, Dan Tai Mingwei, standing nearby, exhibited a hint of concern. This step was exceedingly perilous, demanding an exquisite mastery of fire control to accomplish. However, as a top-tier alchemist, Yi Han had achieved an unparalleled command over flames. Under his meticulous fire manipulation, the flames penetrated deeply into the very marrow. A sharp pain akin to being pricked by needles surged through, causing the Black Underworld King to contort his face in agony, as a copious amount of viscous, poisonous miasma erupted from his crown. Gradually, Dan Tai Mingwei, with rapt attention, observed as a trace of astonishment emerged on her stunning visage. She had not anticipated the extraordinary finesse of Yi Han's fire control. This individual was indeed remarkable. With their interaction deepening, Dan Tai Mingwei increasingly sensed that he harbored depths yet to be revealed. The process of expelling the poison lasted an entire 3 hours. After this duration, Yi Han exhaled a breath of turbid air, retracting the flames, having nearly eradicated the toxins. The Black Underworld King slowly opened his eyes, swiftly circulating the spiritual energy within him. It felt as though his meridians had been unblocked, a surge of robust power coursing through him, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of relief. Gratitude cannot be adequately expressed. The Black Underworld King, filled with excitement, clasped his hands in thanks to Yi Han, his gaze brimming with elation. The Underworld King is too courteous. Yi Han withdrew his hand, his actions motivated solely by the instinct for self-preservation. After speaking, he cast his gaze upon Elder Wu Xian, who stood behind the Dark King. At that moment, the elder's face was ashen, his eyes filled with dread. "Humph." The Dark King scoffed and then unleashed a surge of dark energy from his palm towards Wu Xian. "Dark King, no," before Elder Wu Xian could finish his words. The strike obliterated his corporeal form, reducing it to a mist of blood. "Young friend, the immense favor you have bestowed upon my dark palace today shall not go unrewarded in the future," declared the Dark King, enveloped in a miasma. As he departed with his entourage from the Dark Palace, Yi Han, feeling a profound sense of relief, exhaled softly and exchanged a knowing smile with Dan Tai Mingwei. Soon, the two departed from the Black Miasma Valley and made their way back to the Yi family estate. A few hours later, upon their return to the Yi residence, Yi Han overheard the elders engaged in a discussion within the council hall, indicating that a matter of great significance was at hand. He promptly took Dan Tai Mingwei with him to the hall. As they stepped into the grand chamber, a multitude of gazes converged upon them. Swiftly fixating on Dan Tai Mingwei, each expression tinged with astonishment. Who is this enchanting woman? She is simply breathtaking. Could she possibly be the young clan leader's companion? The murmurs within the council hall echoed the collective admiration. Dan Tai Mingwei's mere presence captivated everyone, particularly the male disciples of the Yi family, who found themselves utterly spellbound. Describing her beauty as breathtaking is an understatement. She resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her demeanor exuded a subtle chill, akin to a lotus that stands apart from the world, her cascading locks elegantly restrained by a simple hairband. Even in her unadorned state, she possessed an allure that was truly mesmerizing. "Honor, your timing is impeccable. We have an important matter to discuss with you." Yi Bailey smiled at Yi Han and inquired, "Elder, what brings you here?" Yi Han's expression was one of suspicion. This matter pertains to the future of the Yi family and is also the most significant event in the entire Yin City. In half a month, the three major sects will hold preliminary selections in Yin City. The Grand Elder spoke with fervent passion. "Well, is it finally beginning? I wonder if our Yi family can secure the soul quota this time." "Of course there is a chance. Yi Han's strength is no less than that of other prodigies in Yin City. However, the competition is likely to be fierce." The disciples below began to fervently discuss. Filled with excitement, the preliminary selections held by the three major sects occur only once every 3 years. And this time there is but a single quota allocated to Yin City. This event is undoubtedly the most crucial affair for the entire Yin City. Yi Han, Yi Lang, Yi Long, Yi Xianfeng, and 15 other disciples will represent our Yi family in the contest for the soul quota in the preliminary selections of the three major sects. The Grand Elder's gaze burned with enthusiasm. The three major sects? Beside him, Dan Taiming Yue's delicate eye shimmered slightly, for she was a disciple who had emerged from one of the three major sects for training. Chapter 66, Assessment. Although there remains more than half a month until the assessment by the three major sects, the entire Yin City has already become feverishly animated in anticipation. The triennial sect assessment is undoubtedly the focal point of Yin City. With only one advancement quota available this year, the competition has escalated to an unprecedented intensity. Whoever secures the sole advancement quota will undoubtedly create a sensation throughout Yin City. In preparation for this assessment, Yi Han returned to the clan and immediately entered seclusion for over half a month. During this time, he scarcely left the training room, and no one knew what he was practicing inside. However, occasionally, some clan disciples passing by could faintly hear the low, resonant sounds akin to dragon roars emanating from within. Time flew by, and half a month swiftly passed. At last, the day of the assessment arrived. In a courtyard, Dan Tai Mingyue sat on a stone bench beneath a willow tree, dappled sunlight filtering through the branches and illuminating her exquisite face, casting a radiant glow. Dressed in a pale blue gown, she resembled a solitary lotus, ethereal and otherworldly. Her eyelashes were elegantly curled, and her light brown eyes were calm and filled with spirit, while her delicate hands held an ancient scroll. Outside the courtyard walls, numerous clan disciples were peering through the gaps, mesmerized by the sight of the stunning maiden. Any man in the world would find it difficult to remain composed upon seeing such a woman, let alone the spirited youths of the Yi family. With a creak, the grand hall's wooden doors swung open, revealing a figure clad in a cerulean robe, emanating an air of vitality. Dan Taiming Yue's pair of light brown eyes gradually shifted from the ancient text to fixate upon Yi Han, scrutinizing him closely. In a measured tone, she remarked, "Not bad. You seem to have made considerable progress compared to a fortnight ago. How have you fared in your cultivation of the profound tier martial arts I entrusted to you? While I cannot claim to have mastered it to perfection, I believe I have succeeded in my endeavors." Yi Han pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "Oh?" The beautiful eyes of Dan Tai Mingwei glimmered with surprise. The profound martial art she had previously bestowed upon Yi Han was indeed extraordinary. Even the disciples within the sect would require no less than 3 months to master it completely. Yet, Yi Han had managed to begin utilizing it after merely half a month of practice. Had she not witnessed his capabilities in the Black Miasma Valley, she might have thought him merely boasting. Then let us proceed. Today marks the assessment of the three major sects, and that singular opportunity will serve as the measure of your achievements over the past fortnight. Dan Tai Mingwen nodded gracefully. Yi Han slowly lifted his head, gazing at the blazing sun overhead, and exhaled a breath of stale air. Only by securing this coveted advancement spot could he participate in the final selection in Qizhou. There, he would inevitably encounter the prodigious Yi Lingxiao from the Yi family. Therefore, this spot was a prize he must obtain. With that said, the two stepped out of the courtyard. In the city of Yin, at the Yinrong Plaza, a vast stone square lay before them, surrounded by towering, weathered stone pillars. The ground appeared scorched, a vivid crimson hue. It was said that beneath this plaza lay a subterranean fire vein, continuously releasing fiery energy that caused heat to rise in waves. Moreover, this flame seemed capable of refining spiritual power, attracting numerous cultivators. However, despite the inherent heat of the place, it paled in comparison to the fervor ignited by today's assessment. Countless warriors congregated in this plaza, creating a veritable sea of humanity, a scene of unparalleled excitement. This year, our city of Yin has but one advancement spot. The competition is unprecedentedly fierce, remarked a burly man, bare-chested. Indeed, this is a consequence of our disciples from Yin failing to progress beyond the first round of selections in recent years. Thus, the three major sects have reduced our city's spots to a mere one, an elderly man lamented, shaking his head. In years past, there had been as many as 3 advancement spots for Yin City. However, due to the unsatisfactory performances of its talents in the final selections, these spots had been diminished. Yet, the reduction of spots had paradoxically infused this assessment with greater suspense. Pray tell, who among us will seize this singular opportunity? A lean young boy inquired, his gaze darting around like a monkey. The sole advancement spot undoubtedly belongs to the mysterious young lord of the city. It is said he has already attained the spirit soul realm, an elder with fiery hair proclaimed. Not necessarily. There are whispers that Yi Han of the Yi family has recently gained much acclaim. Once the foremost prodigy of Yin City, he's also a strong contender for this spot. Another voice chimed in. Heh. Don't forget about Mo Yu Luo from the White Tiger Village and Wu Kuei from the Wu family. All of them are exceptional talents of Yin City, each formidable in their own right. Indeed, it is too early to draw conclusions. We must observe their performances in the coming trials. The gathered warriors conversed animatedly, filling the plaza to capacity with their fervor. However, the vast majority believed that the enigmatic young lord would ultimately claim the coveted spot. Given that his father was the city lord, a formidable presence at the Purple Mansion realm. As time passed, more prodigies gathered at Yinrong Plaza, including Mo Yunluo from the White Tiger Village and Wu Kuei, who had previously suffered a grievous injury at the hands of Yi Han. Yet this time, the talented individual dispatched by the Su family was not Su Bai, but Su Tianqing. The prodigies of the Yi family had also arrived. Heavens, who was that woman? Could she also be a prodigy of the Yi family? A sudden scream echoed through the square, instantly drawing the attention of all present toward the group from the Yi family. Dantai Mingwei donned a delicate azure veil, obscuring her features, yet even so, she captivated the crowd, their gazes irresistibly drawn to her. Such an innate grace would undoubtedly make her the center of attention, no matter the locale. Even Yi Han found himself overshadowed to some extent, leaving him feeling rather helpless. The piercing gazes around him resembled wolves on the hunt. Perhaps this is the essence of a femme fatale. At last, the moment had arrived. Wu Kuei clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating in the air. A fierce intent flickered in his eyes as he resolutely vowed to seek vengeance this time, no matter the cost. However, Yi Han merely cast a fleeting glance at Wu Kuei, dismissing him entirely. The scorn from his adversary ignited a fiery rage within Wu Kuei, burning with intensity. Clang, clang. At that moment, a resplendent chariot, drawn by a majestic dragon steed, made its grand entrance. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as all eyes turned toward it. Is that a Ziyun steed? It is said that such a beast requires at least 200,000 spirit stones. Goodness, who possesses such grandiosity? Countless gasps filled the air, and as Yi Han's gaze fell upon the opulent carriage, his eyes narrowed slightly. The identity of one capable of such extravagance was becoming all too clear. Chapter 67. The luxurious chariot pulled by the Ziyun steed gracefully approached the square, inciting a flurry of exclamations and discussions among the onlookers. They understood that the owner of this chariot must possess an extraordinarily noble and exceptional status. For a Ziyun steed is valued at no less than 200,000 spirit stones, a sum beyond the reach of ordinary factions. Before long, a youth clad in a regal purple robe descended from the carriage. His visage was sharply defined, akin to a sculpted figure, with eyes that sparkled like the cosmos, handsome beyond compare. Could he be the young lord of the city? My heavens, how striking! The appearance of Du Gu Qianxing stirred quite a commotion, particularly among the young women present, who exchanged furtive glances filled with admiration. As the young lord of the city lord's estate, Du Gu Qianxing rarely made public appearances, rendering him a figure of intrigue even among the martial artists of Yin City. Such a formidable aura emanated from him. Surely, he had entered the mid-stage of the spiritual realm. A young man from Haishanzhai furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he remarked, "It seems the one most likely to seize the solitary opportunity is none other than the young lord." The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Moreover, the gazes of Mo Yu Luo, Wu Kuei, and other prodigies were filled with trepidation, their fists clenched in silent resolve. For they knew that the most formidable opponent in their quest for the sole advancement opportunity was indeed Du Gu Qianxing. Du Gu Qianxing dismounted from the carriage, his gaze swiftly locating Yi Han amidst the crowd. In an instant, their eyes locked, and a palpable tension filled the air as two currents of murderous intent clashed, compelling passers-by to hastily retreat to either side, thus clearing a path. Du Qianxing approached, his eyes first resting on the enchanting Dan Taimingwei, a flicker of astonishment gleaming within the depths of his gaze, before shifting to Yi Han. A cold smile crept across his lips as he remarked, "You, the wretched dog of a defeated house, last fled in disgrace from my lord's manor. I never imagined you would dare to show your face again. However, this time, I fear fortune will not favor you as it did before." Upon hearing this, Yi Han remained unfazed by the words, instead responding with a faint smile. "Your hand has not yet been rendered useless." At this remark, a surge of fury welled up within Du Qianxing, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. At this moment, his right palm bore the marks of gruesome scars, with a severed index finger as a testament to his suffering. Nevertheless, he quickly forced a smile, saying, "Do not become overly complacent, for provoking me will only lead to a more tragic demise for you on the battle stage. Surely, you do not naively believe that employing a few underhanded tactics last time places you on par with me?" Du Qianxing's haughty gaze brimmed with disdain, viewing the Yi family as nothing more than insignificant ants before the lord of the city. What qualifications does Yi Han possess to be considered his adversary? Words should not be spoken too boldly, otherwise, when the time comes to retract them, one may find themselves embarrassed. Yi Han narrowed his eyes, engaging in a fierce confrontation. A month ago, he was indeed no match for Du Qianxing. However, the tides may have shifted, and the outcome is now uncertain. Let us see whose reputation will suffer in the end. The slots for advancement in the preliminary selection of the three major sects are not within your grasp. Du Qianxing snorted coldly and, surrounded by his guards, turned away to another direction. His strength was formidable, clearly a result of mastering an exceptionally powerful essence. Beside him, Dan Taimingwei discerned Du Qianxing's true capabilities with a mere glance and remarked in a nonchalant tone, "How do you compare to me?" Yi Han raised his eyebrows and inquired with a smile. Dan Taimingwei feigned deafness, yet her silence spoke volumes, signifying her answer. It appeared that this young lord had a past grievance with Yi Han. A spectacle was surely in store. Humph, this fellow truly overestimates himself. How could the Yi family ever compare to the city lord's manor? The onlookers also sensed a hint of discord between the two from their dialogue, relishing the unfolding drama. As time passed, the throng of martial artists gathered in the square continued to swell. The vast plaza was abuzz with voices, a cacophony of sounds merging and soaring into the heavens, reverberating throughout the 10 miles of Yin City. A glance around revealed a sea of black figures stretching to the horizon, with silhouettes even adorning the buildings surrounding the square. Clearly, the assessment by the three major sects in Yin City was nothing short of sensational. Suddenly, from the skies above, a piercing cry resonated, followed by the descent of a colossal bird engulfed in flames. The mentors of the three major sects had arrived. Good heavens, is that the Crimson Flame Eagle? An uproar erupted among the crowd, heads turned skyward to behold the fiery avian, upon whose back stood three imposing figures. They were the elders of the three major sects, responsible for overseeing this assessment. Before long, the Crimson Flame Eagle gracefully descended, landing at the heart of the plaza. The three mentors then leaped forth, their expressions somber as they took their places on the square. To the left stood a white-haired elder, slender and diminutive, with an austere demeanor that betrayed no emotion. This elder was Wan Kuan, a mentor from the Star God Palace, one of the three sections. In the center was a middle-aged woman adorned in palace robes, her countenance radiant with a smile. She was Hong Lian, a mentor from the Cloud Sea sect. Finally, a burly middle-aged man, whose expression revealed neither joy nor anger, represented the Wuji sect, known as Shin Tuesday. Truly, the three major sects were formidable, as even their outer sect elders had attained the Purple Mansion realm. And the precious Crimson Flame Eagle was merely their beast of burden. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, their gazes toward the three mentors imbued with trepidation. At this moment, Wan Kuan from the Star God Palace stepped forward and spoke in a grave tone. Today marks the preliminary selection for our three major sects. But this year differs from the past. Not only are the slots fewer, but the method of assessment has also undergone some changes. This year's preliminary selection will adopt a 2-round rating system, with 2 rounds of drawing lots and 2 rounds of duels. We, the three mentors, will evaluate the participants based on their performance throughout these duels. What? The rules have changed this year. Suddenly, discussions erupted below. Silence, a melodious voice emerged, belonging to the enchanting Honglian tutor from the Yuhai sect. Her beautiful eyes swept across the surroundings before she continued. the highest rating is 5 stars. In other words, for those who perform exceptionally, if they receive a 5-star rating from all 3 tutors in both rounds, the cumulative score will determine the victor. Indeed, it seems this year's challenges are considerably more arduous than those of previous years. This adds a touch of suspense. I wonder if anyone from Flame City can achieve a flawless 5-star rating in both rounds? The onlookers were filled with curiosity. Next, the initial selection process commenced, with a draw for the first round of confrontations. After a brief exchange of nods among the 3 elders, one of them, Tutor Shintu, waved his sleeve, causing a multitude of radiant spiritual slips to hover in the air above the plaza. There were hundreds of them. Let us begin. Chapter 68, Absolute Domination. It is time for the draw, Tutor Hunglian said with a smile. At this moment, a throng of candidates surged towards the center of the plaza to select their spiritual slips. They eagerly rubbed their hands together, their eyes scanning the suspended slips. These slips were enveloped in spiritual light, concealing their respective numbers. Candidates who drew slips with matching numbers would form a group. Yihan gazed at the luminous jade tokens before him, hesitating momentarily, before turning his attention to Dan Tai Mingwei beside him. With a smile, he inquired, "Would you assist me in selecting one? Is such a task truly necessary for me to undertake?" Dan Tai Mingwei replied in a nonchalant tone, "With your exceptional fortune, you might very well draw an auspicious sign for me." Yihan revealed a smile brimming with profound significance. Dan Tai Mingwei chose not to utter another word, her pair of clear and beautiful eyes swiftly scanning the array of spiritual tokens. Subsequently, her delicate jade-like hand gently pointed towards one of the tokens, which soared into her palm with a swift motion. Buzz. The radiance gradually faded, unveiling a black token before them. On the front of this token, a crimson number was inscribed. Behold, number 8. Dan Tai Mingwei handed the token to Yihan, and at the moment it nestled into his grasp, it began to tremble ever so slightly. Yihan's gaze darted towards a figure not far away. Su family, Su Tianqing. It appeared that Su Tianqing also sensed something amiss. Slowly lifting his head, upon noticing that the number on the token in Yihan's hand matched his own, an unmistakable malice surged in his eyes. It was indeed him. How infuriating. The young master is grouped with that scion of the Yi family. Truly despicable. It seems that foes are destined to cross paths. He shall pay dearly for this later. The disciples of the Su family, at this moment, clenched their fists tightly, gritting their teeth as they exclaimed. However, the elders of the Su family, along with the patriarch Su Butian, wore expressions of grave concern. Yihan had previously defeated Su Baiyu, demonstrating formidable strength. This draw was certainly not a favorable one. What of the opponents drawn by others? At this juncture, Yi Bailey and several elders from the Yi family approached, inquiring with palpable tension. The young clan leader has drawn token number 8, with his opponent being the Su family's Su Tianqing. Yi Qi was the first to exclaim, "Oh, it is actually Su Tianqing. Ha ha ha, this signature is indeed a most auspicious one." Yi Bailey stroked his beard with satisfaction. Yi Bailey, do not rejoice too soon. Whether your fortune is auspicious or inauspicious will only be revealed on the battlefield. The deep voice of Su Butian, the head of the Su family, echoed nearby, accompanied by a cold snort. At that moment, the disciples of the Yi and Su families faced each other with piercing gazes, the air thick with a palpable tension. Su Tianqing clenched his fists, his wolf-like eyes fiercely fixed on Yihan, clearly perceiving him as a formidable adversary. However, Yihan maintained an expression of calm indifference, betraying no hint of joy or anger. "Grand Elder, it seems I have drawn the short straw and received the inauspicious lot," Yilong remarked, his pallid face glancing at the token in his hand, unable to suppress a bitter smile. His token bore the number 3, the same as that of his opponent, Duga Qianqing. Alas, the others felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, shocked by Yilong's ill fortune in facing the most challenging opponent in the arena. "Fear not. Just do your best. If it proves too difficult, you may concede directly," came the reassuring words. Yihan consoled gently, indeed. Yilong took a deep breath and nodded. At that moment, Elder Wan Kuan's resonant voice, enveloped in spiritual energy, resonated throughout the entire square. "The drawing has concluded. Participants will form groups according to their assigned numbers. The first 5 groups, representing contestants numbered 1 to 10, will now take the stage. In Area 1, Luo Tian will face Ling Baiyang. In Area 2, Yilong will compete against Du Gu Qianqing. In Area 3, Area 4, and Area 5, Yihan will challenge Su Tianqing. Contestants, please enter the arena." With this command, the square erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Countless onlookers, warriors alike, raised their arms in fervent cheer, their voices rising like a tidal wave, creating a deafening roar that reverberated across the venue. The sheer intensity of the spectacle compelled the three elders to involuntarily click their tongues in astonishment. Yihan lightly leaped onto the fifth arena, landing with grace. Go, young clan leader. Go, Han. Defeat the hounds of the Su family. At this moment, the disciples of the Yi family erupted into a frenzy, their faces flushed with excitement as they defiantly raised their middle fingers towards the Su family. Damn it! Su Tianqing will undoubtedly prevail. For heaven's sake, crush Yihan. The disciples of the Su family were equally undeterred, each one brandishing their arms and roaring with fury. Although the competition had yet to commence, the atmosphere was already electrifying, akin to a pot boiling over. I hereby declare, the assessment begins. With a resounding command from Elder Shintu, the contestants on the 5 battle platforms swiftly unleashed their spiritual powers. With a fierce determination, Su Tianqing resembled a swift leopard as he charged towards Yihan from a distance, his palm enveloped in a faint azure spiritual energy, swirling like a tempest. Azure wind palm, he bellowed, as the technique unleashed a powerful storm, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a deafening roar as it surged towards Yihan. Boom! The palm struck with ferocity. However, Yihan gracefully sidestepped to the left, evading the blow with effortless agility. In that instant, Su Tianqing executed a wind shadow step, his figure darting forward like a whisper of breeze, suddenly appearing behind Yihan to strike again. Swish! Yet, it seemed that Yihan had anticipated Su Tianqing's assault, transforming into a fleeting afterimage and vanishing from sight. The two engaged in a relentless back and forth, with Su Tianqing launching fierce attacks while Yihan effortlessly evaded each one. Meanwhile, Su Tianqing appeared increasingly breathless and disheveled. Haha, the young clan leader is toying with Su Tianqing. Look. He has unleashed so many techniques yet hasn't even grazed the young clan leader's rope. The disciples of the Yi family erupted in a chorus of mocking laughter. Infuriating. The Su family members clenched their teeth in silence, their hearts churning with pin-up rage. Suddenly, a fierce azure whirlwind howled into existence on the battlefield, coalescing until it materialized above Su Tianqing's head as a massive palm imprint, spanning an impressive 5 meters. Heavens! Su Tianqing had actually resorted to the Su family's ultimate technique. It seemed this individual had been thoroughly provoked by Yihan's antics, and this spiritual technique was assuredly of at least the 9th tier. Gasps of astonishment echoed around the arena. I shall reduce you to a mere pile of flesh. Su Tianqing seethed, and with a fierce determination, he thrust his palm downward towards Yihan. Boom! The terrifying palm descended with a thunderous roar, while Yihan's own hand erupted in golden light, summoning a colossal golden palm imprint that struck back from afar. Whoosh! The two gigantic imprints collided, producing a deafening sound that sent shockwaves throughout the crowd, nearly toppling the martial artists in the stands. To their astonishment, the Windforged palm imprint shattered instantaneously. Bang! With a splatter of crimson blood soaring into the air, Su Tianqing's figure was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. In a single move, Yihan had effortlessly defeated the Su family's prodigy, Su Tianqing. At that moment, the atmosphere was electric, and even the 3 elders looked on in utter disbelief. This victory was nothing short of absolute domination. Chapter 69, The Battle of the Kings. In just one move, no one had anticipated that Yihan could so decisively overpower Su Tianqing, sending him hurtling out of the arena with such ease. Now, Su Tianqing, pale and bloodied, staggered to his feet, a crimson trickle at the corner of his mouth. His expression twisted in fury. Impossible! Su Tianqing roared softly, as if grappling with an overwhelming blow, staring blankly into space. He had invested immense effort into preparing for this assessment. How could he possibly be unable to withstand even a single strike from Yihan? Yet, the harsh reality unfolded before him. The 3 elders nodded, their deep voices resonating with spiritual energy, declaring, Battle Platform number 5, Yihan, victory. And at that moment, the arena erupted anew in fervent cheers, soaring up to the heavens and spilling over the city. The clamor could be heard for miles around the fiery city. A deafening chorus of exultation. Yihan was truly extraordinary. This contest had been won with such ease. He was on an entirely different level from Su Tianqing, truly deserving of the title of the first prodigy of Yin City. One could only wonder what star rating this incredible performance would garner him. One must surely receive a 5-star rating. Surrounding him, the air was filled with waves of fervent discussions while Yihan stood at the center, gathering the gaze of all the martial artists. In that moment, he resembled a resplendent moon amidst a constellation of stars, undeniably radiant. The disciples of the Yi family rejoiced, their faces flushed with excitement. Dantai Mingwei gazed quietly at the figure clad in blue, her lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. In stark contrast to the exuberance of the Yi family disciples, the members of the Su family were engulfed in despair and disappointment, their faces pale. Their initial goal was to vie for the soul advancement spot, yet Su Tianqing had failed to progress past the first round, resulting in immediate elimination. Humph. Su Butian's countenance darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips as jealousy and fury surged within him. Indeed, the young man was exceptional in every regard, nearly flawless, a promising talent. Minder Wan Kuan from the Star God Palace revealed a hint of surprise in his gaze as he commented, though his words were few. They conveyed his admiration for Yi Han's performance in this round. What a pity, for Su Tianqing was also a gifted individual with commendable potential. But he had unfortunately encountered someone even more extraordinary. Mentor Hong Lian continued to smile amiably. Subsequently, the three mentors rose slowly, and Mentor Shinta turned to Yi Han, stating earnestly, Yi Han, your performance in this round is nearly impeccable. After discussions among the three of us mentors, we unanimously award you a 5-star rating. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had they truly heard correctly? All three mentors had bestowed 5 stars upon this individual. It appeared that the coveted advancement spot was likely to fall into the hands of the Yi family. However, this was not certain. Perhaps a remarkable prodigy would emerge in the moments to come. Surrounding the square, various martial artists engaged in astonished discussions. After all, receiving 5-star ratings from 3 mentors was tantamount to grasping the advancement opportunity. Suddenly, in Area 2's battle platform, a violent surge of lightning erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Amidst the radiance, Dugu Qianxing's body was enveloped in arcs of silver lightning, the destructive power of thunder emanating from him and spreading outward. The stone floor shattered repeatedly under the relentless assault of the thunder. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch, infused with fierce lightning, that struck heavily against Yilong's chest, producing a thunderous sound. Yilong suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood, rolling directly off the edge of the combat platform. Is this the high-grade spiritual vein, the Xianlei body? The 3 elders exclaimed in astonishment. Possessing a high-grade spiritual vein is undeniably a significant advantage in this assessment. Indeed. The Xianlei body has boundless potential for future growth, with even a chance of evolving into the heavenly thunder divine body. This candidate is undoubtedly a seed-level competitor. Elder Wan Kuan remarked as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. I never anticipated that this year's disciples from Yen City would exhibit such remarkable performance. Why did they falter so significantly in previous selections? Elder Shintu pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. After a brief discussion among the 3, Mentor Hong Lian turned to Duga Qianhang and smiled. After our deliberation, we unanimously grant you a 5-star rating. Hiss. Another 3 5-star ratings? This promises to be an exciting spectacle. Both Yi Han and Duga Qianhang had received 3 5-star ratings simultaneously, making it highly probable that the soul advancement slot would emerge from their contest. Consequently, a considerable uproar erupted below. They had initially believed that attaining a 5-star rating would be akin to scaling the heavens, yet to their surprise, 2 candidates achieved full 5-star ratings in the first round. At this moment, Yi Han and Duga Qianhang's gazes locked once more, both narrowing their eyes slightly. A chilling aura emanated from their stares, as sharp as needles. It appears that the 5-star ratings in this assessment may not carry as much weight as anticipated. You'd best hope you do not draw me in the next round. For otherwise, your defeat will be utterly devastating, Dugu Qianhang remarked coldly, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his lips. Yi Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, returning a smile, and this phrase is equally bestowed upon you. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the battles among the various contenders on the other arenas continued with intense fervor. Luo Tian advanced to the next round, rated 3 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars. Yu Xiefeng also progressed to the next round, rated 2 stars, 2 stars, 2 stars. Subsequently, all matches of the first round were conducted. However, apart from Yi Han and Duga Qianxing, no other candidates achieved a 5-star rating from the 3 mentors. The martial champion, whose performance could be deemed extraordinary, merely attained ratings of 4 stars, 3 stars, and 3 stars. With the conclusion of the first round of assessment, the advancing contestants prepared for the draw of the second round. After the 3 elders spoke, they once again brandished a series of spirit tokens, which hovered in the air. The remaining qualified disciples entered the arena to select their opponents for the second round. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Yihan grasped the spiritual talisman that fell into his hand. Gently squeezing it, a brilliant light erupted in a dazzling explosion, revealing a crimson number 1 before his eyes. Simultaneously, the red luminescence of the talisman transformed into a beam that soared into the sky. Nearby, a similar red beam ascended into the heavens as Duge Qianhong's talisman also displayed a number 1. At that moment, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. In an instant, their piercing gazes, sharp as daggers, met, igniting a fierce spark in the air. This spark collided in the void, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. A number 1, heavens above. The two titans of 5-star ratings were about to clash, heralding the onset of the King-S war with such swiftness. At this moment, an unusual silence enveloped the arena, the atmosphere so thick that one could almost hear the audience's breaths and heartbeats. For the most thrilling duel was finally upon them. Chapter 70, the duel of mystical arts. The entire square was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the two figures silently confronting each other atop the stone platform, none daring to blink for fear of missing a breathtaking moment. The tension in the air reached its zenith, so still it felt as though it could shatter with the slightest spark. Boom! Just as the crowd held its collective breath. In the center of the combat arena, Yihan and Duge Qianhong suddenly unleashed their spiritual power, their legs driving forcefully into the ground. In a flash, they propelled themselves forward at astonishing speed. Whoosh! Bang! In that fleeting instant, the two surged into the air like ferocious bulls, having chosen not to evade. With a resounding crash, they collided, unleashing a tempestuous wave of spiritual energy that radiated outward. Boom! 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 Roar! As they clashed, both fighters glared fiercely at each other, their pupils resembling crimson threads tearing through the air. Radiating brilliance, their bodies formed two opposing shields of spiritual energy. During the collision of these energy shields, the air erupted with a deafening roar. As the standoff continued, the two shields retracted into their bodies. They simultaneously executed a mid-air spin. And in the fleeting moment as they brushed past one another, they abruptly turned back, their palms igniting with light, striking forth to meet. Bang! A terrifying force erupted from the point where their hands met, instantly shattering the ground beneath them into ruins. The hearts of all spectators jolted in unison with the sound of the impact. In that moment of contact, the sheer force sent both combatants reeling back several paces. Yihan and Duge Qianhong each retreated, their feet leaving deep grooves in the ground, though it transpired in the blink of an eye. Their confrontation had already escalated to an impressive intensity. With a flurry of movements, Duge Qianhong's figure swiftly shifted, darting left and right, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. In the next moment, he appeared before Yihan. Palm thunder! Duge Qianhong silently exclaimed within, as arcs of silver lightning crackled and danced around his fingertips. These arcs converged in his palm, forming a fist-sized sphere of silver lightning. As he materialized in front of Yihan, his hand thrust forward, delivering a powerful strike infused with the ferocious energy of this lightning sphere. 9th tier spiritual technique, palm thunder. Boom! The lightning sphere shot forth, spiraling like a whirlwind, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and within an instant, the fist-sized sphere expanded to hundreds of times its original size. Vajra floating pagoda technique. Buzz! Yihan was forced to retreat dozens of steps, his palm erupting with a radiant light, a colossal handprint of purple gold trailing a lethal aura as it surged forward. Bang! The moment the handprint collided with the thunderous orb, a tremendous explosion ensued, causing the very center of the stone platform to collapse with a resounding roar, billowing dust and debris. Before the dust could settle, Duge Qianhong launched a fierce counterattack, his figure radiating bolts of lightning, which then transformed into 3 identical ethereal forms, simultaneously encircling Yihan from all directions. Was this a manifestation of spiritual clones? Master Wan Kuan inhaled sharply, his gaze fixated on the clones in the arena. Duge Qianhong was indeed extraordinary. At such a tender age, he had already mastered the art of creating clones. And it seemed that Yihan was about to face dire straits. Master Hong Lian raised an eyebrow. Whoosh! The 3 clones, along with the original body, surged forth in unison, causing Yihan's expression to shift slightly. Boom! 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 As the 4 figures closed in on Yihan, they unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks, their fists raining down upon him like a torrential storm, targeting his head, lower body, and various other points with astonishing speed and intensity, leaving the onlookers aghast. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, despite the ferocity of Duge Qianhong and his 3 clones' assault, Yihan remained composed, occasionally countering with strikes of his own or deftly evading the onslaught. Remarkable. Faced with such an aggressive offensive, this young man maintained his composure, cleverly counterattacking even while retreating. Elder Shinta couldn't help but commend him. Indeed, while it is said that 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands, Yihan had performed exceptionally well. Most others would have succumbed by now. Elder Wan Kuan noted with admiration. You pitiful rat, do you only know how to evade my attacks? Dugu Qianqing, unable to contain his frustration at being unable to inflict even a scratch on Yihan, gritted his teeth. Little did he know, while Yihan was fending off the ferocious assault, he was also contemplating how to dismantle the clones. Upon hearing Dugu Qianqing's taunts, Yihan's figure erupted with brilliance. Who says I can only hide? Boom. Yihan clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging as he gathered his spiritual energy and launched a fierce strike towards the figure on the far left. In that instant, Dugu Qianqing's expression changed dramatically, prompting him to retreat swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 avatars shattered abruptly, disintegrating into arcs of lightning. It turned out that locating the true body was the key to dismantling the other avatars. Yihan suddenly took a deep breath, drawing the winds of the arena into his mouth, which erupted with a cacophony of howls. Then, a sound wave as deep as a lion's roar surged forth. The heavenly lion's shattering gold roar. A torrent of violent sound waves shattered the ground inch by inch as it struck towards Dugong Qianqing. Dugong Qianqing clapped his palms forward, conjuring a spiritual wall. Bang! The sound waves collided with the barrier. Although it thwarted this fierce onslaught, Dugong Qianqing still felt a piercing pain, as if his eardrums were tearing apart. I cannot allow you to continue. Dugong Qianqing gritted his teeth fiercely. He inhaled deeply, his spiritual energy rushing forth like a roaring river, while his hands formed intricate seals. Buzz! A mysterious turtle insignia appeared on his palm, and then an indescribably terrifying wave surged forth. Wow! This wave was a manifestation of profound arts. At that moment, the previously silent square erupted with gasps of astonishment. Yihan, you, a mere member of the Yi family, must have never encountered such true profound arts. Dugong Qianqing sneered, his palm imbued with furious power, his expression haughty. Such ferocious strength was not easily matched, even by the Diamond Buddha palm. As the profound arts unfolded, the Grand Elder's gaze reflected a hint of regret. Yihan's talent and strength were indeed comparable to Dugong Qianqing's. However, the foundational resources of the Yi family paled in comparison to those of the city lord's mansion, which lacked any collections of profound arts. Alas, their defeat was bitter. Profound arts, the divine turtle palm. Perish. Boom. A divine turtle handprint enveloped the arena. Profound arts are not exclusive to you. Buzz. At that moment, a golden steel imprint suddenly materialized in the center of Yihan's palm. This fellow truly had mastered it. In the audience, Dan Timing U.S. calm eyes finally rippled with intrigue. Chapter 71. Special Class Preliminary Contestant Buzz. A terrifying wave emanated from Yihan's palm, causing the space to undulate like a tide. Subsequently, intricate purple-gold patterns emerged on the back of his hand, slowly coalescing into a spiritual steel in the center of his palm. Though the steel was only the size of a hand, the spiritual energy it contained was exceptionally formidable. Yihan took a deep breath, for the immense spiritual power absorbed by the spirit steel had nearly drained half of his strength. At that moment, he struck out with his palm, declaring, "Mystical art, heavenly steel hand." Boom. The small spirit steel, no larger than a palm, suddenly soared into the sky, spinning rapidly and transforming into a massive, dozens of meters tall, violet golden heavenly steel. It emanated an overwhelming force of suppression, with countless ancient runes entwined around its violet golden body. How could this little fellow wield the pinnacle mystical art of my Yunhai sect, the heavenly steel hand? Upon witnessing this spirit steel, Mentor Honglian of the Yuhai sect's pupils contracted sharply, her gaze filled with disbelief. This heavenly steel hand is indeed one of the top-tier mystical arts within the entirety of the Yunhai sect, as numerous eyes, wide as copper bells, fixated upon it. The violet golden spirit steel collided fiercely with Du Gu Qianxing Xuanwu divine palm. Bang! With a hand and a steel. The clash of the two mystical arts erupted as if 2 meteors had collided, the blinding light engulfing the entire plaza, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. Rumble. Waves of destructive spiritual power surged toward the audience, compelling various martial artists to activate their spiritual defenses. Amidst this violent collision, the surrounding space appeared to warp and twist as if it were a rolling wave. Damn it! Du Gu Qianxing felt an overwhelming pressure. His eyes filled with shock as he relentlessly infused spiritual power into the Xuanwu palm imprint. Inside, he roared in madness, never expecting that apart from the city lord's mansion, a mere Yu family would possess such a top-tier mystical art. Rumble. The steel held forth, suppressing the Xuanwu divine palm inch by inch, crushing it until, with a resounding bang, the Xuanwu palm imprint shattered into light. Puffed. Dugu Qianxing spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps. Just as he was about to tumble off the battle platform, he hurriedly steadied himself. Meanwhile, the violet gold and heavenly steel seemed to have exhausted its power and rapidly dissipated. Well, it was incredible. Yihan clashed head-on with the young city lord and even gained the upper hand. But do not rejoice too soon. Dugu Qianxing may yet have other hidden cards. Regardless, this year's assessment has been nothing short of spectacular. In that moment, the scene erupted into a cacophony of discussions akin to a mountain collapsing. Everyone present could see that in the duel between the two mystical arts, Yihan clearly held the advantage. This heavenly steel hand was indeed formidable. It was a pity that I had only just scratched the surface. If I could master this mystical art completely, it is likely that Dugu Qianxing would have been thoroughly defeated by now. Yihan flexed his fingers, casting a sidelong glance at the assembly of the Yi family. A young maiden clad in a pale azure dress wore a serene smile upon her countenance. This individual possesses a certain charm. Meanwhile, as the murmurs of the crowd reached his ears, Dugu Qianxing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression dark as the depths of a stormy sea, his gaze rife with malice. He had anticipated being the focal point of this trial, intending to seize the advancement spot with overwhelming dominance. However, the whispers around him made it painfully clear that everything had slipped from his grasp. Yihan, do not rejoice prematurely. If this arcane technique is your trump card, then I must inform you that you lack the qualifications to claim this sole advancement position. Dugu Qianxing's eyes glinted with a chilling light, and within his pupils, a golden eagle with eyes sharp as daggers began to materialize. Boom. An ancient cry reverberated throughout the expanse of the plaza. Dugu Qianxing unleashed his spiritual energy, which surged upward, coalescing into a colossal golden eagle. Is that the golden eagle of the northern domain? Exclaimed Mentor Honglian in astonishment. Truly remarkable. A mere city of flames city harbors such talent. This golden eagle ranks 81st in the Beast Codex, and attempting to refine it is fraught with peril, Elder Wankuan noted, his tone laced with disbelief. Consequently, if Yihan does not possess an even more formidable hidden card, this trial may very well lack any suspense. Mentor Shinto furrowed his brows. It seems they initially held greater expectations for Yihan, yet the tide of fortune has shifted in an instant. The northern domain golden eagle spread its wings, darkening the sky, and Dugu Qianxing's power surged, nearing the peak of the spirit realm. Dugu Qianxing formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Golden eagle sky split." Boom. The golden eagle's wings folded, erupting with brilliance above the plaza, resembling a colossal golden sword suspended in mid-air, cleaving through the void and descending upon Yihan. However, just as the golden sword was about to strike down, roar. Within Yihan's body, an ancient dragon's roar reverberated, followed by the emergence of a golden-purple dragon python that surged forth, coiling majestically above him as it gazed down upon the multitude with regal authority. This dragon python, reminiscent of both a dragon and a python, bore shimmering scales of gold and purple, its formidable eyes emanating an awe-inspiring presence that commanded respect. Could this ethereal essence be the illustrious golden-purple dragon python, ranked 37th on the beast record? The three mentors gasped in astonishment, their shock surpassing that of witnessing the northern region's golden eagle. With a piercing roar, the golden-purple dragon python regarded its surroundings with disdain, as if dismissing the northern region's golden eagle entirely, before unleashing a ferocious roar and extending its razor-sharp claws towards the sky. With a resounding crash, a mournful cry echoed as the golden eagle was mercilessly torn to shreds by the dragon's claws. In that instant, all present were left dumbfounded. The stone platform fell into a profound silence. The northern region's golden eagle, ranked 87th among beasts, was so easily vanquished by the golden-purple dragon python. Reduced to mere fragments by its sheer ferocity, it was utterly overwhelming. How could this be? Dugu Qianxing stood frozen, his lips trembling, his countenance ashen, gritting his teeth. He hastily declared, "I concede." With that, he leaped off the combat stage. According to the rules, leaving the stage equated to defeat, and no further attacks could be initiated. Clap, clap, clap. The three mentors rose in unison, their palms applauding not only Yihan's victory but also the sheer brilliance of such a captivating duel. Mentor Wan Kuan raised an eyebrow and then turned his gaze towards the gathered crowd, proclaiming, "I announce that Yihan has secured a qualifying spot for advancement in the three major Sexian city assessment." After exchanging glances with one another, the mentor known as Hong Lian added, "In light of Yihan's exceptional performance, we have collectively decided to make an unprecedented exception and award him a special initial selection spot." What? Did I hear that correctly? A special initial selection spot? The entire plaza erupted in astonishment. Chapter 72. The competition approaches. The triennial assessment of the three major sects selects exceptionally gifted talents from hundreds of cities beyond the main city of Qizhou. Those who pass the initial selection will be classified into categories: primary, intermediate, advanced, and special. Among the hundreds of prodigies who obtain initial selection advancement spots, it is exceedingly rare for more than 5 to be designated as special initial selection candidates. This highlights the immense difficulty in securing such a coveted position. Has there truly been anyone from Yin City who has attained a special initial selection spot in the past century? The words of the three mentors stirred up a tempest of excitement, igniting fervent discussions among the various warriors who had gathered around. This news was nothing short of sensational. It was unprecedented. Not only had the special selection students failed to achieve success, but even the advanced candidates from Yin City had not secured a place in recent years due to their dismal performances in the final selection, which led to a reduction in the number of candidates allowed to advance. Yet, this year, a gathering of prodigies emerged, and Yihan's astonishing performance had captivated the three mentors. Blessed be the Yi family. This is truly remarkable. Yihan is destined to be the first genius from the lower branch of the Yi family to advance to the final selection, proving to the upper branch that we, too, possess equal merit. At this moment, the area surrounding the Yi family erupted in jubilant chaos, with Yi Bailey, Yi Xiaodian, and others moved to tears. Amidst the surrounding cheers, the ever-composed Dan Tai Mingwei stood out conspicuously, resembling a solitary blue lotus, untouched by the tumult of the outside world. Special selection student? What a pity. They still fall short compared to those seed-level candidates. Dan Tai Mingwei's beautiful eyes blinked slightly. The so-called seed-level candidates are the pinnacle of prodigies from Qingzhou, only receiving seed recommendation letters when deemed worthy. However, Dan Tai Mingwei understood that Yihan's potential was not inferior to that of the seed-level candidates. Yihan, I hope you will deliver an equally stunning performance in the final selection. Yet, with over half a year until the final selection, remember to diligently cultivate your skills, for your opponents will be formidable. After Elder Wan Kuan finished speaking, he handed Yihan a purple gold token. This was the special selection token. All eyes were fixed on the token, breaths quickening with anticipation, while Duga Qianhang clenched his hand tightly within his sleeve, his nails digging into his flesh, causing blood to flow. His gaze burned with jealousy, and his heart simmered with resentment, enveloped in an aura of murderous intent. This was rightfully his. Yet, at this moment, his brilliance had been eclipsed by Yihan, rendering him dim and dull. Yihan received the token, smiling and nodding. The others should not be disheartened. In 3 years, you will have another opportunity, and in 3 months, there will be a selection for the miscellaneous disciples of the three major sects, where you can try your luck. Comforted Mentor Hong Lian. Well then, we shall meet again in 6 months. Upon finishing, the three mentors ascended the Yin Diao, which flapped its fiery wings and soared into the sky, soon transforming into a streak of flame that disappeared into the horizon. The preliminary selection of the three major sects in Yin City has finally drawn to a close, settling the dust. However, the fervor surrounding the preliminary selection has not waned with its conclusion. Rather, it remains a topic of lively discussion in Yin City. This year saw a congregation of prodigies, marking it as one of the most remarkable preliminary selections in history. Even more striking is that Yihan has obtained the elite recruitment token from the three major sects. Such an outcome has elicited both envy and jealousy, and even more, it has stirred concern. The Wu and Su families find themselves in a state of panic. Should Yihan secure a spot in the final selection, the Yi family would undoubtedly gain the protection of a major sect, and the fates of the two families would be all too predictable. In the Yi family residence, the backyard, two figures gradually emerge. Are they departing so soon? Yihan furrowed his brow, while Dan Tai Mingwei gently nodded her head and then remarked, I have been away from the sect for a month now, and it is imperative that I return to report. Upon hearing this, Yihan felt a sudden pang of melancholy within her heart. She then smiled and asked, will we have the chance to meet again? Amidst the vast sea of clouds, we shall surely reunite. With that, she gently lifted her foot, and a blue lotus flower emerged from beneath her, transforming into a lotus platform that elevated her. In an instant, she vanished into the horizon like a streak of azure light, leaving no trace behind. 3 days later, at the Alchemist Guild, as the Alchemy Emperor competition drew ever closer, the guild had specifically invited Yihan to impart her knowledge of alchemy before their journey to Qingzhou. In the Alchemy Square, standing side by side on a high stone platform, Yihan and Lu Qing and each had an alchemy furnace before them, their gazes fixed on the spectators below. Surrounding them, hundreds of disciples from the Alchemist Guild looked up at the two with admiration, particularly the young women, whose glances were subtly directed towards Yihan. How handsome he is. I truly envy senior sister Qingtan for being so close to him, able to refine alchemy alongside him and participate in the Alchemy Emperor competition, lamented one young woman. I've heard that Yihan not only excels in alchemy, but has also secured a spot in this year's top-level preliminary selections of the 3 major sects. Another girl in pink attire admired. He is truly exceptional. Alas, we seem to have missed our chance, sighed several female disciples. This alchemy seminar attracted not only the guild's disciples, but also esteemed elders like Elder Yunlong and Elder Zhuge, who came to learn as well. The buzz of discussions below left Yihan somewhat astonished, particularly given the fervent gazes of some female disciples, which resembled that of hungry wolves, standing quietly beside him. Lu Qing stole a glance at Yihan and couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. At this moment, she felt a tinge of inferiority creeping into her heart. When they first met in the Tian'an market, she had a rather unfavorable impression of him. Yet now, she found herself harboring a faint affection for Yihan. However, such feelings could only remain hidden deep within her heart. Before long, Yihan commenced the alchemical process. With a masterful command of the flames, an ethereal control over his spirit, and profound techniques in alchemical formation, he garnered thunderous applause from the crowd below. Soon, strands of fragrant elixir wafted through the halls of the Alchemist Guild. Over the course of 3 days, Yihan imparted various alchemical techniques and experiences to the guild. Although these were primarily foundational methods, they proved immensely beneficial to the disciples. Upon the conclusion of the seminar, Yihan received a notification from the guild president that he and Lu Qing would soon embark for Qizhou, for the grand event of the Alchemy Emperor competition. The largest gathering in all of Qizhou was finally about to commence. The elders of the Alchemist Guild felt a mixture of anticipation and concern, wondering how Yihan and Lu Qing would fare in this prestigious competition. Chapter 73. Qizhou City in the vast and boundless expanse of the 8 Desolations ancient domain. The land is intricately divided into countless regions, akin to a grand chessboard. Nestled within a corner of this ancient domain lies an ancient and prosperous city, Qizhou City. As the date of the Alchemist Emperor competition draws near, this city has begun to simmer with excitement. An innumerable throng of martial artists floods into Qizhou City, eager to witness one of the grandest events in the region, the Alchemist Emperor competition. Organized by the Alchemist Alliance, this prestigious event occurs once every 3 years in Qingzhou. It invariably attracts prodigious alchemists under the age of 25 from across the territory. Every participant is a remarkably gifted alchemist, making the competition exceptionally fierce. Securing the championship is a formidable challenge. However, winning this tumultuous contest not only grants substantial rewards, but also offers the possibility of direct admission into one of the 3 major sects. Thus, nearly all contestants are driven by the singular ambition of claiming the title of champion. At this moment, above the seemingly endless expanse of the city, luminous spirit boats glide gracefully towards Qizhou City. On board one of these ethereal vessels, a young man and woman stand at the bow, gazing in awe at the ancient city below. After 3 days and nights of travel, Yihan and Lu Qingtan have finally entered the vicinity of Qingzhou City. Wow, is this Qizhou City? It truly is magnificent. In comparison, our Yin City feels like a mere speck, so utterly diminutive, Lu Qing exclaims, her enchanting eyes surveying the undulating ancient architecture as if captivated by its grandeur. It is evident that this is her first encounter with a city of such immense stature. Yihan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. Having been born in the illustrious Xingdan city, which surpassed Qingzhou in prosperity many times over, he was not overly astonished. Besides the two of them, an elderly man clad in coarse garments was at the helm of the spiritual vessel. The old man stroked his beard and, with a gravelly voice, inquired, "Youngsters, you must be here to participate in this year's Dan Huanghui, correct?" "Indeed, we are disciples of the Alchemist Guild from Yin City, here to compete in Qingzhou City," Lu Qing replied with a slight nod. Upon hearing this, the old mariner promptly commended, "That is truly remarkable. To be nominated for the Dan Huang Hui indicates that your alchemical skills must be quite extraordinary. However, securing the championship will likely be a formidable challenge. Intrigued by his words, Yihan asked, Elder, might I inquire about the formidable alchemist prodigies within Qingzhou City? Although he possessed considerable confidence in his own alchemical abilities, he wished to understand the caliber of his opponents beforehand. The elder sighed thoughtfully, saying, This year's competition is reputed to be the most fiercely contested in history. Within Qingzhou City, there are no fewer than 5 strong contenders for the championship. For instance, there is Gu Xian from the Gu family, who, at the tender age of 12, has already attained the rank of a 5th-tier alchemist, truly a seed-level candidate. Goodness, a 5th-tier alchemist at just 12 years of age. Lu Qingtan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She had thought that Yihan's achievement of becoming a 4th-tier alchemist at his age was already remarkable. But it seemed this year's Dan Huang Hui featured even more exceptional competitors. The white-haired elder cleared his throat and continued, in addition to the talent from the Gu family. There is also Shenong Jialua, esteemed as a disciple of the venerable Shenong, the alchemy emperor, possessing extraordinary potential. Furthermore, we have Yilingxuang from the Yi family, another seed-level alchemist. It appears the competition is indeed quite intense. Yihan nodded slightly, recognizing that the seed contestants of this year's Dan Emperor Conference were anything but ordinary. Among them were 12-year-old 5th-grade alchemists, as well as disciples of the legendary Dan Emperor Shenong, not to mention other prodigies not yet mentioned. With such an array of top-tier alchemists, the Dan Emperor Conference would undoubtedly become a fierce battleground. However, despite the exceptional talents of his opponents, Yihan remained unfazed within. No matter how formidable the adversaries he encountered in this year's conference, he was determined to emerge victorious. Before long, the spirit vessel slowly descended towards a plaza below. The elder remarked, We have arrived, young ones. I wish you both great success at this year's Dan Emperor Conference. Lu Qingtan and Yihan nodded in acknowledgement, promptly handing over spirit stones to the elder before alighting from the vessel. Upon stepping onto solid ground, the two were taken aback by the unprecedented fervor of Qingzhou City. The plaza was teeming with a sea of people, with estimates suggesting at least several tens of thousands in attendance, many of whom were participants from various regions vying for the Dan Emperor title. Is that an alchemist badge? At that moment, Lu Qingtan's gaze seemed to catch sight of something in the crowd, and she eagerly grasped Yihan's arm, her expression brimming with excitement. Yihan followed the direction she indicated and beheld a young man adorned with a silver badge featuring 3 stars upon his chest. The boy in white strode past them with an air of confidence, his badge shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. The onlookers regarded the silver emblem with reverence. Only those who have successfully passed the alchemist certification assessment of the Dan Alliance are bestowed such an honor. This 3-star silver badge signifies the status of a 3rd-tier intermediate alchemist, a mark of distinction that brings with it boundless prestige. Lu Qingtan expressed her envy. Recognizing that the alchemist badge symbolizes one's standing, any faction that encounters such an emblem would treat its bearer like an esteemed guest. With just a few days remaining before the Dan Emperor Conference begins, we should also partake in the alchemist certification assessment. Yihan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Lu Qingtan eagerly nodded in excitement. She had longed to possess an alchemist's badge. With that, the two made their way towards the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance. Shortly thereafter, they entered an ancient and solemn hall. Within this venerable sanctuary, a fragrant aroma of elixirs lingered in the air, and at that moment, the hall was filled to capacity with countless alchemists. As Yihan and Lu Qingtan entered the grand hall, they were greeted by the lively atmosphere of the alchemist level assessment, accompanied by the incessant chatter of onlookers. Their gazes were drawn to a young girl in purple robes, her demeanor unperturbed, as she elegantly waved her sleeve, causing a 5th-grade elixir to materialize from the alchemical furnace. In an instant, it erupted in a brilliant glow, illuminating the hall with resplendence. Truly, she was a formidable contender for the champion of this year's alchemist competition, as Yilingxuang had successfully passed the advanced 5th-grade alchemist assessment. The Yi clan was indeed on the verge of ascendance. Not only had Yilingxia secured a seed recommendation from the 3 major sects, but if his sister were to claim victory in this competition, it would be utterly formidable. 2 stars from one family. The hall buzzed with astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yihan swiftly turned his gaze toward the girl in white, a chilling expression dawning in his eyes. Chapter 74. The Celestial Elixir. The emergence of Yilingxia was already a significant cause for concern. Now, his sister revealed herself to be a prodigious alchemist. Having passed the advanced 5th-grade alchemist assessment at such a tender age, A dual brilliance from one household, it seemed the rise of the Yi family was inexorable, casting shadows upon the other three great clans. The flame Yilingxuang had utilized was likely the Guanghan Ice Flame, ranked 39th on the alchemical flame list. A fire of unparalleled prowess within the entire Qizhou region. Waves of admiration rippled through the crowd, captivated by the extraordinary talent of the girl in purple. All eyes were fixated upon her, as if she were the moon surrounded by stars, radiating an irresistible allure. Was she truly the sister of Yilingxiao? Yihan furrowed her brow slightly, casting a frigid gaze towards the young girl ahead. The maiden, clad in purple attire, appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing a slender waist and long legs. Her silver-gray hair cascaded down to her waist, and her gem-like eyes, though stunningly beautiful, were filled with indifference and haughtiness. Her proud demeanor resembled that of a regal phoenix, radiating an unmistakable brilliance. Yet, despite her arrogance, the young woman possessed undeniable merit. She was one of the foremost prodigious alchemists in Qizhou and a candidate for the championship of the Danhuang Association. At that moment, a plume of icy white flames erupted from the alchemical furnace, instantly enveloping the entire hall in a bone-chilling aura, prompting an involuntary shiver to traverse through the onlookers. The glacial flame of the vast cold. Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, reflecting on the profound heritage of the esteemed clan. For their alchemical flames were extraordinary and far from ordinary. At that moment, the elder in charge of the assessment nodded subtly, his expression one of satisfaction. The leading elder of the Celestial Dome remarked, "Well done. This Haiyuan pill exhibits a rich hue and an intense fragrance, showcasing your remarkable mastery of fire control and soul manipulation. You have splendidly passed the 5th rank alchemist assessment. Thank you, Master of the Celestial Dome, for your commendation." Yilingxuang, as cold as frost, stood there. Following this, several elders placed a golden badge, embossed with a 5-star pattern, onto her chest. The star pattern signified the rank of alchemy, while the colors, copper, silver, and gold, represented the primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Yilingxuang's badge indicated her status as a 5th-tier advanced alchemist. Upon witnessing the resplendent badge, countless alchemists around her were filled with envy. At such a tender age, to attain the rank of a 5th-tier advanced alchemist was a feat that left others feeling utterly overshadowed. After receiving her assessment badge, Yilingxuang turned and exited the grand hall. As she brushed past Yihan, her gaze remained fixed ahead, utterly disregarding those around her. "Yihan, is something wrong?" Lu Qingtan, noticing the peculiar expression on Yihan's face, inquired softly. "It's nothing," he replied. Yihan shook his head and smiled. However, deep within his dark gaze, a chilling glint flickered like a dagger. To everyone's astonishment, the Yi family possesses an exceptionally gifted alchemist, a contender for this year's Alchemy Sovereign Championship. More significantly, she is none other than the sister of Yilingxiao, the sworn nemesis of Yihan. Should she triumph over Yilingxuang in this prestigious competition, it would undoubtedly deliver a considerable blow to the Yi clan. The esteemed Yi clan holds a position of great superiority. Should a member of a lower lineage defeat them in the Alchemy Emperor competition, it is likely that their pride would be ruthlessly trampled upon by Yihan, shattering it into pieces. As long as I am present, Yilingxuang shall have no opportunity to claim the championship of the Alchemy Emperor competition. Yihan spoke with an icy tone. Next, Lin Yin. Gradually, the murmurs of the crowd subsided as an elder scanned the surroundings and cleared his throat. Speaking in a deep voice, "I have seen Elder Tianxiong." A lean boy clad in gray robes ascended the alchemy platform under the watchful eyes of the assembly, cupping his hands toward the 3 elders before declaring, "I wish to refine the Yinling Dan, the 3rd grade elixir, Yinling Dan." The assessment consists of 2 steps. The first step involves selecting medicinal materials from the herbarium, and the second step is the alchemical process. Behind him, Elder Su stated solemnly, "The first step of the assessment requires the precise selection of the desired materials from a plethora of herbs, testing the alchemist's ability to identify materials and recall the formula. The second step not only evaluates the alchemical skills but also the control of fire techniques, among other abilities." Soon, the youth named Lin Yin began the alchemical process publicly. However, after half an hour, his insufficient control over the flames resulted in the materials within the cauldron being scorched, nearly causing an explosion. Lin Yin has not passed the assessment. Next, Li Tongyan. In the grand hall, one after another, the flames of alchemy flickered within the temple. The proficiency of these alchemists varied. Some successfully passed the assessment, while others displayed their lack of skill. Qin Wu passes the 4th grade assessment. Lu Qingyu has not passed. Tang Yuyu has not passed. The aged voices echoed continuously throughout the hall. while Yihan concentrated intently on observing the assessments of others. Lu Qingtian stealthily approached to register his name. 2 hours later, Elder Su, holding the list in his hand, spoke again in a deep voice. Next, Yihan. Upon hearing this, Yihan could not help but cast a helpless glance at Lu Qingtian, who, with eyes narrowed into crescents and fists clenched tightly, made a gesture of encouragement. Yihan approached the alchemy platform, and in an instant, a multitude of gazes converged upon him. This youth is remarkably young, one might ponder. What grade of elixir is he aspiring to assess? The crowd below began to murmur with curiosity, for it is exceedingly rare for an 18-year-old alchemist to partake in the alchemical grading examination of the Alchemist Alliance. Even Yi Lengshuang, at the age of 20, has only just now come to participate in such an evaluation. What grade of elixir do you intend to assess? Elder Su inquired with a stern demeanor. Yihan pondered for a moment before calmly stating, the 5th grade elixir, Hunyuan pill. What? Am I mistaken? He exclaimed. He's also attempting to refine the 5th grade Hunyuan pill. Is this not the same elixir concocted by Yi Lengshuang during her examination? This youth, barely over 18, is even younger than Yi Lengshuang. If he were indeed a 5th grade alchemist, he would have already garnered fame throughout Qizhou. Why have I never heard of him before? Unsurprisingly, Yihan's declaration stirred a tumult within the grand hall, eliciting gasps of astonishment from numerous alchemists, who shook their heads in disbelief. Meanwhile, not far off, 3 elder examiners, Elder Tianqiang, Elder Su, and Elder Li, exchanged troubled glances, their brows furrowed. It was evident that they found it implausible for this young man to possess the capability to refine the 5th grade Hunyuan pill. Otherwise, his alchemical talent would surpass even that of Yi Lengshuang, and he would have long since made a name for himself in Qingzhou. In truth, they had never heard of Yihan's reputation at all. Are you certain you are not jesting? Elder Su inquired, his expression stern. Yihan nodded solemnly. At that moment, Elder Tianqiang inquired, you are not from Qingzhou City, are you? Yan City. Yihan simply uttered 2 words, Flame City. Is that not the insignificant little town in the northern part of Qizhou, where even birds would refuse to alight? How could such a place possibly produce a young 5th-tier alchemist? Absurd. Elder Su snorted coldly, unable to suppress his biting sarcasm. His gaze toward Yihan tinged with a hint of disdain. Chapter 75. Ancient Alchemical Formulas. Young man, he continued, to my knowledge, the alchemists endorsed by the Flame City Alchemist Association to participate in the Alchemist Monarch Conference have invariably met defeat in the first round. How could such a place possibly yield a 5th-tier advanced alchemist? Elder Su's expression darkened upon learning that Yihan hailed from such a remote locale, his contempt almost palpable. Behind him, Elder Tianqiang and Elder Li, while not as openly dismissive as Elder Su, exchanged dubious glances, their brows furrowing in skepticism. An 18-year-old 5th-tier advanced alchemist, such a prodigy would be a rare jewel even in all of Qingzhou, causing quite a stir. Elder Su's mockery based on lineage seems rather unbecoming. While Flame City may be a remote little place, it is bountiful and prosperous, likely not as deplorable as you suggest. Yihan let out a cold laugh, engaging in a sharp retort. Upon hearing these words, Elder Su's expression turned somewhat ashen, and he shook his head, saying, in that case, let us commence the test. I merely intended to caution you against squandering those precious 5th-grade medicinal materials, but it appears you are far too arrogant. Yihan no longer paid any attention to Elder Su and made his way towards the medicinal herb area to select his materials. On the wooden racks, numerous herbs emanated a radiant glow, with thousands of varieties pervading the air with a faint medicinal fragrance. The first step of the assessment required the alchemist to discern and select the necessary herbs from this extensive collection based on the elixir they intended to refine. Although this task seemed straightforward, it was, in fact, a rigorous test of the alchemist's ability to identify various herbs. Many of these herbs bore striking resemblances to one another, making it challenging to distinguish them with the naked eye, thus increasing the likelihood of errors, such as the likes of Bailan Gua, Wuxi Lan, Shernan Chao, and Tong Tianju. However, for Yihan, his vast experience allowed him to effortlessly select the required herbs with just a cursory glance. Meanwhile, the alchemists gathered in the grand hall began to murmur amongst themselves. Do you think this young man can successfully concoct the Hunyuan pill? Teased a boy clad in gray robes. If he manages to create the Hunyuan pill, his alchemical talent would surely surpass that of Yi Lengshuang. Scoffed a girl in white, adorned with a 4-star badge. I find that hard to believe. How could a 5th-tier advanced alchemist possibly emerge from such a desolate place as Yan City? It's utterly laughable. Upon hearing the derisive comments, Lu Qin and Bitter Lip, bowing her head in discomfort, her delicate hands secretly clenching in resolve. Despite the extraordinary nature of the fifth-tier elixir, she remained steadfast in her belief in Yihan. After a considerable time, Yihan arranged the over 200 herbs he required on the stone platform and stood calmly to the side with his hands clasped behind his back. Elder Su Li and Tianxing approached, hastily scanning the array of herbs on the platform. Elder Su then exclaimed, "Humph! You cannot even recall the herbs for the Hunyuan pill and dare to participate in this test? Among the herbs you selected, the blood python mushroom and the water cloud fruit, among 8 others, are superfluous." A wave of laughter erupted in the hall. He hasn't even passed the first round. Truly a charlatan. This fellow can't even remember the formula. Ha ha ha, what a disgrace. Elder Su's words ignited a chorus of derisive laughter throughout the entire hall. However, at this moment, Elder Tianxiong's gaze revealed a hint of surprise as he intently stated, "Wait a moment. Although this young brother has indeed selected 8 extraneous herbs, they do correspond to the formula of the Hunyuan pill." At this revelation, the laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a wave of confusion. Even Elder Su appeared perplexed. Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Elder Tianxing stroked his beard and explained, "The herbs he selected are from the Hunyuan pill formula that dates back several centuries, representing the ancient methodology. However, the difficulty of concocting elixirs using the ancient methods was significant, which is why it has long been refined into a more manageable form." Realization dawned upon the crowd as they comprehended the significance of his words. Yihan furrowed his brow, for he was unaware that the medicinal formula had already been refined. The ancient method of concocting the Hunyuan pill proved to be several times more arduous than the contemporary approach, and its quality was undoubtedly superior. However, even should the old man himself attempt it, he would likely find the feat utterly unattainable. Elder Tianxiong regarded Yihan with solemnity, puzzled by how the latter had come to possess knowledge of such a rare ancient formula. Could it be that this young man truly had the capability to concoct the Hunyuan pill using the archaic method? Surely, if Elder Tianxiong could not achieve it, I find it hard to believe he could pass the assessment. The other alchemists shook their heads in agreement. Let us consider the first round of the assessment passed. We shall now proceed to the second round, Elder Su remarked nonchalantly. If even Elder Tianxiong could not succeed, Yihan would undoubtedly be incapable of producing the Hunyuan pill. Yihan took a deep breath, subsequently lifting a crimson cauldron with his soul, infusing it with an immense surge of spiritual power. Then, with a soft pop from his palm, a vibrant, glass-like flame erupted, writhing like a serpent of fire. What manner of flame is this? Upon its emergence, all alchemists sensed their inner fire of alchemy retreating in fear, as if faced with a formidable adversary. Even the 3 elders furrowed their brows, their expressions steeped in profound confusion. The glass-like flame was a sight the elder had never beheld before. How intriguing. The elder of the heavens gave a slight nod. With a whoosh, the flame enveloped the medicinal ingredients, gently guiding them into the cauldron. Yihan swiftly employed a gentle flame to refine the elixir, while simultaneously forming intricate seals with his hands. The entire extraction process flowed with an effortless grace, akin to flowing clouds and flowing water, showcasing an extraordinary mastery over the flame and soul. Heavenly. Such exquisite fire control. What a remarkable method of refinement. I have never witnessed its like before, truly astonishing. As time ticked away, the expressions of all the alchemists subtly transformed, shifting from mockery to awe and disbelief. Beside them, the 3 assessing elders wore faces filled with astonishment. With their discerning eyes, they could clearly perceive that Yihan's alchemical mastery had reached an unparalleled zenith. Elder Su's eyes glazed over, his heart seemingly struck, akin to a stinging slap to the face, leaving him feeling somewhat raw. Suddenly, 5 types of medicinal ingredients levitated into the air. What is he planning? Could he possibly intend to refine all 5 types simultaneously? The faces of the 3 elders changed dramatically. Indeed, Yihan enveloped the 5 ingredients with his spiritual power, refining them concurrently, and before long, 5 radiant elixirs emerged. Goodness! He is refining 5 types of medicinal materials at once and achieving such purity. What extraordinary control over his soul and mastery of flame must one possess to accomplish such a feat? Chapter 76. The Pill Fire Monument with a Hiss. A strand of glass-like flame soared, exuding a terrifying heat, extracting the precious medicinal materials into liquid form. In an instant, the entire hall was suffused with a rich aroma of herbs. The surrounding alchemists and the 3 evaluating elders quietly admired Yihan's alchemical prowess. The condescension that once marked their expressions had vanished, replaced by profound shock and disbelief. For Yihan's displayed alchemical skills were entirely beyond what one of his age should possess, resembling instead the mastery of a seasoned alchemical grandmaster who had honed their craft for centuries. The level of refinement reached by Yihan captivated the three elders, immersing them in sheer admiration. In that moment, Elder Su gazed in a daze, utterly astonished. Even during Yi Lingshuang's earlier assessment, he had not displayed such a lack of composure. The Yin Sha Ginseng, the Phoenix Fire Spirit Fruit, the Millennium Ice Skin Flower, and the Xianbing Grass were all at the final step of refinement. With a mere wave of his hand, Yihan summoned 10 types of medicinal herbs to float before him. Half of these herbs possessed fiery attributes, while the other half embodied the essence of ice, qualities that were starkly opposed. What could he possibly be contemplating? Could it be that he intends to refine all 10 types of herbs simultaneously? At this juncture, the assembly of alchemists, who had been quietly observing, began to stir with considerable excitement. Typically, the simultaneous refinement of multiple herbs demands an immense expenditure of spiritual energy, and the extraction process often retains impurities. Thus, unless one's alchemical skills have reached a transcendent level, it is uncommon to attempt the simultaneous extraction of diverse herbs. His audacity is reckless. Although his alchemical prowess is indeed remarkable, extracting 10 herbs with opposing attributes at once could lead to discord during their fusion, risking a catastrophic explosion in the furnace. Elder Tianqiang sighed, perplexed as to why such an adept alchemist as Yihan would act so impulsively. This is precisely why the ancient recipe for the Hunyuan pill is so arduous to concoct. It involves a multitude of herbs that inherently conflict with one another. Therefore, when faced with such a formidable challenge, the most prudent approach would be to refine each herb sequentially, gradually merging them together. Yet, it is evident that Yihan does not require such caution. With a flourish, 10 crystalline vials of pure, untainted medicinal liquid, enveloped by spiritual energy, were introduced into the cauldron, quickly beginning to merge. Suddenly, an explosive surge of conflicting energy erupted within the cauldron, causing it to tremble violently. Are we on the brink of a furnace explosion? A wave of anxiety coursed through everyone present, while Elder Tianqiang sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of regret. Had it not been for Yihan's recklessness, the probability of success would have been significantly higher. Then, unexpectedly, a surge of spiritual power inundated the cauldron like a tidal wave, akin to an invisible hand, continuously soothing the turbulent energies of the conflicting medicinal liquids within. Gradually, the violently shaking cauldron astonishingly began to calm. Gasp! Witnessing this spectacle, the three examiners collectively inhaled sharply, exchanging glances filled with awe and disbelief. Yihan astonishingly managed to completely pacify the two raging forces through his soul power. To achieve such a feat, mastery of soul power must reach the level of a grandmaster. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Elder Tianqiang praised him repeatedly, unable to believe that Yihan hailed from the humble Yin city. Such an alchemical proficiency is entirely unbecoming of an 18-year-old alchemist. At long last, 3 hours had elapsed. Yihan clasped his hands, forming an intricate seal, which he then infused into the alchemical furnace. Moments later, the rotating furnace gently settled upon the stone platform. A hushed anticipation filled the air. Had he succeeded? The onlookers, previously lost in reverie, gradually returned to reality, as if awakening from a dream. Esteemed elders, please take a look. The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the space. Yihan gently lifted the lid of the furnace, and in an instant, a beam of light burst forth from within, filling the grand hall with a rich aroma of elixir. Before the onlookers, a thumb-sized brown pill gracefully ascended into the air, capturing everyone's attention. The three evaluators approached, their faces reflecting an indescribable admiration. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment, Elder Tianqiang declared with authority. Yihan, your Hunyuan pill exudes a robust fragrance, faintly revealing its intricate patterns. Its form is perfectly rounded and plump, brimming with spiritual energy, a truly top-tier elixir, Elder Su proclaimed. His previous oversight now acknowledged with an apology. He had indeed succeeded in the assessment for a 5th-tier advanced alchemist, which implied the emergence of yet another contender for the title of Dan Huang. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as spectators pondered the intensity of the upcoming Dan Huang competition, wondering who would ultimately claim the championship. With appreciative glances, the three elders solemnly presented Yihan with a gold badge adorned with 5 stars. Yihan nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the honor as he made his way through the crowd. Congratulations, Lu Qin exclaimed, her smile radiant, as if she herself had received the accolade. Just then, the voices of the three evaluators resounded once more. Next, Lu Qintan. It is your turn, Give it your all. Yihan smiled and nodded at Lu Qingtan. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingtan stepped forward to the alchemy platform, declaring, "I wish to undertake the assessment for a junior third-grade alchemist." The three elders nodded in agreement. Lu Qingtan had previously been mired at the bottleneck of the second-grade alchemist level, but after receiving guidance from Yihan, her alchemical skills had advanced remarkably, as if a door had been unlocked. After 4 hours of rigorous evaluation, Lu Qingtan successfully passed the test, as she had hoped. It seemed that this year's Alchemy Emperor Conference would indeed be a fierce competition. The talents like Gu Xian and Yi Lingshuang would certainly face a formidable rival this year. The Elder of the Heavenly Vault's gaze flickered slightly. The three assessment elders understood that Yihan's alchemical skills were undoubtedly of championship caliber. They sensed that an unprecedented dark horse was about to emerge. After the assessment, the two departed the grand hall amidst the astonished murmurs of the crowd. Instead of returning to the inn, they proceeded towards the Danfire Square. In Qizhou City, Danfire Square served as the venue for this year's Alchemy Emperor Conference assessments. It was vast enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, featuring a floor paved with a type of spiritual jade that emanated spiritual energy. As the Alchemy Emperor Conference drew nearer, the square was abuzz with activity. Even before the competition had commenced, the atmosphere was palpably electric. At the center of the square stood a towering stone monument, over 100 meters high, surrounded by throngs of people. What was this monument? At that moment, Yihan and Lu Qingtan joined the crowd, lifting their heads to catch a glimpse of the stone tablet, their eyes brightening slightly. The Danfire monument was adorned with 3 resplendent golden characters at its pinnacle. Beneath it lay a dense array of rankings. First place, Gu Xian. Flame, heavenly profound sacred flame. Second place, Yi Lingshuang. Flame, vast cold ice flame. Third place, Shenong Jialua. Flame, 3-color profound fire. Countless alchemists gathered around the Danfire monument, collectively scrutinizing the rankings inscribed upon the stone, engaged in animated discussions. This was the renowned Danfire monument of Danfire Square, said to possess the ability to test the quality of a flame simply by channeling it into the stone. To achieve a place on the leaderboard was to possess a flame of the highest caliber. The foremost contender, Gu Xian, appears to be a seed participant in this year's Alchemist Conference. At the tender age of 12, he has already ascended to the rank of a 5th-tier high-level alchemist, and he commands the esteemed Tianyu Sacred Flame, which holds the 34th position on the Danfire ranking. Truly remarkable. Is the Danfire steel indeed so extraordinary? I am eager to test whether my own Azure Scale Flame can grace the ranks as well. The fervent discussions surrounding them led Yihan and Lu Qingtan into a sudden realization. It turns out that this list records the rankings of all the Danfires that have emerged within the entire Qingzhou territory. To be included in this ranking signifies that the Danfire is of the highest caliber. To their astonishment, Yi Lingshuang is ranked second. As Yihan's gaze fell upon the second place, he hesitated momentarily, furrowing his brow. During his time in the ancient region of Danzhou, he had encountered numerous flames on the Danfire rankings, yet here in Qizhou, the mere Guanghan ice flame astonishingly claimed the second position, an inconceivable feat nonetheless. He was intrigued. He wondered what rank his Liuliwang fire would attain. At this moment, as time passed, an increasing number of alchemists gathered around the Danfire steel, and it seemed that some could no longer restrain their eagerness to test the rankings of their flames. Ah, since you all are so modest, allow me to take the initiative and gauge the value of this list. A voice rang out, prompting the crowd to swiftly part, creating a passageway. A young man clad in white, accompanied by several attendants, approached the Danfire steel. He held a folding fan in his hand, his appearance handsome and refined, exuding an air of confidence. Adorning his chest was a golden 3-star badge, shimmering under the sunlight. Wow, a third-rank senior alchemist. The sight of this badge stirred quite a commotion among the onlookers. Clearly, a third-rank senior alchemist would rank among the top 100 contestants even in the Alchemist Emperor's Conference. This young man, known as Ning Xianfeng, was a representative selected from Tianyuan City to participate in the Alchemist Emperor's Conference. With a flick of his slender fingers, a deep purple flame erupted forth. At the same instant, a ferocious lion's roar emanated from the flame, causing the air in the square to shimmer with heat. Xian Lion Purple Fire? Yihan raised his eyebrows, instantly recognizing the flame before him. This particular fire was derived from the innate flame of the mystical beast, the purple Xian Lion, and was considered an exceedingly rare and advanced beast flame. It appeared that this young man possessed a remarkable identity, for he wielded the Xian Lion Purple Fire, which, when fully matured, was said to rival the strength of those in the Purple Mansion realm. The surrounding alchemists were equally astonished. However, Would this Xian lion purple fire be able to secure a place on the Dan fire ranking? Boom. Ning Xuanfeng's palm was enveloped in flames, and he swiftly pressed it against the stone tablet. Buzz. In an instant, the stone tablet erupted with brilliance, and words began to materialize. Name, Xian lion purple fire ranking. 1, 200 status, failed to enter the top 100 what? Only 1, 200th. At that moment, the surroundings erupted into a flurry of discussions, akin to a pot boiling over. How could this be? Ning Xuanfeng was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening considerably. His Xian lion purple fire, being a high-level beast flame, had inexplicably fallen to such a low ranking. It seemed that ascending the Dan fire ranking was an arduous task, even for a flame of this caliber. Countless alchemists wore solemn expressions. Swish. Ning Xuanfeng, disheartened, withdrew. Suddenly, a young girl clad in azure attire gracefully landed before the Dan fire tablet. The curious gazes of the onlookers once again converged upon her. This maiden, veiled and slender as a willow, hailed from Xianling City and was a contestant in this year's Dan Emperor competition. Puff. The azure-clad girl opened her palm, revealing a flicker of red flame that blossomed like a crimson lotus, radiating an ominous heat. Wow, is that the red lotus spirit fire? This flame was extraordinary, said to have formed after a millennium of the red lotus burning its seeds for hundreds of years, its fire capable of enduring for centuries, indeed remarkable. Would it make the ranking? With a flick of her finger, the red flame shot forth like a crimson thread into the Dan fire tablet, disappearing in an instant. Buzz. The stone tablet trembled once more. Name, Red Lotus Spirit Fire Ranking, for 185th status, failed to enter the top 100 wow. Unexpectedly, this Red Lotus Spirit Fire also failed to secure a place in the top 100. The azure-clad girl raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied with this ranking. It appeared that entering the top 100 was indeed a formidable challenge. Swish, swish, swish. Following this, numerous alchemists stepped forward to test their flames before the Dan fire tablet. Buzz. Title, Azure Phoenix Fire Rank, 530th title. Blazing Lion Fire Rank, 3,400th title. Southern Ming Fire Rank, 220th unbeknownst to many. Several hours had elapsed, and countless alchemists shook their heads in dismay. Even the closest contender, the Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame, merely secured the 137th position on the leaderboard. Suddenly, a cerulean flame surged forth as Yihan gracefully approached the stone monument, cradling the glazed king fire. What kind of flame is that? Such a remarkable seed of fire. In an instant, it captivated all gazes. Meanwhile, atop a colossal alchemy tower near the square, two elderly men with white hair hovered in the air, surveying the scene below. The alchemy fire monument is truly bustling, Elder Dan Qing remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. Beside him, Elder Dan Hu nodded in agreement. Every year, the Alchemy Emperor's gathering is like this. However, it is no easy feat to ascend the ranks. Over the past few decades, very few have succeeded in breaking through. He pondered aloud. I wonder if we shall witness a change at the pinnacle in our lifetime. Elder Dan Qing shook his head in response. That seems as difficult as reaching the heavens. To gain recognition from a top-tier alchemical flame, one must undoubtedly be an extraordinary alchemy prodigy. Unless, of course, a genius even more remarkable than Gu Xian emerges from Qingzhou. Gu Xian had only just turned 12 when he became a 5th-grade senior alchemist. How could there possibly be an alchemist in Qizhou more gifted than he? Suddenly, as Elder Dan Qing's words lingered in the air, a tremor reverberated. Both men instinctively raised their heads, their pupils constricting in shock. Boom. Their gazes fixated on the stone monument. Witnessing a cerulean firelight surge from the base of the alchemy fire monument, boldly displacing Gu Xian from the top position. Buzz. Above the leaderboard, new characters emerged. First place, Yihan. Flame. Glazed King Fire. Chapter 78, Duel of Flames. Boom. A cerulean flame shot directly from the base to the pinnacle of the stone monument, forcibly relegating Gu Xian to the 2nd position amidst a sea of astonished gazes. In that moment, all were left dumbfounded. Then, new characters appeared. First place, Yihan Flame. Glazed King Fire at this instant. The entire alchemy fire square fell into a profound silence. The expressions of countless alchemists froze, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at the top position. Clearly unprepared for someone to ascend to the pinnacle. This suffocating silence, as if long repressed, erupted into a cacophonous uproar that soared to the heavens. The record for first place has been shattered? Heavens! It is utterly astonishing that even the esteemed heavenly flame of ancient Xian has been relegated to 2nd place. Who exactly is this Yihan? Could he possibly be a scion of the Yi family from the 4 great clans of Qizhou? Countless alchemists gazed in disbelief at the figure clad in azure, their eyes wide with astonishment. This long-standing record has been shattered, and they are acutely aware that from this day forth, this young man will unleash a tremendous stir within Qingzhou City. The Glazed King Fire? I have never encountered its name before. How could it possibly surpass even the heavenly flame of ancient Xian, relegating it to second place? An elderly man in gray robes furrowed his brow. To my knowledge, this flame is not listed among the alchemical fire rankings. How could it transcend the heavenly flame of ancient Xian? Truly perplexing. Could it be that the alchemical fire tablet has erred? Nevertheless, a multitude of alchemists below shared a sense of bewilderment. Clearly, no one here had ever heard of the Glazed King Fire. What is so strange about this? Although the flames recorded on the alchemical fire rankings are indeed the pinnacle of the continent, they are not entirely authoritative. There exist rare flames in this world that have yet to be documented. Perhaps the Glazed King Fire is one such hidden gem. A white-haired elder spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. The Glazed King Fire claiming the top spot on the alchemical fire tablet has indeed not disappointed me. Yihan raised his gaze calmly to the top of the rankings, displaying little surprise. After all, this flame was a divine fire, born from the ancient glazed tree. Although it was not recorded on the alchemical fire list, it was certainly not inferior to any of the alchemical flames. As for the top-ranked Heavenly Shadow Sacred Flame and the second-ranked Vast Cold Ice Flame, they likely did not possess the merit to be compared with his Glazed King Fire. Ignoring the fervent discussions surrounding him, Yihan intended to withdraw the flame and turn away. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd behind him. Wait. Then, from the throng, a silver-haired youth strode forth with purposeful steps. It was Song Lan. The others quickly retreated a few paces, encircling the two in a tight circle. Numerous gazes fell upon Song Lan, tinged with disdain. This fellow had reappeared. He was the one who had stolen the tortoise spirit fire from senior brother Wu Yu. A woman clad in dark attire bit her lip, her beautiful eyes glinting with malice as she regarded Song Lan. Yihan turned around to find Song Lan wearing a wickedly charming smile, his gaze greedily fixated on the luminous royal fire in Yihan's palm. Meanwhile, a swirling mass of black flames flickered in Song Lan's grasp. As Yihan scrutinized the black flames, he could faintly sense a subtle yet insatiable power of devouring emanating from it. What is it? Is there something amiss? Yihan, with an indifferent tone, inquired. It is nothing of great significance. I merely noticed your flames ascending to the pinnacle of the rankings, which piqued my curiosity. Hence, I wish to engage in a contest of fire with you. What say you, do you dare? A smile played upon Song Lan's lips, exuding arrogance and superiority. This Song Lan, emboldened by the spirit-eating fire in his possession, had recently devoured the flames of several alchemists who had come to participate in the Alchemist Emperor Conference. A youth murmured under his breath, casting a glance at Song Lan filled with resentment. Alas, his master is an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. Who would dare to provoke him? The others remained cautious, harboring anger yet too intimidated to voice it. Yihan, overhearing these hushed exchanges, could not help but furrow his brow. It turned out that the flame in this fellow's possession was a remarkably unique spirit-eating fire. It possessed the power to consume, continuously evolving by devouring other flames. Over the years, Song Lan had relied on this fire to consume others, climbing from beyond the 1000th position on the flame tablet to his current rank of 10th. Not interested. Yihan coldly and indifferently refused. Oh, that is not for you to decide. Song Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. The 9 individuals before the Dan Firesteel were all of remarkable lineage, and he certainly did not dare to devour them. Now, having fortuitously encountered a weak and vulnerable individual possessing such formidable Dan Fire, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Thus, Song Lan cast a sidelong glance at the several subordinates behind him and nodded. Swiftly, 4 mid-level spirit realm experts surged forward, directly blocking Yihan's path. Song Lan was indeed exceedingly domineering. The other alchemists were also filled with indignation. This fellow was infamous throughout Qizhou City, yet regrettably, his master was an elder of the Alchemist Alliance, leaving no one capable of contending with him. Make your move. With a subtle lift of Yihan's palm, the Glazed King Fire surged upward with a resounding whoosh, reaching several meters in height. A wave of terrifying heat caused the spiritual energy within the onlookers to boil, compelling them to retreat in haste. Given that this individual was so oblivious, it seemed only fitting to impart a lesson. Indeed, it was the pinnacle of alchemical flames. A glint of fervent ambition ignited in Song Lan's eyes. His insatiable greed barely concealed. He eagerly licked his lips, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Should he manage to devour this Glazed King Fire, his devouring spirit fire would undoubtedly undergo another transformation, ultimately usurping the top position. Excellent. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Song Lan summoned a pitch-black flame that soared into the heavens, instantly morphing into a colossal black fire tiger. Roaring, the black fire tiger, measuring over 10 meters in length, emitted a roar that reverberated through the void, its entire form ablaze with fierce flames. Its tiger eyes, seemingly harboring a lethal intent, were chillingly fierce and menacing. This so-called fire duel was an art where alchemists transformed their flames into the forms of mythical beasts to compete. In this process, not only could they determine whose flame was superior, but they could also gauge the level of mastery and fire control possessed by the alchemist. Boom. With a flourish of his sleeve, Yihan Yu summoned a brilliant azure flame that soared skyward, transforming into a magnificent fire eagle. Roar. The cerulean-hued fire eagle and the obsidian fire tiger, under the command of their respective masters, collided like two blazing meteors amidst a cacophony of astonished gazes. Boom. The two fiery beasts collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that swept outward, distorting the very fabric of space. At that moment, a triumphant smile appeared on Song Lan's face as he gestured with his hands, exclaiming, "Devour it!" The black fire tiger roared, opening its cavernous maw and releasing a dreadful force of suction. Chapter 79, Shinong Jialua. Roar. The black fire tiger emitted a thunderous roar, its voice mingling with flames, creating surging waves of fire that rushed towards the surrounding square. Its massive jaws opened wide, resembling an unfathomable black abyss, unleashing a voracious power. Boom, boom, boom. The two fire beasts clashed once more, producing a resounding explosion that echoed through the void, and with each fierce encounter, Song Lan's fire beast seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, viciously biting into the azure flame and consuming its fiery essence. Howl. Strands of cerulean flames were devoured by the spirit-devouring fire tiger, causing its aura to surge dramatically. This fellow is about to succeed. How utterly domineering. Previously, this scoundrel employed such despicable tactics to brazenly consume my ancient spirit flame. As the azure flame was devoured by the spirit-devouring fire tiger, its strength waned, infuriating the surrounding alchemists who glared furiously at Song Lan. However, Song Lan wore a smug grin, casting a provocative glance at Yihan and taunted, "Your azure flame is on the brink of failure." Hearing this, Yihan stood calmly with his arms crossed, seemingly unperturbed by the consumption of his flames, instead observing the fierce struggle of the two fire beasts with serene composure. For the main event was yet to unfold. Roar. Boom. Boom. In the sky above the square, the two colossal fire beasts collided like famished tigers pouncing on their prey. Each impact ignited a torrent of flames that burned and shook the void, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The onlookers gasped in wonder, for such a thrilling display of fire combat was a rare sight to behold. Yet, as the essence of the azure flame was incessantly consumed, its power rapidly diminished. At last, the spirit-devouring fire tiger opened its gaping maw and devoured the entirety of the azure king flame. Song Lan's eyes sparkled with delight as he couldn't help but lick his lips, his expression burning with fervor. Ha ha ha. With the azure king flame consumed, from this day forth, my spirit-devouring fire shall reign as the mightiest alchemical flame in Qingzhou. At that moment, Yihan wore a cold smile at the corner of his lips, slowly lifting his head to gaze at the spirit-devouring fire tiger. He spoke in a deep voice, "You rejoice a tad too soon. My glazed fire king is not a mere flame of your caliber that can be consumed." Boom. As he finished speaking, the devoured glazed fire king suddenly surged within the spirit-devouring fire tiger, and then the cerulean flames rapidly transformed into an inky black. The darkened glazed fire became even more domineering and ferocious, its power exceedingly violent. It began to burn wildly within the spirit-devouring fire tiger, rampaging like a savage beast. Roar. What is happening? Song Lan abruptly raised his head, horrified to discover that the body of the spirit-devouring fire tiger was swelling, as if something were about to burst forth. Meanwhile, his spirit-devouring fire seemed to tremble violently in sheer terror. Suddenly, bang, with a thunderous sound, the fiery body of the spirit-devouring fire tiger exploded, and a pitch-black, glazed fire transformed into a black dragon. Roar. The black dragon opened its jaws, voraciously consuming the spirit-devouring fire within. Splash. A backlash. Ha ha. It serves you right. Song Lan's flames were actually devoured by the glazed fire. That impudent wretch finally met his match. In an instant, peals of uproarious laughter erupted around them. No one had anticipated that Song Lan's attempt to steal would result in his downfall. You, stop this at once. Seeing his spirit-devouring fire being consumed, Song Lan was instantly frantic, his eyes bulging with fury. If Song Lan desires to devour my flames, he must be prepared to pay an equivalent price. Yihan's expression was cold and indifferent. Not only did he not retreat, but he also urged the Liuli King Fire to retaliate with even greater ferocity. The black dragon surged forth like a tempest, swiftly devouring the soul-devouring fire completely, leaving nothing behind. My soul-devouring fire. At the moment when the connection with Song Lan was utterly severed, Song Lan's crimson gaze suddenly turned venomous. He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth nearly crumbling from the pressure. Kill him. I demand you to kill him. Song Lan's eyes, filled with a predatory intensity, glared menacingly at the guards beside him. His voice laced with exasperation. Boom. 4 mid-stage spirit realm warriors erupted with a formidable wave of spiritual energy, darting towards Yihan like fleeting shadows. Be careful. In the crowd, Lu Qin grasped her jade-like hands tightly. Stop. Just as the 4 were about to strike, a voice unexpectedly rang out from behind. Everyone turned to see a youth clad in coarse garments emerging from the throng, accompanied by 4 late-stage spirit realm guards. This youth, though simply dressed, possessed a tall and upright stature, a handsome face with brows like swords, and eyes deep and dark, radiating an aura of righteousness. The moment he appeared, he captured the attention of everyone around. Well, the disciple of the elder Shenong. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a wave of astonished murmurs. All eyes fervently fixed upon the youth. It turned out that this young man was indeed the direct disciple of Elder Shenong and one of the candidates for the champion of this alchemical conference, Shenong Jialua. Elder Shenong was a master alchemist of the emperor grade, holding an esteemed position in the entire Qingzhou, even able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the leader of the Alchemist Alliance. Shenong Jialua, this matter does not concern you. I advise you to refrain from interfering. Song Lan seethed, suppressing a torrent of fury. Song Lan, others may fear you, but I do not. Your soul-devouring fire was consumed. You brought this upon yourself and cannot blame anyone else. Shenong Jialua replied solemnly. Exactly. You deserve it. How satisfying it is to see this fellow, who only resorts to despicable means to devour others' alchemical flames, now suffer the consequences of his own actions. With Shenong Jialua stepping in as support, the surrounding alchemists finally dared to voice their pent-up grievances, their condemnations piercing Song Lan's ears like sharp needles. Already ablaze with rage, Song Lan found himself nearly choking on his anger upon hearing the surrounding discussions. He had never endured such humiliation. However, Shenong Jialua maintained a serious gaze upon Song Lan, showing no hint of fear. Realizing this, Song Lan could only stifle his fury, glaring at Yihan with a predatory gaze. Yihan, do not rejoice too soon. You shall witness the consequences at the Alchemist Conference 3 days hence. We are leaving. Song Lan stormed away in a fit of rage. Shenong Jialua approached Yihan, his gaze fixated on the dark, viscous flame pulsating in the palm of his hand, his brows arching in astonishment. After a moment, Shenong Jialua remarked, You have offended Song Lan. This fellow possesses a narrow temperament and harbors a vengeful spirit. His master is an elder of the Pill Alliance and also serves as the chief examiner for this Pill Emperor Conference. I fear that you shall face considerable difficulties during the proceedings. Exercise caution. Thank you for the warning. Yihan nodded, astonished that Shenong Jialua would extend a helping hand to him, and he found his impression of Shenong Jialua to be quite favorable. I merely disapprove of his style. However, my intuition suggests you will prove to be a formidable opponent. I hope to see you in the finals of the Dan Huang Hui. With that, Shenong Jialua turned and departed. Chapter 80. Unprecedented excitement on the Dan Fire Square. The residual waves from the clash of 2 fire beasts gradually subsided. This spectacular fire duel attracted thousands of alchemists, who were still engrossed in discussions, their appetites for the spectacle far from satisfied. Such thrilling displays of fire were indeed a rarity. Moreover, what delighted the onlookers even more was that Song Lan not only suffered defeat in the duel but also lost his precious Dan Fire. After all, his arrogant demeanor had long been notorious in Qizhou City. Recently, he had brazenly devoured the flames of several alchemists using his soul-devouring fire. Thus, witnessing him stumble upon his own downfall naturally elicited quiet cheers from the alchemists. Once the fire duel concluded, Yihan did not wish to attract undue attention. After strolling around the Dan Fire Square with Lu Qingtan, he swiftly returned to the inn and entered seclusion. At this moment, Atop a towering golden giant tower near the Dan Fire Square, two elderly men floated in midair, hands clasped behind their backs. These two were the vice presidents of the Alchemist Alliance, Elder Dan Qing and Elder Dan Hua. They had witnessed the splendid fire duel in its entirety. "This young lad is quite extraordinary," Elder Dan Qing remarked, stroking his beard, a glimmer of appreciation shining in his murky eyes. "Elder Dan Qing, have you discerned what that cerulean flame truly is? It was remarkably capable of countering Songlan's soul-devouring fire, exhibiting an overwhelming prowess," Elder Dan Hua spoke solemnly. "In this vast world, there exist numerous extraordinary flames that have yet to be recorded in the Dan Fire rankings. Perhaps that flame is one of them. I hold great hopes for this young fellow. He may very well emerge as a dark horse in this year's Dan Huang Hui," Elder Dan Qing pondered. Elder Dan Hua shook his head, his gaze directed toward the Dan Fire Square. This iteration of the Dan Huang Hui gathers numerous experts. Claiming the championship will not be an easy feat after all. Dan Fire is ultimately a supportive element. One must possess truly exceptional alchemical skills to seize victory. I am aware that you, old fellow, favor Gu Xian. After all, he has benefited from your guidance. Shall we make a wager? Elder Dan Qing said with a smile. Oh, what kind of wager? Elder Dan Hua furrowed his brow. If that young lad secures the championship in the Dan Huang Hui, you shall lend me that secret tome on cultivating soul power for 3 days. Should I lose, I will grant you the ice spirit pearl you desire. What do you say? Elder Dan Qing smiled. Is this truly your proposition? Elder Dan Hua raised an eyebrow, evidently brimming with confidence in Gu Xian's ability to seize victory. As the Dan Emperor Conference approached, the entire city of Qizhou became increasingly vibrant. Millions of martial artists were arriving aboard spirit vessels, converging upon this ancient city. In just 3 days, the populace surged, transforming Qingzhou into a bustling hive of activity, a sea of black-clad figures. Finally, after several days of anticipation, an ancient bell tolled from Dan Hua Square, its resonant chime echoing through every corner of Qingzhou. In that instant, the city erupted in fervor. For today marked the long-awaited commencement of the Dan Emperor Conference. Brilliant beams of spiritual light shot into the sky, resembling shooting stars racing across the heavens, all converging towards Dan Hua Square. From a distance, it appeared as if countless stars were twinkling in the night sky. Such a spectacle was unprecedented. At this moment, in a nearby inn, Yihan opened his door and stepped outside. He donned a purple alchemist robe, the official attire designated for participants of the Dan Emperor Conference. Opposite him, Lu Qin gracefully emerged, her exquisite figure accentuated by the alchemical symbols, exuding an air of elegance. Under Yihan's gaze, a blush crept onto Lu Qingtan's cheeks, prompting her to clear her throat deliberately before softly inquiring, "So, are you ready?" "I'm doing well. And you?" Yihan nodded and said, "I am not particularly confident. I have heard that this year's Pill Emperor Conference is filled with formidable experts, and I fear I may be eliminated in the first round." Lu Qin furrowed her brow, feeling anxious. "Cheer up. In these past few days, I have imparted several alchemical techniques to you. If you can master them proficiently, it should be no trouble for you to secure a place among the top 100, or even the top 50, in the Pill Emperor Conference." Yihan consoled with a smile. "Well, I shall do my utmost." Lu Qin gently nodded, inhaling deeply as she clenched her delicate hand. "Let us set forth." The two proceeded towards the plaza. In Qizhou City, at the Danhua Plaza, today's fervor was unprecedented. Despite the vast expanse of the plaza, capable of accommodating 1 million souls, it felt exceedingly congested. As far as the eye could see, a throng of humanity surged throughout the plaza, stretching endlessly. Even atop the surrounding pavilions, crowds gathered in abundance. To gain close access to the Danhuang Conference, an entry permit was required. In merely a few days, the price of this permit had skyrocketed to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones, yet it remained a coveted item, difficult to obtain. This underscores the immense popularity of the prestigious Dan Huang Conference in Qizhou. Before long, Yihan and Lu Qin arrived at the plaza, dressed in purple alchemy robes. Their appearance sparked a flurry of discussion among the surrounding spectators. "There are simply too many people." Yihan cast a sweeping glance over the square, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. The throngs of people in the plaza moved like a dark swarm of ants. Lu Qitan, too, felt a sense of astonishment as the eyes of the surrounding crowd converged upon her, inducing a sensation of being the center of attention that left her somewhat uneasy. The questions surrounding this year's Dan Huang Conference examination topics lingered in the air. It was said that each year brought forth a different set of challenges. Last year's first round seemed to focus on fire control, testing the alchemist's mastery over flames, and one could only imagine how much more exhilarating this year would be. Rumors hinted at an exceptionally fierce competition for the Danhuang Conference this year, alongside the likes of Gu Xian from the ancient clan, Yiling Shuang from the Yi clan, and the disciples of the venerable Shenong. Numerous talented alchemists from the affiliated smaller cities had emerged. The spectators around were engaged in fervent discussions, their voices melding into a cacophony that surged towards the heavens, resonating throughout 100 miles around Qingzhou City. Silence. At that moment, a deep, ancient voice enveloped in spiritual energy reverberated across the square like a thunderous boom. Buzz. All heads turned upward to witness 10 radiant figures descending from the sky, landing before the Dan fire steel. These 10 individuals were the assessment elders. Leading them were the 3 chief examiners, Elder Tianxiang, Elder Songke, and Elder Xian. The 3 elders gazed down from their elevated position, and a path opened up in the center as they proclaimed, "Now, we invite the contestants to enter." The entire alchemy square erupted in response to these words, igniting with fervor as the sound soared to the heavens. Chapter 81. The first round of examination now. We invite the contestants to take the stage. As the voices of the 3 chief examiners echoed, a thunderous roar erupted from the Dan Fire Square, surging like a tidal wave towards the skies, resonating within 100 miles. The intensity of the excitement was beyond words. The shouts of 1,000,000 spectators could easily drown out even the thunder above. Then, under the fervent gaze of the crowd, a group of contestants clad in purple alchemy robes slowly emerged. They held their heads high, brimming with spirit at that moment. Each of them stood as the most luminous presence in the assembly. As these alchemist contestants surveyed the enthusiastic audience, they could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Their fists clenched in determination. Their relentless dedication to the art of alchemy was precisely for the opportunity to showcase their skills at the Danhuang Conference. Whoever could seize the championship title in this event would ascend to unparalleled heights. With this thought in mind, all the contestants took a deep breath, striving to calm their anticipation and nerves, their gazes growing ever more resolute, regardless of how fierce the competition might be. They were determined to present their finest performance and give their all in pursuit of the coveted title at the Danhuang Conference. The Alchemist Association of Tianyun City shall prevail. The Alchemist Association of Bailing City shall prevail. The Alchemist Association of Xianshui City shall prevail. As the contestants made their entrance, a cacophony of cheers erupted from all directions, with countless individuals fervently waving flags and shouting in excitement. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly electrifying. Master, they have also arrived. At this moment, Luchin and excitedly tugged at Yihan's robe, waving towards the distance. As Yihan gazed ahead, he noticed that on one of the spectator stands, Master Zhuge and several disciples were fervently waving the flag of the Flame City Alchemist Association and cheering. However, due to the overwhelming cacophony surrounding them, it was impossible to discern what Master Zhuge was actually shouting. It seemed that our cheering squad from Flame City lacked a bit of vigor, but that was inconsequential. Soon, we would let our accomplishments speak for themselves. Yihan smiled at Luchin An, in stark contrast to the grand cheering squads of other cities. Their group from Yin City comprised only a few individuals, indeed appearing somewhat feeble. However, the true measure of success at the Alchemy Emperor Conference ultimately hinged upon one's prowess. Lu Qingten clenched her jade-like hands secretly, her beautiful eyes revealing a glimmer of determination. Before long, amidst the deafening cheers, all the alchemists gathered at the heart of the square, halting their steps. Good heavens, is that the alchemical prodigy Gu Xian from the Gu family? I have long heard of his illustrious name. It is astonishing to see that he truly embodies the legends, being merely 12 years old. At such a tender age, he has already ascended to the status of a 5th-grade advanced alchemist, and this year he stands a chance to vie for the title at the Alchemy Emperor Conference. Truly, he deserves the title of alchemical prodigy. Such talent in alchemy is undeniably formidable. At this moment, the gazes of those surrounding suddenly converged upon the center, fixating on the diminutive figure of a young boy clad in a brocade robe. Though his appearance bore the innocence of youth, there was an unexpected maturity etched upon his face, devoid of frivolity. Hearing the discussions around them, Lu Qingdan and Yihan also turned their attention to Gu Xian ahead. His face bore a hint of baby fat, rendering him somewhat chubby and endearing. Yet, amidst the throng, he remained astonishingly composed, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. It reminded me somewhat of my own demeanor in years past. Yihan felt a twinge of nostalgia, recalling that his alchemical talents once surpassed even those of Gu Xian. He then shifted his gaze to the 2 figures standing side by side with Gu Xian at the forefront, narrowing his eyes slightly. To his left stood the familiar figure of Shenong Jialuo. To his right was a strikingly tall girl, whose beauty eclipsed even that of Lu Qingtan. This young lady possessed silvery gray hair, reminiscent of an enchanting ice queen, her countenance marked by an air of aloofness. She gracefully lifted her snow-white neck, akin to a proud phoenix. She was none other than Yiling Shuang, alongside Gu Xian. Yiling Shuang and Shenong Jiaoluo were also formidable contenders for the championship. A solemn and resonant voice echoed through the arena, instantly silencing the surrounding cheers. Yihan slowly lifted his head, gazing at the 10 elderly figures suspended in the air. The 3 chief examiners bore serious expressions, one of whom was familiar to him, the Elder of the Sky, whom he had encountered during the assessment for the 5th grade alchemist batch. To the left of the Elder of the Sky stood a gaunt figure cloaked in black, his visage hollow and sunken, exuding an eerie aura. His murky eyes resembled daggers. This elder was none other than Elder Song Ke, the mentor of Song Wan. On the right side, there was a jovial and somewhat comical rotund elder, known as Elder Xian. Distinguished guests, the highly anticipated alchemist conference is about to commence, and I shall refrain from unnecessary verbosity. We will now announce this year's examination topics. Given the substantial number of participants in this year's conference, the competition will be divided into 3 rounds: the preliminary, the semi-final, and the final. A voice boomed like thunder, resonating in the ears of all present. This year's preliminary round would not involve fire duels or contests of spiritual power. Instead, it would take on a somewhat unique format. Elder Song Ke's voice was hoarse and grating. This proclamation piqued the curiosity of the million-strong audience, sparking a flurry of discussions. In previous years, the preliminary rounds featured fire contests, soul grinding, potion restoration, and conjectures about formulae, yet this year heralded an entirely new competition. Do you see the 3 enormous banners behind me? They reveal this year's 3 hurdles. Let us now unveil the topic for the preliminary round. After Elder Xian spoke, he nodded towards his disciples who held the 3 grand lists. With a rustle, on the far left, several disciples let one of the golden lists cascade down from above, revealing a banner stretching over 10 meters. Instantly, all gazes converged upon it. Herb material competition. Yihan and a group of alchemists lifted their heads, beholding 4 characters inscribed upon the banner. Around them, the audience erupted into fervent discussions. Some opined that this year's preliminary selection appeared rather simplistic, while others speculated it might not be as effortless as anticipated. This year's preliminary round, the assessment centered on the competition of medicinal materials, evaluating the alchemist's ability to discern various herbs. All participants were required to enter the Valley of 10,000 Herbs through a teleportation array within 5 time intervals to locate the designated materials. The first 200 individuals to accomplish this task within the allotted time would advance to the next round. The Elder of the Heavens spoke with gravity. However, it is essential to note that the Valley of 10,000 Herbs is rife with ferocious beasts, posing significant danger. Thus, all competitors must exercise utmost caution, Elder Xian advised. Now, those whose names are called should come forth to receive their tokens. Simply infuse your spiritual power, and the tasks will manifest. Chapter 82, The Valley of 10,000 Herbs. The first round of assessment astonishingly involves sourcing medicinal materials within a specified time frame, seemingly less challenging than in previous years. Not quite. The difficulty of this year's first round surpasses that of past editions. It is not merely a matter of seeking herbs. It deeply examines the alchemist's understanding of the growth characteristics and properties of the materials. Only those well-versed in the growth traits of the herbs can hope to complete the task within the given time frame. Thus, on the Danhua Square, millions of spectators engaged in animated discourse, their voices amalgamating into a cacophony akin to a surging torrent. At the center of the square, a group of alchemists clad in purple robes anxiously awaited the forthcoming drawing. They were acutely aware of the considerable challenge posed by the first round. Without a profound comprehension of the growth characteristics and properties of the herbs, one would be akin to a headless chicken, utterly incapable of fulfilling the task. For instance, silverleaf grass typically flourishes on damp cliffs. For a seasoned alchemist, locating it is not a formidable endeavor. Next, the participants whose names were announced proceeded to collect their tokens. The difficulty of the tasks inscribed upon the tokens varied, categorized into ordinary, medium, and high difficulty levels, with the nature of the task determined solely by fortune. Upon concluding his remarks, Elder of the Heavens retrieved a golden scroll, casting a glance as he read aloud: Qingshan City, Lisanshan, Luyun City, Suhi. The named contestants advanced in succession to claim their respective tokens. Eagerly, upon receiving their tokens, they infused their spiritual essence, unveiling the specific medicinal materials they were tasked to locate. As they examined their assignments, their expressions varied. Some wore broad smiles, clearly having drawn favorable tasks. Some appeared sullen, as if luck were not on their side. Shortly after, Lu Qingtian and Yihan approached to collect their respective tokens. Lu Qingnan, curious, immersed a strand of her spirit into the golden token in her hand, which emitted a faint glow, revealing a series of inscriptions. Name, Lu Qingtian task. Find 3 types of medicinal herbs within 5 hours. Sha Mu Jian, Hui Gang Chao. Shueling Hua task difficulty, ordinary level. It seems fortune favors me, as these 3 herbs are all of 3rd grade or lower, thus not particularly rare. However, I am not well acquainted with the Shueling Hua. Upon seeing the words ordinary level, Lu Qingtan's brow gradually relaxed, but she soon furrowed it again. Meanwhile, Yihan quietly transmitted his voice, saying, Shueling Chao is of a cool nature, typically found deep within the black pine forest, away from sunlight. Moreover, it requires the absorption of beast blood, hence it usually grows near the corpses of magical beasts. Ah, now I understand. Lu Qingtan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she silently noted this down before turning to Yihan. Quickly, check what your task is. Yihan nodded slightly and then infused a trace of his spirit into the token. The token radiated a luminous glow, and the inscriptions gradually emerged. Name, Yihan task. Within 5 hours, locate the 5 rare medicinal herbs: spirit returning crimson shin ginseng, dragon heart 9-leaf grass, fairy fruit, Buddha heart fruit, and ironwood spirit leaf. Difficulty, special grade. Could fortune be any less favorable? Upon seeing the word special grade, both Yihan and Lu Qingtan's expressions instantly stiffened. These 5 herbs were all rare, with grades of 6 or even 7 and above. In fact, Lu Qingtan had never even heard of 4 of these herbs. This level of difficulty clearly surpassed the capabilities of all participants in this Dan Huang meeting. At that moment, a figure approached Yihan from behind. Song Lan cast a glance at the inscriptions on the token, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, Oh, special grade difficulty, Yihan. It seems your luck is quite dismal. Do ensure you don't get eliminated before even passing the preliminary round. As he spoke, Song Lan did not miss the chance to exhibit a hint of provocation, his face adorned with derision. Just as he brushed past Yihan, a sinister voice subtly infiltrated his ears. You devoured my Dan fire. Just wait until we enter the valley of 10,000 herbs, and see how I will bring about your demise. What an insufferable character. Lu Qingnan ground her silver teeth in frustration. It appears I have been intentionally targeted. This token may have been tampered with by the chief examiner, leading me to draw the special grade examination. Yihan's countenance darkened, and he cast a frigid glare towards Elder Song Ke, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This old man, as the chief examiner, had the audacity to resort to underhanded tactics, seeking to exact personal vendetta by orchestrating Yihan's elimination in the first round of the competition. What should be done? Lu Qingnan furrowed her brow. If Yihan were to be ousted in the initial round, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the Alchemist Guild of Yin City. Rest assured, attempting to eliminate me in the first round will not prove to be an easy feat. Yihan tightly grasped the token, inhaling deeply as he maintained a composed demeanor. The medicinal herbs inscribed upon this token were, even for an average 6th-tier alchemist, quite unheard of. However, in his past life as a Dan sage, these herbs were as familiar to him as his own family. Thus, it seemed that Song Ke, this old schemer, had miscalculated his ambitions. Now that each of you has received your token and tasks, we shall activate the teleportation array to transport you to the Valley of 10,000 Herbs. However, I must caution you all, do not resort to cheating, for the consequences will be dire. Upon concluding their words, the 3 elders directed a beam of spiritual light from their fingertips, which converged to unveil a dark portal. The first round is a contest of medicinal herbs. It will last 5 hours. Begin. With a resonant chime, figures clad in purple robes surged into the spatial tunnel, enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy. Let us enter as well. Amidst the thunderous cheers around them, Yikan exchanged a glance with Lu Qingtan, took a deep breath, and stepped into the black void. After a brief interval, they found themselves deep within an ancient mountain range, where the spiritual energy was so rich it seemed almost palpable. A veil of thin, ethereal mist shrouded the peaks, and amidst the mountains, radiant hues emanated from various herbs, with countless medicinal plants taking root in abundance. The rare herbs that were seldom seen in the outside world were now plentiful. Suddenly, golden beams of light descended from the heavens, striking the valley. As these beams shattered into fragments of light, bewildered figures began to hover in midair. Is this truly the Valley of 10,000 Herbs? Yihan regained his senses and cast a sweeping glance downward, unable to suppress his astonishment. It appeared that the Dan Alliance indeed possessed a certain depth of heritage. With just a subtle inhalation, he could perceive the fragrance of over 1,000 rare medicinal herbs. This region, resplendent with natural beauty, seemed to be a convergence of the world's spiritual energy. Amidst these mountains, the growth of the herbs was exceptionally flourishing. Yihan withdrew his gaze and exchanged glances with the dozen or so alchemists surrounding him, realizing that this group had indeed been transported to this location. However, Lu Qing'an was not among them. Chapter 83. The Beauty Scheme. It appears that the foundation of the Pill Alliance is truly formidable, the Wanyao Valley. With its exquisite natural beauty and abundant spiritual energy, nurtures medicinal herbs of exceptional quality. Yihan was astonished by the presence of the Dan Alliance in the esteemed Wanyao Valley. He then cast a glance around, furrowing his brow, for he could not find the figure of Lu Qing'an. It appeared that the spatial spirit array had transported each individual to a different location, not far off. A group of over a dozen alchemists clad in purple robes rubbed their eyes, gradually regaining their senses. They exchanged wary glances and cautiously retreated several steps. Within the Wanyao mountain range, all alchemists were rivals, if they did not maintain a respectful distance. One could not guarantee that some ruthless individuals would not take covert action against others. After all, during previous Alchemist Emperor conferences, instances of underhanded tactics had been all too common. Next, their gazes swept the surroundings, and astonishment flickered in their eyes. Was this truly the Wanyao mountain range? The alchemists were ablaze with excitement, for the ground beneath them, akin to a soaring dragon, was nearly carpeted with various precious herbs, all glimmering enticingly. For alchemists, this place could undoubtedly be deemed a veritable paradise. In a flash, these alchemists, unable to contain their eagerness, enveloped themselves in spiritual energy, transforming into streaks of radiant light as they surged downward, vanishing into the ethereal mist. Observing the alchemists enter the valley, Yihan did not hasten to set off. Instead, he retrieved a token from his palm and once again examined the 5 types of herbal tasks inscribed upon it. Dragon Heart 9-leaf mushroom, fairy fruit. Upon seeing these 5 herbs, Yihan could not help but rub his forehead, feeling a sense of worry. The growth characteristics of these herbs were exceedingly peculiar and rare, making it a formidable challenge to locate them within 5 hours. This old fellow truly intends to put me through the ringer. Yihan grumbled in displeasure, realizing that the 5 medicinal herbs were evidently arranged for him with great care by Song-Quebec. Even a typical 6th-grade alchemist would likely find themselves at a loss upon encountering them. However, he took solace in the fact that his knowledge far surpassed that of an ordinary alchemist, making it feasible to locate the 5 herbs within the span of 5 hours. With this thought in mind, Yihan inhaled deeply, focusing his gaze on the last ingredient, the ironwood spirit leaf. "I shall begin with you," he declared, and with that, a green figure dove swiftly towards the vast expanse of the forest below. Deep within the valley of 10,000 herbs, towering ancient trees rooted in the valley, their canopies intertwined like a dense, impenetrable net. At this moment, Yihan stepped onto the soft, decayed leaves as he ventured into the forest. His vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, a faint mist lingering among the majestic trees, lending an ethereal quality to the air. Rustling sounds echoed around him, with shrubs dotting the landscape, occasionally revealing glimpses of low-tier magical beasts. These creatures, agile in their movements, vanished without a trace before Yihan could approach. Amidst the delicate mist, several alchemists were also in pursuit of medicinal materials. "Is that a dragon's saliva fruit?" Suddenly, a voice of astonishment erupted from Yihan's left. Following the sound, he beheld 5 alchemists, their eyes ablaze with desire, fixated on an ancient green vine. This vine, verdant as emerald, coiled around a colossal tree, emanating a radiant glow. Upon its tendrils rested 2 fruit resembling dragons, exuding an enticing fragrance that wafted through the forest. Boom! In an instant, all 5 alchemists unleashed their spiritual energy, their feet striking the soft, decayed leaves with great force as they surged forward. "Humph! The dragon's saliva fruit is mine." The fastest among them, a youth clad in gray robes, moved with an eerie grace, arriving first at the emerald vine. Yet, as he reached out, he overlooked the pair of eyes that opened beneath the decayed leaves. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, causing the air to ripple violently. A massive maw emerged from beneath the leaves, and Yihan's pupils constricted. It was a decayed leaf python. Thud! A cry of agony pierced the air as the gray-robed youth, just grasping the fruit, was suddenly torn apart along with his arm by the decayed leaf python. Blood splattered onto the vine, his face paling as he stumbled backward, his expression twisted in terror. The decayed leaf python? In the distance. The remaining 4 alchemists quickly retreated, their expressions filled with trepidation. The gray-robed youth gritted his teeth and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Witnessing his escape, the remaining alchemists displayed conflicted expressions, torn between their wariness and the tantalizing allure of the dragon's saliva fruit. Yet, within the hearts of the 4, each harbored ulterior motives, unwilling to make the first move, leading to a stalemate. Suddenly, a streak of violet gold spiritual energy surged from the distance, crashing with a resounding thud against the body of the withered leaf python. Roar. The python was jolted, its body colliding with an ancient tree, causing leaves to cascade down. In an instant, Yihan darted forward like a cheetah, appearing before the withered leaf python. With a burst of golden light, his palm struck the air. The Vajra Buddha palm. The golden imprint surged forth, and amidst the astonished gazes, there was a resounding thud as it shattered the python's head. Behind him, the 4 alchemists, witnessing Yihan's swift execution of the withered leaf python in merely a few moves, could not help but swallow hard, utterly astounded. Such a ferocious creature was effortlessly dispatched by this enigmatic youth in the blink of an eye. Yihan approached the emerald green vine. Picking up the fruit stained red with blood from the ground, he gently wiped it with his sleeve before placing it into his pocket. Among the other 4 alchemists, 3, having witnessed Yihan's formidable prowess, could only grit their teeth and swiftly turn away. However, one young woman remained transfixed by the dragon's saliva fruit, her desire palpable. This was one of the 3 medicinal herbs she sought, and the dragon's saliva fruit was among them. "You are truly impressive," she murmured, sauntering closer with a delicate tone. Her large, glistening eyes held an enchanting allure, and her entire presence exuded an innate charm that was hard to resist. With a playful smile, she continued, "However, we were the ones to discover this dragon's saliva fruit first. Since you have already taken one, why not be generous and give me the remaining one? If I can obtain the dragon's saliva fruit, I would be willing to grant you any request." As she spoke, the young woman gently slipped off her shoulder garment, revealing a glimpse of her flawless, snowy skin. To acquire this precious dragon's saliva fruit, she was willing to sacrifice a bit of her modesty. A seductive smile danced upon her lips, yet inwardly she scoffed at the thought of how easily these foolish men could be ensnared by her beauty. To her surprise, Yihan merely cast a disdainful glance in her direction and uttered a single word, "Scram." The young woman clenched her silver teeth, hastily pulling her garment back over herself. Her face flushed with shame and indignation.